In his previous life, Qin Chuang devoted his brief existence to warming others, dedicating all his resources and opportunities to his fiancée, Lan Bingyan, epitomizing the archetype of a devoted admirer. Yet, Lan Bingyan remained oblivious to his sacrifices, constantly overshadowed by her brother, Qin Chuang. Not only were their parents biased, but also her senior disciples lauded her, while the master and elders favored her, and Lan Bingyan herself admired her brother, consistently providing him with support and favoritism. Betrayed by his fiancée, Qin Chuang was scorned by his sect and master, his engagement shattered, and expelled from the sect. Falling into the hands of his brother Qin Chuang and father Qin Chuang, he suffered a brutal death, leaving his spirit shattered. In this new life, he vowed to no longer be a devoted admirer, to cease seeking the approval of his sect, and to stop yearning for the affection of his parents. By staying true to his heart and focusing on the path, he discovered that strength was the ultimate antidote to all troubles. In this lifetime, he continuously intercepted the opportunities of his past lives, Qin Chuang and Lan Bingyan, during which a shocking conspiracy gradually revealed itself before him. As he resolved crises and uncovered truths, his cultivation steadily advanced. Members of the sect and disciples began to curry favor with him, including his former fiancée, Lan Bingyan, who sought to rekindle their relationship. However, late expressions of affection are as cheap as grass. He would never revisit the past. Moreover, those who persecuted him in his previous life must face death. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return in the Year of Fate's Turning. Qin Chuang suddenly rose, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could calm himself, a thunderous knocking echoed from outside the door. Qin Chuang, come out. We know you're in there. I must tell you, the senior sister has arrived. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Chuang felt a moment of disorientation. Had he not died? He had been betrayed and brutally murdered by his brother, his blood forcefully stripped from him. Even in death, he found no release. His soul was imprisoned by his father using a secret technique within a jade stone for nearly a century, and once his last value was extracted, his remaining soul was obliterated. A flash of white light passed, and he lost even the faintest sense of his soul. Fifth junior brother, come out. There is something you need to explain. Qin Chuang froze at the sound. It's her, Lan Bingyan. Upon hearing the cold, unyielding voice of this woman, his eyes narrowed, hatred surging within him like rampant weeds. Lan Bingyan, the woman he devoted his entire life to protecting, was also the one who cast him into the abyss of death. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuang began to survey his surroundings. The simple yet clean wooden cabin felt both strange and familiar, slowly reigniting distant memories. This was indeed his residence within one Dao zone. It is said that one's life flashes before their eyes at the moment of death. He had not anticipated it would be so vivid. Not only were there images, but also sensations and tactile experiences. Yet, why did his memories at the brink of death linger on this very scene? Listening to the shouts from outside, he recalled that this year marked a turning point in his life. His brother, born 2 years after him, had joined the sect under the Grandmaster at the beginning of this year, becoming the Grandmaster's third direct disciple, thus commencing Qin Chuang's nightmare and completely overturning his previously tranquil life. Bang! A dull thud resounded, and the wooden door fell to the ground. Qin Chuang stared in shock at the 3 figures standing outside. He had no recollection of a door being kicked down. He remembered that his brother Qin Chuang had come with his sycophant Gao Huitian and his senior sister Lan Bingyan, seeking to confront him. He recalled that upon hearing Lan Bingyan's voice, he had eagerly opened the door to greet her. However, what awaited him were the false accusations of Qin Chuang and Gao Huitian, along with Lan Bingyan's biased listening. Yet before him now stood an impassive Lan Bingyan, an indignant Gao Huitian, a worried Qin Chuang, and the disciples of Miaoying Peak who had gathered to witness the commotion. Among the crowd stood Qin Chuang, dressed in a crescent white robe with a jade belt cinching his waist, enhancing the naturally refined demeanor of the 15-year-old boy, appearing even more radiant. Who could have imagined that beneath such an exquisite facade lay a heart of malevolence? Fifth junior brother, since you are inside, why have you not opened the door? Lan Bingyan inquired coolly. Qin Chuang hurriedly lowered his gaze, suppressing his surging emotions. This was wrong, far too real. Could it be? Could it be that he had been reborn? Reborn at the pivotal moment of his fate? Observing Qin Chuang's silence, Gao Huitian spoke up in dissatisfaction. The senior sister is asking you a question. Why do you not open the door? You truly lack understanding of etiquette. Lan Bingyan raised her hand to silence Gao Huitian's continued questioning, her gaze settling on the silent Qin Chuang as she slowly asked, why did you kill Ijo's contracted spirit pet, the golden-winged eagle? I have examined the fatal wounds on its body. They were caused by sound-based techniques. Thud. Before her words could finish, she flicked her delicate finger, tossing the corpse of the golden-winged eagle before Qin Chuang. He was momentarily taken aback, as memories of the past surged within him like a torrential wave. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, it was under such baseless slanders that he became increasingly vilified, ultimately being cast out from the sect and leading to that tragic end. And this time, it was Qin Ijo who first maliciously defamed him, marking the beginning of his utter loss of trust. At this moment, Qin Ijo had been in the sect for half a year. Upon his entrance, he showcased his admirable qualities everywhere, and under the guise of his carefully crafted good image, combined with his status as the sect master's direct disciple, he quickly garnered the appreciation of the entire sect. He went from being subtly slandered to increasingly brazen accusations against him. This time, he was accused of killing his own contracted spirit pet. Qin Chuang recalled how, in his previous life, he had been furious and eager to prove his innocence, arguing vehemently with a flushed face. However, there was Gao Huatian nearby to testify, claiming he witnessed the golden-winged bird being slain by Qin Ijo himself. Even his own biological brother and his fellow disciple, the beautiful Lan Bingyan, who was also his fiancée, began to doubt him. In that moment, Qin Chuang felt both anxious and enraged, vociferously disputing with Gao Huatian. Unexpectedly, he was sent flying by an impatient strike from Lan Bingyan. Subsequently, he was punished by being made to guard the Storm Valley for 5 long years. 5 years later, upon his perilous return from the Storm Valley, he found his circumstances had drastically worsened. Everywhere he went, people pointed fingers, accusing him of being envious of his brother's talent and the sect master's favor, of brutally killing his brother's contracted spirit pet, and of showing no remorse afterward, even daring to confront the senior sister. Yet now, he had been reborn. The wheel of fate seemed to have turned anew, and this time, he would not allow himself to be manipulated by others. Qin Chuang slowly raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. In this life, since he had not immediately opened the door, the commotion caused by Gao Huatian's shouting attracted many disciples from Yaoying Peak to gather and watch. This time, he intended to use their words to ensure that Qin Ijo could not easily slander him as he had in his previous life. After scanning the crowd, his gaze calmly and resolutely settled on Lan Bingyan. This cold and beautiful fairy, who was wholeheartedly advocating for Qin Ijo, was ironically also his fiancée. Qin Chuang focused his thoughts and slowly spoke. "Senior sister, I did not kill Ijo's spirit pet. I remember that day after receiving the monthly offering, I encountered the golden-winged bird on my way back. At that time, the bird was already lifeless. When I approached to examine it, Gao Huatian suddenly appeared, complicating matters and framing me for the bird's death. His voice was steady and powerful, devoid of any panic." Lan Bingyan listened quietly to Qin Chuang's account, slightly surprised, sensing that there was something different about him, yet she could not quite pinpoint what it was. Seeing this, Gao Huatian immediately interjected, his face contorted with rage. "You lie. I clearly saw the golden-winged bird die at your hands. The bird was drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to bear. The wounds on its body indicated it had suffered from sonic attack, and there was no one else around. Only you. Do you still wish to deny it?" Gao Huatian grew increasingly agitated, as if Qin Chuang were an irredeemably evil cultivator. Qin Chuang let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "To determine my guilt based solely on your word is exceedingly rash. As for the wounds inflicted by sonic attacks, our sect possesses countless techniques in that realm. I'm not the only one capable of such, nor is it exclusively our Miaoying Peak. The fact that the bird died from a sonic attack proves nothing. You, Gao Huatian, think you can impose this crime upon me with nothing but your words? Since you claim to have witnessed it firsthand, do you dare to swear an oath before heaven?" Chapter 2. If that day ever comes, I shall make amends. But, do you dare to swear an oath to the heavens? Indeed, it is unjust to be falsely accused without reason. Yes, do you swear? Qin Chuang's words resonated profoundly with the onlookers, who began to whisper among themselves, debating fervently. They deemed the accusations leveled by Gao Huitian to be overly hasty, and found Qin Chuang's explanations to be reasonable, asserting that one cannot declare him a murderer based solely on the wounds. The atmosphere among the spectators grew increasingly charged, their discussions amplifying in volume. At that moment, Qin Ijo could no longer contain himself. He proclaimed loudly, "I believe in my elder brother. I trust that he would never resort to slaying my bonded spirit beast out of jealousy for Master's favoritism towards me. What say you, elder brother?" Qin Chuang concealed his seething hatred beneath a facade of hurt, turning to Qin Ejo, we are blood brothers, destined to support one another and progress together. Yet you allow outsiders to slander me? You profess your trust in me, yet you cast the blame upon me. What is your true intention? Indeed, how can a blood brother bring such accusations against his own kin? The crowd, momentarily swayed by Qin Ejo, began to awaken to the reality of the situation. With murmurs of reproach directed at him, a flicker of panic crossed Qin Ejo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Though beneath his calm exterior lay a hint of malice, he had not anticipated Qin Chuang to respond to the matter with such tranquility. This useless brother was not supposed to remain calm and composed. There was an analytical glint in his gaze as he scrutinized Qin Chuang. How could his elder brother display such steadiness today? Astonishingly, he seemed to subtly incite public opinion. With no time to ponder further, he needed to address the pressing situation. Brother, I do not wish to doubt you, yet the facts are glaring. That golden-winged eagle was a gift from our master, bonded to me, and I cherish it dearly. Now, it has met a tragic fate. How can I not feel heartbroken? Moreover, my senior brother, Gao Huitian, encountered it only to perish at your hands. How can I trust you? Qin Ejo's words appeared reasonable. Yet each statement firmly implicated Qin Chuang in the wrongdoing. Qin Chuang, not only do you harbor malevolent thoughts out of jealousy towards Ejo, but you also deny everything once your misdeeds are exposed. It is truly disgraceful for Miaoying Peak to have such a calamity among us. Gao Huitian interjected hastily in agreement. Do you dare to swear an oath to the heavens? Qin Chuang chose to disregard Gao Huitian's provocations. He could not afford to become ensnared in endless disputes with him. He must break through all obstacles. Since they dare to frame him, they should provide credible evidence. Inhaling deeply, Qin Chuang stifled the fury within, turning his gaze towards Lan Bingyan, only to find her exquisite face marred by disappointment. A cold smile crept into Qin Chuang's heart. This woman, indeed, continued to place her unwavering distrust in him. How blind he had been to treat her with such devotion, when she had never trusted him even for a moment. Nor was she willing to afford him the chance to uncover the truth. In this lifetime, he vowed never again to be her unprincipled sycophant. However, with his current cultivation level at the 6th stage of Qi refining, he was powerless against the initial stage of foundation establishment of Lan Bingyan. He could not afford to be gravely injured by her, as he had in his past life, which had damaged his dantian and hindered his cultivation speed, rendering him a useless practitioner. For now, he could only resort to a more indirect approach. He gazed steadily at Lan Bingyan, his expression devoid of emotion, and spoke softly. Senior sister, since I ascended the mountain at the tender age of 4 and became a disciple under the master of Miaoying Peak, we have shared over 12 years of camaraderie as fellow disciples. I do not expect you to wholly trust and defend me. I merely ask that you ascertain the truth before holding me accountable. Lan Bingyan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of embarrassment and indignation flooding her senses. Who did not know of their early engagement? How dare Qin Chuang invoke the notion of camaraderie at such a time? Was he attempting to manipulate her feelings, hoping that her status as his fiancée would sway her in his favor? With a chill in her voice, she retorted, "Fifth junior brother, do not speak of camaraderie. We are all disciples of the Wendazong, and our relationships should not cloud our judgment of right and wrong. Today, senior brothers Huitian and Ejo from the main peak have come to Miaoying Peak. As my master is in seclusion, it falls upon me, as the senior sister of Miaoying Peak, to handle this matter. Currently, Gao Huitian stands as a witness, asserting that the golden winged bird was slain by you. While there is no additional evidence to corroborate this claim, you have also failed to provide any proof of your innocence." At this juncture, she paused, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Chuang, her lofty demeanor palpable. Qin Chuang's request for Gao Huitian to swear an oath in the name of the heavenly Tao fell on deaf ears. Lan Bingyan did not appear to be there to seek justice or uncover the truth. Her actions throughout seemed rather aimed at solidifying the charges against Qin Chuang. How could he have once perceived her as the epitome of aloof nobility? In truth, she seemed to desire his demise. Where was the slightest trace of loyalty? He had been destined to be a lifelong sycophant, a fool who had ultimately lost everything. The ones who had tormented Qin Chuang were the father and son duo of Qin Ejo, yet Lan Bingyan was the primary instigator, leveraging Qin Chuang's trust and affection. Along with her advantageous position as the overseer of Miaoying Peak, she had subtly fueled many of the schemes that led to Qin Ejo's harm against him. This woman was utterly despicable. She had betrayed his genuine feelings, At that moment, Qin Chuang suppressed the boundless hatred within him, revealing not a hint of emotion, and calmly inquired, "Senior sister, your apparent favoritism towards Gao Huitian, does it stem from some vested interest? You refuse even to require him to swear an oath regarding his defamatory claims against me, yet you protect him so fervently?" Gao Huitian hastily attempted to respond, but was halted by Qin Ezhou, both turning their gazes toward Lan Bingyan, awaiting her stance. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Bingyan made her decision. "You are being unreasonable. Since you cannot clear your name, I shall impose a punishment. You will be confined to Storm Valley for 3 years as a means of accountability to the main peak." A chorus of murmurs arose from the crowd, opinions varying widely, both laudatory and critical. Qin Chuang, with a wry smile, refrained from engaging in a heated debate with Gao Huitian. Instead, he calmly elucidated his stance, which astonishingly resulted in a reduced sentence of merely 2 years in confinement, while sparing him from the devastating blow of Lan Bingyan that would have shattered his foundation. Although he still faced punishment, it was a significant improvement compared to his past life. It appeared that by relinquishing his desperate yearning for others' affection, he could approach the sordid affairs of life with a composed demeanor, thereby sparing himself some anguish. Reflecting on his previous life, wherein he had desperately sought the love of his parents, the recognition of his master, the approval of several senior sisters, and the affection of his fiancée, Lan Bingyan, he realized how foolish and tragic his past endeavors had been. His acts of servility and unreciprocated sacrifices had never garnered their esteem. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards Lan Bingyan, the individual with whom he shared the deepest bond, and who had also been the source of his greatest expended efforts and ultimate downfall. A spark ignited within Qin Chuang. Why not seize this opportunity to dissolve their engagement? It would grant him the freedom to live his remaining years unencumbered. As for the punishment of confinement in Storm Valley, he could only acquiesce for the time being, having devised a plan to address it. "Senior sister," he began, as the esteemed leader of Miaoying Peak, entrusted with the management of its vast community. "You ought to be impartial, yet you have exhibited bias and injustice in your dealings. What motives lie behind your actions? Why must you unjustly cast this slander upon me and impose a sentence? It is lamentable that, being of lowly status, I must endure such wrongful accusations. Moreover, as my fiancé, you have shown a complete lack of trust in me. Therefore, let us terminate our engagement forthwith." At that moment, Gao Huitian attempted to interject with a rebuke, but was once again halted by Qin Ezhou's gesture, which urged him to observe Lan Bingyan. Her countenance, previously as cold as ice, now bore the signs of rising fury, and the energy in her concealed hands began to coalesce. Qin Chuang abruptly ceased his discourse, acutely aware of her impending response. Was she about to strike him again? The realization sent a chill through his veins, as the memory of the excruciating pain he had endured from her previous assault flooded back. It was she who had inflicted upon him hidden injuries, causing his subsequent cultivation to falter. It was she who had cast him into the abyss with a single blow. No, in this life, he could not tread the same path again. In a moment of urgency, Qin Chuang spoke, suppressing his dread of punishment. "Senior sister, I shall accept your penalty this time. Since reason cannot prevail with them, there is no need for further discourse. I shall bide my time and settle the score with my fists when I possess the strength." Preserving his body and power was paramount. He must first acquiesce and then devise his strategy. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Chuang's capitulation, the energy swirling in Lan Bingyan's hands gradually dissipated. She wore an expression that seemed to convey, "At last you comprehend." Accepting the punishment, she instructed him to reflect and repent during his time. Blue Bingyan furrowed her brows, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. "If that day ever comes, I shall compensate you. The elixirs and treasures within my storage bag are yours to choose from." Chapter 3. Escort to Storm Valley. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang let out a cold laugh. "How amusing. Has the senior sister forgotten? Most of the elixirs and treasures in your storage bag were gifted by me." The contents of Blue Bingyan's storage bag were largely comprised of the offerings from this lovesick admirer. Otherwise, how could he, after 12 years in the sect, possessing an exceptionally high spiritual root and outstanding talent, have reached such a meager level? He had barely attained the 6th level of Qi refinement, all because he had squandered his cultivation resources in pursuit of his fiancée's favor. As Qin Chuang's words resonated, and seeing his expression, Blue Bingyan felt a surge of anger. Recalling how she had accepted numerous gifts from him, her face darkened as she turned away, indicating her intent to say no more. When one fails to act decisively, chaos ensues. Qin Chuang, resolute, spoke calmly. If one day I can prove that Qin Ijo's spirit pet, the golden wingbird, was not killed by me, then our engagement shall be nullified. A partner who cannot trust or support one another is not one I desire. At his declaration, everyone present was taken aback. You. Lan Bingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Qin Chuang would propose dissolving their engagement. He had always shown her concern and sought to please her, presenting her with gifts to curry favor. Now, he sought to end their engagement over such a trivial matter, and her expression grew increasingly frigid. Qin Ijo felt a secret thrill. He had long admired Lan Bingyan, and this turn of events suited him perfectly. Although Qin Chuang had only been punished for 3 years, it was sufficient for him to make his move. Gao Hui, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, seemingly relishing the grim fate awaiting Qin Chuang. Lan Bingyan soon regained her composure, her gaze icy as she regarded Qin Chuang. Very well, since you wish it so, I shall oblige. Should you prove your innocence regarding the death of the golden winged bird, our engagement shall be dissolved. I will inform my master, and I hope you do not come to regret this decision. With that, she deftly activated a communication talisman, summoning the enforcement hall to escort Qin Chuang away. After casting one last penetrating glance at him, she turned on her heel and departed. Qin Chuang remained silent, returning to his quarters to gather his belongings, ready to head towards Storm Valley. Brother, what have you done? Qin Ijo approached with a face full of remorse. I merely intended to ascertain whether the golden winged bird was indeed killed by you, never imagining it would lead to your punishment. Qin Chuang halted, gazing at Qin Ijo for a moment before speaking. You have always been intelligent and endearing, even more so now. With that, he did not linger, striding purposefully towards the alchemy peak, leaving Qin Ijo behind, his expression composed, yet his heart silently seething. The Storm Valley lies nestled within the dense forest behind the Sect of Enlightenment, a realm abundant in spiritual herbs, shaded by verdant trees, and teeming with low-tier demonic beasts. It serves as a trial ground for the disciples of the Sect. To guard against the emergence of high-tier demonic beasts, personnel are stationed here year-round. Although the valley is rich in spiritual energy, the environment is exceedingly harsh. While the days may be tolerable, the nights are plagued by ferocious storms, rendering survival quite arduous. Consequently, no one within the sect is willing to undertake this task, and as a result, errant disciples are sentenced to keep vigil in this forbidding locale. Gradually, Storm Valley has transformed into a veritable prison for the sect's transgressors. The reason Qin Chuang ventured to the Pill Peak was to exchange all the spiritual stones he possessed for elixirs before heading to the Storm Valley. Even amidst such adversity, he could not afford to neglect his cultivation, for true strength is the ultimate justification. Take today's incident as an example. Had he been at the Foundation establishment stage, he would have had no reason to fear Lan Bingyan's sudden assault, which could have left him injured and his Foundation compromised, allowing him to argue his case without suffering such unjust treatment. Junior brother Qin Chuang, what elixirs do you wish to exchange? A composed voice pulled Qin Chuang from his reverie. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, smiling amiably. They had already arrived at the Pill Hall within the Pill Peak, and this individual was Song Da-Ching, the sect's second direct disciple. Hastily, Qin Chuang stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, Brother Song, I wish to exchange these 100 spiritual stones and my contribution tokens. I would like 2 bottles of revitalizing pills and the remainder for gathering chi pills. After placing the spiritual stones and sect tokens upon the counter, Song Dafa examined them. Astonished, it was said that Qin Chuang was the most diligent in undertaking sect tasks, yet his contribution points amounted to a mere trifle. Junior brother Qin Chuang, your total contribution points stand at 365. Have you utilized them all? Indeed, brother Song. I appreciate your assistance. Song Dafa refrained from further comment and turned to retrieve the elixirs for Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang found the situation somewhat amusing. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, possessing only a meager 300 contribution points seemed rather incongruous. However, it was well known within the sect that Qin Chuang was indeed the most proactive in accepting sect missions. Most of the contribution points he accumulated had been spent on gifts for Lan Bingyan, leaving him with scant resources. Even the spiritual stones he possessed were merely the 100 he had recently received as monthly remuneration. Junior brother Qin Chuang, here are the elixirs you wish to exchange. Please check the quantities to ensure they are correct. Song Dafa said as he handed over a cloth bag. Qin Chuang received the bag and, After scanning its contents with his consciousness, stored it in his spatial pouch. All is in order. Thank you, Brother Song. Bidding farewell to Song Dafa, Qin Chuang exited the Pill Peak and immediately spotted two disciples from the law enforcement hall. He hastily approached, clasping his fists in salute. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. I am to be punished in that harsh and bitter place, and I have prepared some healing elixirs. Shall we depart now? The two disciples exchanged glances, taken aback by Qin Chuang's demeanor. They had often heard tales of the haughty and impolite direct disciple from Yaoying Peak, yet here he was, displaying unexpected humility. Today, they had been assigned to escort Qin Chuang, and after waiting at the Pill Peak for a considerable time, they had originally intended to reprimand him. It was unexpected that Qin Chuang would exhibit such an attitude, neither servile nor arrogant, but rather gentle and courteous. It appears the rumors were unfounded. Thus, they could hardly reproach him further. Waving his hand, he remarked that time was of the essence. Sister Lan had insisted on delivering the item today, so they must set off immediately. With that, he placed a specially crafted confinement ring around Qin Chuang's neck. This ring, designed exclusively for punished disciples, served no other purpose than to locate and restrict the wearer's range of movement, without hindering their normal combat training. Once adorned, they set forth. Qin Chuang complied without hesitation, and the trio journeyed towards Storm Valley. Upon arrival, it was already evening. At that moment, within the valley, tempestuous winds howled. Leaves danced in the air, and chaos reigned in every direction. Qin Chuang bid farewell to the two disciples from the law enforcement hall and trudged forward against the fierce winds, his body swaying precariously, his clothes rustling violently. He squinted against the relentless gusts, striving to acclimatize to the raging storm. Cautiously, he navigated around whirlwinds, advancing step by step deeper into the heart of Storm Valley. Along the way, he observed resilient plants steadfastly thriving amidst the tempest, their roots firmly anchored in the ground, defiantly battling the gale. The temperature within the valley plummeted, and a chill enveloped Qin Chuang. He wrapped his clothing tightly around himself and quickened his pace. The howling wind severely compromised his hearing, reducing his perception to the cacophony of the wind and the pounding of his own heartbeat. As Qin Chuang ventured deeper, the winds intensified, rendering each step increasingly arduous. It felt as though he might be blown off balance at any moment. Chapter 4. The Space of Heaven and Earth, successfully acknowledging the Master. At long last, Qin Chuang reached a cave within Storm Valley, a sanctuary from the tempest. Once inside, free from the wind's torment, he instantly felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, before he could catch his breath, a creature with deep, ethereal blue eyes emerged slowly from the depths of the cave, emitting a series of warning grunts. Qin Chuang felt no fear, for he recognized what lay before him. The spirit monkey that had rescued him from the storm in his previous life. He had been gravely wounded. In his past life, he had been severely injured by the impatient blue ice beauty, and before he could even begin to heal, he had been cast into Storm Valley by the disciples of the law enforcement hall. At that time, his Dantian's energy reservoir was in turmoil, unable to withstand the storm's onslaught. He had been swept up by the winds, repeatedly crashing against ancient trees and rocks. The trees capable of surviving in such conditions possessed remarkably sturdy trunks, while the rocks were as hard as black iron. Each impact felt like a devastating blow. Just as Qin Chuang believed his life was on the brink of extinguishing, a pair of curious, deep blue eyes from a tall branch gazed down at him. It was the golden-haired spirit monkey, capable of traversing the storm with ease. In that moment of life-threatening peril, he blurted out a desperate plea. "Oh, venerable monkey, save me. If you rescue Qin Chuang, I shall offer you spirit wine as a tribute, honoring your esteemed self." The golden-haired spirit monkey blinked, seemingly comprehending his words. It gracefully leapt to Qin Chuang's side, extending its fluffy paw to seize him, and with a few bounds, arrived at the rocky cave. Later, Qin Chuang would discover that this cave was the old nest of the golden-haired spirit monkey. Upon encountering an old friend, Qin Chuang felt a warmth in his eyes. In his previous life, this creature had perished while saving him. Now, watching the golden-haired spirit monkey huff and puff in warning, Qin Chuang hastily retrieved a bottle of spirit wine from his storage pouch. "Dear monkey elder, the wind outside is fierce. May I seek refuge here in exchange for this spirit wine?" he inquired, placing the open bottle on the ground and stepping back a couple of paces. The golden-haired spirit monkey, drawn by the enticing aroma, cautiously approached the bottle, first licking it with its tongue, and then eagerly embraced the bottle, drinking heartily. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuang smiled gently, choosing not to disturb the monkey's enjoyment, and settled into a corner to gather his thoughts. He had not anticipated a chance at rebirth. The agonizing sensation of his soul's destruction was still vividly etched in his memory. What could have caused him to be reborn at the age of 16? Regardless of the reasons behind his return, he needed to contemplate his current predicament. The circumstances were far better than in his previous life. He had not angered Lan Bingyan, nor had he endured that fateful slap. His health was robust, allowing him to continue his cultivation to enhance his strength. However, he needed to seize this opportunity while his cultivation level was still low and change his martial arts practice. Currently, he was training in a sound wave-based technique, the Breaking Sound Heart Sutra, with an offensive spell known as Heart-Shattering Roar. These were bestowed upon him by his master, Miaoyin Xingu, when he joined the Miaoyin Peak at the tender age of 4. Due to a lack of compatibility with his innate attributes, he found the training arduous, often facing ridicule from others who claimed he lacked talent and diligence. Yet, he was endowed with the triad of gold, water, and fire spiritual roots. He should have been more suited to power-oriented spells, but in his naivety, he had been sent to Miaoyin Peak by his father, where he became a sound cultivator. Reflecting on this, he quickly removed the jade pendant from around his neck. The pendant, with its warm yellow hue, featured an exquisite carving of a flying dragon, surrounded by mysterious ink-carved symbols that flickered in and out of sight. It was a beautiful piece that he had worn since childhood, only to discover years after his death that it was, in fact, a spatial treasure. 5 years after his demise, having narrowly escaped the Storm Valley, he had hoped to uncover the truth, but everything within the sect had drastically changed. People avoided him like the plague, branding him as a natural-born villain. Helpless, he sought out Lan Bingyan, offering her the only item he could part with, the jade pendant, hoping she would assist him in unraveling the truth and speak on his behalf. To his dismay, Lan Bingyan accepted the pendant, but publicly declared that he showed no remorse, vowing to clear the sect of his presence, thus expelling him and demoting him to an ordinary inner disciple. It was only after his death that his soul was trapped within the jade stone of Qin Ijo's ring, which Qin Ijo carried with him. At that time, Lan Bingyan and Qin Ijo had already grown close, often entwined in each other's company. Upon witnessing Lan Bingyan utilizing the jade pendant to store items, Qin Chuang realized the true nature of this treasure. From their dialogue, he gleaned that within the pendant space lay a formidable technique known as the Tai Guan Ju. With his skill, Lan Bingyan's power surged, propelling her to the pinnacle of talent within this realm. In this lifetime, Qin Chuang was resolute in his desire to restore order and reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Eagerly, he pricked his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the pendant. After a short while, he observed the pendant's lack of response. Was it the method of recognizing a master through blood? Could it be that spiritual consciousness was required for refinement? Contemplating this, Qin Chuang immediately endeavored to concentrate, probing his spiritual awareness into the depths of the jade pendant. Initially, the pendant remained unresponsive, yet he persisted in his refinement. Gradually, the runes upon the pendant began to shimmer, emitting a faint glow. Within his sea of consciousness, a connection was forged between the pendant and himself, as if he had become its sovereign. Suddenly, a powerful suction enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a mysterious space. What? This was indeed a space, a miniature world, and now, this space had successfully acknowledged him as its master. As he surveyed his surroundings, he beheld an expansive vista suffused with a refreshing aura. Rivers and mountains were harmoniously arranged, enveloped in rich spiritual energy. To his astonishment, there was even spiritual energy present. This was splendid news, for it alleviated the vexation of being unable to cultivate at night due to the turbulent storms disrupting the spiritual flow. He could now practice within the valley during the day and retreat to this space at night for further cultivation. Overjoyed, he continued his exploration. Not far ahead, an ancient stone tablet stood tall, inscribed with 3 bold characters, Na, Chinko in space. How grandiose! Behind the tablet lay a level expanse of land overgrown with weeds, which, given its orderly appearance, likely served as a medicinal herb field in the past. Adjacent to the low hills stood a quaint wooden cottage. Hastening forward, he pushed the creaking door and stepped inside. The interior revealed a single, unobstructed room. Against the east wall, a jade bed was situated, while a simple writing desk and stool were positioned by the windows. The west wall was lined with shelves for storage. and at the center of the room stood a deep green alchemical furnace, half his height. Qin Chuang approached the desk slowly, where he found several books stacked neatly, alongside a complete set of writing materials and a few jade slips. His breath quickened. Surely, among these tomes lay the Tai Guanju. He picked up the top book to examine it. Comprehensive collection of spiritual herbs, which detailed various spiritual herbs and the treasures suitable for medicinal concoctions. The 5th chapter was dedicated to the Tai Guanju. This volume was indeed diverse, with meticulous records and illustrated explanations. Although it was not a cultivation method itself, it would prove useful in the future, so Qin Chuang set aside. He then picked up another book to peruse, complete compendium of formulas. Before placing it aside as well, he picked up the last book and opened records of rare beasts. Qin Chuang furrowed his brows, neatly arranging several volumes on the table. The original owner of this space must have been an alchemist. Yet, where were the cultivation techniques? His gaze fell upon a few jade slips. Could it be contained within? He reached out, grasped one jade slip, and pressed it against his forehead. A stream of light entered Qin Chuang's consciousness, and he was suddenly beset by a piercing headache. He hastily released the jade slip, gasping for breath, as it disintegrated into powder and scattered into the air. Moments latte. A surge of information unfolded in his mind. This was precisely the cultivation technique he sought, the Tai Guanju. Qin Chuang's heart swelled with joy as he began to study it meticulously. This technique was profound and intricate, emphasizing the harmony of yin and yang and the flow of vital energy. It was a terrestrial-level method that did not limit itself to any particular spiritual root. The energies of heaven and earth could all be harnessed for one's use. Even more thrilling was the realization that this technique had no upper limits to cultivation and could be utilized by anyone. Eagerly, Qin Chuang delved into the Tai Guanju. As time passed, he became immersed in the world of the technique, forgetting everything beyond its confines. After an indeterminate duration, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He had mastered the operational method of the Tai Guanju. He would need a few more days to disperse his energy and refine his understanding of this technique. For now, he had other matters to attend to. He swiftly exited the jade pendant space and returned to the cave. The golden-furred spirit monkey was still sleeping soundly nearby, intoxicated by the remnants of last night's revelry. Qin Chuang smiled faintly, amused by the creature's lack of vigilance, as he saw sunlight filtering through the trees and spilling into the cave entrance. He stepped out into the bright morning. The sky was clear and the breeze gentle. Daylight had arrived. The previous night's peril seemed like a dream. Who could have imagined that the storm valley transformed so drastically from day to night? With several agile leaps, he made his way to a grove of fruit trees, spotting stout, robust spirit juice trees laden with golden fruit. These were treats favored by all three of them, remnants of cherished memories from his past life. He hurriedly plucked one and, after a hasty wipe, relished its sweetness. Hey, another one has come? Qin Chuang turned abruptly at the sound, encountering a rugged man striding towards him. The man appeared middle-aged, clad in coarse linen garments, with a tall and sturdy frame, a broad nose, and a pair of keen, round eyes that sparkled with intensity, framed by a face adorned with a thick beard resembling steel needles. Upon recognizing the visitor, Qin Chuang's face lit up with surprise. Brother Shi. The newcomer was Shi Quan, a resident of the Storm Valley. He was not here as punishment. Rather, he was stationed at this location. After numerous failures in establishing his foundation and facing exclusion, he had despaired and accepted this post in the Storm Valley, intending to spend his remaining days in this conflict-free haven. In his past life, he had aided Qin Chuang significantly, being one of the few who treated him kindly after his punishment in the Storm Valley, alongside the golden-furred spirit monkey. Oh, you recognize me? Shi Quan approached with keen interest, observing Qin Chuang, and inquired. He was intrigued by the unexpectedly handsome youth clad in white before him. Qin Chuang felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that at this moment, Shi Quan did not recognize him. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Brother Shi, I am Qin Chuang, wrongfully punished due to someone else's machinations. I have had the honor of hearing about your exploits. Nodding, Qin Chuang took a juicy spirit fruit and bit into it nonchalantly, saying, My deeds are hardly commendable. Which wretches led you to this plight? With gritted teeth, Qin Chuang recounted the misdeeds of Qin Ezhou and Gao Huitian that had ensnared him. After sharing his tale, he turned to pluck another juicy spirit fruit to enjoy. Shi Quan, upon hearing this, became incensed. They are all scoundrels, including your fiancé. In his previous life, Qin Chuang had drawn this conclusion, and he stubbornly refused to believe otherwise. Brother Qin, since the events are still fresh and some evidence has yet to vanish completely, I intend to return stealthily to uncover the truth. Qin Chuang glanced at the restrictive ring around Qin Chuang's neck and scoffed. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Storm Valley, don't you? You came here specifically to wait for me, didn't you? Qin Chuang bowed deeply, sincerely stating, Indeed, while I seek to clear my name, I cannot exit the Storm Valley with this restrictive ring. I know you possess the means to unlock it. I humbly request your assistance, Brother Qin. Qin Chuang discarded the remnants of the fruit, clapped his hands, and declared, Since you have addressed me as brother, I shall assist you. However, you must strive to clarify your situation. We cannot allow those lowly scoundrels to revel in their triumph. With that, Qin Chuang formed a hand seal and pointed at the restrictive ring, exclaiming, Release. The ring around Qin Chuang's neck promptly came undone. He removed the ring and stored it in his pouch, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your aid. I shall now set out to investigate the evidence. Qin Chuang waved his hand dismissively, signaling no need for formality. He then retrieved a black robe from his storage pouch and tossed it to Qin Chuang. This will conceal your aura from cultivators below the gold core stage. Use it wisely. If you choose to resist, do so decisively. Qin Chuang caught the black robe, his heart swelling with warmth. Qin Chuang had always been righteous and gallant. Thank you, Brother Qin. If there is a chance in the future, I will be sure to repay your kindness. With that, Qin Chuang turned and departed. He employed a lightness technique, swiftly making his way to the back mountain of the sect. He took out the communication jade slips from his master and 4 senior sisters, crushing them to dust. The destruction of these slips was motivated by 2 reasons. First, to prevent any tracking or locating methods embedded within them. Second, to signify his resolve to sever ties. After some contemplation, he also located and destroyed the communication slips belonging to Qin Chuang and his father. Since he could not receive their affection or goodwill, and had instead suffered grievously at their hands, he was resolved that they would remain irreconcilable in this life. He cleared away the items he had taken for himself, thus mitigating potential dangers. Cloaked in black, he traversed the back mountain and arrived at the entrance control of the sect. Producing the sect's token, he scanned it over the array control, passing through with ease to the rear of the sect. The sky was still early. He did not act immediately but sought a secluded spot to rest. He patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall, fastening the sect token to his waist to avoid detection by the elder cultivators within. Following his memory, he made his way to the residence of Qin Chuang, quietly waiting near an ancient tree not far from the entrance. A night passed without incident. The next day, Qin Chuang emerged, brimming with energy, and Qin Chuang chose not to follow but to remain in place. He knew Qin Chuang all too well. After dying in his past life, his soul had been trapped within the jade of Qin Chuang's ring for over a century, trailing him day and night. He was aware that Qin Chuang had never faltered over the years, leading to his current arrogant demeanor. Qin Chuang believed there would eventually come a time when he would slip up. The day hastened by, and Qin Chuang subsisted on a few juicy spirit fruits to stave off hunger. In the evening, Qin Chuang returned, accompanied by a woman clad in red. The two chatting and laughing intimately. Qin Chuang's gaze narrowed. It was Zhou Hongling, his 3rd senior sister, known for her domineering and irascible nature, serving as an enforcer in the law hall. In his previous life, he had endured many beatings at her hands, and seeing her now brought an uncomfortable sensation. Strangely, Zhou Hongling was utterly compliant and eager to please Qin Chuang. He and T anticipated their closeness developing so swiftly. As the two approached, Qin Chuang instinctively held his breath. Chapter 6. Obtaining evidence and successfully reconstructing the cultivation method. Sister Zhou, there's no need for concern. My elder brother has already faced punishment. I believe he can amend his ways. As for me, I'll simply seek another spirit pet, Zhou Hongling said with a huff. Merely being punished to guard Storm Valley for 3 years is truly lenient for him. Rest assured, junior brother Zhou, I shall help you find a spirit beast. You will be thoroughly satisfied. All right, I have arrived. Sister Zhou, would you care to sit in the courtyard? Zhou Hongling's cheeks flushed slightly. No, I must return as well. Farewell. Qin Chuang watched her unsteady retreat with disdain, scoffing softly before turning to enter the courtyard. The following 3 days bore little fruit, yet Qin Chuang remained patient. One morning, Gao Huitan arrived early at Qin Chuang's door to wait. Upon opening the door, Qin Izhou was momentarily taken aback, but quickly greeted him warmly. Brother Huitan, are you here for something? I've spread the word about Qin Chuang's malicious act of killing your spirit pet. I intend to expose his vile character to all. Now the brothers within our sect abhor him. Qin Izhou felt immense satisfaction, though he masked it. I am grateful, Brother Huitan, for your efforts on my behalf. I owe you much, but I fear this may lead some to label you as a slanderer, potentially tarnishing your reputation. Gao Huitan showed no concern, instead smiling broadly. For he knew Qin Izhou was recognizing his contributions. Qin Chuang, characterized by his aloofness and arrogance, continually oppressed you, and I am determined to expose his despicable actions. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Qin Izhou gently cautioned, do not be overly ostentatious. After all, that golden winged bird was not truly killed by him. Gao Huitian, unperturbed and brimming with confidence, replied, Izhou, you need not worry. My imitation of the sonic wave attack that resulted in the demise of the golden winged bird will go unnoticed along his inevitable path. This accusation against him is as solid as iron. Does he still wish to clarify? It is utterly impossible for him to do so in this lifetime. Alas, it is a pity you cannot use this to dismantle his engagement with senior sister Lan. Ah, there is no rush. That vile scoundrel Qin Chuang is unworthy of senior sister Lan. Their dissolution of the engagement is merely a matter of time. The two shared another knowing smile before parting ways, each returning to their respective courtyards. Qin Chuang waited in silence for an hour, observing the deepening night and the absence of others. He weighed the recording stone in his hand before cautiously descending from the tree and disappearing into the darkness. He had recorded their conversation, and this time he would ensure that those who slandered him would face the appropriate repercussions. Upon returning to Storm Valley, he withstood the tempest to reach the rocky cave of the golden silk spirit monkey. By now, the monkey had sobered up and was overjoyed to see Qin Chuang return. It bounced towards him, its large, sparkling eyes gazing up at him as if asking, where have you been? I couldn't find you earlier. Qin Chuang reached out to stroke its golden, fluffy head, chuckling, I've been out taking care of some matters. By the way, my name is Qin Chuang. What is yours? The golden silk spirit monkey scratched its head, uncertain of its own name. Observing this, Qin Chuang patted its head again, a cunning smile crossing his face. Shall I give you a name? The monkey blinked its eyes, filled with anticipation as it looked at Qin Chuang. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Jin, Qin Chuang declared with a smile. Xiao Jin leaped with excitement, circling around Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang produced a bottle of spirit wine and offered it to Xiao Jin, who happily accepted and began to drink. In this life, let me be the one to protect you, Qin Chuang said, gazing at Xiao Jin with a flicker of determination in his eyes. He then stepped into a corner of the cave and entered the space of the jade pendant. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Qin Chuang recited the Tai return to origin technique once more. This time he could disperse his energy and begin anew. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and commenced the operation of the Tai return to origin technique. His body gradually relaxed, and his breath became steady. He allowed the spiritual energy within his dantian to dissipate, returning his body to its original state. Throughout this process of dispersing his energy, Qin Chuang experienced an unparalleled agony. It felt as though countless fine needles were piercing his flesh, with every inch of his skin enduring immense torment. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, for he understood that this was the necessary path to transcend his limitations. Finally, as his spiritual energy was completely depleted, his body became exceedingly weak. However, he did not pause. He continued to cultivate the Tai Guiyuan technique, embarking on a journey of retraining. As it was a revival of his practice, he effortlessly attuned himself to the celestial spiritual energy, smoothly drawing it into his body. He had now officially reached the stage of absorbing spiritual energy, circulating it throughout his meridians, and refining it into his dantian's qi si. The Tai Guiyuan technique was indeed formidable. The speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy was extraordinary, with each inhalation and exhalation drawing in 3 times the amount of energy compared to his previous methods. Once the spiritual energy was absorbed, Qin Chuang guided it through his meridians, clearing the acupoints according to the principles of the Tai Guiyuan technique. Not a trace of the refined spiritual energy was wasted. It all converged into the dantian, becoming part of his qi si. This method of cultivation proved exceptionally effective, exponentially increasing his progress. His body gradually acclimated to the new training approach, and the qi si in his dantian began to accumulate. His realm ascended significantly advancing through the stages of Qi refinement, first, second, and third levels. As Qin Chuang opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement danced within them. He had not anticipated that in a single night he would successfully complete his cultivation and return to the third level of Qi refinement. It was likely that reaching the sixth level, the same as before his revival, was merely a matter of time. Presumably, dawn was breaking outside. He swiftly exited the spatial realm. As expected, he encountered the drunken golden-furred spirit monkey, deeply slumbering. Qin Chuang smiled indulgently and turned to leave the rocky cave. Employing his light-footed technique, he swiftly made his way to the juicy spirit fruit orchard, where he found Shi Quan indulging in the fruits. Qin Chuang approached with a few quick strides, greeting him warmly. "Thank you, Brother Shi, for your assistance. I have accomplished my task." He then presented the black robe with both hands, continuing, "This success was largely due to your lending me this robe that conceals my presence. It now returns to its rightful owner." A fleeting look of surprise crossed Shi Quan's face as he waved his hand to stow the robe in his storage bag. Only then did he take a moment to truly observe Qin Chuang. Before him stood a tall youth with fair skin and gentle features, resembling a refined gentleman of serene disposition. Yet his eyes were deep and tranquil, reminiscent of a predator poised for the hunt, exuding a calm that felt deceptively placid. Shi Quan shook his head internally, dismissing it as mere illusion, and focused intently on Qin Chuang once more. Beneath his straight nose, his full lips curled slightly upward, adorned with a faint smile that alleviated any discomfort caused by his intense gaze. His hair was meticulously tied into a Taoist bun atop his head, and he wore a flowing white robe of soft, smooth fabric, cinched at the waist with a black belt that accentuated his upright stature, enhancing his amiable and courteous demeanor. Chapter 7. The Battle of Two and a Monkey against the Ironhide Savage Bull. Observing the composed, yet youthful figure before him, Shi Quan nodded. "You, my boy, are quite impressive. You possess the capability to achieve great things. Come, let us share a drink at my abode and converse further." In the rocky cave not far from the juicy spirit fruit orchard, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan sat across from each other at a stone table. "What? Do you intend to wait a year before revealing the truth?" After listening to Qin Chuang recount the general circumstances and hearing his plans, Shi Quan fixed him with a puzzled gaze. Qin Chuang filled Shi Quan's cup and hastily reassured him, "Brother Shi, do not be anxious. Allow me to explain. I have recently restructured my cultivation techniques, and my current ability is quite feeble. If I were to venture out recklessly, I might not even reach the public eye before falling victim to a lethal strike. Thus, I plan to endure a year of rigorous training here before making my exit." Only then did Shi Quan notice that Qin Chuang's cultivation had diminished from the sixth level of Qi refinement to the third. Realization dawned upon him. "I see, but you must endure this for a year." Qin Chuang waved his hand and, meeting Shi Quan's gaze with earnestness, inquired, "Brother Shi, do you consider strength to be of greater importance, or one's integrity?" Upon hearing this, Shi Quan paused, gripping his cup more firmly, his expression turning grave. He, having suffered greatly, was acutely aware of the truth. Without waiting for Shi Quan's response, Qin Chuang continued, "Without strength, you lack even the opportunity to voice the truth. Even if you did speak, those who listen would make choices not based on the facts, but on which side possesses greater power. Brother Shi, how can one argue without the foundation of strength? Who would care about the grievances of a mere nobody?" Shi Quan fell silent for a long moment. His lips pressed tightly together before downing his drink in one gulp. With a heavy thud, he set the cup down on the stone table, producing a sharp sound. After a while, he placed a hand on Qin Chuang's shoulder and said, "Little brother, you possess a wisdom beyond my years. Focus on your cultivation, and should there be anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask." "All right, brother, I toast to you," Qin Chuang replied, filling both their cups to the brim and offering one to Shi Quan. They drank deeply, and after setting down his cup, Shi Quan tore into a piece of beast meat, savoring the morsel. "You plan to emerge after a year. Do you believe your strength will return to what it was before your reformation in that time? Compared to your brother in the early stages of foundation building, you still have quite a distance to cover." Qin Chuang nodded. "I will strive to improve as much as possible, but I must emerge after a year." "Oh," Qin Chuang elaborated, "my dear brother, do not forget, the thunderous secret realm opens once every decade, and it will commence in a year. Regardless of my cultivation level at that time, I must participate in this event." Shi Quan clapped his hands heartily and laughed. "Excellent, excellent." The two of them were enjoying their drinks when suddenly, They felt the ground tremble beneath them. Quan dropped his cup and donned a pair of unknown red gloves. Blast it! Another high-level beast has crossed the boundary. Wait here. I shall investigate. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken large strides out of the rocky cave. I will accompany you, Qin Chuang said, rising to follow. Quan glanced back at him, giving a slight nod, and together they hurried toward the source of the tremors. Low-level beasts occasionally dashed past them in panic. Before long, they encountered a massive, terrifying iron-skinned bull rampaging through the area. Quan's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a deep voice. This ironhide bull is at least at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities and formidable offensive power, easily overpowering cultivators of the same realm. As both of us are in the Qi refinement stage, we face a daunting challenge. Qin Chuang fixed his intense gaze on the beast, his expression grave. Brother I will assist you with my heartbreaking roar. Do you have confidence? I will be splendid. Quan charged forward first, his hands clad in red gloves slicing through the air with tremendous force, generating a fierce gust of wind. The ironhide bull, sensing the impending attack, let out a furious roar and raised its colossal hoof to confront Quan. Quan deftly evaded the beast's strikes, continuously searching for an opening. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuang focused his energy in his dantian and unleashed the sound wave attack. Heartbreaking roar. Roar! The sonic wave struck the ironhide bull, momentarily freezing its movements. Quan seized this opportunity to launch a barrage of strikes, his fists raining down upon the bull like a tempest. Although the bull's defenses were extraordinarily robust, Quan's assault was relentless and powerful, inflicting significant injury. Yet, the pain awakened the bull's fury, and it retaliated with increased ferocity. Observing this, Qin Chuang unleashed heartbreaking roar once more, attempting to immobilize the bull again. However, the beast had grown wary, and the sound wave's impact was halved. Just as Quan exerted all his strength and began to falter in the relentless battle, a golden figure, half a person's height, leaped from the treetops. It was Xiao Jin. Qin Chuang was overjoyed, fully aware of this creature's combat prowess. The golden-furred spirit monkey nimbly leaped through the treetops and, like a streak of golden lightning, charged toward the ironhide bull. Sensing a new threat, the bull roared angrily and turned to attack Xiao Jin. The agile monkey darted between the bull's strikes, occasionally extending its claws to leave shallow scratches on the bull's hide. Seeing Xiao Jin join the fray invigorated Quan, who raised his gloved fists once more, coordinating his attacks alongside Xiao Jin against the bull. Qin Chuang remained vigilant, observing the battlefield while searching for the opportune moment to unleash heartbreaking roar again. When the bull's attention was drawn to Quan and Xiao Jin, Qin Chuang focused his energy in his dantian and unleashed heartbreaking roar with all his might. Roar! The powerful sound wave struck the bull again. This time, despite its defenses, the full force of Qin Chuang's attack caused a brief pause in its movements. Seizing the moment, Quan and Xiao Jin unleashed a fervent assault. Quan's fists struck the bull like hammers, while Xiao Jin leapt onto the bull's head, aiming its sharp claws at the creature's eyes. The bull roared in anguish. But under the relentless coordination of the trio, its resistance gradually waned. After an intense battle, the ironhide bull finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Quan and Qin Chuang stood beside the fallen beast, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin excitedly bounded around them, seemingly celebrating their hard-won victory. Quan gazed at Qin Chuang and the golden-haired monkey, a look of contentment gracing his face. Excellent. With the two of us and this monkey joining forces, the iron-skinned bull stands no chance. Qin Chuang nodded in agreement, a smile illuminating his features. Indeed, Brother Quan, your combat prowess alongside the golden-haired monkey is truly formidable. Quan chuckled heartily, turning to the golden-haired monkey. So, little monkey, have you been bestowed with a name? The golden-haired monkey affectionately nudged Qin Chuang with its head, exuberance radiating from its demeanor. Ah, it appears you are quite fond of the name Qin Chuang has given you. Henceforth, I shall also call you Little Jin. The monkey nodded vigorously, exclaiming in delight. You may not know, but I had many a tussle with this little rascal. The sect has a rule prohibiting beasts with cultivation above the 9th level of Qi refinement from trespassing into the Storm Valley. Yet, this little monkey possesses the early foundation level cultivation. Each time it bested me in battle, I thought to myself, perhaps it would be better to perish at its hands. After all, with no hope of foundation level cultivation, life seems futile, but each time it would pummel me, it would simply walk away. I was left with no choice. I could neither defeat it nor succumb. Thus, I allowed it to remain in the Storm Valley without reporting the matter to the Sect. Chapter 8. Achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement, returning to the Sect. After recounting this tale once more, Qin Chuang felt a deep sense of empathy and concurred with Shirquan's approach. Qin Chuang, I perceive that your offensive techniques are rather one-dimensional. Even if your cultivation improves, your combat effectiveness may falter. Why not train your physique alongside me? Without hesitation, Qin Chuang expressed his gratitude. In that case, I shall trouble Brother Shirquan. Not at all. From now on, come find me in the mornings, and we shall train for 2 hours each day. Thank you, Brother Shirquan. I shall remember this. The trio shared a moment of mirth, their spirits rejuvenated. Together, Qin Chuang and Shirquan set about processing the carcass of the iron-skinned bull. In the past, when little Jean and I defeated beasts together, it was customary for it to receive the inner core while I claimed the rest. Now, since the three of us have jointly vanquished this bull, I propose the following distribution. You may keep the meat as sustenance, alleviating your constant yearning for my juicy spirit fruit, and the hide shall also be yours. The remaining bones, horns, tendons, and essence shall be mine. What say you? With a flick of his hand, Qin Chuang stored large chunks of beef into his storage pouch. Brother Shirquan, little Jean, you both could have slain the bull without my assistance. I feel rather shameless accepting this meat, but as you mentioned, I am indeed in need of provisions. I shall forego the hide. Brother Shirquan, you may sell it. Shirquan wished to say more, but Qin Chuang interjected. If you feel any sense of obligation, just bring me a few bottles of wine. Shirquan readily agreed, tossing the inner core to the golden-haired monkey while gathering the remaining parts. After bidding farewell to Qin Chuang, he exited the Storm Valley. As a guardian of the area, he was not under penalty, enjoying the freedom of coming and going while receiving his Sect stipend. He intended to sell the materials from the iron skin bull at the market while they were still fresh, ensuring a higher price. Qin Chuang and the golden-haired spirit monkey returned to the rocky cave, where the monkey swallowed a core and nestled in a corner to recuperate. Qin Chuang, seated cross-legged, consumed a spirit-gathering pill and began his breathing exercises. As night fell, the surrounding spiritual energy became unstable due to the storm. After surveying his surroundings and finding no issues, he swiftly entered the space within his jade pendant. Rather than resuming his meditation immediately, he decided to explore the wooden cabin thoroughly, as many details had escaped his notice during his last hurried visit. Upon meticulous inspection, he discovered 3 remaining jade slips on the table, each containing profound secrets. One slip detailed a technique for the breath concealment art, which, once mastered, would allow him to conceal his presence from anyone 2 major realms below him. Another slip contained a lightning-based spell, Thunderbolt Execution, which, though a single technique, possessed formidable and overwhelming offensive power, serving as a trump card in battle. To his delight, he learned that even those lacking a mutated lightning root could cultivate this spell, provided they possessed both water and metal roots. However, it required the use of a blade, which meant he needed to find a suitable weapon. Conveniently, a fine sword was about to emerge in the thunderous secret realm. In his previous life, this thunderous blade had been acquired by Qin Izhou and had become a vital instrument in his ascent to higher realms. This time, the thunderous blade would be mine. The final jade slip contained a fire-based sword technique, Blazing Flame Slash, comprising 9 distinct sword moves. He carefully stored the 3 jade slips, devising a training plan for the upcoming year. 2 hours of body tempering during the day, 2 hours practicing the fire sword technique, and the remaining 4 hours of meditation. At night, he would enter the jade pendant space for further cultivation. As the seasons changed, a year passed in Qin Chuang's rigorous training. During this time, he faced high-level demon beasts whenever they crossed into his territory. Otherwise, he continued his disciplined practice. The spirit-gathering pills he had brought from the Sect were long consumed, but he managed to exchange demon beast materials with Shirquan several times to maintain his supply. With the aid of elixirs and formidable breathing techniques, Qin Chuang's cultivation reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, marking rapid progress. Each time Shirquan witnessed his advancement, he expressed his astonishment. Over the year, consuming demon meat and dedicating 2 hours daily to body tempering contributed to his considerable growth in both height and strength. His physique transformed from a lean figure into a robust and towering build. He had also mastered the 9 sword techniques of Blazing Flame Slash with remarkable proficiency. Gripping the low-tier artifact, the Xian Iron Sword, which Shirquan had brought for him, He glanced at Shi Quan and the golden-haired spirit monkey. I'm returning to the sect. Brother Shi, little Jean, take care, and I shall return. Shi Quan patted Qin Chuang on the shoulder, saying, Your recording stone has already been shown to Elder Wu from the law enforcement hall. Here is your release order, along with the recording stone. Be sure to keep it safe. Qin Chuang nodded, all right. Little Jean, and I will await your return. Wah. Qin Chuang bid farewell to Shi Quan and the golden silk monkey, employing a lightness technique to hastily return to the Wendazong. He did not immediately enter the sect, but instead headed to a nearby market, where he sold the remaining beast skins, bones, and horns from his storage bag, earning 240 spirit stones. Only then did he return to the sect, making his way directly to the Pill Peak. Sister Song, I am here to exchange for medicinal pills. Upon seeing Qin Chuang, Song Defy, who was preparing pills for the disciples, paused momentarily in surprise. Isn't this junior brother Qin Chuang? At that moment, numerous disciples in the pill hall turned their gazes towards Qin Chuang. He noticed their expressions were rife with disdain, derision, and skepticism. A cold smile crept across his heart as he realized that rumors spread by Gao Huitian had taken effect. Without further ado, he cast a recording stone into the air, infusing it with spirit energy, and with a flick of his finger, directed a stream of energy into the stone. The scene displayed a conversation between Qin Ezhou and Gao Huitian. Initially, the disciples were puzzled, but as the dialogue unfolded, revealing their self-incriminating confessions of plotting against him by killing the golden-winged bird, astonishment and disbelief washed over the crowd. Who would have thought Qin Ezhou, usually so refined and gentle, would act in such a manner? Indeed, he even claimed his brother intentionally killed his spirit beast. I used to pity him for having a malicious brother, but it turns out he is the vile one. Whispers filled the air, and some disciples stealthily took out their own recording stones to replicate the scene, seeing that he had achieved the desired effect. Qin Chuang stowed the recording stone away and clasped his fists together, addressing the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, if you have completed your exchanges, might I kindly request a spot at the counter? I must hasten to the central plaza to register for the secret realm. You go ahead, they urged. You must have endured much in the Storm Valley. With their encouragement, Qin Chuang confidently approached the counter, reflecting on the situation. It was no wonder Qin Ezhou often feigned the demeanor of a beleaguered spirit. It was indeed quite effective. Junior brother Qin Chuang, which pills do you wish to exchange for this time? He was asked. Placing the 240 spirit stones he had just acquired on the counter, he replied, Brother Song, I would like 10 bottles of revitalizing pills and the remainder in gathering chi pills. Certainly. After a brief incense stick-s time, Qin Chuang completed his exchanges and made his way to the central plaza. Chapter 9. Unashamed and Worthless. At this moment, the plaza was teeming with people, with a row of floating platforms at the center designated for recording the information of registrants, each attended by a steward. The thunderous secret realm opened once every decade, allowing a year for trials, controlled by several major powers in the vicinity, with exploration having matured significantly, as a large cohort entered every 10 years for trials. The interior was devoid of high-level beasts, resulting in a relatively low danger factor. Restrictions were also minimal. Anyone below the Golden Core stage could enter, and there had yet to be an upper limit on the number of entrants the secret realm could accommodate. Due to the absence of restrictions on entry, not only the prominent sects, but also the wandering cultivators in the vicinity were drawn to participate, organized by a free entity known as the Wanderers Alliance. Consequently, each time the secret realm opened, an abundance of individuals entered, posing a greater threat to Qin Chuang from fellow cultivators than from the beasts within the secret realm. While Qin Chuang pondered, those ahead of him had already completed their registrations. He hurriedly presented his Sect's token, but the red-clad attendant behind the platform did not lift her gaze, swiftly taking the token and placing it into the identification array of the floating platform. A flicker of light passed, and Qin Chuang's information appeared in the ledger, marked distinctly with the name Thunderclap. The red-clad attendant returned the token to Qin Chuang, instinctively calling out next. As she inadvertently glanced over Qin Chuang's information again, her head shot up in surprise. Qin Chuang, about to leave, halted his steps, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he turned slowly. Third senior sister, it is I. Zhou Hongling forcefully pushed aside the next individual in line, glaring furiously at Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang, are you not meant to be punished at Storm Valley? How dare you sneak out? You audaciously wish to enter the Thunderclap secret realm. Return at once to receive your punishment. Qin Chuang maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely responding, Pray tell. What is wrong with that? Zhou Hongling, incensed by Qin Chuang's nonchalant attitude, retorted loudly, "Why? Very well, since you seem to have no regard for your reputation. I shall recount your despicable deeds." Surveying the crowd, her warning was palpable. Those who had registered, and those yet to do so, gathered around. Even the elder overseeing the registration paused in his duties to observe. With unyielding composure, Qin Chuang declared, "I do not recall committing any despicable acts unless slanderous individuals have besmirched my name." Zhou Hongling, upon hearing this, laughed in anger. "A year ago, out of jealousy for junior brother Ezhou's favor with the sect leader, you killed his contracted spirit beast, the golden-winged bird, and were punished to guard Storm Valley for 3 years. Less than a year has passed, and here you are. Do you hold the sect's rules in such contempt?" The crowd began to murmur quietly among themselves. "So, he is Qin Chuang, the 5th disciple of Miaoyan Peak. How shameless! Even after his punishment, he dares to show his face. Indeed, I heard he is also junior brother Ezhou's brother. How can he compare to him? Have you not heard that each dragon offspring is unique?" As the remarks grew increasingly disparaging, Zhou Hongling raised her chin, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Chuang. Her expression, "One of this is your own doing." At that moment, Qin Chuang broke his silence, his previously restrained gaze now glimmering with intensity. He suddenly lifted his head, surveyed the crowd, and proclaimed, "Everyone listen to me." Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. He summoned the spiritual energy to empower his voice, simultaneously grounding his breath in his dantian. In an instant, his resounding voice echoed throughout the sect. "Esteemed fellow disciples, I did not abscond without permission. I possess a release order granted by the law enforcement hall." With that, he elevated the release order using spiritual energy, ensuring all present could see it. He continued, "Why did the law enforcement hall issue me a release order? Naturally, there's a reason. Without further ado, behold the recording stone." As he lifted the recording stone into the air, he activated it with his spiritual energy, even magnifying the image for clarity, so that those several miles away could discern it. The scene vividly displayed the dialogue between Gao Huitian and Qin Ezhou, wherein they conspired to frame Qin Chuang by self-destructing the golden-winged bird. The two exchanged knowing smiles, with Qin Ezhou whispering, "We must not be too ostentatious after all. The golden-winged bird was not truly killed by him." Gao Huitian, brimming with confidence, replied, "Ezhou, fret not. My mimicry of the sound wave attack will leave no witnesses to his guilt. This accusation against him is as solid as iron. He will never clear his name in this lifetime. It is merely unfortunate that you cannot use this to sever his engagement with senior sister Lan. Alas, this matter can wait. That despicable Qin Chuang is unworthy of senior sister Lan, and their engagement will inevitably be dissolved." Zhou Hongling watched the scene unfolding on the recording stone, her expression shifting tumultuously. She attempted several times to intervene and halt the projection, but the surrounding crowd subtly obstructed her efforts. Gritting her teeth, she felt a mix of reluctance and helplessness as the recording continued to replay the incriminating conversation. As the images repeated, the murmurs around her grew increasingly fervent, transforming the onlookers' gazes towards Qin Chuang from disdain to sympathy, and then from sympathy to outrage, with their ire directed at Qin Ezhou and Gao Huitian. What a despicable act by Qin Ezhou to betray his own brother so heinously. I previously thought him genteel, only to discover he is a hypocrite. Gao Huitian is no better, conspiring alongside him as a sycophant. Observing the crowd's reaction, Qin Chuang felt a sense of satisfaction, though it was not yet enough. He sought to nail Qin Ezhou and Lan Bingyan to the pillar of shame. With a firm gesture and a deliberate cough, he proclaimed, "Qin Ezhou, as my own brother, has persistently marginalized and plotted against me, his elder. He has devised schemes to entrap our blood relatives, disseminated falsehoods to tarnish my reputation, and shamelessly coveted my future sister-in-law, engaging in clandestine liaisons. He is more base than a pig or dog, unworthy of brotherhood, unworthy of kinship, unworthy of humanity." His words reverberated through the assembly, inciting a cacophony of astonishment. Well said. Who would have thought Qin Ezhou could be such a person? It is truly a case of knowing the face but not the heart. Brother Qin Chuang is most unfortunate, ensnared by his own brother's machinations. Amidst the clamor, he retracted the recording stone and release order, casting a scornful glance at Zhou Hongling. "Senior sister, now that the truth has emerged, may I partake in the thunderous secret realm?" Zhou Hongling's face turned pale as she shot a fierce glare at Qin Chuang, yet found herself unable to refute him. At that moment, The elder of the law enforcement hall spoke slowly. Since Qin Chuang possesses the release order from the law enforcement hall and has proven his innocence, he shall indeed be permitted to enter the thunderous secret realm. Qin Chuang respectfully bowed towards Elder Yang of the law enforcement hall, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Yang. Chapter 10. Disgraced and expelled from the sect. Elder Yang nodded slightly and continued. The facts of Gao Huatian's scheming against Qin Chuang are evident. In accordance with the second article, first clause of our sect's regulations, which prohibits harm to fellow disciples and disruption of unity within the sect, we shall expel Gao Huitian from the sect, revoke his cultivation, and banish him forthwith. As for the punishment of the direct disciple of the main peak, Qin Ezhou, that will be determined by the sect leader. Upon hearing Elder Yang's conclusion, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Excellent. Such treachery deserves this fate. At that moment, Qin Ezhou, Gao Huitian, and Lan Bingyan rushed over, their expressions as grim as if they were mourning a loss. It was evident that Lan Bingyan and Qin Ezhou had overheard Qin Chuang's audacious remarks regarding his desire for his future sister-in-law, which fueled her fury. Her eyes blazed with anger and resentment, fixating on Qin Chuang as if she wished to flay him alive, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld her. Trembling with rage, her fists clenched tightly, she glared at Qin Chuang, seemingly poised to attack at any moment. Gao Huitian, in a state of panic, collapsed to the ground. His face ashen as he muttered, it's over, it's over. Who can save me? Ezhou, you must save me. As a common inner sect disciple without a master, he had once believed that by currying favor with the sect leader's direct disciple, his path of cultivation would be smooth and unimpeded. Little did he anticipate that he would be cast out of the sect. Unbeknownst to him, in his previous life, he had followed Qin Ezhou like a dog, basking in glory for decades. However, when Qin Ezhou became a leading figure in the continent, he had intended to eliminate him before venturing to the Central Spirit Emperor Prefecture, obliterating his very soul. Returning to the present, Qin Chuang noticed that someone in the crowd had recognized Gao Huitian. Elder Yang of the law enforcement hall wasted no time and forcibly conducted a soul search on him. Moments later, he discarded the trembling Gao Huitian and pointed his fingers directly at his dantian. With a resounding thud, Gao Huitian fell unconscious from the pain. Elder Yang waved his hand, hurling him several miles away from the sect. His gaze then fell upon Qin Ezhou, his eyes filled with profound meaning. Qin Ezhou felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang watched the unfolding drama with a sense of satisfaction, inwardly remarking, Qin Ezhou, now you shall experience the bitter taste of being the target of public scorn, a mere beginning of your trials. After a long pause, Elder Yang withdrew his gaze and tossed a storage bag to Qin Chuang, speaking gently, you have been wronged by treachery and unjustly punished for a year. This is our compensation from the law enforcement hall for you. Please, see if it meets your satisfaction. Additionally, you may collect your monthly stipend for the past year from the affairs hall. Qin Chuang swiftly examined the contents of the storage pouch and discovered 3,000 spirit stones within, causing his breath to quicken. He hastily stored the pouch away and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. I am profoundly grateful, Elder Yang, for clearing my name. With such compensation, how could I possibly harbor any discontent? Elder Yang nodded. Very well, you may disperse. Those who have registered should return and prepare. We shall gather here 3 days hence to depart together. Those who have not registered may continue. Wait, a resonant voice echoed from the summit. And before the words had fully resonated, a dignified middle-aged man, clad in elegant attire adorned with subtle patterns, descended gracefully. His demeanor was calm and imposing, commanding respect. Upon seeing him, the crowd bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the sect master. There is no need for such formalities. Sect master Feng Zhenghao gestured gently, using his soft spiritual energy to lift the crowd. I have witnessed the events unfold. My third disciple, Qin Ezhou, has erred, and as his master, it is my duty to impose punishment. He paused, casting a glance at the downcast Qin Ezhou, and in a cold tone he asked, Ezhou, are you aware of your mistake? Qin Ezhou quickly bowed low. Disciple acknowledges his fault and beseeches master to impose punishment. Feng Zhenghao let out a cold snort, disregarding Qin Ezhou's plea, and turned his gaze to Qin Chuang. Fortunately, no severe consequences have ensued, considering your shared bloodline. Shall we be lenient with him? What say you? Qin Chuang? Inwardly, Qin Chuang scoffed at the necessity of his approval. With the sect master having spoken, what could he possibly add? although he felt a swell of discontent. He dared not reveal it in the presence of such a formidable figure as the perfected Golden Core Sect master. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. The fact that they had managed to expel Gao Hui and clear his own name was a significant achievement. Compared to his previous life, where he suffered grievously in the Storm Valley, this was indeed a step towards a brighter future. Patience. I shall deal with Qin Chuang in due course. His thoughts raced in an instant as he stepped forward, bowed, and spoke slowly. I leave his fate in the hands of the sect master. Fang Jinghao smiled faintly. Very well. Let his monthly stipend of 400 spirit stones be deducted for 1 year, and I will additionally provide you with a high-grade superior artifact. Once Ezhou emerges from the thunderous secret realm, he shall be confined for 1 year. With a wave of his hand, 5 various high-grade superior artifacts floated before Qin Chuang. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Fang Jinghao chuckled. Choose one. Qin Chuang clasped his hands in gratitude before beginning his selection. With a jade pendant for storage, he first dismissed a large-capacity storage bracelet. Since he wielded a blade, he opted against a sword, eliminating a high-grade superior snakescale sword. Among the remaining options were 2 sound-based artifacts, a flute and an ancient zither. The sect master, demonstrating keen insight, had thoughtfully presented 2 high-grade superior sound attack artifacts. Knowing Qin Chuang's proficiency in sound cultivation, it is somewhat amusing that he has spent 12 years at Miaoyin Peak without acquiring a single sound-related artifact. However, he has already modified his cultivation technique, rendering sound-based attacks merely auxiliary in nature. Thus, he does not intend to select either of those options. What remains is a set of attire that causes Qin Chuang's pupils to constrict sharply. The Heavenly Silkworm attire boasts formidable defense, impervious to both water and fire, capable of withstanding the most potent attacks during the Foundation establishment stage up to 3 times and lesser assaults between 500 to 1,000 times. The most convenient aspect of this attire is that, upon refining and recognizing its master, its size and color can change at the mere thought of the wearer. Beneath the Heavenly Silkworm attire lies a pair of golden silk light cloud boots, which can enhance one's speed of movement. Qin Chuang's significant reaction is rooted in the fact that in his previous life, this very ensemble belonged to Qin Ezhou, who had utilized the Heavenly Silkworm attire to fend off numerous life-threatening assaults. It seems that, had today's events not transpired, the sect leader would have likely bestowed this set upon Qin Ezhou before his expedition into the thunderous secret realm. However, as of now, it rightfully belongs to me. Heh heh heh. Qin Chuang raised his hand to gather the Heavenly Silkworm attire and the golden silk light cloud boots into his possession, stowing them away in his storage pouch. Thank you, sect leader. I have made my selection. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Ezhou, whose eyes were red with anger, and his heart felt a measure of satisfaction. Fang Jinghao also noticed Qin Ezhou's loss of composure, and with a barely perceptible frown, he turned back, cheerfully handing Qin Chuang a packet of spirit stones, stating, "Here, this is my advance payment for the spirit stones confiscated from Ezhou. Accept it, and with this matter settled, you may return to your duties. I must take this wayward disciple back for a lecture." Chapter 11. From now on, men marry women, each to their own. Qin Chuang stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Sect leader, please hold on. I have an ungracious request." The sect leader turned to regard Qin Chuang, his expression still amiable. "Oh, pray tell." At this moment, the surrounding disciples could not help but murmur amongst themselves. He is becoming quite audacious. Indeed, the compensation given to Qin Chuang is already substantial. Greed knows no bounds. Qin Chuang paid no heed to the whispers, maintaining his respectful posture as he slowly spoke. "Sect leader, punishing the wrongdoer is not the ultimate goal. Rather, it is to deter him from repeating his mistakes and to instill fear in others who might entertain similar thoughts." Fang Jinghao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Qin Chuang continued, "Therefore, I request that Qin Ezhou take an oath before the heavens, declaring that he shall no longer spread rumors about me, nor employ any means to defame me. Otherwise, may all his wishes come to naught, and may he perish." Hiss! In an instant, the assembly fell silent as a graveyard. Most within the crowd were likely unsettled. Some felt that Qin Chuang's demands were just, while upon further reflection, they recognized his ruthlessness. Of course, a majority felt a sense of vindication. After all, it was merely an oath. Those without malicious intent would have no reason to fear the repercussions of breaking their word. Fang Jinghao narrowed his eyes. fixed his gaze on Qin Chuang for a moment before turning to Qin Ezhou, and spoke in a solemn tone. Ezhou, do you hear? What Qin Chuang proposes bears reason. You should comply with his request, and take an oath before the heavens. Qin Ezhou's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, and his body trembled slightly. A tumult of resentment and fury surged within him. Yet he found himself compelled to submit beneath the imposing authority of the sect leader. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, a flicker of fierce determination glinting in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. I, disciple Qin Ezhou, vow before the heavens that I shall no longer spread rumors about Qin Chuang, nor will I employ any means to defame him. Otherwise, all my wishes shall be in vain, and I shall meet my demise. His voice was somewhat hoarse, laden with a sense of helplessness. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, signifying the heavens' acknowledgement of his vow. A profound reverence inexplicably arose within the hearts of those present. Upon witnessing Qin Ezhou's expression of unwillingness and frustration, a wave of inexplicable delight surged within Qin Chuang. He understood that while this oath might temporarily deter Qin Ezhou from acting against him, it would not extinguish the latter's malicious intent. It afforded Qin Chuang the opportunity for growth, for at least on the surface, he could no longer recklessly disseminate slander as he had in a previous life. Fang Zhenghao observed the scene with an impassive expression. After a prolonged silence, he nodded and declared, "Very well, this matter is settled. You may all disperse and prepare for the impending journey to the thunderous secret realm." With that, Fang Zhenghao departed with Qin Ezhou, who followed him into the air. The other disciples gradually dispersed, yet the murmurs of discussion persisted for some time. Standing alone, Qin Chuang gazed in the direction where the sect leader and Qin Ezhou had vanished, silently vowing, in this lifetime, he would alter his destiny and ensure that Qin Ezhou paid dearly for his past misdeeds. It was time to settle accounts with that person. Turning away, he found himself face to face with Lan Bingyan, who was weaving through the crowd towards him, the surrounding disciples parting to make way. She came to a halt before Qin Chuang, her gaze complex as she regarded him. Compared to the previous year, Qin Chuang had not only grown taller, but also more robust. His once slender frame had transformed into one of strength, shedding youthful naivety for a more masculine presence. The current Qin Chuang took her somewhat by surprise. His resolute gaze and steady demeanor radiated confidence and determination. Regaining her composure, Lan Bingyan spoke softly. "I never imagined that you were innocent in that matter. Since you have been wronged, what compensation do you seek?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang inwardly scoffed. Lan Bingyan remained as unyielding as ever. Did she truly believe that her acceptance of compensation from the elders of the law enforcement hall and the sect leader would suffice for him? How laughable! The suffering they had inflicted upon him could hardly be compensated by her. With an expression devoid of emotion, he replied coolly, "There is no need for compensation. Senior sister, do you recall what you said a year ago? If one day it can be proven that Qin Ezhou's spirit pet, the golden winged bird, was not slain by me, our engagement shall be rendered null and void." Lan Bingyan's countenance shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Qin Chuang would bring up such a matter in front of an audience. "Qin Chuang, do not resort to such extreme measures to gain my attention. It is quite unbecoming." With that, she cast him a look of disdain. "What? Does senior sister wish to renege on her promise?" Qin Chuang, unwilling to engage in this futile discussion, promptly redirected the conversation. Lan Bingyan gritted her teeth and said, "I naturally will not renege on my word. However what?" Qin Chuang inquired, his brow furrowing. "However, this betrothal was established by my master and your father in years past, and I lack the authority to annul it. Once my master emerges from seclusion, I shall duly convey my intentions to him and seek to dissolve the engagement," Lan Bingyan replied. Qin Chuang let out a cold laugh, remarking, "That is merely a formality. The engagement concerns only you and me. Since neither of us harbors such intentions, let us seize this opportunity to bear witness. I, Qin Chuang, hereby dissolve the engagement with Lan Bingyan, and from this moment forth, let us part ways, free to pursue our own destinies." With that, he produced the marriage contract and ignited it with a flicker of flame, reducing it to ashes. He then gazed at the stunned Lan Bingyan with an unwavering demeanor. "Elder sister, you should also destroy your copy." Lan Bingyan turned her head stiffly, disbelief etched across her face. She had never imagined Qin Chuang would take such a decisive step. Having grown up with him since he arrived at Miaoyin Peak at the age of 4, it was she who guided him through his cultivation and stood by him in the absence of their master. She had never contemplated that Qin Chuang would sever their engagement. Was it truly because I have grown closer to Izhou and, in a moment of doubt, did not steadfastly trust you that you would disregard our more than a decade of camaraderie? Do we truly have to part ways? Qin Chuang observed the wounded expression on Lan Bingyan's face, yet his heart remained unperturbed. While others might feel compassion for their betrothed's sorrow or be moved by their heartfelt confessions, he, Qin Chuang, felt none of that. In his previous life, he had empathized with Lan Bingyan's distress and been captivated by her revelations, enduring her capricious affections, only to ultimately be betrayed by the one he had invested the most in. Although he met his demise at the hands of Qin Izhou, the person he loathed the most was Lan Bingyan. He had devoted himself to her, even defending her when she falsely accused him of colluding with evil practitioners, leading to his expulsion from the sect. He had believed her to be misled by Qin Izhou, and thus he had excused her actions. Reflecting on his past life now seemed both absurd and tragic, as though he had been ensnared by some sinister enchantment that clouded his judgment. Suddenly, a realization struck Qin Chuang, and he fixed his gaze intently upon Lan Bingyan. Could it be? Lan Bingyan felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze. Qin Chuang quickly averted his eyes, regaining his composure. The priority now was to sever all ties with this woman. Elder sister, let us refrain from any further futile discourse. It is no longer pertinent. From the moment you chose to doubt me, our connection has reached its conclusion. Your distrust in my character has rendered any further association untenable. Therefore, do destroy the marriage contract decisively, and let us not linger in ambiguity. Chapter 12. A heart that cannot be warmed is better left behind. Lan Bingyan's expression darkened significantly. She bit her lip, her eyes flashing with anger, feeling utterly humiliated. Very well, Qin Chuang, do not come to regret this. With that, she produced the marriage contract, summoned a flame, and watched as their engagement was reduced to ashes. As Qin Chuang observed her actions, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. He felt an unprecedented lightness envelop him, as if some shackles were shattering. Clarity surged through his consciousness, and the spiritual energy within his dantian surged, hinting at a potential breakthrough. He needed to prepare for this breakthrough swiftly, aiming to solidify his foundation before departure. From henceforth, there would be no entanglement between us. After leaving those words, Qin Chuang turned and departed, leaving Lan Bingyan standing in a daze. The surrounding disciples murmured amongst themselves, utterly astonished by this dramatic turn of events. After walking a considerable distance, Qin Chuang glanced back at Miaoying Peak. Instead of returning, he made his way to the affairs hall to collect his annual salary of 1,200 spirit stones. With the 3,000 stones compensated by the law enforcement hall, coupled with the 2,400 stones deducted from Qin Izhou's annual salary, and the 1,200 stones he had just received, he now possessed a total of 6,600 spirit stones. Ha ha ha! For the first time, he felt such wealth. Just as he joyfully approached the alchemy peak, a figure clad in red suddenly appeared to obstruct his path. This obstruction came from his fiery-tempered third senior sister, Zhou Hongling, who served as an attendant in the law enforcement hall. In a previous life, Zhou Hongling had relentlessly beaten him for Qin Izhou, and despite his efforts to appease her, he could never match the power of Qin Izhou's words. In this life, Qin Chuang resolved not to engage in such futile endeavors. If he could not win her favor, there was no need to acknowledge her. He attempted to circumvent Zhou Hongling, but she seized him firmly. Qin Chuang, how dare you insult the senior sister? To seek attention from her, you resort to threatening her with the dissolution of your engagement. How shameless. Qin Chuang's previously impatient expression darkened entirely. That is a matter between Lan Bingyan and me. It concerns you not. Of course it concerns me. You must apologize to the senior sister, sincerely beg for her forgiveness, and implore her not to approach the master to annul the engagement. How ridiculous! Do you truly not comprehend, or are you merely pretending? The engagement is between Lan Bingyan and me. It has nothing to do with you or the master. The master is merely a witness. The dissolution of the engagement is already a fact. Speaking with the master is merely a formality. There is nothing to discuss with you. You. Zhou Hongling's chest heaved with indignation. Well then, Qin Chuang, you have grown bold, daring to speak to me in such a manner. A cold smile played upon Qin Chuang's lips. What? Do you still wish to strike me? You think yourself triumphant, don't you? Unfortunately, I shall no longer allow you to do so. With that, Qin Chuang took another step forward, completely disregarding Zhou Hongling's obstruction. How absurd! Now that I have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, I fear not Zhou Hongling, who is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, the technique I employ conceals my true cultivation level, presenting an appearance of merely being at the 6th level. Stop right there, Zhou Hongling bellowed, extending her hand toward Qin Chuang. Yet, he merely sidestepped her grasp with a slight shift of his body. I have matters to attend to. I have no time to waste with you, Qin Chuang stated coolly. Zhou Hongling swiftly intercepted Qin Chuang once more, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Her voice laced with indignation. Qin Chuang, bring me that set of defensive gear. Zhou Hongling, that was a compensation from the sect leader to me. Are you so fixated on my belongings? Qin Chuang retorted, astonished by her audacity. Was she truly addicted to taking his possessions? Seeing Qin Chuang refuse to comply, Zhou Hongling summoned a crimson waist drum, brandishing it menacingly, ready to engage in combat. That was originally intended for Yi Zhou by the sect leader. Yet you acquired it through despicable means. Moreover, it was Gao Huitian who wronged you, and he has already faced his comeuppance. Why do you continue to hold on to Yi Zhou? Now hand it over. I shall return it to Yi Zhou. Otherwise, do not blame me for striking you. Qin Chuang had previously been baffled as to why he could never please the third sister, while she seemed utterly compliant to Qin Yi Zhou. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Zhou Hongling harbored feelings for Qin Yi Zhou. At that moment, Zhou Hongling began to strike with the waist drum, and Qin Chuang's demeanor hardened as he dodged her assault. With a sardonic laugh, he remarked, "The waist drum you wield is a gift from me. Yet now it is turned against me. How utterly laughable! Must you now even seize the tokens of affection meant for your beloved from me?" Zhou Hongling's brows furrowed in fury, her aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement erupting with ferocity, her attacks growing increasingly fierce. Qin Chuang's expression turned icy. It was clear that Zhou Hongling no longer valued his life. He had concealed his true prowess, presenting himself as merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Yet Zhou Hongling was employing her full strength against him. How tragic it was that in his past life, he had been blind to her complete disregard for him. Was he truly so foolish as to cling to unrealistic hopes? With a sigh, he acknowledged the terrifying nature of habit. He had to rid himself of the yearning for affection. Resolving this, Qin Chuang ceased to hold back. He combined his formidable physique with his mastery of Qi refinement to retaliate. His eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he leaned forward, muscles taut, then propelled his right foot like a cannonball, delivering a powerful kick to Zhou Hongling's abdomen. This strike embodied the pinnacle of his Qi refinement and his formidable strength. Zhou Hongling's eyes widened in shock as she attempted to evade, but it was too late. Qin Chuang's kick struck her at lightning speed, producing a dull thud as her body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, the waist drum slipping from her grasp. Qin Chuang picked up the drum and shattered it with a decisive blow. If you cannot warm a cold heart, then it is better left behind. He cast the debris at Zhou Hongling's face before turning away to leave. Lying on the ground, Zhou Hongling was engulfed in disbelief and fury. She had never anticipated that the once timid Qin Chuang, whom she had bullied, now possessed such formidable strength. The abdominal pain rendered her momentarily unable to rise. As she gazed helplessly at the retreating figure of Qin Chuang, a tumult of complex emotions surging within her. Unfazed, Qin Chuang strode toward Danfeng, his heart devoid of any turbulence. He understood that, from this moment forth, he would bid farewell to his past self entirely. He was determined to tread resolutely along the path of cultivation, no longer squandering time and energy on those unworthy of his regard. Upon reaching the Dan pharmacy of Danfeng, he found the disciples had already dispersed, leaving the hall desolate save for one or two still engaged in exchanging elixirs. Qin Chuang made his way directly to the counter where Song Dafa was stationed. "Brother Song, I wish to exchange for some elixirs," he stated. Upon seeing Qin Chuang, Song Dafa could not help but offer a word of caution. Qin Chuang, I've heard about the incident in the square. Well, it might be a blessing in disguise, but do exercise caution. Your brother and several of the senior sisters are not easily dealt with." "Understood. Thank you for the reminder." "Brother Song," Qin Chuang replied, his heart warmed by such heartfelt words amidst the anguish of the sect. In his previous life, he had squandered his contribution points and spiritual stones to appease figures like Lan Bingyan, leaving little to acquire elixirs for himself during his visits to Danfeng. Chapter 13. Eradicate the Roots, Eliminate Gao Huitian. Regrettably, he had missed the opportunity to befriend the kind and gentle Song Dafa. Waving his hand dismissively, Song Dafa remarked, It's for the best, I suppose. Let us not dwell on that. What elixirs would you like to exchange? Qin Chuang handed over a storage bag containing 600 spiritual stones, 2 foundation establishment pills, 10 bottles of rejuvenation pills, 10 bottles of valley-breaking pills, 40 bottles of gathering spirit pills, 50 bottles of chi replenishing pills, and a remainder for true essence pills. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Song Dafa's face as he accepted the stones and turned to gather the elixirs in silence. Moments later, he returned with the elixirs packed into a storage bag, presenting it to Qin Chuang. 2 foundation establishment pills for 4,000 spiritual stones, 10 bottles of rejuvenation pills for 100, 10 bottles of valley-breaking pills for 30, 40 bottles of gathering spirit pills for 400, 50 bottles of chi replenishing pills for 250. The remaining 820 spiritual stones will procure 36 bottles of true essence pills, leaving you with an excess of 20 spiritual stones. Please verify, Brother Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang accepted the storage bag, probing with a spiritual sense to quickly ascertain the accuracy. The quantity is correct. Brother Song, you may continue with your duties. I shall take my leave. Executing a lightness technique, Qin Chuang swiftly exited the sect, expanding his spiritual sense to search within a 10-mile radius. An hour later, he encountered Gao Huitian not far from the Windazong, who was staggering towards Lan City, the nearest town to the sect, seemingly seeking recuperation there. However, Qin Chuang would not permit this. Eradicate the roots, lest they sprout anew. The eradication of evil must be thorough. With a leap, Qin Chuang positioned himself before Gao Huitian, who was startled by this sudden appearance, his face betraying fear. What do you want? Gao Huitian stammered, his expression one of terror as Qin Chuang's gaze turned icy, his grip tightening around the long blade in his hand. In a moment of heated confrontation, Gao Huitian, trembling yet audacious, accused Qin Chuang of plotting against him, declaring that today would mark his demise. Do you intend to kill me? Though my family is not of noble lineage, we have a foundation-building cultivator among us. Eliminating a mere 6th-layer chi practitioner like you should pose no challenge. If you take my life, my father will undoubtedly seek vengeance, he proclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. With a cold snort, Qin Chuang retorted, Your father? I shall send him to join you. And without further ado, he swung his blade at Gao Huitian. Acknowledging the inevitability of his fate, despair flickered in Gao Huitian's eyes. Qin Chuang, I beseech you, spare me. My Dantian is ruined. I am but a broken man, no longer a threat to you. I can divulge the secrets of Qin Ezhou and relinquish all my spiritual stones and magical artifacts to you. I implore you to show mercy and spare my wretched life. To hell with you. Where was your compassion when you tormented me? It is time for you to perish. Qin Chuang remained unmoved, once again raising his weapon. With a swift stroke, the sharp edge of his blade severed Gao Huitian's head from his body. As he gazed at the lifeless form on the ground, his heart remained untroubled. He understood that one must show no leniency towards such despicable individuals. Having dealt with Gao Huitian, Qin Chuang seized his storage bag, incinerating it into ashes before turning to depart. Upon returning to Storm Valley, he hurried to Shirquan's residence. Brother Shir, I am back. Shirquan, upon hearing his call, rushed out to greet him. Qin Chuang, how did it go? Were you successful in your endeavor? Indeed, I succeeded, and I have avenged myself most satisfactorily. Qin Chuang replied with a triumphant laugh, briefly recounting the events to Shirquan. Upon hearing the tale, Shirquan erupted into joyous laughter, repeatedly exclaiming, Well done, my boy. Excellent work. Yet, soon after, tears began to stream down his face. The towering figure, standing at 8 feet tall, oscillated between laughter and tears, exclaiming, Yes, yes, yes. It should be this way. It was meant to be. Qin Chuang, with misty eyes, empathized with Shirquan's grievances, understanding his pain completely. He enveloped Shirquan in a warm embrace. Ah, woe is me. You speak the truth. Let them suffer. Once their emotions settled, Qin Chuang and Shirquan resolved to seize the 3 days before their expedition to the secret realm to break through to the foundation-building stage. Very well. You have surpassed me, my friend. Rest assured, I shall keep watch while you enter seclusion, Shirquan assured him. After parting ways, Qin Chuang made his way to the rocky cave of Little Jin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Hongling struggled to rise from the ground, clutching her abdomen, her eyes brimming with resentment. She silently vowed to ensure that Qin Chuang would pay dearly for his actions. The following morning, Qin Chuang emerged from the jade pendant space. Having spent the night refining his body to peak condition, ready to confront his bottleneck and attempt to reach the foundation building stage, he entrusted little Jean with his protection. Little Jean, with its fluffy paw scratching its fuzzy face, looked steadfastly at Qin Chuang, nodding in agreement. With an air of determination, it nestled at the cave entrance, standing guard like a vigilant sentinel. As Qin Chuangfu consumed the foundational elixir, he settled into a meditative posture, clearing his mind and immersing his consciousness entirely within himself. The potion's potency gradually unfurled within him, akin to a gentle stream warming his meridians. Guiding this medicinal force, Qin Chuangfu directed it toward his dantian. Within the dantian, spiritual energy surged like a vortex, compressing and refining incessantly. He could sense subtle transformations occurring within his body, each cell rejoicing in exuberance. As time progressed, the process of foundation building grew increasingly arduous. The impact of the elixir caused his body to tremble slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, steadfastly maintaining his focus. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his garments. The vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian spun faster and faster, and gradually, a solid core of energy began to take shape. Qin Chuangfu recognized that this was the key to his success. He concentrated fully on guiding the energy, reinforcing this core with unwavering determination. At last, after enduring a lengthy ordeal, the core of spiritual energy was fully formed. This marked the foundation of his path. A powerful aura radiated from Qin Chuangfu, signifying his successful establishment of a foundation. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. He felt the surge of newfound strength within him, his heart swelling with confidence. At that moment, little Jean joyfully scampered over, circling around Qin Chuangfu in delight. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he noticed the darkening clouds outside, crackling with thunder and lightning. Alarmed, he realized the impending thunder tribulation loomed. Hastily donning his celestial silkworm garb, he raced outside, stopping in a relatively open area. Standing in the expanse, he gazed up at the roiling clouds above, where lightning danced ominously, poised to strike. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure, recalling his previous experience with the thunder tribulation, reassuring himself that he could endure it once more. The first bolt of the tribulation soon descended, a thick streak of lightning crashing down like a silver serpent. Qin Chuangfu's gaze sharpened as he harnessed the stable spiritual energy within him, gathering it in his hands before thrusting upward with great force. The clash of spiritual energy and lightning erupted in a deafening roar, shaking the ground beneath him. He felt a tremendous force battering his body, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely withstanding the first strike of the thunder tribulation. Chapter 14. Success in Foundation Building. Departure for the thunderous secret realm. With the experience of the first lightning strike, Qin Chuangfu faced the second with greater composure. He adjusted his state in advance, and as the lightning descended, he skillfully employed his spiritual energy to guide and dissipate its force, gradually refining the tribulation's power. Although the process remained challenging, he successfully navigated the second lightning strike. As the strikes continued to rain down, each became more taxing for Qin Chuangfu. Fortunately, his body had been tempered, enhancing his defenses. His celestial silkworm garb also played a crucial role at critical moments, shielding him from a portion of the tribulation's damage. After enduring 8 strikes of the thunder tribulation, Qin Chuangfu's body was left exhausted and battered, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that the final lightning tribulation would pose the most formidable challenge. As the 9th bolt of lightning descended, the sky seemed to converge into a colossal dragon, exuding an aura capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Striking towards Qin Chuang, with a fierce roar, Qin Chuang unleashed all of his spiritual energy without reservation, forming a powerful protective shield. The lightning clashed violently with the shield, creating a dazzling brilliance that rendered it impossible to behold directly. In this critical moment, an indomitable belief surged within Qin Chuang. He would not permit himself to falter at this pivotal juncture. He persevered with all his might, continually reinforcing the shield. Finally, after a prolonged standoff, the force of the lightning began to wane, and Qin Chuang successfully withstood this final tribulation. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him, swiftly converging in a torrent. Qin Chuang hurriedly sat down to cultivate the Tai return to origin technique, guiding and refining the influx of spiritual energy. A substantial amount entered his body, rapidly mending his injuries and stabilizing his realm. After an hour, the sky had returned to clarity, and Qin Chuang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of spiritual light flashing within his bright gaze. A smile of gratification adorned his face. He had successfully established his foundation, a full 11 years earlier than in his previous life. Everything was different now. Shout Jean joyfully scampered over, nuzzling Qin Chuang with its fluffy body, rejoicing in his victory. Qin Chuang affectionately ruffled its head, only then noticing that Shi Quan was also present. You little rascal. Well done, Brother Shi. Prior to establishing my foundation, I purchased 2 foundation establishment pills, and I have one remaining for you, he said, extending the pill towards Shi Quan. Shi Quan, without hesitation, accepted it with gratitude and tossed a black robe to Qin Chuang. This robe conceals your aura. Use it well. Tomorrow morning we depart for the assembly. You must return to the sect quickly, lest you miss it. Qin Chuang caught the black robe, bidding farewell to Shi Quan and the golden-haired spirit monkey with a cheerful smile as he soared back to the sect on his sword. This was a standard flying sword issued by the sect. Indeed, in his foundation establishment stage, he could now fly. Upon arrival, it was already deep into the night. He did not retire to the wooden cabin on Miaoying Peak for rest, but instead sought a secluded corner to sit and meditate until dawn. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a petite woman clad in yellow stood before his wooden cabin, her expression dark and brooding. She had been waiting there for 3 days. After returning to the sect from a recent mission, Jiang Linglong had initially intended to venture into the secret realm to retrieve essence blood from Storm Valley. But upon hearing that Qin Chuang had returned, she thought it unnecessary to seek him there. However, after waiting for 3 days at his cabin, she had yet to catch a glimpse of him. The following morning, Qin Chuang arrived at the central square designated for the assembly. He was attired in a brand new silkworm robe and golden-threaded light cloud boots, with a set of blue Sect standard long robes worn over them, exuding a low-key yet composed demeanor. Elder Yang, upon seeing Qin Chuang, nodded slightly. Qin Chuang, you have arrived. The journey to the thunderous secret realm is fraught with peril. Thus, I urge you to exercise utmost caution. Qin Chuang clasped his hands in a salute, expressing gratitude to Elder Yang for his concern, assuring him that he would remain vigilant and prudent. As the assembly gathered, Elder Yang's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the sect. Esteemed fellow disciples, a total of 651 individuals have registered for the thunderous secret realm. I see that everyone is present. Allow me to share a few brief words, which will not be repeated once we enter the realm, so pay close attention. Firstly, this secret realm expedition will last for 1 year. In addition to the major nearby factions, many solitary cultivators will also be present, creating a highly complex mix of individuals beneath the Golden Core stage. Therefore, you must not only contend with the dangers within the realm, but also guard against potential threats from other cultivators. Secondly, do not harm fellow disciples. Anyone who transgresses this rule will be dealt with according to sect regulations. Thirdly, all treasures acquired within the secret realm belong to the individual. But a sect mission must be completed. Each participant must submit a thunder fruit. Those who fail to obtain a thunder fruit must surrender half of their gains from the realm. That is all. Let us commence our journey. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a massive, flying vessel, which hovered in midair. The group leaped aboard, swiftly assembling. Elder Yang's spiritual senses confirmed the correct number of participants as he adjusted the control array, imbued with spirit stones. A flicker of light passed, and the vessel gradually set off, racing toward the direction of the thunderous secret realm. Standing at the edge of the vessel, Qin Chuang gazed at the receding sect, a surge of ambition swelling within him. His journey to the thunderous secret realm was a full decade earlier than in his previous life, igniting a sense of eager anticipation. As the vessel soared steadily through the sky, some individuals rested with closed eyes, while others engaged in hushed conversations. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a flash of yellow weaving through the crowd, and Qin Chuang smirked, intending to evade. Qin Chuang, halt. He paused and turned to face the newcomer. Fourth senior sister, what guidance do you have? I waited at your residence for 3 days, yet you did not appear. Where have you been? Why have you not returned? Jiang Linglong's brazen tone made even the onlookers uncomfortable. What business do you have with me, fourth senior sister? Qin Chuang thought he understood her intentions well. This seemingly innocent yet haughty fourth senior sister had her reasons for seeking him out. He recalled when he first arrived at Miaoying Peak at the tender age of 4, yearning for affection from his master and senior sisters. His master was often in seclusion, neglecting him, while third senior sister, Zhou Hongling, used him as a sparring partner, frequently leaving him battered and bruised. Yet he accepted it gladly, believing it was a form of training. The eldest sister, already an adult at that time, harbored resentment toward their master for an arranged marriage and directed her cold disdain toward him, maintaining a distant but authoritative demeanor in managing his daily life and cultivation. Second senior sister, Yanyu, was gentle but rarely seen, as she spent years in seclusion to mend her disrupted meridians due to improper cultivation. Only fourth senior sister, Jiang Linglong, would frequently seek him out to play, bringing him immense joy, until one fateful day she proposed an intriguing game. A game of extracting blood. At merely 4 years old, he was deceived into extracting a drop of his own blood, and the instant pain surged through him. Cold sweat broke out, and he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire being. At this moment, what was Jiang Linglong occupied with? In a daze, Qin Chuang caught sight of Jiang Linglong, who was excitedly cradling a jade vial filled with essence blood, exclaiming that the second senior sister was saved. Without even casting a glance at him before turning to leave, he was left in a state of dizziness, eventually losing consciousness. Days later, as Jiang Linglong chatted merrily with the second senior sister, she approached the frail Qin Chuang, her face radiating admiration as she exclaimed, "Old Five, you are truly remarkable. Your essence blood can indeed suppress the second senior sister's ailment." Chapter 15. Fourth senior sister, Jiang Linglong. Witnessing the jubilant laughter of his fourth senior sister brought immense joy to Qin Chuang. The knowledge that he was of use, capable of aiding the second senior sister while also bringing happiness to the fourth, bestowed upon him a comforting sense of belonging. Henceforth, this ritual of extracting essence blood became an annual affair between him and Jiang Linglong. The pain and chill it inflicted upon him sent tremors of fear coursing through his body. Yet the attention from both the fourth and second senior sisters during those days made him yearn for more. Even as he later comprehended the detrimental effects on his health and cultivation, the warmth he received made the sacrifices feel profoundly gratifying. It was not until 2 years ago, when Qin Izhou joined the sect, that the gentle rapport he shared with Jiang Linglong dissipated. When the time came for the extraction of essence blood, Jiang Linglong scornfully rebuked him. "You useless fool. After 12 years in the mountains, you've only reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Can't you learn a thing or two from your brother? He is 2 years younger than you and is already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. If you two were at that stage, you would be able to provide more than just a drop of blood each year." In that moment, Qin Chuang felt panic and helplessness, yet he overheard Qin Izhou utter a single sentence that nearly cost him his life. "Sister Jiang, my brother is now in the late stage of qi refinement. 3 drops should be no problem. Let us expedite this process to spare Sister Yanyu any suffering." Qin Chuang was forcibly extracted of 3 drops of essence blood, collapsing on the spot and remaining bedridden for an entire month before he could finally stand again. Now, seeing Jiang Linglong's anxious and furious demeanor, he realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed that only a single drop of essence blood remained for the second senior sister, and with at least a year's journey to the secret realm ahead, Jiang Linglong was concerned that the remaining drop would not suffice until Yanyu's ailment manifested. Thus, she had come in haste to extract blood from him, the unfortunate one. In her exasperation, Jiang Linglong shouted, "Useless! What do you think I sought you for? Of course, it's to extract your essence blood." Qin Chuang scrutinized Jiang Linglong closely and boldly inquired, "Fourth senior sister, may I ask if your blood demon technique has yet to be mastered?" A collective gasp swept through the crowd as they retreated, eyeing Jiang Linglong warily. Enraged, she retorted, "Qin Chuang, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never practiced the blood demon technique. Do not spread such baseless rumors." With a look of bewilderment sweeping across the faces in the crowd, Qin Chuang innocently posed the question, "Fourth senior sister, after 13 years in the sect, you have extracted my essence blood yearly, and 2 years ago, you took 3 drops at once, nearly costing the life of her junior brother. If you're not cultivating the blood demon technique, then what dark sorcery are you employing that necessitates such quantities of essence blood? Do not slander me with your unfounded accusations." Jiang Linglong retorted, her chest heaving with indignation. Qin Chuang forced a smile, saying, "Is it not so? Does senior sister not wish for my well-being, or does she not desire my cultivation to succeed, or perhaps she wishes for my demise? Year after year. She takes my essence. You know very well that the extraction of your essence is for. An agitated Jiang Linglong suddenly fell silent. She could not reveal the truth about the second senior sister. Nor could she allow anyone to tarnish her reputation by exposing her cruel use of the junior brother's essence to suppress the injuries. Do speak up. What is the purpose of taking a person's essence? The crowd began to voice their dissatisfaction, directing their inquiries at Jiang Linglong. Everyone understood that essence was exceedingly precious within the human body, embodying vital energy and life force. Depending on their constitution, cultivators at the Qi refinement stage possessed at most 3 to 5 drops of essence. Yet, Jiang Linglong not only took it yearly, but it also extracted 3 drops in one go the year before. Was this not tantamount to murder? The onlookers regarded Qin Chuang with sympathetic eyes, for he was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Truly pitiable. He had scarcely reaped any benefits from the Myoyin Peak. He was either betrayed by his fiancée or had his essence taken by Jiang Linglong. Had it not been for the yearly extraction, Qin Chuang might have already established his foundation by now. The crowd murmured in discontent, collectively condemning Jiang Linglong. Jiang Linglong bit her lip, her face flushed. The barrage of questioning combined with the urgency of not obtaining the essence left her retreating in panic. Observing her disarray, Qin Chuang felt no satisfaction. Instead, a wave of desolation washed over him. He had once sacrificed his health and future in pursuit of a fleeting warmth. Yet now he found himself in such a predicament. The crowd relentlessly pressed Jiang Linglong for answers, intensifying the atmosphere. At that moment, Lan Bingyan pushed through the throng. Her face pale as she glared at Qin Chuang before addressing the crowd in a cold voice. Fellow disciples, please be silent and hear me out. Linglong's extraction of essence is not for her own sake, but to suppress the second junior sister's injuries. Senior sister, Jiang Linglong hastily interjected, but her words were already out, leaving her fuming in silence, turning her face away. Lan Bingyan gently patted Jiang Linglong's back in a bid to soothe her, continuing, "This matter was orchestrated by Linglong and me, kept secret from the second junior sister solely to save her life. She is unaware of the details, nor is anyone using this to cultivate malevolent techniques." Gradually, the crowd quieted down, evidently swayed by Lan Bingyan's words. Qin Chuang narrowed his eyes. Lan Bingyan was indeed adept at shielding Yanyu, ensuring she remained untouched by any criticism. Once Jiang Linglong's predicament was resolved, Lan Bingyan finally turned her attention to Qin Chuang. Her icy gaze carried a hint of disdain as she said, "Qin Chuang, do not tell me you truly do not understand the purpose of your essence extraction." Qin Chuang, infuriated, retorted coldly, "This is the first time I have encountered aggressors so brazenly justifying their actions. I have never seen such shamelessness. If Yanyu requires essence, why do you not provide it, Lan Bingyan? You, Jiang Linglong, for all these years, you have drained my vitality, yet you possess the audacity to be generous with others. You all are truly benevolent, yet I have never witnessed any of you offering your essence to Yanyu. Ever since I joined your Myoyin Peak at the tender age of 4, not a single year has passed without you extracting my lifeblood. Have you taken me as a sacrificial vessel to nurture? Year after year, you demand my essence, and yet you have failed to nurture me properly. Since the day I became your disciple, I have only encountered Master Myoyin once, and have not seen her shadow since, let alone received any guidance. And what of you, my 4 senior sisters? Do you resemble true mentors? Who among you has ever cared for me? Second sister Yanyu, whom I have not seen for years, yet insists on drinking my essence annually. Third sister Zhou Hongling is a sadistic brute. Whenever she feels displeased, she resorts to violence, leaving me bedridden for days. Fourth sister Jiang Linglong, seemingly delicate, is in fact the most malicious, using my essence to curry favor with second sister. If you were a man, I might assume there was something between you two, but it appears you are simply wicked, harboring an unrelenting disdain for me without reason, wishing nothing but my misery. As for the eldest sister, Lan Bingyan, when I was 4, you and I were betrothed, yet for 12 years. You have never offered me a kind word. I thought you were inherently expressionless. I have gone to great lengths to seek treasures to present to you, and any resources I acquired from the sect have been bestowed upon you. And what was my reward? The moment Qin Ezhou entered the sect, you suddenly smiled. So that cold demeanor was reserved solely for me? If you hold me in such contempt, why accept my offerings? Why agree to the engagement? What do you desire? You wish for my silent contributions, while simultaneously yearning for Qin Zhou's gentle affections? Your demands are rather comprehensive. I never anticipated this. You, Lan Bingyan, with your frigid appearance, engage in such frivolity? Lan Bingyan, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth, her chest rising and falling erratically, clearly infuriated. Yet, no one came forth to offer consolation. At this moment, whispers among the crowd aboard the vessel grew louder, their disdainful gazes nearly palpable, scorching those few mentioned by Qin Chuang like flames. Qin Zhou lowered his head, usually so adept at charming others, yet now dared not speak, fully aware of the precarious situation aboard the flying vessel. They had clearly incurred the wrath of the masses. Zhou Hongling raised her chin slightly. Indeed, she had committed the acts Qin Chuang described. But so what? A few beatings? Nothing more. He wasn't maimed or killed. Is that truly worthy of a special mention? At this moment, Jiang Linglong remained the calmest, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Qin Chuang, pondering that obtaining blood before entering the secret realm would be arduous. What is the matter with her two senior sisters? They clearly need Qin Chuang, yet fail to exert any effort to win him over. Utterly useless. The voices of the disciples aboard the vessel intensified, with several bold individuals beginning to push and shove. Elder Yang, having witnessed the commotion, was reluctant to let a mere verbal disagreement escalate, so he slowly spoke up. The personal matters of each peak will be addressed by your respective peak masters. If they are unable to resolve them, you may approach our law enforcement hall. Now, everyone may disperse and take the time to adjust your breathing. Once the flying vessel arrives, you shall immediately enter the secret realm. There will be no time for preparation then. The elder's voice resonated with authority and strength. Instantly, the crowd fell silent and dispersed quietly. Qin Chuang did not linger. Having achieved his objective, further discussion was superfluous, and engaging in a war of words was unnecessary. After respectfully bowing to Elder Yang from a distance, he turned and left, leaving behind the coldly displeased Lan Bingyan, who furrowed her brows in silence. Among the crowd, Qin Zhou gazed thoughtfully at Qin Chuang's retreating figure. Qin Chuang sensed that chilling scrutiny, but recognized that this was not the time for retaliation. Ignoring it, he settled into a corner, not to engage in cultivation, but to contemplate his plans for entering the secret realm. In his previous life, he had been punished in the Storm Valley at this time and did not participate in the secret realm. Instead, he joined the one a decade later. However, he had remained in the Storm Valley for 5 years before returning to the Sect, gradually hearing tales of the two individuals who reaped the greatest rewards in the secret realm, Lan Bingyan and Qin Zhou. Lan Bingyan had acquired a segment of heavenly thunder bamboo, which she later had crafted into a heavenly thunder bamboo flute. This, combined with her sound cultivation techniques, yielded astonishing offensive capability. She also harvested a millennium-old red spiritual ginseng, which, when consumed, propelled her from the initial stage of foundation building to its pinnacle. Had her physical capacity not hindered her, and given the realm's suppressive conditions, her gains would have been even greater. Qin Zhou's fortune was equally remarkable. He not only discovered a black gold thunder knife, but also tamed a winged silver lion as a spirit companion. The black gold thunder knife was exceptionally sharp, smoothly channeling spiritual energy, capable of accommodating greater magical power and delivering formidable strikes. Riding atop the winged silver lion with the black gold thunder knife in hand, Qin Zhou exuded an air of invincibility. In his later battles and misdeeds, these two acquisitions played pivotal roles. Chapter 16. Taming the Thunder Knife. The thunder fruits they obtained were merely supplementary. Beyond these, one individual's gains particularly captured Qin Chuang's attention. He recalled that after being released from the Storm Valley in his past life, he encountered Zhou Hongling, who disdainfully tossed back the waste drum she had seized from him, declaring it unworthy of her. She had hunted a rare, illusory howler beast in the Thunder Secret Realm, using its hide to forge a new waste drum. Not only was it powerfully offensive, but each strike also had the potential to daze enemies. How vexing it was that he, as a sound cultivator, lacked a musical artifact. He had once possessed one. That year, upon advancing to the 5th level of Qi refinement, he had tirelessly accumulated spirit stones through arduous tasks for an entire year, meticulously selecting materials to request senior brother Wang from the artifact peak to craft a red waste drum for him. When he finally received the waste drum, he was overjoyed, as its offensive capabilities, combined with his heartbreaking roar technique, had formed the foundation of his combat prowess. Yet before he could truly embrace the waste drum, it was seized by his third senior sister, Zhou Hongling, who had taken a liking to it. The outcome was all too predictable. This time, with the presence of Qin Chuang, everything will be transformed. He has already reserved the illusion-crying beast. Now, as for Zhou Hongling, whose red waist drum has been destroyed, I am curious to see how she will manage. Just wait and see. After a period of flight, the airship finally arrived at the entrance of the thunderous secret realm. The crowd eagerly leaped from the vessel. The entrance had already been unveiled, revealing a circular portal of flowing light, 10 zhang in length, concealing another world within. The entrance was teeming with people, numbering in the tens of thousands. A diverse assembly of individuals of all ages, shapes, and sizes. Gazing at the enigmatic portal before him, Qin Chuang felt a surge of excitement mingled with anxiety. Disciples of the sect, enter, Elder Yang commanded, leaving no room for further discussion. At his signal, the throng surged forward, eagerly jumping into the portal. Upon entering the secret realm, Qin Chuang was immediately enveloped by a formidable force of lightning. Looking up, he saw flashes of lightning snaking through the sky like silver serpents. Their brilliant light illuminating the entire realm for a fleeting moment, leaving only the echo of thunder in its wake. The ground bore the marks left by the tempestuous electricity. He noticed familiar companions among the crowd, as well as those who had formed temporary alliances. Choosing to act independently, Qin Chuang, armed with the memories of his former life, skillfully made his way to a secluded area. Donning a cloak of concealment, he retrieved a low-grade ceremonial sword bestowed by the sect and took to the skies. His destination was the site of the thunderous blade's emergence. He sought to seize the opportunity and obtain the sword before Zhou could, which was said to lie within a thunder pool deep in the heart of the realm. Soaring through the air on his sword, Qin Chuang radiated spiritual energy. Though the black cloak masked it sufficiently, the ambient lightning in the air made it difficult for both humans and beasts to detect his presence. After flying for some time, he realized that the environment within the secret realm was exceedingly intricate. Towering peaks loomed like giants, piercing the clouds, their summits adorned with bizarrely shaped stones. In the dense forest, towering trees flourished, their branches lush and full, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would rustle the leaves, and a thin mist enveloped the forest, lending an ethereal quality to the scene. A rushing river flowed ceaselessly, its waters glowing with a bluish hue, imbued with an elusive power of lightning. Flashes of lightning occasionally struck the surface, sending cascades of water into the air, resembling blooming silver lotuses. There were also mysterious caves, their darkened entrances inviting the curious to explore. However, Qin Chuang did not linger. He pressed onward toward the general direction of the Thunder Pool. After half a day's journey, he stood before the Thunder Pool, a sight that left him profoundly awestruck. The massive pool, several hundred zhang in size, was enveloped in a thick aura of thunder. The water shimmered with a deep violet hue, and powerful bolts of lightning flickered intermittently, crackling with sound. Standing 2 miles away from the thunder pool, Qin Chuang could still feel countless tiny bolts of lightning coursing through him. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and began to search for the thunderclap blade. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he scoured the area around the thunder pool, yet found nothing. Where could it be? Qin Chuang furrowed his brow, pondering quietly. The secret realm opens only once every 10 years, with no restrictions on the number of participants or their affiliations. This particular secret realm must have been thoroughly explored by previous adventurers. It was unlikely that a treasure of the Thunderclap Blade's caliber remained undiscovered. Therefore, its hiding place must be exceptionally concealed. He surveyed his surroundings. Where could it possibly be hidden? Just as Qin Chuang was about to widen his search, a flickering bolt of lightning suddenly illuminated the bottom of the pool. Focusing intently, he discerned that within the lightning, a blade was faintly visible. It was hidden at the bottom of the thunder pool. No wonder. The power of the thunder within this pool was so formidable that approaching it was a challenge, let alone searching for treasures. Fortunately, my innate ability to withstand lightning is quite strong, so I fear not the storms. The blade was a striking black and gold, with a dark handle from which arcs of electricity occasionally surged. Surrounding the blade, bolts of lightning danced as if in jubilant celebration. A thrill of joy surged through Qin Chuang. Yes, this is it, the legendary Thunderclap Blade. In a flash, he steeled himself against the pain of the lightning coursing through his body and soared toward the gleaming light. At that moment, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck him squarely, sending him hurtling several feet away. Struggling to rise, Qin Chuang glanced at his injured arm and quickly consumed a rejuvenating pill. Meanwhile, the thunderclap blade hovered majestically in the center of the pool, radiating a brilliant light. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his sword again and cautiously approached, reaching out toward the thunderclap blade. This time, he was more vigilant, and, at last, Qin Chuang seized the thunderclap blade. In that instant, a torrent of lightning surged into his arm, bringing with it a searing pain akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at his flesh, causing him to moan in agony. Ignoring the discomfort, he hurriedly stored the thunderclap blade into his jade pendant space. Leaping onto the shore, he sought a secluded cave not far from the thunder pool, eagerly retrieving the black thunderclap blade. What a magnificent weapon! From now on, you shall accompany me. Qin Chuang marveled at the blade, discovering that it was indeed extraordinary. It absorbed spiritual energy with exceptional ease, holding a capacity for magic far exceeding that of the black iron blade he previously wielded by a factor of 10 or more. Coughing slightly, he noted that 10 times was his current limit, not the ultimate potential of this black and gold thunderclap blade. Such a precious artifact must be refined and attuned to him as soon as possible. He spread his spiritual awareness, ensuring no one was around, and with the thunderclap blade in hand, swiftly entered the jade pendant space. Eagerly, he probed with his consciousness to begin the refinement process. However, he sensed a subtle resistance emanating from the blade. Qin Chuang was elated. This blade seemed on the verge of developing sentience. He couldn't recall the thunderclap blade used by Qin Ijo in his previous life exhibiting such traits. Regardless, the pressing matter was to attune the treasured blade to himself. He bit his tongue, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the thunderclap blade. Fine blade, in this lifetime, you shall accompany me, and I assure you, you will bask in glory. He channeled the spiritual energy within him to envelop the blade, hastening the imprinting of his consciousness while simultaneously coaxing it. Good blade, my precious, I shall take you to witness the myriad wonders of the world. Let us admire the splendid landscapes and vanquish the treacherous and nefarious. Fear not, for with me, we shall never cower. In the future, you shall have first pick of any advancement materials you can utilize. As the blade's resistance waned, Qin Chuang swiftly completed the imprinting. The thunderclap blade emitted a resonant hum, radiating a brilliant light as the black and gold surface of the blade began to shed slightly. In an instant, its appearance transformed dramatically, becoming a resplendent purple treasure blade, intermittently crackling with arcs of lightning. How breathtakingly spectacular! The purple thunderclap blade circled around Qin Chuang before returning to his grasp. Only then did he emerge from his astonishment. Good heavens! How has this blade grown so magnificent upon recognizing its master? It has transformed from a strikingly handsome weapon into a bewitching beauty. Upon hearing Qin Chuang's words, the blade vibrated in displeasure. A voice echoed in his mind, expressing, "It is my honor to acknowledge you as my master. For most, even possessing my form without capturing my essence yields naught. They can scarcely wield a fraction of my true power." Qin Chuang raised a hand to close his gaping jaw. With the bond of mastery established, an intense connection formed between them, akin to that of a beastmaster and their spirit companion. Ha ha ha! So it turns out that vile Qin Ijo failed to refine the thunderclap blade after acquiring it. He merely wielded a blade that did not yield its full potential. Qin Chuang rejoiced internally, wielding the thunderclap blade as he executed a series of fiery slashes, the fluidity stemming from their soul's deep resonance, eliciting cries of exhilaration from him. The more he observed, the more his delight grew, prompting him to throw his head back in laughter. Excellent. Chapter 17. The Purple Little Tooth, Refining the Thunder Spirit. Calming his exhilarated heart, he stored the thunderclap blade within the jade pendant space, preparing to venture to the next treasure site. However, as Qin Chuang settled, he noticed that the thunder pool had become extraordinarily volatile. He gazed upon the tempestuous thunder pool, a flicker of unease swelling within him. He resolved to depart hastily to avert any unforeseen calamities. Summoning his flying sword, he intended to leave, only to find that a tremendous thundercloud was gradually forming above the thunder pool. The clouds crackled with lightning, as if heralding the apocalypse. Qin Chuang's complexion paled. He realized that this might signify the activation of a formidable formation or restriction. Could it be that the thunderclap blade was intended to suppress this thunder pool? Had it gained a semblance of consciousness after eons, surfacing only to be discovered, and now, in this lifetime, had he succeeded in subduing it? The likelihood seemed high, yet there was no time to ponder further. He urged his flying sword forward with all his might. But the overwhelming pressure emanating from the thundercloud slowed his pace to a crawl. As the tempest drew near, Qin Chuang felt a burning urgency in his heart. Suddenly, a profound yearning surged within him. It was as if something in the pool was enticing him, calling out to him. In the midst of his stupor, a bolt of lightning struck, thrusting him into the depths of the pool. Struggling to break free, Qin Chuang suddenly halted. To his astonishment, he did not experience the anticipated onslaught of thunder. Aside from a mild, tingling sensation, he felt remarkably at ease, as if enveloped in a warm embrace. What could this possibly mean? He steadied his breath and focused his mind to sense the pool, and the allure he felt intensified. Those who cultivate are naturally closer to the essence of heaven and earth. Their premonitions, dreams, and sensations often serve as harbingers and guidance. Although Qin Chuang felt no imminent danger of death while submerged, he dared not act recklessly. Yet, the spiritual energy within him began to surge with vitality, and even the Tai Guiyuan Ju commenced its operation autonomously, absorbing and refining the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. To his astonishment, he realized he could indeed refine the lightning spiritual energy. Qin Chuang hastily steadied his mind, concentrating on the absorption and refinement process. Gradually, he discovered that a small purple shoot was sprouting between his golden and water spiritual roots. My heavens, have I developed a spiritual root? Or is it a mutated lightning spiritual root? With this hypothesis, he exerted himself further in absorbing the lightning spiritual energy. As time passed, his body gradually acclimated to the baptism of lightning energy. He could sense his strength continuously enhancing, and that little purple shoot was growing slightly larger. Suddenly, the lightning in the pool became exceedingly violent, and a massive bolt struck towards Qin Chuang. Alarmed, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. However, a remarkable occurrence transpired. When the lightning struck him, he felt no harm. Rather, the bolt seemed to be drawn to him, flowing incessantly into his body. Qin Chuang closed his eyes tightly, absorbing the lightning energy while guiding the lightning to temper his physique. As the brilliance diminished, he slowly opened his eyes, realizing that the spiritual energy within his dantian had not only become more refined, but had also multiplied significantly, resulting in a notable enhancement of his physical strength. A flicker of delight crossing his gaze. To his further astonishment, after the tempering in the lightning pool, in the presence of lightning's spiritual power, his senses had sharpened tenfold, and his speed had doubled. He extended his consciousness towards the bottom of the pool, eager to discover what had been luring him. As his awareness penetrated through layers of water infused with thunderous energy, he spotted a slender little silver fish swimming joyfully. This small fish was undoubtedly peculiar. In such a vast pool, it was the sole living creature. Sensing Qin Chuang's probing consciousness, the little silver fish swam up toward him playfully. It flicked its tail and leapt above the water's surface, circling around Qin Chuang. Astonished, he momentarily lost his words. This was no ordinary silver fish, but rather resembled the legendary thunder spirit. It was said that a mere wisp of a thunder spirit could generate a thunder domain over an entire city. Now, this creature, flaunting its presence before him, measured about 2 inches in length and was as thick as a pair of chopsticks. A remarkable discovery has been made. As long as the energy within the dantian is abundant, will it not allow him to wield thunder-based techniques at will in the future? With a mischievous grin, he stealthily approached the thunder spirit, contemplating how to capture this elusive entity. Just as Qin Chuang closed in within 10 feet of the thunder spirit, it suddenly lunged at him. He was taken aback, astonished that the spirit, which had seemed so friendly, would erupt with such ferocity. His mouth agape in shock, he hastily summoned the thunderblade to defend himself. Yet, astonishingly, the thunder spirit disregarded the blade's obstruction, gliding smoothly through its edge and leaping into Qin Chuang's open mouth. Before he could resist, the spirit slipped down his esophagus and into his dantian. Boom! The dantian erupted with thunderous chaos. Without a moment to ponder, he instinctively activated his technique to refine the thunder spirit. Enduring the pain, he focused intently, guiding the energy to assimilate the spirit. Fortunately, the little entity proved somewhat compliant, and gradually, his body began to acclimate to the might of the thunder, calming the tempest within his dantian. As he refined the spirit, the capacity of his dantian doubled, elevating his cultivation to the mid-foundation stage. The thunder spirit, now settled in his dantian, coiled around the newly formed root of thunder, roughly the size of a soybean, and lay still, feeling the surge of power within him. Qin Chuang opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of lightning flickering within. Grasping the thunderblade, he casually swung it, unleashing a powerful bolt that obliterated a distant rock. Huh! Such formidable strength! Qin Chuang laughed with exhilaration. Having refined the thunder spirit, his senses expanded yet again, allowing him to perceive a radius of 100 miles. This sensation was extraordinary. He felt as though he were the sovereign of this realm. He suppressed his burgeoning arrogance, reminding himself to remain humble, lest he fall victim to hubris. After all, many of his enemies still thrived, and he could not afford to perish recklessly. Moreover, the sinister schemes of Qin Zhou and his son against him remained shrouded in mystery, necessitating caution and vigilance. Calming his excitement, Qin Chuang resolved to leave the thunder pool and venture towards the nearby location of the heavenly thunder bamboo. Suddenly he halted, as a familiar group entered the expanse of his heightened awareness. Qin Zhou, Lan Bingyan, Zhou Hongling, and the fourth senior sister, Jiang Linglong, were hastily approaching. Not wishing to confront them just yet, Qin Chuang retreated back into the thunder pool, muttering incantations and forming a water-evading gesture before submerging himself to conceal his presence. Moments later, Lan Bingyan and the others arrived, halting 3 miles from the thunder pool. Zhou Hongling, concerned, inquired of Qin Zhou, do you think you might have miscalculated? Just ahead lies the thunder pool, and with the terrifying power of the thunder, we cannot advance any further. Chapter 18. It seems we have missed something significant. At this moment, Qin Zhou was particularly agitated, as though he had overlooked something of great significance, leaving his heart feeling desolate. Senior sister Zhou, I cannot quite articulate it, but I felt an intense pull from this place just now, only for that sensation to abruptly vanish. It was generally in this direction, though I cannot specify the exact location. Jiang Linglong consumed a qi replenishing pill and gently remarked, since the feeling that attracted you has faded, it signifies that the timing is not yet ripe. One must not act against the natural course. We should not force matters. A day has passed, and we have yet to yield any substantial results. Perhaps we should explore other areas. Lan Bingyan, glancing at the Thunder Realm strategy map issued by the Sect, suggested, let us venture to the Thunder Bamboo site and test our luck to see if any mature specimens are ready for harvest. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Hongling and Jiang Linglong shared a lotus-shaped flying artifact, while Lan Bingyan and Qin Zhou each rode their swords, and the four swiftly departed. With a whoosh, Qin Chuang leapt from the thunder pool, soaring skyward on his sword, impervious to the raging storm clouds. His speed had multiplied several times over as he raced directly toward the location of the thunder bamboo, eager to arrive before the others and seize the opportunity to obtain it first. Qin Chuang reached the thunder bamboo site ahead of the rest, gazing at the towering peak that pierced the clouds, where lightning flickered at its summit. Taking a deep breath, he directed his flying sword towards the top of the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld a dense grove of bamboo, each stalk shimmering with a faint electric glow. However, to his dismay, none appeared to be mature. The immature bamboo bore little distinction from ordinary spiritual bamboo, rendering them unworthy of harvesting. For bamboo to serve as material for refining, it must mature for at least a millennium, and the frequent openings of this secret realm every decade meant that any bamboo nearing maturity would likely be harvested swiftly. As Qin Chuang ventured into the bamboo grove, he meticulously searched for any mature thunder bamboo. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of combat. Concealing his presence and utilizing the ambient electricity as a medium, he extended his consciousness to quietly observe the scene. Before him, a tall and formidable bald man was engaged in a fierce struggle with a foundational stage bamboo dragon rat. To his surprise, in a secluded corner not far away, he noticed a bamboo shoot that appeared somewhat different from the others, its coloration a deeper hue, making it difficult to discern at a glance. It seemed that this was the nearly mature thunder bamboo. Returning his focus to the battlefield, he observed the intense confrontation between the man and the rat. The bamboo dragon rat was massive, its body crackling with electric energy, unleashing formidable bolts of lightning from its mouth. The bald man, wielding a large hammer, was clearly at a disadvantage. Qin Chuang recognized him as Zhao Yanlai, the esteemed disciple of the sect master of the sacred artifacts sect, a prodigy among his peers. However, in his previous life, he had perished within this very secret realm. Qin Chuang discreetly assessed the situation. surmising that Zhao Yinlia's demise in his past life might have been linked to Lan Bingyan and her companions. Should the battle continue in this manner, it was likely that Zhao Yinli would be severely wounded in his clash with the bamboo dragon rat, ultimately falling prey to the opportunistic arrival of Lan Bingyan and her group. Although he wished to seize the thunder bamboo ahead of Lan Bingyan, the unpredictable nature of events rendered his plans futile. At that moment, Zhao Yinli and the bamboo dragon mouse were embroiled in a fierce contest for the thunder bamboo. He pondered the situation. It was not opportune to strike at the bamboo. Even with techniques to conceal his presence and the aid of his dark robe, he could not execute his intentions, as the bamboo was too close to their battleground, firmly within their line of sight and attack range. Qin Chuang resolved to continue observing discreetly, but unexpectedly, Zhao Yinli was struck on the shoulder by the bamboo dragon mouse, losing a considerable portion of his combat strength, and was forced to retreat hastily to evade the creature's pursuit. Qin Chuang stroked his chin and decided to intervene. His combat techniques, aside from his swordsmanship, were limited to a single supportive technique, the heartbreak howl, which felt insufficient. In his past life, he had relied on the waist drum for attacks, a method he could still utilize. If he managed to rescue Zhao Yinli, he could later ask him to forge an item once he gathered the necessary materials. He lacked confidence in the craftsman from his Sect's artifact peak. It had taken immense effort to amass the material for the waist drum, and he suspected there were loose lips involved when word of its successful forging reached Zhou Hongling. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Chuang no longer hesitated. Seeing Zhao Yinli increasingly overwhelmed, he summoned his mysterious iron blade and leaped between Zhao Yinli and the bamboo dragon mouse, positioning his sword to block the creature's advance. With a resounding crash, Qin Chuang deflected the bamboo dragon mouse's attack and, seizing the opportunity, struck at it. The agile bamboo dragon mouse dodged the blow and lunged at Qin Chuang. Meanwhile, Zhao Yinli, having narrowly escaped death, hastily consumed a medicinal pill to regain his composure. He gasped, filled with gratitude as he looked at Qin Chuang and, with a booming voice, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Thank you, my friend, for your timely rescue. This beast is formidable. Together, we shall subdue it." No sooner had he spoken than he hefted his heavy hammer and joined the fray. "Excellent," Qin Chuang exclaimed, as both he and Zhao Yinli advanced against the bamboo dragon mouse. Their cooperation was seamless, and they soon gained the upper hand. Sensing the tide turning against it, the bamboo dragon mouse unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning in a desperate attempt to repel the two and make its escape. Qin Chuang nimbly evaded the lightning strike, while simultaneously slicing towards the creature's abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yinli unleashed the blazing flame technique, engulfing the bamboo dragon mouse in searing flames. As the creature was distracted by the flames, Qin Chuang executed the first form of the fiery blade slash, fiery dragon break. With a decisive thrust, the flame-laden blade cleaved the bamboo dragon mouse in two, severing its head from its body. Panting, Zhao Yinli turned to Qin Chuang with heartfelt gratitude. "I am Zhao Yinli of the Sacred Artifact Sect. I cannot express my thanks enough for your timely assistance. May I ask how to address you?" Qin Chuang smiled slightly and replied, "I am Qin Chuang." "Ah, Qin brother, I owe you my life today. Without your intervention, I surely would have perished here. I vow to repay your kindness in the future," Zhao Yinli declared, bowing respectfully. Qin Chuang gestured toward the thunder bamboo, not far away. "As for your repayment, my good Zhao brother, simply assist me in forging a magical item in the future. The thunder bamboo is ripe for the taking. You may retrieve it first." Zhao Yinli erupted into hearty laughter, his robust hand striking his chest with a resounding thud. "When it comes to forging, you can count on old Zhao. I assure you satisfaction," he bellowed before turning to Qin Chuang. "Take the thunder dragon rat, and I shall fetch the bamboo." Without further delay, Zhao Yinli exchanged his heavy hammer for a small cleaver and proceeded towards the heavenly thunder bamboo. Qin Chuang stowed the carcass of the thunder dragon rat into his storage pouch and then used his mental energy to soothe the restless thunderblade within. "Oh, Thunderblade, it is not that I deny you the chance to battle. It is merely that the thunder dragon rat is too feeble to warrant your prowess. Rest assured, there will be ample opportunities for you to engage in combat." Meanwhile, Zhao Yinli returned with the harvested heavenly thunder bamboo, a broad smile upon his face. Sensing that Lan Bingyan and her companions had arrived at the bamboo grove, Qin Chuang swiftly grasped Zhao Yinli and summoned his sword to flee. "Let us go. Someone is approaching. Your mental acuity is truly remarkable, Brother Qin." Half an hour later, in a canyon within the thunderous secret realm. Chapter 19. Who arrived first? Qin Chuang clasped his hands in farewell to Zhao Yinli. "Brother Zhao, Once I have gathered the materials, I shall seek you out at the sacred artifacts Sect. The opportunity for trial in the secret realm is rare, so we must part ways here. Zhao Yinlai hurriedly produced a communication jade slip, offering it to Qin Chuang. Brother Qin, this is a communication jade slip, originally a pair. I shall keep the other. Take this one, and should you wish to contact me, simply infuse it with a trace of spiritual energy, and your words shall reach me. After accepting the communication jade slip, Qin Chuang departed from Zhao Yinlai and, guided by memory, soared towards his next destination. In the bamboo grove, a furious roar echoed into the heavens. Who arrived first? Zhou Hongling shouted in frustration. Lan Bingyan, her expression darkened, surveyed the surroundings, clearly realizing they were too late. Qin Ezhou assessed the scene and deduced, Sister Lan, based on the lingering aura. It is evident that the one who harvested the heavenly thunder bamboo departed not long ago. Should we pursue? There is no need. Let us proceed according to our plan and search for the crying soul beast for our junior sister, Lan Bingyan replied. Jiang Linglong nodded in agreement, and Zhou Hongling eagerly concurred. The four of them, following the strategy map provided by their sect, flew onward to a mountain ravine. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, with bloodshed strewn across the ground and the scent of the crying soul beast lingering in the air, their hearts sank. Who else could it be? Where's the crying soul beast? Which scoundrel has outpaced us? Zhou Hongling frantically searched for any clues indicating that the crying soul beast had not been slain. But her hopes were dashed. The evidence suggested that someone had indeed hunted the crying soul beast before them. Qin Ezhou, furrowing his brow, felt a sense of dread that something was amiss. Unable to bear the heavy atmosphere, Jiang Linglong comforted them. Everyone knows the treasures within the secret realm are sought after. It is only natural that others share our objectives. Let us move on to the next potential treasure site. Perhaps we shall find last year's red ginseng on Red Ginseng Mountain. Agreed. There is no time to waste. Let us set off at once. With a sullen expression, Lan Bingyan immediately concurred with Jiang Linglong's suggestion. The four of them departed on their flying objects. 10 miles away, Qin Chuang patted the storage bag at his waist with satisfaction, glancing back through the thicket towards the mountain gorge, a smirk gracing his lips. You all will have to eat dust behind me at this speed. With that, Qin Chuang soared towards Hongshan Mountain on his sword. How delightful it is to possess a thunder spirit root. Not only does it double my speed, but it also significantly extends my spiritual perception in this realm of thunder. I am truly in my element. As he flew, he sensed other cultivators competing for spirit herbs and wisely steered clear of them. Upon reaching Hongshan Mountain, he unfurled his spiritual awareness to search. In his past life, Lan Bingyan and the others had gathered a millennium-old ginseng during this time, indicating that a specimen had reached its millennium mark. With careful searching, he was confident he could find it, for his spiritual awareness far surpassed that of the four. Qin Chuang spread his awareness like a fine spider web over Hongshan Mountain, leaving no corner unchecked. However, the vast expanse of the mountain made the search for the millennium ginseng quite arduous. Just as he focused intently, he suddenly detected a faint but unique fluctuation of spiritual energy. A spark of joy ignited in Qin Chuang's heart as he swiftly flew towards the source of this fluctuation. After traversing a dense grove, he spotted a faint red glow emanating from a crevice in the mountain wall. It was the millennium ginseng he had long sought. Instead of hastily harvesting it, he first set up a barrier to trap the red spirit ginseng, preventing it from escaping. Once this was accomplished, he cautiously approached. Just as he was about to reach out for the ginseng, the surrounding space distorted, revealing a restriction. It turned out that the millennium ginseng was already protected. He frowned, pondering whether this was a man-made trap or a natural formation. Without further ado, Qin Chuang began to meticulously study the restriction. The formation was quite intricate, integrating principles from various arrays, but Qin Chuang had accumulated considerable experience in his previous life and commenced attempts to decipher it. Meanwhile, Lan Bingyan and the others were also making their way toward Hongshan Mountain. Although they encountered no significant obstacles along the way, an unease lingered in their hearts. Zhou Hongling was still lamenting the missed opportunity with the weeping soul beast and the heavenly thunder bamboo, while Jiang Linglong gently consoled her. Qin Ezhou gazed ahead at Hongshan Mountain, hoping for a fruitful outcome. Otherwise, this expedition into the secret realm would be a tremendous loss. Lan Bingyan nodded in agreement. Hastening their flight, back with Qin Chuang, after much effort, he finally unraveled the restriction. He swiftly extracted the millennium ginseng from the crevice of the mountain wall. Bad person. A childish voice piped up, startling Qin Chuang. What the heck? The ginseng had magically transformed into a palm-sized red doll. Staring at the squirming little figure in his hand, Qin Chuang marveled in astonishment. This little creature is truly extraordinary. Please, I beg you, let me go. I can offer you a few millennium ginseng as compensation. Qin Chuang chuckled mischievously. What nonsense are you spouting? Now that I've captured you, there's no reason to release you. Am I to aid the enemy? What enemy? Could you clarify? Without indulging in further conversation, Qin Chuang swiftly cast several incantations to seal him, placing him into the jade pendant space. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he sensed a disturbance approaching from afar. A quick sweep of his consciousness revealed that Lan Bingyan and her 3 companions were hastening toward him. A smile crept onto Qin Chuang's lips. He could not afford to confront them head-on yet, as he lacked the confidence to eliminate them all at once, having been granted a second chance. He was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Thus, he stealthily concealed his presence and veered off in the opposite direction toward the Ginseng Mountain. Upon arriving at the Red Ginseng Mountain, Lan Bingyan and her group searched tirelessly, only to discover that the location where Qin Chuang had previously found the Millennium Ginseng was now bare. Zhou Hongling could not contain her exclamation. How could this happen? Has someone else beaten us to it? Qin Ezhou examined the surroundings and remarked, given the traces here, it seems the ginseng was harvested not long ago. Jiang Linglong raised the few millennium ginseng she had found, expressing her disappointment. All we've managed to find are a few meager specimens. Lan Bingyan's expression darkened further. Gritting her teeth, she declared, let us continue searching the vicinity. There may still be other treasures to uncover. After flying a considerable distance, Qin Chuang found a secluded spot to pause. After consuming a chi-replenishing pill and a spirit-gathering pill to recuperate, he reflected on his gains within the secret realm. Filled with joy, setting aside the Taihun beast and the Millennium Red Ginseng, the Thunderclap Blade and Thunder Spirit were indeed rare treasures. After much deliberation, he reluctantly stored the Thunderclap Blade into his storage pouch. He then extracted the carcasses of the Taihun beast and the bamboo dragon mouse, skillfully skinning and dissecting them to categorize and place them within the jade pendant space. Chapter 20. Recognizing you as my master, I shall serve your will. Only then did he turn his attention to the Millennium Red Spirit Ginseng. He carefully sensed that no one was within several dozen miles, and he swiftly entered the jade pendant space. Upon seeing the plant-shaped red spirit ginseng lying there, Qin Chuang chuckled gleefully. If Lan Bingyan had consumed this ginseng and advanced from the early to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, wouldn't he ascend to the late stage if he were to consume it? At this juncture, strength was of utmost importance to him. Taking 2 steps toward the red ginseng, he grasped the Millennium Red Spirit Ginseng, which was as thick as a child's thigh, preparing to eat it. Suddenly, the ginseng jolted, transforming into a small red doll. Alarmed by the sight of the man opening his wide mouth to devour it, it cried out in desperation, please, don't eat me. I'm bitter. I want tea tastes good. Qin Chuang closed his mouth, furrowing his brows as he regarded the red doll in his hand. Eating something that resembled a child was, to some extent, a challenge for him. Return to your original form. I shall consume you swiftly, granting you a quick end to your suffering. Upon hearing this, the little red doll immediately shook its head vigorously, wrapping its arms around itself, and with a trembling voice pleaded, please, no. I do not wish to revert to my original form. If you consume me, I shall never behold this beautiful world again. Qin Chuang let out a cold snort, gritting his teeth as he menacingly replied, even as a doll, you remain a ginseng. I shall devour you nonetheless. Please don't. As long as you refrain from consuming me, I can tend to your medicinal fields, it implored, glancing at the vast expanse of meticulously cultivated land nearby, continuing to persuade. Look at all this fertile land lying fallow. Would it not be a shame? I am a spirit herb, a manifestation of wood spirits, and I assure you that I will tend to your fields with utmost care. Qin Chuang, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered for a moment and remarked, do you not understand that in this secret realm, the law of the jungle prevails? As a spirit herb, your fate is to be consumed by cultivators in order to enhance their power. Moreover, I am in urgent need of elevating my own cultivation. The little red doll blinked its large, watery eyes, looking pitiable as it responded, I am aware of my nature as a spirit herb, yet I do not wish to be devoured without a fight. I have developed intelligence over many years, transcending the realm of ordinary herbs. It would not be an exaggeration to call me a wood spirit. I can sense that you are a good person. Please release me. In addition to tending your medicinal fields, I can assist you in numerous other tasks. I truly am quite useful. Qin Chuang felt a stir in his heart and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What can you offer me?" "You are merely a millennium-old red ginseng. Aside from being consumed to enhance cultivation, what other utility do you possess?" The little red doll puffed out its chest proudly and declared, "Having grown in the secret realm for over 10,000 years, I am privy to the locations of many hidden treasures, as well as methods to avoid perilous areas. If you spare me, I will reveal all." Hiss. Qin Chuang pondered this, weighing his options internally. If what the little red doll claimed were true, it indeed held greater value than merely consuming it. After all, cultivation can be gradually improved, whereas precious treasures, once missed, are lost forever. "How can I trust you?" Qin Chuang asked, his gaze scrutinizing. The little red doll quickly raised its small hand and suggested, "Let me first take you to a place. If there are no treasures, you may consume me afterward." Qin Chuang was torn, remaining silent for a long time. The red ginseng anxiously watched him, fidgeting nervously. Suddenly, its large, dark eyes gleamed mischievously as it cheerfully offered, "I have attained intelligence. I can recognize you as my master and serve you henceforth. We can form a contract, a master-servant bond. Once the bond is established, your mere thought could end my existence, thus you may rest assured." "What do you say?" Qin Chuang, intrigued by this proposition, contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall trust you this once. However, do not attempt any tricks, otherwise I will not spare you." The little red doll breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly nodding in agreement. Qin Chuang sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the red ginseng before him. With his hands forming a series of intricate seals, a mysterious contract appeared between Qin Chuang and the ginseng. He swiftly imbued it into the ginseng's essence, and a radiant light simultaneously enveloped both. As the brilliance faded, Qin Chuang sensed a peculiar connection with the ginseng. "Master," the ginseng exclaimed with excitement, "I shall now release the seal upon me." Rising to his feet, Qin Chuang cradled the ginseng in his hands. He gestured with his fingers, and the seal was lifted. "Thank you, master." The ginseng leapt from Qin Chuang's grasp, bouncing joyfully ahead. "Very well, let us proceed. Furthermore, your fragrance is quite potent and may attract both beasts and cultivators. Once outside, you must conceal yourself within my black robe, which has the ability to mask your presence. Do not attempt any tricks. Should you bring unnecessary trouble upon us, I shall take your life first." "I would not dare," the ginseng replied, puffing out its little chest with pride. "Moreover, I possess my own means of concealment. Otherwise, how could I have survived until now?" "Oh," Qin Chuang remarked, somewhat surprised. "It appears to be a form of innate ability. I was merely trying to absorb a piece of earth essence stone when I was discovered by you. I had intended to digest it after the secret realm closed, but lacking a proper storage space and fearing it would be snatched by other cultivators, I greedily attempted to absorb it, which resulted in my unstable aura. And thus you found me." "Indeed," the ginseng chirped, "it is fate that has brought us together. Hee. I am eager to explore the vibrant world outside." Now free from the threat of being consumed, the ginseng grew lively. Such flattery. Qin Chuang placed the ginseng into the sleeve of his black robe and swiftly exited the space. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, he confirmed no one was near. Qin Chuang summoned his flying sword, propelling himself towards the location where the two-winged silver lion had previously appeared. He would not allow the silver lion to aid Qin. Soaring swiftly upon his sword, the ginseng remained quietly nestled in his robe. Before long, he approached the area where the two-winged silver lion had manifested in his past life. Gently descending, he landed at the edge of a dense forest. Cautiously, he expanded his divine sense, meticulously examining the movements around him. The atmosphere felt stifling, as if concealing great peril. "Master," the ginseng whispered from within his sleeve, "there are powerful fluctuations of restrictions nearby. The two-winged silver lion you seek should be situated in the valley beyond the barriers, but exercise caution. There may be traps surrounding the restrictions." Qin Chuang nodded slightly, following the ginseng's guidance as he carefully navigated the perimeter of the barriers. Indeed, he discovered several cleverly concealed triggering formations. Though rudimentary, these formations posed a significant threat. Triggering them would surely create a commotion, alarming not only the two-winged silver lion, but potentially attracting other cultivators or formidable beasts as well. Chapter 21. If you cannot be of use to me, then perish. With a modest understanding of formations, Qin Chuang meticulously dismantled the intricate array before him. After considerable effort, He finally succeeded in clearing the obstacles and stood before a formidable barrier emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy. He endeavored to decipher this barrier through various methods, initially infusing it with a trace of spiritual essence to gauge its reaction, then adjusting his approach based on the feedback received. After an extended period of relentless effort, a fissure finally appeared in the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuang forcefully widened the crack and slipped through. Inside lay a valley rich in spiritual energy and invigorating air. As he entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to a majestic pair of silver-winged lions. To his astonishment, the beast's cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The imposing silver-winged lion lay beside a spiritual spring, its massive form akin to a small mountain, exuding a presence that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Its silvery wings occasionally fluttered, as if capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. The lion's fur shimmered like silver satin, smooth and lustrous, while its robust limbs and sharp claws resembled deadly hooks, seemingly able to rend flesh with ease. At that moment, the silver-winged lion rested lazily by the spring, its eyes half closed, guarding several centuries-old spiritual herbs that flourished within the waters. Its breathing was steady and profound, harmonizing seamlessly with the surrounding environment. It stood as the sentinel of the spring, emanating an aura that made the area feel sacred and untouchable. Suddenly, the silver-winged lion sensed an intruder. Instantly, it rose to its feet, its vigilant gaze fixed upon Qin Chuang, emitting a deep, resonant growl. Qin Chuang, aware of the gravity of the situation, summoned the Thunderblade. Swiftly preparing for battle, the silver-winged lion launched the first assault, unfurling its enormous wings to unleash a tempestuous gust towards Qin Chuang. He deftly dodged behind a massive boulder. Red Ginseng, anxiously whispering from his sleeve, advised, "Master, the lion's weakness lies in its left wing joint. An attack there will significantly diminish its power." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang awaited the opportune moment, and, as the lion pounced again, he abruptly leapt from behind the boulder, casting a beam of spiritual light directly at the lion's left wing joint. The beast, unable to evade, was struck and let out a thunderous roar, its offensive momentum faltering. Seizing the advantage, Qin Chuang relentlessly unleashed spells targeting the lion's vulnerability. Despite its injuries, the silver-winged lion fought fiercely in resistance. The valley was soon filled with surging spiritual energy, and brilliant lights flickered amidst the chaos. After a fierce confrontation, Qin Chuang ultimately triumphed over the silver-winged lion. Observing the creature ensnared by his spiritual energy, he attempted to persuade it to acknowledge him as its master. "Silver Lion, become my spiritual companion. I shall lead you from this secret realm, and together we shall roam the Qin Yuan continent with pride." The silver-winged lion, seemingly comprehending his words, raised its head and emitted a series of furious roars, repeatedly battering against the confines of the spiritual energy net, a clear indication of its defiance. Upon witnessing the defiance of the dual-winged silver lion, Qin Chuang resolved to employ more forceful measures. He concentrated his energy, tightening the ethereal binding net gradually. The lion's struggles grew increasingly feeble, yet its gaze remained resolute, exuding an indomitable spirit. At that moment, an idea sparked in Qin Chuang's mind. He loosened the binding net and stepped back slowly, speaking in a gentle tone. "Silver Lion, I understand your reluctance. I do not seek to compel you to become my spirit companion, but rather to forge a partnership with you, exploring this vast continent together. If you are willing, we can grow side by side and confront the challenges that lie ahead." Boom! 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 The dual-winged silver lion disregarded Qin Chuang's words, its struggles intensifying, hostility evident in its eyes. Noting this, Qin Chuang's expression turned cold. It seemed the gentle approach was unwelcome. Thus, he decided to resort to more violent methods. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, imbuing a contract mark upon the lion's head, overpowering it with his formidable consciousness to enforce the bond. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, Qin Chuang found himself unable to subdue the dual-winged silver lion. How perplexing, with the enhancement of the thunderous secret realm to his consciousness. One would expect that subduing a mid-foundation stage beast would be a trivial task. Why was it proving so difficult to establish a contract? As he felt the lion's resistance, a chill swept through his eyes. Since it could not be tamed for his use, then perish it shall. He raised the thunderous blade, and amidst a flash of lightning, a magnificent head soared away, blood splattering across the ground. Qin Chuang felt no remorse. If it was not meant to be his fortune, then it was better destroyed. He retrieved a jar to collect the lion's blood, methodically gathering its fur, bones, and cutting its flesh into pieces to store within his jade pendant. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, panting heavily. After consuming 2 energy-replenishing pills, he began to meditate. Suddenly, red ginseng leaped from his sleeve, scurrying to the spirit spring to examine several precious spirit herbs, exclaiming with excitement, "Master, these herbs are of exceedingly rare varieties and will greatly benefit your cultivation. I shall gather them." Qin Chuang continued to meditate, paying no heed to the little one as it harvested the herbs. Red ginseng collected the ripe spirit herbs, employing its small hands to seal their spiritual essence. Glancing at the few unripe spirit plants, it tilted its head thoughtfully, devising a plan. Noticing that Qin Chuang remained in meditation, red ginseng chose not to disturb him and instead, with a splash, leapt into the spirit spring. "Wow, what a divine life!" it exclaimed, squinting its eyes in delight as it frolicked in the waters. After a while, Qin Chuang completed his meditation and rose to his feet. Upon seeing red ginseng joyfully swimming in the spirit spring, a wave of happiness washed over him. "Red ginseng, have you finished gathering the herbs?" he inquired. Upon hearing a sound, the red ginseng leaped from the spirit spring, hopping onto the shore, clutching a handful of spiritual herbs. It bounded over to Qin Chuang, proudly displaying its collection. "Master, I have gathered all the mature spiritual herbs. However, I noticed a few immature medicinal plants, and I wish to transplant them to your medicinal field once you awaken." The red ginseng looked at Qin Chuang, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Chuang nodded in agreement. "Well done, red ginseng. Let us transplant them together." He produced 2 small shovels and spoke. Together, they transplanted the remaining medicinal herbs into the medicinal field within their space. Soon, they had thoroughly excavated the spiritual herbs by the spirit spring. "Let us head out, shall we?" The exhausted red ginseng lay sprawled on the ground, then sprang up like a carp, pouting in discontent. "Master, my name is San San, little San San, not Hong Hong." Qin Chuang nodded to acknowledge this. "Very well then. Let us depart, little Hong Hong." Chapter 22. Yet again, arriving a step late. "All right, master." "Huh? No." The red ginseng resignedly abandoned its attempt to correct him, slowly shuffling its tiny feet, casting lingering glances at the spirit spring. Ultimately, it could not resist the yearning in its heart, and, with a splash, jumped back into the spirit spring, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy and bubbling with delight. Qin Chuang turned to see this and smiled gently. He used his consciousness to excavate a pool beside the medicinal field in their space, channeling the water elemental energy from within himself to commune with the external water elements, and collected the spring water from the spirit spring into his jade pendant space, pouring it into the newly excavated pool. The red ginseng watched in astonishment as the spring water gradually flowed away, its eyes wide with disbelief. "It can be done like this. San has truly gained insight." Qin Chuang smirked slightly. This was merely an ordinary spirit spring of low rank, which he had no intention of collecting. However, since it pleased the ginseng, he reluctantly agreed to take it. He thought of a pure spirit spring that he would excavate and place in his space when he had the time. The red ginseng rushed over, filled with admiration. "Thank you, master. Yes, the pool in the space is ready. You may go in and play. I will give you a mantra to access the space freely from now on." With that, he transmitted a series of incantations into the red ginseng's mind. Overjoyed, the red ginseng darted into the space. Qin Chuang granted the ginseng the freedom to enter, but it would still require his consent to exit, to prevent it from recklessly running out into potential danger. Just as Qin Chuang was preparing to leave, he felt the tremors of the valley's barrier. Realizing that someone was approaching, he did not linger and concealed his presence as he emerged from the recently breached barrier. Upon stepping out, he immediately noticed that the lightning outside was far more intense than within the valley. Turning his gaze in another direction, he saw Lan Bingyan and her companions forcefully attacking the barrier. Qin Chuang secretly scoffed. Indeed, there is strength in numbers, and they feared nothing. He chose to ignore them, and instead shifted direction to explore other areas. On the other side, under the combined efforts of Lan Bingyan and her companions, the formation was shattered, and upon entering the valley, the 4 of them were utterly devastated. Once again, they had arrived too late. Observing the remnants of battle scattered throughout the valley, the pools that had evidently been drained, and the pits left behind from which something had been excavated. Lan Bingyan pressed her crimson lips tightly together, her eyes flickering with suppressed fury. Qin Chuang wore a grim expression, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Jiang Linglong stared incredulously at the chaos before her, while Zhou Hongling felt an inner turmoil that manifested as outward agitation. They were seized by a sensation of their fortunes being abruptly severed, as if an invisible hand had grasped their fate. Suddenly, Qin Chuang jolted upright, scanning the surroundings. Could it be my brother? The one who continuously outmaneuvers us and snatches away the treasures we have meticulously prepared for? Impossible. Zhou Hongling promptly dismissed the notion. What you say is true. Qin Chuang is merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. Which of these treasures could be acquired by one who has not yet reached the foundation establishment stage? Jiang Linglong swiftly concurred with Zhou Hongling's assessment. Lan Bingyan nodded in agreement, asserting that it could not possibly be Qin Chuang. He lacked the capability. With a deep breath, Lan Bingyan suggested, "We have all been weary from our travels these past few days, and with no gains to show for it. This place is rather tranquil and rich in spiritual energy. Perhaps we should rest here for a day before continuing our treasure hunt." "Indeed," Jiang Linglong echoed. "Not only can we recuperate, but we can also refresh our spirits and perhaps turn our fortunes." Qin Chuang and Zhou Hongling soon assented to the idea of taking a respite. Qin Chuang seated himself by the edge of the empty pool, his expression a canvas of fluctuating emotions. "Qin Chuang, is it you?" A sense of being ensnared washed over him. He felt that everything was somehow intertwined with Qin Chuang. His elder brother seemed to have changed in some way, as if he had escaped the control wielded by their father. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel this absurd thought. Their father, a perfected Golden Core practitioner, held a position of prominence in the Eastern Alliance. How could a mere qi refinement cultivator like Qin Chuang elude his meticulous grasp? After reciting the heart-cleansing mantra several times, he finally calmed his mind to recuperate. I hope nothing has gone awry with Qin Chuang. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang had wandered for several days, following the clues provided by the red ginseng and successfully harvesting 6 thunder fruits. Whenever he encountered other cultivators, he kept his distance and evaded them. Thus, he had accomplished his objectives within the secret realm, and less than a month had passed. He planned to cultivate in the thunder pool for a while before emerging to seek treasures, feeling a diminished sense of urgency compared to when he first entered. Opting against flying with a sword, he strolled leisurely through the mountains and forests, gathering spiritual herbs while taking in the diverse sights. Suddenly, Qin Chuang heard the sounds of skirmish. Following the noise, he extended his consciousness and discovered several cultivators embroiled in a battle over spirit herb. He hesitated for a moment, deciding to observe the situation first. At that moment, one of the cultivators detected his presence, a flicker of caution evident in his gaze. Qin Chuang offered a slight smile and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Fellow Taoists, I am merely passing through and mean no disturbance." The cultivators glanced at him briefly, remaining silent, and resumed their conflict. Qin Chuang turned to leave, continuing his exploration of the secret realm. As he walked, he arrived at the banks of a river. The water surged violently, streaks of lightning illuminating the surface. Qin Chuang observed the river carefully and noticed some peculiar fish swimming about. They appeared to be spiritual fish, and he suppressed the urge to catch a few. The unfathomable depths of the river emanated a sense of peril, prompting him to steer clear of it and press onward. After some time, Qin Chuang fortuitously encountered a thunder fruit. This fruit grew at the edge of a mountain, surrounded by an aura of electricity. Its exterior shimmered in a dazzling purple, akin to lightning, brimming with boundless thunderous energy. The skin of the thunder fruit was intricately patterned, resembling currents flowing within. A gentle touch sent a faint electric pulse coursing through his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Elated, he cautiously plucked the thunder fruit. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence approaching. Alert! He turned around to find a man in green approaching him. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. A surge of tension gripped Qin Chuang's heart. The man had approached silently, unnoticed by him. Reflecting on how even Brother Shur in the Qi refining stage possessed a robe to conceal his aura, it was reasonable to assume that this late-stage cultivator, if affiliated with the Tao sect, would hold an elder's position and possess a device or technique to mask his presence. Quickly regaining his composure, Qin Chuang brandished his dark iron sword, fixating his gaze on the approaching figure. If the man had the sense to withdraw, all would remain well. Otherwise, he would be prepared to fight. The man in green cast a glance at the barren thunderfruit tree, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thank you for the generous gift, young friend. This thunderfruit is quite rare. For a Qi refining cultivator, such as yourself, to obtain, it speaks to your skill. The man's voice was deep, laced with an undeniable authority. Qin Chuang felt a shiver run down his spine, yet maintained his composure. Senior, I was merely fortunate. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The man in green slowly approached, each step seemingly imbued with immense weight. I am an outer elder of the true sword sect, and this thunderfruit is of great importance to me. Might you consider parting with it? I would be sure to remember your kindness. Qin Chuang tightened his grip on the dark iron sword. Senior, this thunderfruit is an unclaimed item. It was no small feat for me to obtain even one. I hope you will not make things difficult. The man in the azure robe furrowed his brow slightly, and an icy aura suddenly enveloped him. You may leave alive, but do not overestimate your worth, young friend. Do you believe you can withstand me? Qin Chuang took a deep breath, feigning an attitude of unwavering defiance. Senior, if you intend to forcefully take from me, I shall fight to the death. The azure-robed man appeared to be amused by Qin Chuang's ignorance. Very well, if you wish for death, then allow me to escort you on your journey. Qin Chuang's gaze turned sharp. He understood that there would be no peaceful resolution this time. Gripping his mysterious iron blade tightly, he stepped forward and launched the first strike of the fiery slash, Flame Break. The azure-robed man deftly dodged the blade's edge with a swift movement. In an instant, he reappeared before Qin Chuang, raising his hand to deliver a seemingly light palm strike, yet it contained the force of a raging torrent. Qin Chuang felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Quickly circulating the spiritual energy within him, he positioned the mysterious iron blade before himself and shouted, gathering all his strength to withstand the blow. A thunderous crash echoed as Qin Chuang was sent reeling backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. He felt his vitality surge, yet he managed to steady himself. Clearly, the difference between them was not merely in cultivation level, but also in combat experience. He switched his mysterious iron blade for the thunderous blade, keeping a vigilant eye on the man. Your blade is quite commendable. The azure-robed man's voice remained cold, tinged with a hint of greed. The man struck again, this time pointing a finger, launching a razor-sharp sword energy toward Qin Chuang, not daring to be negligent. Qin Chuang swiftly dodged to the side, the sword energy grazing the hem of his clothing and cleaving a massive boulder beside him in two. Before he could catch his breath, the azure-robed man formed hand seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, coalescing into a vast vortex. Within the vortex, flashes of lightning flickered, sweeping toward Qin Chuang. A surge of joy surged within Qin Chuang. How audacious to harness the power of thunder before someone with a lightning spirit root. It seemed the opportunity to counterattack had arrived. He channeled the lightning spiritual energy within him, pouring it into the thunderous blade like a torrential flood. In an instant, the thunderous blade seemed to awaken, its blade trembling slightly and emitting a low, resonant hum. As the lightning spiritual energy continued to flow into it, the blade gradually emanated a dazzling radiance, as if rejoicing and yearning to unleash its formidable power. He gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the vibrations coursing through the blade, and then, summoning all his strength, he struck fiercely at the spiritual energy vortex. The thunderous blade carved a magnificent arc through the air, the lightning illuminating the dark like a bolt of thunder. Upon the moment of collision between the blade and the spiritual energy vortex, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of space. The intertwining radiance of the thunderous blade and the spiritual energy vortex formed a resplendent spectacle. With a resounding boom, the azure-robed man was engulfed by the spiritual energy vortex, sent flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Chuang swiftly struck again, cleaving the man in blue in half. He slowly approached the corpse, removing the white jade crown from the deceased's hair and placing it into his storage pouch. He also took the storage ring from the man's hand, effortlessly dismantling the enchantment with his spiritual sense to explore its contents. What wealth! Qin Chuang tossed 2 fireballs, incinerating the body. As he watched the remains turn to ashes before him, he juggled the storage ring, expressing gratitude for the generous gift, realizing it was unwise to linger. He summoned his flying sword and turned to soar toward the thunder pool. An hour later, Qin Chuang, comfortably soaking in the thunder pool, felt absolutely splendid. It was only then that he began to meticulously examine the contents of the storage ring belonging to the man in blue. Goodness, not just wealthy, but incredibly affluent. He grinned widely as he organized the treasures. Among them were a high-grade superior magical artifact, a white jade flying sword, over 9,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10 thunder fruits, 6 various magical artifacts, several demon beasts, dozens of spirit herbs, several volumes of spell books inscribed on jade slips, numerous medicinal pills, and assorted miscellaneous items. Truly, it was a fortune acquired through bloodshed. Suddenly, he recalled that he had also confiscated the storage pouch from the high-ranking merchant, but had yet to inspect it. With a smile, he retrieved it and, upon scanning with his spiritual sense, was immediately disappointed. It was far less bountiful than that of the man in blue. Yet, he soon chuckled again, realizing that what he had was still quite satisfactory. It contained a mid-tier fan-shaped magical artifact, over 1,000 spirit stones, around 10 bottles of energy-replenishing pills, various miscellaneous books, and assorted items. Ha ha ha, what a delightful haul. He left 200 spirit stones in his waist pouch, storing the rest in the jade pendant space. It was then that he noticed a significant transformation in the space. Looking around to ensure he was alone, he swiftly entered the jade pendant's realm. Lo and behold, the once lush medicinal fields, previously filled with grass, were now impeccably organized, devoid of weeds. The plots nearest the spiritual water pond were brimming with various spirit herbs he had collected from the secret realm, thriving abundantly. Like a grand elder reclining with crossed legs in the spiritual water pond, the red ginseng leapt out of the water upon seeing Qin Chuang, waddling over with short legs, and proudly raised its head, seeking praise. Master, look how well I have tended to the medicinal fields. Qin Chuang smiled and nodded. Quite impressive indeed, little one. Oh, you can call me Ginseng. By the way, Master, please bring back more fresh spirit herbs. We have plenty of land to cultivate. Qin Chuang poured out the spirit herbs he had obtained from the man in blue, creating a small mountain of them. Wow, Master, you're truly remarkable. You gathered so many at once. Qin Chuang rubbed his nose, gazing into the adoring eyes of the red ginseng. He felt a bit embarrassed to admit that these treasures were acquired through violence, so he cleared his throat lightly. Why don't you see which of these can survive and be planted? Those that cannot thrive need not be forced. Simply box them up for sale to trade for spirit stones. As he spoke, he poured out a heap of jade boxes, creating a small mountain of them. Qin Chuang caught a glimpse of the envious little eyes of the red ginseng and recalled its lamentation about the absence of a pouch-like storage feature. Consequently, he tossed the storage ring belonging to the man in green attire to the red ginseng. Here, little ginseng, take this storage ring and make use of it. In Chapter 24, Advancement to the Late Foundation Establishment Stage, A Perilous Journey, the red ginseng excitedly caught the storage pouch, its little eyes sparkling with delight. Thank you, Master. You are truly kind. It embraced the storage pouch and began to examine it, its short legs joyfully swaying. Qin Chuang smiled and entered the wooden cabin to practice the thunderclap deathblade. He believed that, when combined with the thunderous blade, it would possess formidable power. Seated on the ground, Qin Chuang immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. Various intricate spells, pathways of spiritual energy, and techniques surged into his mind, and he concentrated fully on understanding and memorizing them. Meanwhile, the red ginseng cultivated spiritual herbs nearby, occasionally glancing at Qin Chuang with a face full of curiosity. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qin Chuang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with electric light. He had grasped the essentials of this thunder-based blade technique and was eager to find a suitable location to test its might. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, he said to the red ginseng, "Little ginseng, I'm going out to practice the new technique I've acquired. You can play in the space." The red ginseng responded, "Rest assured, Master. Go ahead." Qin Chuang exited the jade pendant space and returned to the thunder pool. He surveyed the environment, where lightning occasionally flashed, deeming it a secluded training ground for his blade. Summoning the thunderclap blade, he began to execute the newly learned thunder blade technique, thunderclap death blade. With a poised stance, he chanted incantations, channeling the thunderous spiritual energy within him into the blade. At the same time, the surrounding thunder energy rapidly converged. With a mighty swing of the thunderclap blade, a robust arc of lightning sliced towards a massive boulder. Boom! The boulder was instantly obliterated, shards flying in all directions. The rocky ground was cleaved, leaving a deep gash several yards wide. Qin Chuang nodded in satisfaction. The power of this technique surpassed that of his previous flaming slash by a significant margin. However, feeling the emptiness of his internal thunder energy, he couldn't help but smile wryly. While its power was formidable, it consumed an excessive amount of spiritual energy, rendering it suitable only as a trump card. After consuming a chi replenishing pill and 3 spirit gathering pills, he managed to regain some energy. The spirit gathering pills were of limited efficacy for him in the mid-foundation establishment stage. He needed to consume 3 to achieve the effect of a single true essence pill. Storing away the thunderclap blade, he leapt into the thunder pool and began to meditate. Reciting the Tai return to origin mantra, he breathed in the surrounding spiritual energy. As the thunder energy entered his body, a portion of the thunderous might also course through him, inducing a slight tingling sensation that brought him great comfort. Why not? An idea struck Qin Chuang. While refining the thunder energy through his breathing technique, he decided to simultaneously guide the thunderous power to temper his body, achieving 2 objectives in one endeavor. Resolving to put this idea into action, he immediately began his attempt. Initially, the dual focus was somewhat challenging, but with continued practice, Qin Chuang gradually managed to achieve a balance between the 2 tasks. The Tai Guan Ju heart method autonomously navigated through the meridians, consuming only a fraction of his mental focus. He commenced the practice of the body tempering technique imparted by his elder brother Shirquan. As the technique unfolded, he guided a slender thread of thunderous energy to flow gently along his meridians, refining them, accompanied by a slight stinging sensation. Qin Chuang gritted his teeth in determination, diligently directing this energy towards his limbs and bones. Gradually, he acclimated to the pain, and the speed at which the thunderous energy coursed through his body quickened. As time passed, Qin Chuang's physique became increasingly robust, and the thunder spiritual energy within him grew more refined. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashed within them. He had succeeded. Not only had his technique improved, but his physical strength had also significantly enhanced. Filled with newfound confidence, Qin Chuang resolved to frequently utilize the thunderous energy for body tempering. In the ensuing days, he practiced meditation and body tempering with thunderous energy at night, while honing his sword techniques during the day. Half a year swiftly elapsed. The spirit gathering pills had long been consumed 2 months prior, and he now relied on a true essence pill each day. Through relentless cultivation and tempering over this period, his cultivation level advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, and his body refinement reached the copper skin iron bone realm, granting him physical attack power comparable to that of an early foundation establishment cultivator. A remarkable progression. His greatest achievement was the complete refinement of the thunder spiritual energy within him, which now resided steadily in his dantian, responsive to Qin Chuang's thoughts. The root of the thunder spirit had also grown substantially, expanding from the size of a mung bean to that of a broad bean. It was time to venture out. Qin Chuang performed a cleansing incantation and soared into the sky on his sword. As he flew, he unfurled his consciousness to survey the surroundings and discovered that those who had concealed themselves in the early stages of the secret realm had emerged to engage in acts of robbery, targeting those who had diligently searched for treasures over the past 6 months. He chose to ignore the chaos, refraining from participating in the plundering or attempting to rescue anyone, opting instead to take a detour and avoid unnecessary entanglements. Following the guidance of the red ginseng, he found few spirit herbs, indicating that most had already been harvested. After several days of wandering without significant gains or encounters with individuals like Lan Bingyan, he decided to return to his cultivation. Spending an extra day at the Thunder Pool offered him the equivalent of over 10 days of regular practice, which he deemed a considerable opportunity, far superior to aimless wandering. He set his course towards the Thunder Pool atop his flying sword. While traversing the long river, dark storm clouds suddenly loomed overhead, and the waters churned violently, with bolts of lightning descending. Qin Chuang barely had time to react before he was struck by the lightning. Though uninjured, his body faltered and plunged downward. The deep, dark waters surged and formed a massive whirlpool, ensnaring him within its grasp, rendering him unable to escape. Alarmed, Qin Chuang hastily summoned the Thunderblade, positioning it defensively to withstand some of the water's force. Yet before he could catch his breath, the whirlpool's tremendous pull dragged him to the riverbed. Instantly, he was submerged in the water, with the currents assaulting his mouth, nose, and ears. In a flurry, he executed a water avoidance technique, barely managing to gasp for air. Relaxing his body, He allowed the whirlpool's force to carry him along, and after an indeterminate span, the river gradually calmed, granting him the freedom to move. Uncertain of where the vortex had taken him, Qin Chuang summoned the ethereal energy of water to erect a protective barrier, granting him a moment to survey his surroundings. He found himself at the riverbed, enveloped in an eerie dimness. With an abundance of spiritual energy, the power of thunder here rivaled that of a thunder pool. Gazing upwards, he discerned not a glimmer of light, as an immense stone formation loomed overhead, its expanse invisible to the eye. He extended his consciousness to explore, only to be engulfed by panic upon realizing that this place nullified his mental probing. Oh heavens, what manner of realm is this? How exceedingly bizarre. The waters were devoid of fish schools, save for a few peculiar little fish that may have been scattered by the earlier whirlpool. There were no sturdy stones. Even the rocks beneath his feet were smooth, rounded pebbles. Occasionally, he would uncover 1 or 2 spirit stones and mineral crystals among the pebbles. And he even discovered a luminous pearl nestled within a patch of aquatic grass, a splendid source of illumination. Clutching the pearl to light his path, he carefully sought an escape route. Ahead stood an eerie stone, 3 zhang high, protruding from the riverbed, its surface rugged and as dark as ink. Just as he contemplated turning to search elsewhere, the stone unexpectedly opened its eyes. They were enormous. No, larger than that of a cow. Chapter 25. Shall we strike a deal? Startled, Qin Chuang stumbled backward, stirring up clouds of silt. What in the world is this creature? He hurriedly swam back and shared his perspective with Hong Shun. Hong, quickly look, what is that? The scene transmitted to Hong Shun from the jade pendant space sent it trembling in fear as it cried out, "Master, run." It's terrifying. As Qin Chuang swam faster in his bid to escape, he felt no pursuit behind him, allowing him a moment of relief. However, before he could fully exhale, a loud bang resounded. He collided headfirst into an invisible barrier. Without time to ponder, he attempted to enter the jade pendant space. Yet, it was in vain. Still trapped in place, his mind felt as if it might explode. A thunderous noise echoed. It dawned on him that this underwater region had been ensnared in an enclosed space, and he himself was locked in without any means of escape. Could his last resort be rendered useless? Slowly, he turned around, gripping the thunder blade tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the colossal creature not far away. As his thoughts raced, he pondered whether the thunderclouds and whirlpool were all orchestrated for his demise. At that moment, Hong Shun's voice resonated in his mind. "Master, I wonder if you've heard the ancient legend about the secret realm? Enough chit-chat. Get to the point." The legend speaks of the Thunder Realm, once known as the Dragon's Roar Realm in ancient times. Qin Chuang interjected, "Do you think it's possible that what stands before you is a dragon?" He gazed into the enormous, dark golden vertical pupil, a shiver running down his spine. However, is it not true that beings of the dragon's caliber have long since vanished from existence, having gone silent over 10,000 years ago? How could such a creature possibly manifest in this secret realm? Sensing the perilous aura emanating from the creature before him, Qin Chuang's mind raced as he sought a means of escape while the colossal being remained motionless. Before he could devise a plan, his eyes widened in terror as he witnessed the giant stir. It slowly lifted its head and opened its gaping maw. A roar erupted, accompanied by a tremendous wave of force. Qin Chuang found himself encased within a vast bubble of energy, creating a dry zone around him. Even as he regained his footing, his heart pounded fiercely in his chest. It frightened him to the core. In that fleeting moment, he thought he was on the brink of death once more. Despite his youth, "Young one, shall we strike a deal?" Just as Qin Chuang's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a voice, deep and resonant like a bell, emanated from the creature, startling him anew. Yet, upon seeing the creature turn to face him directly, he forced himself to compose his nerves and reacted swiftly. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, inquiring, "Might I know what you require of me, esteemed senior? Please, elucidate your request. I sense the presence of the Thunderblade within you, and it is no small feat that it recognizes you." The creature paused momentarily before continuing. "I have dwelled here for hundreds of thousands of years, and I am weary of this confinement. Would you be willing to assist me in escaping?" Hearing this, Qin Chuang felt a flicker of relief in his heart. After a brief contemplation, he readily acquiesced. "It would be my honor to aid you, esteemed senior. Please, command me as you see fit." In the face of such overwhelming power and utterly unfamiliar temperament, only a fool would dare to refuse. Exhibiting one's individuality, displaying intellect, attempting to negotiate, a single swipe could obliterate you. Was one truly so reckless as to tempt fate? Or did one consider themselves favored by the heavens? Qin Chuang was far too cautious for such folly. His life was fragile. His past experiences had taught him that no life-threatening situation was a matter for jest. Ha ha ha. You amuse me, young one. The booming laughter of the creature resonated louder than its previous roar. Qin Chuang could only join in the mirth, suppressing his anxiety. Do not bother with titles. Simply refer to me as Old Black Dragon. Understood, Old Black Dragon. I am Qin Chuang. To encounter a true dragon, even in its current form, is indeed a stroke of fortune. Ah, Qin Chuang, I'm not a true dragon yet. I have not ascended to such heights. Bound by the constraints of this secret realm, I am merely a flood dragon at present. To his astonishment, Qin Chuang detected a hint of embarrassment upon the colossal visage of the black dragon. Contemplating the circumstances, he explained, even a flood dragon is a rarity. You may not be aware, but the dragon lineage has been extinct on the Qingyuan continent for over 10,000 years, flood dragons included. Is that so? How fascinating. The black flood dragon murmured, its ancient voice tinged with profound melancholy. What task would you have me undertake, esteemed senior? Qin Chuang inquired, breaking the heavy silence that enveloped them. It is a long story, but I shall be brief. I have spent countless years in this secret realm, and my cultivation has stagnated for many years. I have come to realize that the reason lies in reaching the limitations of this miniature world. It seems I have reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. To transcend this confinement and advance my cultivation and level, I must depart from this realm. Therefore, I wish to employ your Thunderblade to exit this secret domain. The black flood dragon, having spoken, gazed at Qin Chuang with hopeful anticipation. Qin Chuang sensed a subtle pressure. He understood that despite their amicable conversation, should he express dissent, the black flood dragon would not hesitate to act. Very well. Esteemed black dragon, please instruct me on how to proceed, he replied. I currently stand at the pinnacle of the golden core realm and am unable to traverse the spatial passageways opened by you cultivators. Forcing my way through would be unbearable. Should the space collapse, I would likely fall into a spatial black hole or turbulence, resulting in certain death at my level. Qin Chuang nodded, aware of this fact. The highest realm permitted to enter this secret domain is limited to golden core cultivators due to the constraints of the several major factions that open the entrance, which can only accommodate those below the golden core stage. Indeed, a being like the black flood dragon, who is a half step into the nascent soul stage, would find it quite challenging to pass through. The black flood dragon continued, your Thunderblade is a remarkable artifact. With a remarkably resilient blade and a shared attribute of lightning, I can employ my innate ability to shrink in size and attach myself to the blade, thereby allowing you to exit. Qin Chuang fell into contemplation. Would the immense body of the black flood dragon and its half-step nascent soul power destroy the Thunderblade it was to connect with? Refusing was not an option he could entertain. He lacked the strength to do so. Strength indeed. He, Qin Chuang, lacked the power to reject others. Observing Qin Chuang's prolonged silence, the black flood dragon seemed to perceive his thoughts and assured him, do not worry, your Thunderblade will sustain no damage. You may sense that the Thunderblade does not reject me, and you will understand. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall reward you with a treasure. Upon hearing the black flood dragon's words, Qin Chuang calmed his mind and reached out to communicate with the Thunderblade. He gently extended his consciousness into the blade, and, indeed, felt no animosity from it towards the black flood dragon. Instead, there was a faint sense of affinity. Lifting his gaze to the black flood dragon, he said, Esteemed elder, the Thunderblade shows no rejection towards you. I shall proceed as you have advised. The black flood dragon's massive form quivered slightly, causing the surrounding waters to ripple violently. Good lad, how refreshing. I shall now begin to lower my cultivation and test the waters. With that, the dark golden light radiating from the black flood dragon began to flicker, and its colossal body gradually diminished in size, the overwhelming pressure steadily dissipating. Qin Chuang fixed his eyes on the transformation of the black flood dragon, watching as it shrank to a mere several zhang in length and transformed into a black streak of light that sped towards the Thunderblade. The Thunderblade trembled slightly, as if welcoming the arrival of the black flood dragon. Without any obstruction, the black flood dragon seamlessly merged into the Thunderblade, and the entire process unfolded smoothly. Chapter 26. Departing with the black dragon from the secret realm holding the thunderous blade, Qin Chuang sensed that the weapon felt slightly heavier than before. Yet its power had also intensified. Elder Black Dragon, with less than 5 months remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm, Are we truly setting off now? He inquired. Well, we shall depart when the time is right, came the voice of the black dragon in Qin Chuang's mind. In a flash of dark light from the thunderous blade, the black dragon appeared before him. For the remaining months, I shall accompany you as your guardian. Where do you wish to go? I will follow you there. I intend to cultivate in the depths of the thunder pool until the conclusion, and only then will I exit when the passage opens, Qin Chuang replied. Very well. I shall accompany you, the black dragon declared, lifting Qin Chuang onto its back with a surge of spiritual energy and diving into the deeper river beneath the rocks. With a few agile leaps, the black dragon emerged from the water's surface, carrying Qin Chuang. To his astonishment, they had traversed through an underground river to arrive at the thunder pool, which was connected to the long river. Qin Chuang, I shall take a slumber in the pool. You may cultivate here, the black dragon said before plunging headfirst into the water, causing countless splashes. At that moment, Qin Chuang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had preserved his life. He raised his hands to rub his face, then retrieved a true essence pill from his storage bag, consuming it to steady his mind before commencing his cultivation. In the days that followed, he established a disciplined routine. During the day, he practiced sword techniques for half the time, while the remainder was spent studying the eclectic tomes he had gathered, acquiring both useful and trivial spells. At night, he meditated and refined his body with thunderous energy. Time passed quietly, and within the confines of the thunder pool, Qin Chuang's strength steadily grew. As the days unfolded, his understanding of swordsmanship deepened profoundly. With each swing, he could summon the might of thunder, exuding an impressive aura. The spells from the eclectic tomes were assimilated into his repertoire, with hopes of employing them in the future. Meanwhile, the black dragon slumbered at the pool's depths, occasionally emanating a subtle pressure that deterred nearby beasts. However, tranquility did not last long. One day, as Qin Chuang practiced his sword techniques, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from afar. He halted his movements and warily gazed in the direction of the aura. A group of Peak Foundation establishment cultivators was rapidly advancing toward the thunder pool. A sense of unease gripped Qin Chuang. He was uncertain of their intentions. Swiftly, he sheathed the thunderous blade, donned a black robe to conceal his presence, and quietly submerged himself beneath the water. Upon reaching the edge of the thunder pool, the leading elder gazed greedily at the waters. There have been rumors of a treasured blade in this place. I subscribe to the belief that where there is smoke, there is fire. As I am on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage, I am willing to take the risk, the elder proclaimed. An accompanying silver-haired matron promptly chimed in. Once one surpasses the golden core here, there will be no chance to enter again. This may well be my last opportunity in this secret realm. I possess a water avoidance pearl. I must boldly venture into the thunder pool. Whether we can obtain the treasured blade depends on our luck. The other cultivators nodded in agreement as they prepared to enter the thunder pool. The black dragon sensed a disturbance from the outside and surged forth from the depths of the pool. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a powerful wave of energy that sent the cultivators staggering backward. The elder's face paled, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the black dragon. What manner of creature is this? It is astonishingly powerful. The immense form of the black dragon coiled in the air, its cold gaze fixed upon the cultivators. This is my domain. You are to leave at once, or I shall not be merciful. The cultivators, their faces ashen, dare not linger for a moment longer and turn to flee. Qin Chuang emerged from the water, casting a glance at the black dragon, his heart swelling with a profound sense of security. Thank you, esteemed elder dragon, he said, bowing respectfully. The black dragon nodded and returned to the depths of the pool. Qin Chuang resumed his cultivation, cherishing the hard-won tranquility that followed the incident. As the days drew closer to the end of the secret realm, Qin Chuang's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and his physical prowess had strengthened considerably. One day, Qin Chuang submerged into the pool once more. Elder Black Dragon, the time approaches. Let us set forth early to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Very well, Qin Chuang. I entrust this to you. With that, the dragon transformed into a small entity and burrowed into the Thunderblade. Qin Chuang grasped the Thunderblade, feeling a twinge of frustration. The blade, now imbued with the black dragon's essence, could not be stored in his spatial pouch, and he was reluctant to reveal the jade pendant space. It seemed he had no choice but to carry it. Not everything could align with his desires. Preserving his life was a stroke of fortune, and he must avoid falling into the trap of seeking perfection. With renewed determination, Qin Chuang leapt from the thunder pool and ascended upon his flying sword, heading towards the exit that lingered in his memories. Along the way, he encountered several spiritual beings and minor demonic beasts he had not seen before. However, after nearly a year of devastation wrought by the invading cultivators, the surviving beasts kept their distance. As Qin Chuang neared the exit, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices. His heart tightened. He knew that other cultivators were nearby. He stealthily approached and discovered several sect members embroiled in a fierce battle over a spiritual artifact. Wishing to avoid involvement, he planned to circumvent the fray. Suddenly, one of the cultivators spotted him and shouted, "Look, there is someone over there. That blade he holds seems extraordinary." The others paused their conflict and converged upon Qin Chuang. "Boy, hand over your blade, and we shall spare your life," growled a brutish cultivator, his face a mask of menace. Noticing that they were merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, Qin Chuang smirked inwardly. "You think you can take my belongings? Begone." The cultivators, incensed by Qin Chuang's audacity, launched their attacks in unison. Clutching the thunderblade, Qin Chuang heard the black dragon's voice echo in his mind. "Young one, allow me to assist you in dealing with these insignificant pests." Before Qin Chuang could protest, the black dragon had already made its move. A sudden burst of blinding lightning erupted from the thunderclap blade, hurling towards the gathered cultivators. Struck by the fierce light, the cultivators cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Qin Chuang gazed at the striking thunderclap blade, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. It was no wonder that these reckless individuals coveted it so fiercely. It truly was a coveted treasure. The blade, originally violet, now shimmered with flashes of lightning intertwined with the deep black of a black-scaled dragon, adding an air of gravitas. Who could resist its allure? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qin Chuang as he slapped his forehead. "Oh, what a fool I am. It seems even the wisest can fall into a daze." With a chuckle, he removed the concealed black cloak lent to him by Shi Quan, wrapping the thunderclap blade meticulously within it before securing it to his back, resembling an ordinary swordsman. This would surely attract less attention. Qin Chuang beckoned, drawing several storage artifacts into his grasp, stowing them away before igniting the remnants of their owners in flames. Continuing his journey towards the exit, he deftly evaded several ambushes and eventually beheld the radiant light of the exit. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forth from the thunderclap secret realm. Chapter 27. The mysterious woman in black. Upon exiting the secret realm, Qin Chuang found several massive flying vessels hovering not far from the exit. On one of the vessels stood Elder Yang. A throng of cultivators poured forth from the exit, representatives of various factions, yet their expressions bore an uncanny uniformity, a blend of relief and utter exhaustion. Among them was Qin Chuang, his gaze resolute and his spirit invigorated. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He rubbed his cheeks, instantly adopting a facade of weariness. This scene caught the eye of a woman clad in black nearby, her striking features momentarily betraying a hint of confusion. Curious, she mused, this man radiates an inexplicable aura. Unconsciously, her right hand brushed over the feather fan on her left hand as she tilted her head in contemplation. How strange. Yet, upon further scrutiny, she discerned nothing of significance. Never mind, the matter at hand takes precedence. I shall investigate further another time. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she released an almost imperceptible black speck of light that drifted to Qin Chuang's back, vanishing without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to the occurrence. Without lingering, he leaped aboard the vessel where Elder Yang awaited. "Greetings, Elder Yang. Disciple Qin Chuang has returned," he announced. Elder Yang, sensing the completion of Qin Chuang's qi refinement, nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, welcome back. Please, rest inside." Qin Chuang settled into a corner of the deck, sitting cross-legged. Indeed, he had employed a technique to conceal his true cultivation level, projecting himself as a perfected qi refiner. His rationale was clear. After a year of trials within the secret realm, it was only natural for his cultivation to have progressed. Moreover, it was time for his second senior sister to collect the essence blood. He was curious to see if, on the cusp of a breakthrough, Jiang Linglong and the others could still forcefully extract his essence blood. Though the perfected qi refinement was but a facade, he was genuinely on the verge of a breakthrough. His true advancement lay at the peak of Foundation establishment, poised to ascend to Golden Core. At this pivotal moment, he could not afford to be distracted. Suddenly, he sensed several gazes fixed upon him. He didn't need to turn around to know who they belonged to. His cultivation at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment placed him among the foremost in this flying vessel. The strength of his divine sense was evident. Although he no longer enjoyed the enhancement of lightning, he was still superior to others of the same rank. He let out a fragment of his divine sense and perceived the urgency in Jiang Linglong's demeanor, the scrutiny from Qin Izhou, the malice in Zhou Hongling's eyes, and the complex emotions reflected in Lan Bingyan's gaze, all of which settled in his mind. Growing impatient with their entanglements, he decided to multitask, dividing his focus to circulate his breathing technique and commence his cultivation, while reserving the remainder of his energy to contemplate his forthcoming plans. His concurrent training and body refinement in the Thunderpool had honed his ability to multitask to perfection. How remarkably useful, how delightful. Within him, the Tai Guiyuan mantra activated autonomously, guiding spiritual energy to traverse his meridians, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Noticing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Chuang, Lan Bingyan understood he had entered a meditative state, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she turned away. Meanwhile, an increasingly agitated Jiang Linglong felt her impatience grow. A year had passed, and without Qin Chuang's blood to restrain her, her senior sister's illness had likely recurred. How could Qin Chuang remain so indifferent, as if unaffected by the gravity of the situation? She stepped forward, intending to rouse him, but was gently pushed back by a wave of soft spiritual force. Looking up, she saw it was Elder Yang intervening. Do not disturb others during their meditation. His authoritative voice resonated with a warning tone. Stunned, Jiang Linglong was pulled away by Zhou Hongling and Qin Izhou. Fourth junior sister, let us rest over there, Zhou Hongling urged as she tugged at her. Sister Jiang, let us discuss everything upon our return to the sect, Qin Izhou whispered in counsel. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Linglong shot a glare in Qin Chuang's direction, but ultimately relented and allowed herself to be led away by the two. However, Qin Izhou, who followed closely behind, suddenly turned back, his gaze lingering on Qin Chuang's back. For some reason, an emptiness gripped his heart, as if he had lost something significant. What was it about this elder brother that captivated him so? Unable to decipher his feelings, he was drawn to sit down with Zhou Hongling, who began to lament about Qin Chuang. Yet, he felt a growing irritation, devoid of his previous self-satisfaction. Qin Chuang, with a fragment of his divine sense lingering on the others, observed the unfolding events with a cold smile. Qin Izhou was indeed cunning. To suggest discussing matters upon their return to the sect seemed an attempt to exert pressure through his rarely seen master, meowing. Just then, Elder Yang interrupted Qin Chuang's thoughts. Everyone, it has been over an hour since the entrance to the secret realm opened. A total of 632 disciples have returned, yet 019 remain unaccounted for. He paused momentarily and continued calmly. They may have perished. Cultivation is arduous, and the path is fraught with challenges. Now, without further ado, let us return to the sect. With that, the flying vessel slowly ascended and quickly soared beyond the horizon. Qin Chuang discovered that his sect was the last to depart. In significant matters, the Taoist sect still exhibited a modicum of humanity. However, the realm of cultivation was rife with slaughter and plunder, with countless lives lost daily in the pursuit of resources for cultivation. No one could truly empathize with the tragic fates of others, for the next to perish could very well be oneself. Upon exiting the scattered cultivators' domain, they hastily departed, for the alliance of scattered cultivators could only offer them the opportunity to register without providing any protection. If they did not leave swiftly, not only would the treasures they risked their lives to procure from the secret realm be imperiled, but their very lives would also hang in the balance. Once the other major factions had emerged, they too wasted no time in departing. Aboard the flying vessel, Qin Chuang practiced his cultivation while contemplating his forthcoming plans. Firstly, he needed to address the relapse of his senior sister Yin Yu's illness, as Jiang Linglong and others would employ every means to extract his blood, and even his master might intervene with coercion. Secondly, the matter of his golden core formation was pressing. It was imperative that neither Qin Izhou nor his father learn of it, lest they sabotage his efforts. Furthermore, the Black Flood Dragon and the Thunderous Blade, strapped to his back, needed to be released in an isolated location as soon as possible, for carrying such a treasure was exceedingly perilous. What do? Qin Chuang's thoughts swirled, and he found it challenging to devise a flawless strategy. Yet, he understood the urgency of making a decision, Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The flying vessel surged through the clouds, the wind howling past. Qin Chuang took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He first considered the necessity of finding an opportune moment to evade Jiang Linglong and the others. Perhaps he could create some chaos during their return to the Sect and seize the chance to slip away. His strength had reached a level comparable to Elder Yang, the most formidable presence aboard the vessel, and no one could thwart his escape should he choose to leap from the vessel and flee on his sword. Then, he could find a secluded place to release the Black Flood Dragon and return to the Sect after successfully forming his golden core. At that point, who could contend with him? However, such a plan was unfeasible. His capability was not in question. Breaching the vessel's internal restraints to create a fissure was well within his means, and he possessed the strength to evade Elder Yang and other Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, Chapter 28 illustrates that while departing from the Sect is straightforward, returning is fraught with difficulty. The threats posed by Qin Ezhou and his father, along with the Taoist Miao Yin and her disciple, had yet to be neutralized, and he could not simply walk away. Otherwise, the dangers they had implanted within him would be triggered, leaving him defenseless and at the mercy of capture, dissection, and soul extraction. In the face of the Golden Core Peak cultivators, Qin Zhiran and Taoist Miao Yin, his power remained insufficient. He could not afford to act recklessly. He needed to endure, to bide his time, and allow himself to develop. Once he achieved the pinnacle of Golden Core formation, he could then seek to eliminate the hidden threats within him. But how to navigate the current predicament? Just as Qin Chuang pondered this, the flying vessel suddenly lurched. Panic ensued among the passengers, who were bewildered by the sudden disturbance. Qin Chuang's heart tightened, and he immediately extended his consciousness to investigate. It turned out the vessel had encountered a powerful airflow, causing instability in its flight. Elder Yang swiftly took control of the flying vessel while soothing the crowd. At that moment, seizing the opportunity to create chaos from the turbulent air and then discreetly slipping away would have been an impeccable strategy. Just as the thought crossed Qin Chuang's mind, he forcefully suppressed it. He could not afford to act impulsively at any time. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. He yearned for a chance to eliminate several individuals directly. However, he was perplexed by an unknown affliction imposed upon him by his father, Qin, an enigma of a situation that was intangible and formless. Having reincarnated, he would often introspectively examine his body during moments of leisure, yet he discovered nothing. His previous demise had been shrouded in mystery. After being stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Sect, he had found a secluded spiritual spring where he mended his injuries, initially showing signs of recovery and the potential to reconstruct his cultivation. Yet, without warning, he found himself immobilized, unable to move. The circumstances were exceedingly strange. The surroundings were tranquil and devoid of any presence, and he had not been attacked in any manner. Yet he was suddenly ensnared? Shortly thereafter, approximately an hour later, his father arrived and took him away, marking the commencement of his true nightmare: imprisonment, torture, and heart extraction. The nature of this unseen affliction was undoubtedly the result of some malevolent sorcery. This sorcery was peculiar, and he had yet to uncover its cause. His understanding was limited, necessitating careful deliberation. He hesitated to resort to lethal force, fearing that should he inadvertently kill someone akin to a catalyst, it would render his situation inescapable. Closing his eyes, he calmed his mind to contemplate an escape route. Since direct confrontation and flight were not viable options, why not temporarily evade? Indeed, evasion was the answer. Upon returning to the Sect, he would immediately undertake a few missions to distance himself from them. In due course, he would discreetly investigate the underlying cause. Gradually closing his eyes, he devoted himself to cultivation. Time passed, and the vessel experienced a sudden jolt. Qin Chuang slowly opened his eyes to find that they had returned to the Sect. The flying vessel hovered above the central square, where a row of floating platforms had been arranged, each occupied by a steward from the task hall. An elder from the task hall, at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, stepped forward from the platform, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Welcome back, everyone. For this mission, each of you must submit a thunder fruit or half of your spoils from the secret realm, earning 2,000 contribution points each." He surveyed the crowd and continued, "For any additional thunder fruit submitted, each will yield 3,000 contribution points. Other items may also be exchanged for contribution points, so please proceed." As was customary, the crowd eagerly leaped onto the platforms to submit their tasks. Qin Chuang did not linger. After presenting a single thunder fruit, he silently departed. Although he possessed numerous thunder fruits, he chose not to exchange more, as that would attract undue attention. After all, to outsiders, he was still merely at the Qi refinement stage. Merely surviving in a secret realm teeming with foundational cultivators was no small feat. Surrendering one fruit could only suggest luck. Should he present more, it might draw the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives, who could presume he had encountered some extraordinary fortuity, particularly since many foundational cultivators had struggled to acquire even one. As he made his way to the task hall, Qin Chuang resolved to avoid unnecessary troubles. He arrived at the task hall. The grand hall lay desolate, with only a solitary disciple standing guard, while the others from the task hall had likely proceeded to the central square to receive their assignments for the thunderous secret realm. Striding purposefully to a counter, he presented his Sect token. "Brother, I wish to undertake 2 external missions." The stationed disciple regarded Qin Chuang with puzzlement. Shouldn't he be at the central square, submitting his secret realm task? Those who needed to report back to their masters should be doing so, while others ought to be resting in their quarters. Why this fervent diligence? Had he just completed a significant secret realm task and, without a moment's respite, returned for more? Did he have someone driving him on with a whip? Noticing the disciple's scrutiny, Qin Chuang hastily clarified, "You may not be aware, but I am on the cusp of a crucial breakthrough in foundational cultivation. After submitting the thunderous fruit from the secret realm, I received 2,000 contribution points, which still leaves me short of the resources needed for my advancement." He offered a shy smile, adding, "I merely wish to take on additional tasks to earn more contribution points, ensuring greater security during my foundation building." The disciple's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Ah, I see now. Please select 2 tasks from the task wall." As Qin Chuang moved towards the task wall, the disciple nodded, recognizing the gravity of foundational cultivation. He couldn't help but feel envious of Qin Chuang, so young yet already striving towards the foundational stage. "Brother, I have made my selections. I choose tasks 85 and 69. My name is Huang Daodu. Kindly refrain from calling me brother, as we are both on the verge of foundational cultivation. You may simply call me by my name from now on." With that, he placed Qin Chuang's token on the array plate, assigning the tasks to him. "You are Qin Chuang? Then I shall address you by your name as well. All set now. Keep your token safe, and I wish you success." Gratefully accepting the token, Qin Chuang responded, "Thank you, Huang Daodu." Exiting the task hall, he made his way directly to the pill peak. Currently, he possessed only a few healing and energy-restoring pills. All resources for cultivation had been depleted. Before departing, he needed to replenish his supplies at the pill hall. The necessity of sourcing from the pill hall stemmed from the unpredictable quality and exorbitant prices of items sold in the external markets and shops. Upon arriving at the pill hall, Qin Chuang immediately spotted the bored Song Dafa, who was idly toying with a small alchemical furnace. Quickening his pace, Qin Chuang approached and respectfully bowed. "Brother Song, how have you been lately?" "Very well, very well." "Oh, Qin Chuang, you have returned from the secret realm? Why did you come to me first?" "Brother Song, I am here to exchange for pills." With that, Qin Chuang presented his Sect token. "Convert all 2,000 contribution points into true essence pills." "All right, just a moment." Song Dafa took the token and deducted the newly acquired 2,000 contribution points, turning to retrieve 40 vials of true essence pills, placing them upon the counter. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chuang secured the vials into his spatial pouch. After bidding farewell to Song Dafa, he descended from the pill peak, initially intending to depart directly. Circumstances proved contrary to his wishes. Just then, a flash of pale yellow swept by, and he was intercepted by Jiang Linglong. Her anxious expression was rife with reproach. "Qin Chuang, how can you still think of wandering about? Are you unaware of the excruciating pain our second senior sister endures? Return at once and provide her with your vital essence." "What a misfortune!" Qin Chuang, with a flick of his tongue against his cheek, muttered a curse under his breath. "Fourth senior sister, I am on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. It is inappropriate for me to provide my vital essence at this moment, as it could jeopardize my chances of success. Please consider alternative solutions." Jiang Linglong, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief and, unable to contain her fury, exclaimed, "Qin Chuang, how can you not discern the urgency of the situation? Is your foundation establishment more important than the well-being of our second senior sister? Do you lack any sense of priority? It is merely 3 drops of your vital essence. You would only forfeit this opportunity for foundation establishment. while our second senior sister could alleviate her suffering significantly. Do you not comprehend this? Qin Chuang, upon hearing her words, felt a mixture of anger and amusement as he looked down at Jiang Linglong, his voice frigid. Jiang Linglong, do I owe you any spirit stones? Or perhaps, any to yin you? Caught off guard by his abrupt inquiry, Jiang Linglong instinctively replied, no, of course not. Why are you speaking such nonsense? Do you not realize the urgency of the situation? Come with me. Since I do not owe you anything, why are you shouting at me? Qin Chuang interrupted her, stepping closer and gazing down at her with an icy demeanor. The petite Jiang Linglong felt immensely uncomfortable under his towering presence. Realizing that Qin Chuang had matured into a man and was no longer the child she could easily manipulate. But then she thought, just because he is no longer a child does not mean he can disregard his senior sister's words. Her anger flared. I am your senior sister. You must obey me. Is it merely a matter of taking a few drops of your vital essence? Why have you become so petty? With a sharp sound, Qin Chuang raised his hand and struck Jiang Linglong, sending her several paces away. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare call yourself my senior sister? You're nothing but a leech. He had no desire to engage with her, yet she had truly overstepped her bounds. Stunned by the slap, Jiang Linglong stood frozen, covering her face with disbelief. No one had ever dared to treat her this way throughout her life. Qin Chuang, how dare you strike me? Jiang Linglong, furious beyond measure, struggled to rise and was ready to confront Qin Chuang. However, he merely regarded her with a cold stare, devoid of any warmth. I am targeting those who are so quick to exploit the generosity of others. Jiang Linglong was momentarily daunted by his fierce demeanor and hesitated to advance. She was filled with indignation, but was uncertain how to proceed. Ignoring her, Qin Chuang turned to leave. Just then, Qin Ezhou and Zhou Hongling arrived, alerted by the commotion. Upon witnessing Jiang Linglong's plight, Zhou Hongling's expression soured, and she glared at Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang, you have gone too far. How dare you strike your senior sister? It's just a matter of taking a drop of vital essence. Qin Chuang cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Hongling, a derisive smile curling his lips. Gone too far? Is it too much to ask for a drop of your essence at the moment I break through? She questioned. You uphold your lofty ideals. Why not offer yours instead? Qin Ezhou swiftly stepped forward to support Jiang Linglong, gently reassuring her. Sister Jiang, please do not be upset. My elder brother certainly did not mean any harm. He is merely concerned about Sister Yan's condition, which prompted his outburst. Jiang Linglong gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. He has grown too proud, disregarding us entirely. Yet, it matters little if he dismisses me. Sister Air's illness is of utmost importance. It has been over a year since the last time I provided essence, and Sister Air has been suffering greatly from her affliction. I cannot bear to see her in such pain. I wish I could take her place. Qin Ezhou looked at Qin Chuang, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. Elder brother, I trust you cannot bear to see Sister Yin tormented by her ailment either. Let us return to Miaoyin, peek together to check on her. Qin Chuang remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ezhou, a plan forming in his mind. He donned a benevolent smile. Ezhou, we are blood brothers, sharing the same mother and lineage. Even our spiritual roots are the same: gold, water, and fire. The essence I possess should hold the same efficacy for you, do you not think? Since you are so compassionate and feel for your sister Yin, why not offer your essence to her? Given your foundational cultivation at its early stage, your essence may prove even more potent. Qin Ezhou found himself at a loss for words in response to Qin Chuang's reasoning. While there was logic in his words, he knew his essence did not possess the same potency as Qin Chuang's. Yet, Jiang Linglong was intrigued. She absorbed Qin Chuang's suggestion, enduring her own aches as she grasped Qin Ezhou's arm. He is right. You are brothers, sharing the same bloodline. As you are on the path to foundational cultivation, your essence will surely be more beneficial than Qin Chuang's. Let's return. Sister Jiang, rest assured, if my essence can help, I will gladly offer it to Sister Yin. My only fear is that it may not work. Qin Ezhou could only concede. Zhou Hongling forcefully swatted Jiang Linglong's hand away from Qin Ezhou, disapprovingly regarding her. Linglong, how can you ask Ezhou to provide his essence? He has just perfected his early foundational stage and is on the verge of advancing to the mid-stage. There must be no errors at such a critical time. Jiang Linglong's hand fell away, momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Zhou Hongling's words, she sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate her confusion. Never mind. Sister Air's situation is paramount, she said, furrowing her brows. We cannot speak lightly of this. Sister Air endures daily torment. Just a drop of Ijo's essence could alleviate her suffering for an entire year. By then, Qin Chuang should have successfully advanced, and all will be well. With that, she attempted to grasp Qin Ijo again. Zhou Hongling tugged at her, exasperated. Oh, Linglong, Ijo's essence may not hold the same power as Qin Chuang's. Release him. If you persist in this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, she warned, her expression darkening. Jiang Linglong realized Qin Chuang had vanished, and her determination to obtain Qin Ijo's essence only intensified. Zhou Hongling staunchly obstructed her. Qin Ijo wore a troubled expression, caught between the two. In an instant, chaos ensued. At that moment, Qin Chuang, who had already distanced himself, caught sight of the tumultuous scene through his spiritual awareness, sneering softly before striding away. If Qin Ijo shared the same bloodline as he did, how could Qin Jiran have gone to such lengths to extract his bones and dissect his heart for Qin Ijo's benefit? As he made his way out of the sect, finding himself alone, Qin Chuang summoned his flying sword and soared towards the Storm Valley. His intentions were twofold: to check on his elder brother Shi Quan and the little golden monkey, and to alert Shi Quan to steer clear of the disciples from Yaoying Peak. By the time they discovered that Qin Ijo's essence blood was entirely ineffective and could not locate him, they might recall how he had once been suppressed in the Storm Valley, yet managed to find evidence, likely attributing it to the leniency of the Valley's guardians. This inference could lead them to deduce that he and Shi Quan shared a bond. Should they become deranged and target Shi Quan, it would be disastrous. He could not implicate his elder brother. He first arrived at the cave of the golden-furred spirit monkey. There, at the cave entrance, he found the little golden monkey nestled comfortably, squinting in the sunlight, a fluffy, radiant ball shimmering with brilliance. Upon sensing Qin Chuang's approach, it suddenly raised its head and, upon recognizing him, leapt up in excitement, chirping joyfully as it dashed towards him. Qin Chuang chuckled as he caught the little monkey, affectionately patting its head. Little Gold, have you missed me after a year apart? He spoke softly. The little monkey nodded vigorously, nuzzling its fuzzy head against Qin Chuang's cheek. Qin Chuang was thoroughly amused by its adorable antics. Come, let us seek out Brother Shi, he declared. Immediately, the little monkey turned and bounded ahead, and Qin Chuang followed it deeper into the Storm Valley, quickly arriving at Shi Quan's cave. At that moment, Shi Quan was in the midst of his cultivation. Sensing someone approaching, he swept his spiritual awareness and, upon recognizing Qin Chuang, a look of joyful surprise spread across his face. Qin Chuang, you rascal, you've returned. Little Gold has been yearning for you these past days, Shi Quan exclaimed as he rose to greet him. Qin Chuang strode forward and enveloped Shi Quan in a bear hug, teasing, I see it's not just Little Gold who misses me, is it? Don't tell me you don't long for your little brother. I couldn't care less about this stinky brat. Shi Quan retorted with a laugh as he pulled Qin Chuang to sit down. Chapter 30, You and I, brothers forever, Shi Quan said, but first, let's not rush to drink. I have matters to discuss with you. He set out several plates of roasted meat, a platter of spiritual fruits, and 3 bottles of wine. We can drink and talk. It's a win-win. Little Gold, however, paid no heed to their conversation, perched on a stone stool, unscrewing the wine jug to quench its thirst. The two men exchanged bemused glances before turning their focus to the pressing matters at hand. Qin Chuang shared his concerns with Shi Quan, who listened intently, his brow furrowing. Brother Qin, fret not. I will exercise caution. If they truly come, I shall not be afraid, Shi Quan asserted resolutely. Qin Chuang shook his head, downing the contents of his cup. Brother Shi, they are numerous and brazen, not to mention having foundational cultivators among them, holding considerable status within the sect. Should they detain you under the sect's banner, what will you do then? Why not? While they have yet to react, resign from my post, and take a brief respite. I shall return and discuss matters then. Shi Quan paused in silence for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall attend to it tomorrow morning. Having guarded this place for over a decade, it is indeed time for a change of scenery. Qin Chuang, do take care of yourself. Qin Chuang smiled. Rest assured, Brother Shi, I shall. However, I wonder if you have a destination in mind? Shi Quan took a few hearty swigs from his wine jug, sighed, and waved his hand dismissively. At 85 years of age, with my parents and siblings long departed, I have no close friends left, with no ties to bind me. I find myself lacking a place to go. He tore off a piece of meat and chewed it slowly. Nevertheless, you need not worry. It has been quite some time since I wandered the city. I shall spend a few days there this time. Qin Chuang gently set down his wine cup. Lost in thought, He had to deal with the Black Flood Dragon and make a trip to Luoan City, where Gao Hui had met his demise. He also had an old foundation building father residing in Luoan City. As the saying goes, one should either avoid trouble or eliminate it entirely. These matters were not suitable for Brother Shi to accompany him. Yet, having Brother Shi by his side wouldn't be a bad idea. They could tackle a few tasks along the way, providing each other with support. Indeed, let's proceed this way. Brother Shi, which city do you intend to visit? Without hesitation, Shi Quan replied, I think I shall go to Tsanglan City. I am quite familiar with that place. Very well, I have matters to attend to, and once I have completed them, I will seek you out. Brother Shi, when you return to the Sect, please take on a few tasks along the eastern route of the falling Phoenix Mountain Range, and we shall venture forth together. Shi Quan's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. That sounds splendid. Qin Chuang hesitated for a moment. Brother Shi, I observe that your cultivation still remains at the peak of qi refinement. Have you not consumed the foundation building elixirs I left for you? Shi Quan chuckled. Not yet. After so many failures, I hesitate to try again. Upon finishing, he scratched his short beard thoughtfully. Once I conclude my affairs, I will seek you out in Tsanglan City, and we shall thoroughly explore this matter. After all, breaking through to foundation building could grant us an additional century of life. Very well, I shall await you in Tsanglan City. By the way, I'm also concerned about Xiao Jin being left in Storm Valley. You should keep it by your side. Its cultivation at the early stage of foundation building will not hinder you. Xiao Jin paused in its nibbling of the spirit fruit and looked towards Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang nodded. Although Xiao Jin was powerful, its innocence made it susceptible to deceit. Bringing it along would be wise. Xiao Jin, you are to follow Qin Chuang and heed his words. Reluctantly, Xiao Jin gazed at Shi Quan, chattering away. Qin Chuang patted its head reassuringly. Fear not, we shall meet again soon. Qin Chuang returned the black robe to Shi Quan and presented him with a thunder fruit. Shi Quan repeatedly waved his hands, insisting, I cannot accept the fruit you obtained through such effort. It is said that this item not only serves as an ingredient of medicine, but can also enhance one's physique when consumed. Keep it for yourself. Should you find a black robe useful, simply keep it with you. Qin Chuang gently tucked the thunder fruit into his embrace. Brother Shi, here, accept it. Do not dismiss this humble offering from your younger brother. I have also procured a concealment artifact, he said, patting his belt, which had been confiscated from a man in a green robe. Seeing Qin Chuang's insistence, Shi Quan ceased to decline further and accepted it with a hearty smile. Very well, I graciously accept the goodwill of my brother. Ha ha ha. As he gazed at the lively Shi Quan, Qin Chuang reminisced about his past life. When he had been expelled from his sect by the Miaoyin Taoist and subsequently cast out by the law enforcement hall. It was only Shi Quan who stood up to the law enforcement hall, defending him fervently despite knowing his own lowly status and the marginalization he faced. He had not hesitated to speak on Qin Chuang's behalf, only to be met with the crushing blows of Zhou Hongling, a deacon in the law enforcement hall. This led to Shi Quan's rapid decline, his age catching up with him, and he soon perished in pain. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang, stripped of his powers, could only watch helplessly as these events unfolded. Lack of strength was indeed the original sin. In this life, he vowed to protect Xiao Jin and Shi Quan, carving out a path for their survival. Qin Chuang pressed his lips together, inhaling deeply, and earnestly proclaimed, Brother Shi, you are the unwavering brother of my life. Shi Quan, perceptive despite his rough exterior, sensed the shift in Qin Chuang's emotions. Although unaware of the reasons, he was nonetheless moved by Qin Chuang's words. Extending a large hand to pat Qin Chuang's shoulder with a deep, resonant voice. Indeed, you and I are brothers, now and forever. Having left home at a young age to seek the Tao, Shi Quan had faced oppression and isolation throughout his life. In his twilight years, having Qin Chuang as a younger brother was a blessing from the heavens. After bidding farewell to Shi Quan and departing from Storm Valley, Qin Chuang, accompanied by the golden silk monkey, soared towards Luoan City on his sword. Xiao Jin reveled in the thrill of flying through the skies. Oh. Ha ha ha. After paying 2 spirit stones, Qin Chuang confidently entered the city with a golden silk monkey. Observing the bustling crowd and the array of goods, Xiao Jin felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Qin Chuang spent 10 spirit stones to buy Xiao Jin a spirit pet pouch. They wandered around, indulging in various delicacies, before finding a tavern to settle in. On the second floor of Lan Bingyan, Qin Chuang looked at Xiao Jin, who was adorned with an assortment of curious trinkets, and shook his head with an amused smile. He retrieved a storage pouch from his jade pendant space with his divine sense and tossed it to Xiao Jin. Here, take this spacious storage pouch. You need not carry every fine item on your person like a nouveau riche. The exuberant Xiao Jin eagerly accepted the storage pouch, marveling at it as he inspected both sides. Grabbing a small wave drum, he attempted to store it in the pouch. Whoosh! The wave drum vanished from his hand, and with a mere thought, it reappeared in his grasp. Xiao Jin, filled with joy, bounced around, scratching his cheek fur. After playing several times, it finally stored all the trinkets in its bag. Qin Chuang affectionately patted its fluffy golden head and said, "Come on, let's go treat you to a grand feast." Chapter 31. The Silly Little Gold, a warm family of 5. Accompanied by a monkey, they arrived at the largest tavern in the city, opting not for a private room, but rather dining in the bustling hall on the first floor. Observing the lively scene filled with patrons drinking, playing games, boasting, and gambling, Qin Chuang nodded to himself, satisfied with the vibrant atmosphere. A perfect place to gather information. He called over a waiter and instructed, "My good fellow, please bring forth your establishment's finest food and drink." "Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment," replied the waiter, quickly scurrying off to fulfill the order. Moments later, as the fragrant dishes and exquisite wines adorned the table, Little Gold gazed at the bounty with delight, humming happily. "Go ahead and eat," Qin Chuang encouraged, handing it a jug of wine. "Come, Little Gold, let's share a toast." After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, both Qin Chuang and Little Gold were thoroughly satisfied. He then summoned the waiter to settle the bill. The lean waiter approached with a cheerful smile. "Esteemed guest, I noticed you two have not consumed much. Would you like to take the remaining dishes with you?" Hearing this, the plump Little Gold nodded vigorously. Qin Chuang waved his hand to set up a soundproof barrier and replied, "Yes, please pack it up and calculate the bill." The waiter produced a jade slip and, after a quick mental scan, grinned. "That'll be 3 spirit stones." Qin Chuang handed over 5 spirit stones, remaining silent as he observed the waiter intently. The waiter paused. Then, realizing something, asked with a smile, "Esteemed guest, do you have any tasks for me?" "Not at all," replied the lean waiter, his expression clear. "Please ask away." Qin Chuang raised an eyebrow. "Is there a foundational cultivator by the surname Gao in this city?" The waiter, appearing confident, confirmed, "Indeed there is." However, Qin Chuang straightened in his seat. "However what?" "However, I must caution you that now is not a good time to visit or seek refuge with the Gao family." "Oh, why is that?" The waiter instinctively glanced around before lowering his voice to explain. "This Gao cultivator, you see, lost his son mysteriously 2 years ago. He has been searching for the murderer for a whole year without success, and upon returning, his temperament has become quite volatile." Qin Chuang thought to himself, "Indeed, that must be him. Does he have no other children or relatives?" "Yes, he does. The deceased was his youngest son. He has 2 older sons and a daughter, along with 9 grandchildren. Yet, they all possess mediocre talents. Only the youngest son showed promise. But who could have foreseen this? Do they all live together? Have they not joined any sects? Alas, they all reside together. The only one with potential joined the Wandao sect, but died prematurely. In my opinion, it would be better for him to take on a disciple. Dear guest, it would be prudent for you to abandon this notion. He is currently preoccupied and has no intention of taking on disciples. If you seek a mentor, perhaps you should consider another candidate." "Oh, pray tell, who are the eminent foundation-building cultivators in the city? I would like to take note. Alas, in our humble town, how can we possibly accommodate figures of the golden core ancestor caliber? As for foundation building, there are merely 3 individuals. The most formidable is the city lord, a mid-stage foundation cultivator. The second is a spirit master at the early foundation stage, and the last is the esteemed Gao Jinshin, also at the early foundation stage. I have heard he has been at this stage for many years. Why has he not progressed further? What you may not know is that it is said his innate talents are lacking. He apparently forced his way into foundation building through some means, and has reached the limits of his potential. Thus, he sought a partner to bear children, hoping to produce offspring with superior talents." Qin Chuang removed the soundproof barrier and waved his hand, signaling the waiter to leave. The waiter did not depart immediately. Instead, he clapped his storage bag and deftly packed up the leftover dishes. Qin Chuang tugged on Xiao Jin as they exited the tavern. Xiao Jin, however, could not resist stealing glances at the storage bag hanging around his neck. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Qin Chuang flicked Xiao Jin on the forehead. "Those who know may understand that your storage bag contains leftovers. Those who do not might assume you carry something remarkable." Xiao Jin clutched his head, gazing at Qin Chuang with a look of lament. Qin Chuang, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "Your frequent attention to your storage bag may attract the unwanted gaze of nefarious individuals, who might then turn you into mincemeat, devour your flesh, and seize your belongings." At this, Xianxia shivered in fear, immediately straightening his posture and refraining from casting another glance at the storage bag. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chuang could not help but chuckle repeatedly. Silly creature. Upon returning to the inn, evening had already descended. Qin Chuang produced a thunderfruit and tossed it to Xianxia. "Here, take this, you deserve it." Xianxia caught the thunderfruit in stunned silence. Ever since Qin Chuang had given one to Shi Quan, he had been coveting this crackling fruit. However, he was acutely aware that despite being bipedal, he was still not akin to humans. He was a self-aware monkey, and, no matter how tempting it was, he dared not entertain thoughts beyond his reach. Yet, to his astonishment, this human cultivator, who had intruded upon his den that fateful night, had gifted him one as well. Qin Chuang found amusement in Xianxia's bewilderment as he clutched the thunderfruit. "Silly creature, hurry back to your nest and enjoy it." With gentle coaxing, he ushered Xianxia into the spirit pet pouch. Extending his consciousness, he enveloped the entirety of Luan City, swiftly pinpointing 3 formidable auras. Excluding the most powerful city lord, one of the remaining 2 must belong to another significant figure. He activated the hidden aura belt with a flick of his fingers. Under the cover of night, he leapt out of the window and, with a few agile jumps, arrived at the source of one aura, which emanated from small estate. The air was suffused with spiritual energy, and the surroundings were exquisite. In the Eastern Alliance continent, golden core cultivators are the pinnacle of power, often the ancestors of major factions, sustained by countless followers, and largely remain in seclusion. In the realm of external activities, the intermediate forces possess considerable chi refinement and foundation establishment skills. It is no wonder that the foundation establishment practitioners in this small town live such prosperous lives, evoking envy in others. Once he avenges himself, he too wishes to find a city to settle down, inviting brother Shi Quan and bringing along little Jean to savor the joys of life. Qin Chuang shook his head, casting aside this thought that led to his moral decline. He released his consciousness into the courtyard, observing the neatly arranged medicinal fields within. At the dining table in the main house sat a family of 5, engaged in conversation. The gentle matriarch let out a soft laugh. The 3 children of varying heights exchanged whispers while eating, eliciting hearty laughter from the father, who served each of his children a portion of dishes. The mother gazed tenderly at her husband and children interacting, her smile sweet and warm. In the night, Qin Chuang too smiled, enchanted by the cozy family atmosphere. Yet, he suddenly felt shame, realizing that such happiness rendered him a despicable voyeur. Pressing his lips together, he turned to leave. Clearly, the foundation establishment practitioner was the spirit herb master. Thus, the individual he sought was next in line. Unbeknownst to Qin Chuang, after his departure, the man at the table slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. The matriarch looked around in fear, whispering, "Did he leave, dear?" The man nodded, drenched in sweat. "We have escaped this calamity. Will he return?" The matriarch asked, her voice trembling. The man shook his head. "He likely won tea. Powerful beings tend to be quite arrogant. Since he has spared us, it is improbable he will come back." The 3 half-grown children exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang leaped to the location of the final aura. It was a grand estate, with towering pavilions and opulent decorations. Scanning with his consciousness, he discerned over 10 courtyards within the estate. In the main courtyard, 2 individuals were engaged in intimate activities, while the other courtyards also housed residents. Qin Chuang expanded his consciousness to envelop the entire estate, preventing anyone from escaping. He gently landed in the main courtyard and summoned the thunderclap blade. Looking down at the elderly foundation establishment practitioner laboring beneath him, with a young and beautiful woman beneath him, he realized the old man's schemes were quite audacious. Channeling the thunderous energy within him into the thunderclap blade, he activated the Thunder Heart technique. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down. A flash of purple lightning sliced through the air, and the house was instantly obliterated. Amidst the swirling dust, the 2 individuals Qin Chuang had targeted, the father of Gao Huitian, the foundation establishment practitioner, was cleaved in 2 at the waist. The severed Gao Zhuji spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Esteemed elder, I am unaware of how I have offended you, leading you to take such drastic measures against me. I humbly request your enlightenment, so that I may understand my demise." Qin Chuang paused for a moment before speaking. "Is Gao Huitian your son?" Upon hearing this, Gao Zhuji's eyes dimmed with realization as he murmured, "So it was this wretched offspring who has brought about this calamity." He gasped for breath, then continued, "Esteemed elder, a father bears the burden of his son's misdeeds. If you have already exacted your vengeance upon him, I, as his father, harbor no resentment for my own demise. However, my concubines and children are innocent, lacking any talent for cultivation, and pose no threat to you. I beseech you to spare their lives." Qin Chuang, with a dismissive kick, replied, "Gao Zhuji, you truly possess a father's tender heart, which I admire. Yet, I remain resolute in my intent to eradicate all those connected to Gao Huatian's bloodline. Should you harbor animosity towards me, I am unperturbed. This is the fate that befits Gao Huatian. As for the rest of you, seek him out to settle the score." Gao Zhuji's despair deepened with each word, gradually transforming into a cold resolve. Suddenly, he began to frantically reverse his meridians. "Qin Chuang, he intends to self-destruct." The voice of the black dragon reverberated in Qin Chuang's mind. In response, Qin Chuang moved like a striking arrow, wielding his blade with lethal precision. A sharp sound echoed as the blade cleaved through Gao Zhuji's forehead, utterly dismantling his reversed energy. After removing the storage bracelet from his wrist, he incinerated it to ashes. "Thank you for the reminder, esteemed Elder Black Dragon." After a moment, a snort resonated in his mind. Qin Chuang smiled and leaped into the next courtyard. At that moment, the inhabitants of the estate, hearing the commotion, emerged in a state of panic, attempting to flee, only to discover in terror that escape was impossible. An invisible barrier thwarted their every attempt to escape. Upon arrival, Qin Chuang observed the despair and anguish etched on the faces of the crowd. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, and they were reduced to mere flesh and blood. In mere moments, the Gao estate was devoid of life. Yet, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he ventured to a secluded corner and raised his hand to clear the debris. A smile graced Qin Chuang's lips. Indeed, there was a secret passage. Following it downward, he arrived at a narrow, hidden chamber, where he kicked down a stone door to find a trembling boy within. Please do not kill me." Qin Chuang noticed a pile of spirit stones stacked in the chamber, numbering in the hundreds. A small concealment array was activated within the room, though it was of a low grade and failed to evade his spiritual sense. Had a typical Peak Foundation establishment cultivator encountered it, they might have missed it, but who was he up against? He surmised Gao Zhuji's intentions. The concealment array was designed to shroud those below the Golden Core realm. If it attracted the attention of a Golden Core cultivator, any form of concealment would be futile. It was likely that before they even began to hide, they had already met their end. Qin Chuang withdrew his thoughts, noticing a boy in the corner who gazed at him with palpable fear. He inhaled deeply and struck decisively. Ascending into the sky, he burst forth from the earth, scanning the surroundings once more, finding no lingering traces of life within the estate. "Gaori, O Gaori, I have eradicated every last trace of your bloodline in this world. Henceforth, it is utterly extinguished." With that, Qin Chuang turned and soared away on his sword. The path was clear and unimpeded. Even the city's barrier remained dormant. Departing from Luoan City, he journeyed northward, heading towards the depths of Ming Shuiyuan. 100 miles away, an hour later, within Luoan City, two figures ascended slowly into the air on their swords. "City Lord, what sort of master has that old Gao provoked?" "Old Kai, I perceive he is a formidable character. Your insight is commendable, City Lord." The City Lord gestured dismissively at Old Kai, sighing in resignation. "Oh, you, alas, Old Kai, do you think he will return?" Old Kai offered no answer, shaking his head after a prolonged silence. The City Lord reactivated the city's protective barrier. "I must return to recuperate from tonight's fright," he said, turning back to the City Lord's residence, leaving Kai Zhanwang gazing northward with a troubled expression. He stood there for a long while, letting out a long sigh before returning to the Spirit Plant Garden. An hour later, Qin Chuang arrived at Ming Shuiyuan, a location he had specifically chosen for the Black Flood Dragon. Before him lay a vast and profound expanse of water, its surface as serene as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding mountains and dense forests. The water of Ming Shuiyuan shimmered in a mysterious dark green, with lush aquatic plants and reeds swaying in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down from the mountains, its splashes resembling silver droplets, starkly contrasting with the tranquility of Ming Shuiyuan. The roar of the waterfall echoed through the valley, as if the water itself were singing. Qin Chuang drew forth the thunderclap blade. Elder Black Dragon, please emerge. A resounding dragon's roar erupted. The black flood dragon soared out from the thunderclap blade, transforming once more into its colossal form, spiraling in the air. The oppressive aura it exuded was terrifying, nearly causing Qin Chuang to lose his footing. The beasts of the surrounding forests, upon seeing the black flood dragon, trembled in terror, prostrating themselves on the ground. The black flood dragon surveyed its surroundings, appreciating the beautiful environment, with mountains and waters far removed from human habitation. It nodded in satisfaction and addressed Qin Chuang. Thank you for bringing me here. This is the treasure I promised you. With that, it expelled a pearl radiating dark light. Chapter 33. Releasing the dragon back to the abyss. Successful formation of the golden core. Qin Chuang accepted the pearl, feeling the immense, thunderous spiritual power contained within it, exclaiming, "It is the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Indeed, you possess a Thunder Spirit root and have cultivated thunder-based techniques. I have nurtured this item for 10 millennia. Its thunderous might is abundant and suited for you. Thank you, Elder Black Dragon." Qin Chuang joyfully stowed it away in his spatial pouch. The Black Dragon nodded slightly, observing that a breakthrough was imminent for me. Why not refine your core here? I can provide protection for you, and even bear the brunt of the calamity without issue, ensuring your success. Thank you, esteemed Elder Black Dragon, for your consideration, Qin Chuang replied earnestly. However, as cultivators, we are destined to defy the heavens and seize the essence of the cosmos. Since I have embarked on the path of immortality, I must possess the courage to confront the trials of the divine way, relying on my own strength to transcend and attain enlightenment. His gaze was resolute, understanding that while relying on others might facilitate a smoother breakthrough, it would render him timid in future endeavors, eroding his confidence and impacting his Tao heart, an unwise trade-off. The Black Dragon nodded in appreciation, recognizing the audacity of his spirit. Very well. When the time comes for you to face the tribulation, I shall stand guard. Qin Chuang quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Elder Black Dragon. I am in perfect condition now. A brief moment of adjustment will suffice before I begin. Rest assured. Young one, as you break through, I, the old dragon, will ensure your safety. Qin Chuang inhaled deeply, centering himself. With his heart aligned, he activated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy within him surged like a roaring river toward his dantian. Upon gathering in the dantian, the spiritual energy began to compress and coalesce. Initially, it flowed like swirling water, but gradually it thickened as it was compressed further. Qin Chuang focused intently, guiding this force without a hint of distraction. As time passed, the swirling sea of energy accelerated, revealing a minuscule vortex at its center. Spiritual energy continuously infused this vortex, its gravitational pull increasing, drawing in surrounding energies. Throughout this process, the rotating sea of energy expanded and contracted, with Qin Chuang's body enduring immense pain, yet he steadfastly maintained his focus, undeterred. Gradually, a golden light began to flicker within the vortex's core, radiating a formidable aura, akin to a seed on the verge of breaking its shell. Qin Chuang understood that this was the embryonic form of the golden core. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the output of his spiritual energy. The effects of the true essence pill began to manifest, continuously supplying him with spiritual energy. The golden light grew increasingly luminous, gradually solidifying. Time slipped away, and with a soft crack, a perfectly rounded and full golden core emerged within his dantian. Upon this golden core, the powers of thunder flickered, fire radiated warmth, water exuded gentleness, and gold gleamed with sharpness. It spun within the dantian, slowly rotating, emanating an immense pressure. Suddenly, Qin Chuang opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within them. He gazed upward at the gathering storm clouds, his expression resolute and unyielding. Within the clouds, lightning converged with fervor towards the center, bursting forth in blinding brilliance, intensifying as the lightning compressed in the core. With a thunderous roar, the first bolt of tribulation thunder descended, resembling a massive dragon of lightning, heading straight for Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang stood resolutely, guiding the power of the tribulation lightning to traverse his body, simultaneously employing the body-refining mantra to temper himself with this formidable energy. The force of the tribulation lightning surged through him, inducing a wave of excruciating pain. Yet, Qin Chuang gritted his teeth and bore it with unwavering resolve. As the lightning continued to descend, he began to actively absorb its power, channeling it into his dantian to further refine his golden core. While Qin Chuang endured the baptism of the tribulation, his lightning's spiritual root and spirit within the dantian fervently absorbed the energy. A bolt of lightning struck down, insufficient. There was simply not enough. The once prepared black dragon was rendered dumbfounded. What is this? It can be done like this? What sort of monster is this Qin Chuang? He can actually reap the benefits of the tribulation? Am I, the black dragon, growing old? Or have I simply spent too much time in the secret realm? Have the cultivators of Qingyuan continent become this formidable? Little did Qin Chuang know that his actions had sown seeds of doubt in the ancient dragon's mind. Lightning danced through the clouds, accompanied by the thunderous roar. Undeterred, he fully directed the heavenly lightning to refine his flesh, pushing the limits of his body, strengthening his bones, muscles, and internal organs, making them increasingly resilient under the tribulation's refining power, while his lightning's spiritual root experienced slight growth. Each bolt of tribulation lightning elevated his strength. As time passed, the intensity of the lightning increased, yet Qin Chuang grew ever more valiant. Finally, the last bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Qin Chuang unleashed all his strength to meet it head-on. Following a tremendous crash, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight bathed the earth. Accompanying this was a cascade of 7-colored spiritual rain. Qin Chuang, like a great whale, absorbed the entirety of the vibrant spiritual rain into his being. As the rain entered him, it transformed into a torrent of potent spiritual energy, surging through his meridians. He guided this energy, nourishing every cell within his body. At that moment, within his dantian, his golden core thrummed with a radiant brilliance. Above the golden core, a mysterious pattern faintly emerged, appearing like a symbol, yet remaining indescribably profound. Standing firm, he emanated an overwhelming aura, slowly opening his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed momentarily within them. Qin Chuang sensed the stirring within his body and the surging power. In his dantian, the lightning's spiritual root, now the size of a walnut, was nestled beneath the satiated lightning spirit, exuding a languid demeanor. A slight smile crept across Qin Chuang's lips. His cultivation had successfully advanced to the golden core realm, surpassing the pinnacle of the foundation stage he had reached in his previous life. This time, it was truly different. Oh, Qin Chuang, congratulations on your successful advancement. The voice of the black dragon pulled Qin Chuang back from his reverie. He clasped his hands in gratitude. I must also express my thanks to you, Senior Black Dragon, for your protection. Ah, young one, I did not expect that the little lightning spirit in the thunder pool would accompany you. Truly fortunate. The black dragon's words carried an unmistakable hint of envy. Qin Chuang chuckled in response. Just a coincidence, a mere coincidence. Enough. Do not take advantage and then act innocent. I never anticipated that merely 10 days would suffice for you to break through your limitations. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Qin Chuang was momentarily taken aback. Has it already been 10 days? Senior Black Dragon, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not impose any longer. I bid you farewell. Qin Chuang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The black dragon flicked its tail, and a palm-sized shard of dark scale fell into Qin Chuang's hand. Take this. Remember, after infusing it with spiritual energy, you may converse with me. It can be used thrice. Should you encounter difficulties, I can assist you 3 times. Elated, Qin Chuang stowed the dragon scale into his storage pouch. Thank you, Senior Black Dragon. I shall guard it with great care. Having said this, he performed another bow before turning to leave. Chapter 34. Shi Quan attains his desire. Successfully establishing his foundation. As he gazed at Qin Chuang soaring away on his sword, the black dragon chuckled heartily. What a little rascal. It circled once before diving into Meng Shui Yuan. At the Taoist sect within a secluded courtyard atop Miao In Peak, a crowd had gathered. At the center lay a woman clad in white, tall and slender, with gentle features. She appeared to be enduring excruciating agony, her pale lips trembling incessantly. Cold sweat beading on her forehead. Curled up in a tight ball, she clenched her jaw, striving to suppress any sounds of her suffering. The onlookers felt even greater sorrow at her muffled groans. Qin Ezhou, his complexion ashen, hung his head in guilt. Jiang Linglong clenched her fists tightly, her lips pressed together, eyes bloodshot as she cried out hoarsely, "Why is it ineffective?" Qin Ijo subtly furrowed his brow before apologetically responding. Xianxia, it is entirely my fault. I should have realized that my elder brother's blood would not be effective. It is I who has caused Sister Yin to suffer. Zhou Hongling suddenly sprang forward, exclaiming, Ijo Shitty, it is not your decision for your blood to be ineffective. How can you blame yourself? She turned to glare at Jiang Linglong. Jiang Linglong, how can you speak like that? Ijo Shitty has already cooperated with you to extract his blood. Do you not see his pale face and how he is injured? What more do you want? The ineffectiveness is not his fault. Jiang Linglong turned her head away, witnessing Yin Yu writhing in pain. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she abruptly spun around. Third Shiji, are you only concerned about your Ijo Shitty? Currently, second Shiji is an unbearable pain, and Qin Chuang is nowhere to be found, while Qin Ijo, as Qin Chuang's blood brother, is utterly useless. What do you propose we do? Third Shiji. Zhou Hongling, exasperated, retorted Jiang Linglong. Is this how you speak to your senior sister? Do you understand the rules? Do you need me to take you to the law enforcement hall for a refresher? Besides, I have searched Storm Valley, but alas, it was already deserted. Can you blame me? Lan Bingyan interjected sharply. Enough. Stop the quarrel. What has become of you, fellow sisters? I sent a message to Qin Chuang, but received no response, which indicates he has truly become estranged from us. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to speak. After a long while, realizing that the master should soon emerge from her seclusion, I decided to wait for her return. With that, Lan Bingyan turned and departed, followed by the others, leaving only Jiang Linglong gazing sorrowfully at Yin Yu. Qin Chuang, no matter where you may be, I shall certainly bring you back to provide your essence and blood for second senior sister. Unbeknownst to him, many were concerned for his well-being. At this moment, he had arrived in Kanglan City, within a private room of a hotel named Jixiang. Seated around the table were Qin Chuang, Shi Quan, and Xiao Jin. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Qin Chuang raised his hand to establish a barrier in the room. Upon witnessing this, Shi Quan paused mid-bite before returning to his meal. Qin Chuang, how have your matters progressed? The task has been accomplished, Qin replied. Brother Shi, I now possess the strength to protect myself. You and Xiao Jin should consume the thunder fruit. I will safeguard you. Younger brother, I look forward to your further advancement. Shi Quan downed his drink in one gulp. All right, we shall do it tomorrow. Xiao Jin, feeling reluctant, retrieved the thunder fruit from its storage pouch, glancing between Qin Chuang and Shi Quan before consuming it in one bite. Soon after, it fell into a deep slumber. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chuang placed it into the spirit pet pouch. Returning to the inn, Qin Chuang scattered several spirit stones around the room, forming a simple barrier. Brother Shi, after you consume the fruit, you can refine its medicinal power to solidify your foundation while channeling the thunderous energy within, thus increasing your chances of foundational success twofold. Very well, I shall give it a try. Without hesitation, Shi Quan swallowed the thunder fruit whole. Instantly, his body was enveloped in flickering lightning, his aura surging. A pained expression crossed his face, yet his eyes remained resolute. Qin Chuang observed him anxiously, quietly gathering his magical energy in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Moments later, the lightning subsided, and Shi Quan's aura stabilized. He opened his eyes, surprise flashing within them. I succeeded. Qin Chuang exhaled with relief, a smile gracing his lips. Congratulations. Brother Shi, your strength has advanced, and foundational success is within reach. Shi Quan glanced at Qin Chuang with gratitude. If not for you, I could not have solidified my foundation so smoothly. I hadn't even realized that, as a perfected qi refining practitioner, I still had many shortcomings. No wonder with that. He cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. This kindness I shall forever remember. Brother Shi, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality. The following morning, the two ventured several dozen miles outside the city to an open area. Brother Shi, you once mentioned that you had experienced several failures in establishing your foundation, all due to an inadequate foundation, never even reaching the thunder tribulation stage? Indeed, only today did I realize that my foundation was not solid enough. I firmly believe that this time success is inevitable. I can sense that I am on the threshold of achievement. Qin Chuang removed the celestial silkworm robe and handed it to Shi Quan. Brother Shi, wear this. It will aid you during the thunder tribulation. Without hesitation, Shi Quan accepted the garment and donned it, his heart warmed by the gesture. Taking a deep breath, he produced a foundation-building pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a surge of pure spiritual energy that coursed through his body. Shi Quan closed his eyes, channeling the energy to gather in his dantian, solidifying his foundation. A day later, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. Qin Chuang observed quietly from a distance, aware that Shi Quan was halfway to success. However, the lightning did not descend as expected. Noticing something amiss with Shi Quan's condition, Qin Chuang realized, oh no, the spiritual energy is insufficient. He quickly retrieved a true essence pill and, using his spiritual power, brought it to Shi Quan's lips. Brother, open your mouth. Without hesitation, Shi Quan complied, and Qin Chuang seized the opportunity to place the pill in his mouth. The potency of the pill transformed into pure spiritual energy, promptly supplementing what was needed to solidify his foundation. Xianxia sera surgi upward. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, striking directly at Shi Quan. He opened his eyes wide, summoned his glove-like artifact, and did not flinch, bracing himself against the onslaught of the tribulation. The celestial silkworm robe he wore emitted a faint glow, successfully absorbing much of the attack. As time passed, the tribulation intensified, and Shi Quan's body trembled slightly. Yet he persevered. Finally, the clouds parted, and sunlight combined with spiritual rain cascaded down upon him, allowing him to absorb it greedily. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the surge of power within him, tears of joy streaming down his face. I did it. I have finally established my foundation. Qin Chuang stepped forward, clasping his hands in congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Shi, on achieving your aspiration. Shi Quan, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Qin Chuang heartily. Qin Chuang, I am now a formidable foundation cultivator. Ahaha, I have finally succeeded. The exhilaration lingered. Chapter 35, The Diligent Little Red Ginseng. As he released his grip on Qin Chuang's hands, Shi Quan wiped the tears from his face with his rough hand, somewhat embarrassed, chuckling, I apologize for letting you witness this spectacle. Qin Chuang smiled slightly. Not at all. Anyone would feel this way. However, Brother Shi, you seem to have taken on a more youthful demeanor. With that, he dashed away. Shi Quan, finally catching up with the situation, exclaimed, You little rascal! How dare you mock me? Don't run, stand still. I'll break your legs. The two engaged in playful banter. Concluding he cleared his throat lightly and said, Qin Chuang, shall we return to the city for a bit of rest before we set off again? After all, we are foundation-building cultivators. We ought to make use of a flying sword. Qin Chuang nodded with a smile, and then selected a mid-grade high-quality sword from his storage bag, handing it to Shi Quan. I acquired this during our time in the secret realm. If you don't mind, Brother Shi, you may use it for now. However, we truly need to return to Kanglan City to recuperate. First, so you can familiarize yourself with the sword control techniques, and second, I want to sell some of the items I no longer need. Shi Quan accepted the flying sword with great fondness, not hesitating to take it. He knew the items Qin Chuang referred to as unnecessary were likely also acquired from the same source. Such practices are quite common in the cultivation world, though typically not disclosed to outsiders. Qin Chuang's candidness indicated a profound trust in him. He patted Qin Chuang on the shoulder, saying, I know Kanglan City well. I'll lead the way for you to sell your items. All right, let us head back, Qin Chuang responded, summoning the flying sword and leaping onto it. Come on. Brother Shi, get on the sword. Shi Quan caressed the sword that Qin Chuang had gifted him, and, feeling somewhat bashful, said, Qin Chuang, at my age. Only just achieving foundation building. You can understand my desire to fly, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fine, I'll fly slowly. You can try your hand at sword control. Wait a moment, I'll find you a manual on the techniques. Shi Quan waved his hand, chuckling, no need. I'm already well-versed in the art of flying with a sword. All I lack now is practice. Qin Chuang paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Brother Shi, you truly are eager. Let us take to the skies. The two of them soared through the air, bumping and jostling, until they returned to the inn in Kanglan City. With a face bruised and battered, Shi Quan rushed into his room, grumbling, I just leveled up and still feel unstable. I've decided to enter seclusion for a few days to stabilize my cultivation. He then firmly shut the door. Only then did Qin Chuang allow himself to laugh heartily. Ha 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 ha. Inside the room, Shi Quan, hearing Qin Chuang's laughter, suddenly released the restrictions on his door. Qin Chuang shook his head with a smile and returned to his own room. Upon opening his own restrictions, he scanned the spirit pet bag with his divine sense and saw that little Jean was still slumbering. Withdrawing his consciousness, Qin Chuang placed 100 spirit stones inside. He intended to organize his storage bag and jade pendant space, sorting out the items he no longer needed. Remembering that he hadn't entered the jade pendant space in quite some time, he decided to step inside. Upon entering, Qin Chuang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Wow! Incredible! The neatly arranged medicinal fields were brimming with lush, spiritual herbs. After recovering from his shock, he noticed the absence of the little red ginseng and walked towards the wooden cabin. Inside, the shelves were stacked with the items Qin Chuang had tossed into the jade pendant space, all meticulously organized and categorized. Even the storage bag had been arranged neatly, placed on a designated shelf. He casually picked up a storage bag to examine its contents and discovered it was filled entirely with the flesh of magical beasts. He then grabbed another bag, which contained skins, scales, and bones from these creatures. Little Hongran is indeed quite capable. Qin Chuang extracted the skin of a wailing beast and tucked it into his own storage pouch. Turning around, he followed the connection with his servant, Little Hongshan, and made his way to the center of the medicinal field. Upon arrival, he noticed a vacant plot within the field and approached it for a closer look. There, he beheld Little Hongshan in its true form, its entire body planted in the soil, revealing a slender branch adorned with a few blood-red leaves that swayed gently. Not wishing to interrupt its cultivation, Qin Chuang turned to leave. However, Little Hongshan grew anxious, calling out, "Hey, hey, hey, master, don't go." Before he could respond, the red ginseng burst forth from the earth, transforming into the shape of a small red doll. Little Hongran, you truly excel. Not only have you revitalized the medicinal field, but you've also organized everything neatly. What a little gem you are. The ginseng proudly lifted its tiny head. Of course, accepting Little Ginseng means master won't regret it. Qin Chuang produced a bottle of true essence pills and said, "Little Ginseng, I'm not fully acquainted with your kind's habits. I'm uncertain if you can consume these pills." Little Hongshan's eyes brightened. "I can eat them. I can." It reached out its small hand to receive the true essence pills, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Without hesitation, it opened the cap and poured out all 10 pills, gulping them down one after another. Qin Chuang frowned, watching as the pills, each the size of Little Hongshan's mouth, were devoured with reckless abandon. The sight made his throat feel uneasy. Hey, 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 is that how you eat? You'll either choke or burst from the overwhelming spiritual energy. The true essence pills were typically used for foundational and golden core cultivation, containing potent and concentrated energy. It took him several hours to fully absorb just one during meditation. Yet this audacious little creature had consumed an entire bottle in one go. Moments later, a radiant glow enveloped Little Hongshan, its face displaying pure ecstasy. Wow, such rich spiritual energy. Master, these pills are delicious. Seeing this, Qin Chuang breathed a sigh of relief, secretly relieved. It seemed the true essence pills indeed benefited Little Hongshan. However, the little ginseng suddenly leaned closer, blinking its big eyes, and inquired, "Is there more?" Qin Chuang rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. "I'll bring you more next time." This little one was proving to be quite expensive to maintain. A bottle costing 50 spirit stones had been devoured like candy, and it showed no signs of change. Qin Chuang inwardly lamented, "I can't afford this, simply cannot afford it." Little Hongshan appeared somewhat disappointed, but nodded nonetheless. "All right. Then master must bring several bottles for me next time." Qin Chuang responded with a reluctant smile, suddenly curious about the realm of the red ginseng. "Red? What realm are you in?" Red ginseng raised its little head and pondered seriously for a long time. "What about your cultivation level?" Again, it took its time to think deeply. "That's hard to say, master. I have a question for you. What is the highest grade of spirit herb? And how many years does it take?" 9 great spirit plants, 10,000 years. However, these are all legendary treasures of heaven and earth. I have not seen any others besides you. Red ginseng nodded. "My age is over 10,000 years. If classified as spirit herbs, I possess a high rank, belonging to the categories of ordinary herbs, spirit herbs, celestial herbs, mysterious herbs, and holy herbs, of which I belong to the holy herb level." Oh, Qin Chuang had only heard of ordinary herbs and spirit herbs. But from what you say, can they be classified by other standards? Master, although my medicinal age exceeds 10,000 years, my intelligence age is only a few hundred years. By the standards of spiritual creatures, I am equivalent to the realm of the Black Flood Dragon. Qin Chuang frowned upon hearing this, revealing a look of skepticism. The power of the Black Flood Dragon. The pressure it exerts, its attacking force. He glanced at the seemingly harmless little infant like Red Ginseng. You? Are you perhaps boasting a bit? Seeing Qin Chuang's disbelief. Red Ginseng became flustered. My cultivation direction is different from that of the Black Flood Dragon. Master, you cannot compare us in that way. The essence of heaven and earth I absorb is primarily used to enhance my medicinal potency. It's understandable that my attacking power isn't high. Qin Chuang stroked his chin, noticing Red Ginseng's anxious demeanor, and decided to tease it, saying with an innocent face, but the medicinal value of the Black Flood Dragon is also quite significant, right? Isn't there an old saying that goes, a dragon is filled with treasures? Upon hearing this, Red Ginseng fell back in exasperation. How can they be compared? Oh, in what way are they different? In every way. Oomph. After saying this, it buried itself in the soil and refused to come out, ignoring Qin Chuang's attempts to coax it, remaining silent in the field. Qin Chuang scratched his nose, inwardly thinking, serves you right. Upon returning to the wooden house, he left some of the items Red Ginseng had organized for use and stored the rest in a container. He took another glance at the branches and leaves of Red Ginseng before disappearing from the space. After Qin Chuang left, Red Ginseng flipped over, transforming into a red doll, angrily staring at the spot where Qin Chuang had just been. I am furious. That stinky dragon can't possibly compare to me in taste. Suddenly, it realized something and hurriedly covered its mouth with its little hand, looking around nervously to confirm that no one was in the space before finally relaxing. It patted its small chest, relieved. In the inn's room, Qin Chuang noticed Red Ginseng's little antics in the space and couldn't help but shake his head, finding it amusing. Since he had accepted it as a spiritual companion, he certainly wouldn't be tempted to consume it. How foolish. He arrived at the doorstep of Brother Shirquan's chamber, noticing that the barrier remained open, indicating that he had yet to emerge from his seclusion. Returning to his own quarters, he resolved to meditate and cultivate. Calming his mind, he commenced the practice of the Tai Guanju, drawing spiritual energy into his body, refining it before circulating it throughout his meridians. To his astonishment, he discovered that after achieving the Golden Core stage, the speed at which he absorbed and transformed spiritual energy was more than double that of before. The energy, after traversing the 7 channels and 8 meridians, did not directly enter the Golden Core, but instead formed a sea of energy within his dantian, continuously rotating and compressing. The quantity of spiritual energy equivalent to a bowl of water was condensed into a drop of pure essence before being stored within the Golden Core. It was estimated that the energy storage capacity at the early Golden Core stage was 10-fold that of the peak foundation establishment stage. No wonder everyone aspired to advance. A single misstep could result in a vast chasm of difference. After completing a full circulation, he paused, attempting to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. He was delighted to find that the energy within the Golden Core was not only pure, but also mobilized at a swifter pace. Thus, in battle, would he not possess a distinct advantage? In his past life, he had only attained the foundation establishment stage before his demise. Now, experiencing the accelerated cultivation speed of an unscathed body, he glimpsed the hope of further advancement. In this lifetime, he intended to extricate himself from the schemes of Qin Izhou and his father. He would no longer be a sycophant to Lan Bingyan, nor would he be manipulated by the disciples of Miaoying Peak. At this moment, Miaoying Peak was steeped in a tense atmosphere. In the main hall of the peak's administrative center stood a woman of about 30, clad in a dark purple robe adorned with intricate patterns. Her sharp brows and piercing gaze, combined with her hawk-like nose and tightly pressed lips, exuded an air of authority. She stared incredulously at the communication jade slip in her hand. An hour had passed, yet there was still no response. How could Qin Chuang dare to ignore her message? This was the first time she had sent a communication since taking him as a disciple, and he had the audacity to remain silent. Her other disciples had warned her that messaging Qin Chuang was futile, as he would not respond. Initially, she had doubted their words. In her memory, Qin Chuang was a taciturn and obedient child, always eager to please. How could he have changed so drastically after a few years of seclusion? Little did she know, Qin Chuang had destroyed their communication slips when investigating Qin Izhou and Gao Huitian. Returning to her seat, Miaoying Xiangu's expression darkened. Below her, Lan Bingyan and the other 3 disciples were too frightened to even breathe, glancing at the nearly unconscious Yanyu on a nearby couch. Miaoying Xiangu inquired in a grave tone, Bingyan, find out where Qin Chuang has gone. Why has he not provided the essence blood for you yet? Lan Bingyan stepped forward, clasping her hands respectfully. Master, I have already investigated. Upon returning from the secret realm, he accepted 2 external missions and should currently be engaged in those tasks. As for why he has not provided the essence blood, before he departed for the secret realm last year, 4th junior sister had sought him for it, but he was quite resistant. After returning to the sect, we attempted to approach him again, but naturally, he was unwilling. The disciple speculated that his discontent stemmed from the unjust punishment he received 2 years prior, when he was made to stand guard at Storm Valley. This dissatisfaction led him to dissolve his engagement with the 2nd junior sister, which inadvertently affected her as well. He accepted that this mismanagement was his fault and requested punishment from his master. How audacious! Upon hearing this, Miaoyin was filled with rage. After years of seclusion, she had only just managed to suppress the toxins within her body. Upon emerging, she learned that Yinyu had been suffering from her illness for many days. Rushing to her side, she was heartbroken to find Yinyu nearly fainting from pain. Quickly gathering her energy to alleviate Yinyu's suffering, Miaoyin then summoned the disciples to the main hall. She was unaware of the events that transpired during her retreat. To her astonishment, Qin Chuang had the audacity to disregard her wishes and unilaterally dissolve the engagement she had arranged. Most infuriating of all was Qin Chuang's blatant disrespect, as he had the gall to refuse cooperation in providing vital blood. With this thought, she slammed her hand down heavily, instantly reducing the small table beside her to dust. The heads of the individuals present lowered even further in submission. After a moment, the authoritative voice of the immortal Miaoyin resonated. Bingyan and Linglong, you 2 shall investigate the location of the task. I grant you 1 month to bring me Qin Chuang. Disciples obey. Both Lan Bingyan and Zhang Linglong replied in unison. Stepping forward, Qin Ezhou, his eyes flickering, spoke up. Master Miaoyin, Qin Chuang is my elder brother. While he has erred, might I accompany you to persuade him? Before Miaoyin could respond, Zhou Hongling interjected, Master, may I join the senior sister as well? As a member of the law enforcement hall, my position might facilitate matters should Qin Chuang resist. Miaoyin's gaze swept over Qin Ezhou and Lan Bingyan before finally resting on Zhou Hongling, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips. After a long pause, she nodded. Very well, you are all good children. Go together. Disciples take their leave. The 4 exited the main courtyard, mindful of the limited time their master had granted them. A mere month, indeed pressing. They hastened to the task hall. Jin Daodu, upon hearing that Miaoyin was seeking the task location of Qin Chuang, pursed his lips, his expression troubled. The sect's regulations forbade the disclosure of specific task details. Yet he dared not offend Master Miaoyin. Observing the increasingly grim expressions of Lan Bingyan and the others, a middle-aged steward brusquely pushed Jin Daodu aside. Go. Head to the storage hall and verify the details of today's task rewards. But steward, hasn't that already been recorded? The middle-aged steward, in irritation, kicked Jin Daodu's backside. When I tell you go, you go. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Once Jin Daodu had retreated, the steward turned with a conciliatory smile to Qin Ezhou and the others. Please wait a moment. I will check immediately. After obtaining the task information regarding Qin Chuang, the group wasted no time in departing the sect, heading directly to their destination, Kanglan City. Unbeknownst to Qin Chuang, who was meditating in his own room, Miaoyin had emerged from her retreat and dispatched Lan Bingyan and Qin Ezhou to capture him. As Qin Chuang delved deeper into his meditative state, a sudden crack echoed within the recesses of his mind. He hastily steadied his thoughts, guiding the internal energy to circulate before returning to his dantian. Once he concluded his practice, he immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness. To his astonishment, he discovered an unexpected jade slip suspended in his mental ocean. What could this be, and how did it come to reside within my mind? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the jade slip emanated a flickering violet light, revealing a silhouette formed of ethereal purple mist. Qin Chuang's pupils widened in shock, his entire being rendered momentarily numb. Am I to be usurped? As he grappled with this revelation, several large characters floated above the purple figure, Tai Thunderfinger. A sense of relief washed over Qin Chuang as he murmured in disbelief. This was merely a technique from the Tai Giyuanju. Yet, why had it manifested now? Before he could ponder this further, a script appeared above the purple silhouette, Tai Thunder Radiance, the light that captures heaven. In the golden core realm, limitless in its expanse, directing the universe, shattering illusions. Focusing the spirit, energy permeates the 8 directions. True essence condenses, imprisoning all phenomena. With a single finger, shatter the firmament and captivate the enemy's heart do not panic. Spiritual power surges like a tide. The might of heaven is insurmountable. With the finger as the lock, confine the enemy's domain. With a settled heart and concentrated spirit, let your power resonate across the realms. Upon completing the reading, he restrained his racing heart, exclaiming in awe, "By the heavens! This technique is extraordinary." Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, he continued to peruse the text. Below the heart mantra was a line of smaller characters. Thunderfinger, originally conceived by the ancestor of Tai, has been tailored to suit the unique characteristics of our Qin bloodline. A fragment of my divine consciousness remains within this jade slip, visible only to my blood descendants who attain a certain level of cultivation. The Thunderfinger consists of two techniques. The first, to ensnare the enemy, is the Thunder Punishment technique. The second, to strike the enemy, is the Tai Lightning Finger. After absorbing this information, Qin Chuang felt as if his mind had erupted. The magnitude of this revelation left him in a state of profound contemplation. Firstly, he indeed bore the surname Qin. Consequently, the memories of his past life, where he suffered at the hands of Qin Ezhou, began to unravel. In this new existence, he had discarded any toxic emotions. Although he had not found tangible evidence, he firmly believed that he was not the biological offspring of Qin Jiran. His physical resemblance to Qin Ezhou was starkly different. After being sent to the Windazong at the tender age of 4, he had never seen his mother again. His vague recollections prior to that age included moments where he longed for her affection, only to be met with rejection. It seemed she harbored an aversion towards him. Just before leaving home, he had witnessed her tenderly cradling the 2-year-old Qin Ezhou, gently rubbing noses to elicit peals of laughter from the child. In that innocent moment, he had naively thought, perhaps his mother had once treated him with such warmth as well. However, after being stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, Qin Chuang endured the cruel extraction of his marrow and the drawing of his heart's blood by Qin Jiran, who imprisoned him in a dark chamber devoid of light. He yearned for his mother to rescue him, but Qin Chuang took a deep breath, reining in his thoughts. According to the instructions of the prisoner of heaven, only by fulfilling 2 conditions could he behold this formidable technique. First, his bloodline. Second, reaching the golden core realm. It appeared that in her past life, Lan Bingyan, upon acquiring the space, had only obtained the Tai return to origin art and had failed to unlock this accompanying offensive technique. Upon reflection, he indeed had never witnessed her employing it. This left him perplexed. Could it be that he was truly the biological child of Qin Jiran? Yet, he would no longer indulge in the self-doubt of his previous existence, believing that his inadequacies had led to his parents' disdain. In this life, he had come to understand that their lack of affection was their own failing, not his. Nevertheless, if his lineage posed no issues, it would still be difficult for him to accept that his biological parents had schemed against him like adversaries. After a lengthy moment, with eyes reddened, Qin Chuang let out a deep sigh. Enough. Having lived once, I have yet to relinquish this obsession. Qin Chuang, what does bloodline matter? They still expend effort daily to harm you. Henceforth, discard any notions of gratitude. Anyone wishing to repay you is your enemy, since they possess no moral boundaries. You need bear no psychological burdens. Qin Chuang consoled himself and recited the cleansing heart incantation several times to calm his emotions. Next, he scrutinized the message conveyed in the small characters. Furthermore, his ancestral bloodline was not the creator of the Tai return to origin art, but rather the progenitor of the Tai Grandmaster, suggesting a profound connection between his bloodline ancestor and the Tai Grandmaster, enabling the latter to innovate upon the original. Lastly, the implication of this text was that the jade slip contained not merely this singular technique. As his cultivation advanced, he might uncover additional techniques. My dear grandmother, at long last, this overwhelming fortune has come to me. He lifted his gaze to reread the heart technique, eager to learn, yet lamented the absence of any accompanying maneuvers. His attention shifted to the figure of violet light. It was said that many prestigious families impart their techniques through spiritual transmission. Could it be that he needed to approach this violet figure and touch foreheads? Regardless, he decided to give it a try. Transforming his consciousness into a small version of himself, Qin Chuang strode boldly toward the violet figure. Suddenly, the violet figure stirred, moving in tandem with his miniature form. The small Qin Chuang came to an abrupt halt, gazing ahead in disbelief. Before him, the violet figure formed seals with its left hand, while extending its right arm in a sweeping motion, pausing with its palm before its chest, thumb clasping the little finger, and the remaining 3 fingers aligned together. The left hand successfully formed the seal, hovering beneath the right hand, which then elevated and pointed. A translucent purple cube emerged from the 3 fingers, growing larger until it ensnared the object indicated by those fingers. Chapter 38. The Disheartened Old Beggar. Qin Chuang gazed intently at the spectacle before him, a demonstration that resembled a genuine battle, truly awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing the purple cube's position, it appeared as though it had ensnared a real adversary. With lightning crackling and dancing within, above the cube, a line of small text gradually manifested: Thunder Punishment Ensnarement Technique. Once the enemy is trapped, not only will they be immobilized, but the ongoing lightning strikes will persist, embedding themselves within their body even if they manage to escape. Remarkable! Qin Chuang exclaimed in astonishment after absorbing the information. He transformed his spirit into a miniature version of himself, hastily emulating the actions of the purple figure. A day passed quietly. Qin Chuang had already mastered the Thunder Punishment Ensnarement Technique within the Tai Thunder Finger. Upon observing Qin Chuang's adept application of the technique, the purple figure moved, commencing the practice of the Prison Sky Finger's offensive maneuvers. Again, he formed hand seals with his left hand, the method differing. His right hand transformed into a palm position before his chest, while the left hand successfully hovered beneath the right. Simultaneously, the right palm morphed into 2 fingers, suddenly pointing forth. A blinding purple light shot from his fingertips. Although merely a practice session, Qin Chuang could discern the astonishing power of this finger technique. He wasted no time and immediately began to learn from the purple figure. Half a day later, Qin Chuang had grasped the essentials. The purple figure transformed into a beam of purple light, vanishing into the jade slip. Exiting the sea of consciousness, Qin Chuang felt an insatiable itch. Eager to test his skills against the demon beast, he rose and approached the front of the stone-wide gate, sensing that the barriers remained active. He took out the communication jade slip he shared with Stone. "Brother Stone, I shall step out for a brief moment and will return shortly." After securing the jade slip, he hummed a cheerful tune, leisurely making his way towards the city gates. Along the way, he noticed a tattered old beggar sleeping by the roadside. Qin Chuang retrieved a spirit stone from his storage pouch and placed it into the beggar's bowl. Without uttering a word, he turned and blended into the crowd. Upon exiting the city gates, he soared on his sword towards the nearby mountains and forests. The old beggar opened his bleary eyes and, upon spotting the spirit stone in his broken bowl, sprang to his feet. Trembling, he grasped the spirit stone, exclaiming, "It seems fortune has finally smiled upon me." He looked around, failing to identify the benefactor, and, disheartened, sank back down, his murky eyes gradually losing their luster, becoming dull and gray. "Bring it back, you unfortunate soul." Just as he wallowed in despair, a young beggar dashed over and snatched the spirit stone from his grasp. The old beggar opened his mouth as if to speak but uttered nothing. Letting out a long sigh, he slowly leaned against the wall, rummaging through his clothes until he produced a wine gourd, sipping slowly. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang arrived at the forest, spreading his consciousness to quickly locate a foundational-level giant-tooth leopard. He concealed his aura while activating his stealth belt. Then he directed his flying sword to land 10 zhong behind the beast. Observing the giant-tooth leopard lounging on a large rock at the cave entrance, Qin Chuang noted that it was oblivious to his presence. He resolved to first test the Thunder Punishment Ensnarement Technique. Qin Chuang, with a tranquil heart and focused mind, formed a gesture with his left hand while his right arm swept in a graceful arc, coming to rest before his chest. His thumb clasped his little finger, and the other 3 fingers remained elegantly aligned. With the seal successfully hovering beneath his right hand, he raised it to point again, and once more. Yet, to his bewilderment, the anticipated translucent purple cube did not materialize. After a moment of stunned silence, he recalled that he had forgotten to recite the incantation, neglecting to summon the spiritual energy within his body. Smacking his forehead, he chided himself, "What a fool I am." Determined, he began anew, reciting the incantation while channeling the spiritual energy through the prescribed pathways to gather the 4 elemental energies of gold, fire, water, and thunder into his palm. Meanwhile, his left hand continued to form the seal, and the energy in his right hand underwent a rapid transformation, compressing into a tangible form. As the incantation and seal reached completion, Qin Chuang distinctly felt the overwhelming energy coiled within his right hand. Without hesitation, he pointed again, and a violet translucent cube erupted from his fingertips, expanding at an astonishing rate, ensnaring the unsuspecting giant-toothed leopard in an instant. The enraged beast thrashed about violently. Yet it could not escape the confines of its prison, enduring strikes from the cube's electric assaults that left its fur standing on end. After a cacophony of crackling sounds, the giant-toothed leopard collapsed, trembling on the ground, the acrid scent of singed fur wafting through the air. Yet within the cube, the assault did not relent despite the creature's weakened state. It continued to be battered by relentless bolts of lightning. Seeing this, Qin Chuang's heart soared with joy. The Tai thunderous finger truly proved formidable. However, feeling the depletion of energy in his dantian, he hastily consumed several energy-replenishing pills, alleviating the sensation of tearing within. Clearly, such a technique should only be employed in life-or-death situations or when one can ensure their safety post-execution. Refocusing his attention on the cube, he watched as the giant-toothed leopard, amidst repeated electric strikes, suddenly erupted in a surge of black flames, directing its fiery breath toward the purple cube. In a swift motion, Qin Chuang leaped onto his sword and ascended into the skies. Once assured of his safety, he turned to observe the cube. The black flames raged within, but could not breach the prison's barrier. The leopard writhed in its own inferno, and soon, it was reduced to mere ashes. Such terrifying power. Witnessing such extraordinary results, Qin Chuang was immensely pleased. The flames within the cube consumed a portion of the lightning energy before gradually extinguishing. An hour later, the cube faded to a pale hue before vanishing entirely. By this time, Qin Chuang had regained much of his spiritual energy. After this experience, he gained a substantial understanding of the Tai thunderous technique, deciding to forego further experimentation with offensive maneuvers for the moment. Upon returning to the inn in the city, he found Xianxia had emerged from his seclusion, spotted in the lobby, indulging in a drink. His countenance had returned to its former rugged appearance. "Brother Shi, I have returned," Qin Chuang exclaimed. "Come, take a seat. Let us drink and converse." Qin Chuang pulled out a chair and sat down, while the attentive waiter promptly provided him with a set of chopsticks and a bowl. Xianxia filled Qin Chuang's cup with wine and inquired, "Where have you been wandering?" Qin Chuang accepted the cup with both hands, stating, "I ventured into the mountains to stretch my legs." "Come, Brother Shi, let us toast." After a hearty drink, Qin Chuang set down the cup and tossed a piece of stir-fried spiritual beast meat into his mouth. "Once we finish our meal, Brother Shi, take me for a stroll." Xianxia refilled Qin Chuang's cup, replying, "Of course, we shall bring Xiao Jin along if it awakens." Qin Chuang gently tapped the table with his fingers, remarking, "Xiao Jin is still asleep. We should just bring some fine wine for it." "Ha ha ha! That little monkey is indeed a budding connoisseur of spirits." The two indulged in their libations, and after satisfying their appetites, Qin Chuang followed Xianxia through the winding streets until they arrived at an inconspicuous little shop nestled in a secluded alley. Upon entering the establishment, Qin Chuang could not help but frown. The dimly lit interior was in a state of disrepair, cluttered with a hodgepodge of antiquated items, leaving scarcely any room to stand. Chapter 39. The Teleportation Array and the Mysterious Trading Manor. Behind a low black counter, a plump middle-aged woman lay sprawled across a recliner, snoring loudly. Qin Chuang turned to leave, but was halted by Xianxia's strong grip. With a skeptical glance at Xianxia and then at the slumbering woman, Qin Chuang raised an eyebrow, questioning the circumstances. "What does that look for?" Xianxia retorted, exasperated by the implication in Qin Chuang's gaze, and playfully punched him on the shoulder. Qin Chuang quickly begged for forgiveness. Brother, there's nothing to see here. What brings us to this place? I intend to sell items, not to peddle junk." Before Xianxia could respond, a series of clicking sounds erupted from the side. The woman had awoken. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, and slowly rising from her bamboo recliner, she clasped her hands together and said, "Oh my, friend Shi has arrived. Please forgive my lack of proper greeting." Her voice was strong and resonant. Xianxia quickly returned the gesture. "Madam Bai, you have quite the flair." While Qin Chuang admired the exquisite purple bamboo recliner, Xianxia nudged him with his elbow, prompting him to return the greeting. "I greet you, Madam Bai." The plump proprietor stepped out from behind the counter, her natural inclination for sleep apparent. "Forgive the spectacle, gentlemen. Are you in search of treasures, or perhaps seeking to sell?" "Madam Bai, this time it is my brother here who wishes to part with some items." Madam Bai smiled broadly, sizing up Qin Chuang from head to toe. "In that case, please follow me to the private room." Qin Chuang exchanged a glance with Xianxia, who appeared confident, before he followed the plump proprietor's lead. They traversed through a back door and entered the rear courtyard of the shop, arriving at the innermost storage room. Madame Bai opened the door, revealing a dusty little chamber filled with old furniture haphazardly arranged. Just as Qin Chuang's patience began to wear thin, the plump proprietor retrieved 3 small flags and tossed them in different directions. In an instant, the scene before them warped, transforming the storage room into a small array. Qin Chuang's pupils dilated in shock, and within he exclaimed, "Alas, this corpulent woman possesses something truly remarkable. The intricate illusion she has woven here evaded my keen perception, despite my rudimentary understanding of formations." Qin Chuang silently employed a probing spell on the chubby shopkeeper, yet gleaned nothing. She appeared as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any magical aura. It seems her cultivation is not to be underestimated. Perhaps she dons some artifact that conceals her true prowess. The shopkeeper, with a sly grin, observed the shifting expressions on Qin Chuang's face and extended her plump hand towards him. Confounded by the situation, Qin Chuang sought assistance from Shi Quan, inquiring, "What is this?" Shi Quan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor, and replied, "Ah, I forgot to mention, in order to transact over there, one must first pay a transportation fee of 2 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang's eyes widened in astonishment. By heavens, this is the legendary teleportation array. His ignorance was laid bare, akin to that of an untraveled commoner. He had never anticipated encountering a teleportation array in the Dongsheng prefecture. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. In his previous life, he had never experienced the luxury of such transportation, and although this was a smaller array, it was still a rarity. The shopkeeper, with a warm smile, retracted her hand, stating, "If you are unwilling to pay, then I must bid you farewell." Qin Chuang cleared his throat and produced 2 spirit stones, placing them into the shopkeeper's ample palm. Since we have come this far, the shopkeeper, no longer inclined to press the matter, positioned the spirit stones into the array's focal point. As the stones were set in place, the teleportation array erupted with a brilliant radiance. The shopkeeper waved her hand, retrieving 3 formation flags. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan were momentarily dazzled, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves in a picturesque estate nestled by mountains and waters. The estate radiated a rich, spiritual aura as the shopkeeper led them into a room marked transaction number 32. The room was vast, meticulously arranged with an assortment of magical artifacts and precious materials. The shopkeeper invited Qin Chuang and Shi Quan to take a seat while she settled behind the counter. Smiling as she proclaimed, "This is our trading venue. You may present the items you wish to sell, and I will assess their value and provide an appropriate price." Exchanging glances, Qin Chuang, resolved not to be coy, retrieved a storage bag from within his robes and placed it before the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper meticulously examined each item from the bag, nodding and shaking her head as she recorded her observations on a piece of spirit paper. Finally, she placed the completed record before Qin Chuang, her smile unwavering as she said, "The quality of these items varies based on market conditions. Here are the prices I propose for your consideration." Taking the paper, Qin Chuang read aloud, "Magical artifacts, 3 high-grade at 1,000 each, plus 13 at 600. Inner elixirs, 20 foundational at 100 each, plus 10 at 20. Beast materials, 19 rare sets at 100, plus 10 at 20. Spiritual herbs, 3-tiered, 50 at 100. Total, 200 spirit stones. Except for those that were personally hunted, most of these were offerings from the Qingyi men and the trio of robbers who emerged from the secret realm. Truly, it is a case of murder and arson for gold." Upon seeing the price deemed reasonable, Qin Chuang nodded in approval, agreeing to the transaction. Shopkeeper Bai, upon hearing this, smiled with narrowed eyes, waved her hand to store the items in her spatial ring, and then retrieved a storage pouch containing 20,200 spirit stones from her ring. She presented the pouch to Qin Chuang with both hands, inviting him to verify the contents. Qin Chuang accepted the pouch, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded appreciatively. "All is in order. Thus, my brother and I shall take our leave. I kindly ask Shopkeeper Bai to escort us out." Shopkeeper Bai rose, affirming, "No problem, I shall see you back." Stepping out from behind the counter, she gestured towards the assorted treasures within the room, curiously inquiring, "Amidst all these treasures, is there not something that piques your interest?" Qin Chuang paused at her words, exchanging a glance with Shi Quan. Shi Quan, with his usual boisterousness, remarked, "The prices here are considerably lower than those in the shops outside. If you find anything useful, do not hesitate to purchase it." Oh, by the way, that mysterious iron knife you are currently wielding was bought here. Qin Chuang nodded. Indeed, the price for the mysterious iron knife that Shi Quan had procured was quite favorable. At that time, he had thought Shi Quan had subsidized him, unaware of the existence of such a beneficial marketplace. Reflecting on the skin of the Taihun beast in his storage pouch, he realized he also needed materials for crafting the drum body, which he could conveniently prepare here. On the way to the task location, they would pass by the sacred artifact Sect, which was another reason for choosing this task. He planned to seek out Zhao Yanlai to forge the Taihun waist drum, thus enhancing his offensive capabilities. Shopkeeper Bai, could you recommend a material for crafting the drum body? Qin Chuang's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to hear her suggestions. After a moment of contemplation, Shopkeeper Bai waved her plump hand and summoned 3 wooden pieces from thin air. She pointed to one piece, pitch black in color, explaining, "This is volcanic ironwood, priced at 300 spirit stones." Then she gestured to a dark red piece, elaborating, "This is blood demon sandalwood, sold for 600 spirit stones." Finally, she picked up the last piece, stating, "This is fox spirit wood, valued at 1200 spirit stones. I recommend this one for the drum body. It also has a hallucinatory effect." Chapter 40, Mischievous Spirit Pets. I apologize for the amusement, my friend. Qin Chuang took hold of the wood claimed to be fox spirit wood, its exterior white and exuding an enchanting fragrance. Shopkeeper Bai, this fox spirit wood is quite rare, isn't it? How can one ascertain its authenticity? Upon hearing this, Shopkeeper Bai furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering how to validate its genuineness. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit her eyes. I have a way to prove it. Oh, both Qin Chuang and Shi Quan turned their attention to Shopkeeper Bai. I am the proof. With that, her plump figure transformed, and in a blink, she morphed into a plump, fluffy white dog, larger than a donkey foal. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan were taken aback, retreating in shock. What? You're actually transformed from a chubby dog? The dog, the white shopkeeper, retorted. You're the dog. Your whole family is made up of dogs. Qin Chuang quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a person of experience, having encountered peculiar creatures like the wondrous red ginseng and the formidable black dragon. What was there to fear? The unexpected scene had caught him off guard. Too sudden for comfort. He cleared his throat and spoke in a measured tone. White shopkeeper, even if you revert to your canine form, it does not validate that this wood is genuine. Shi Quan, struggling to confront the reality that the white shopkeeper he had known for over a decade was actually a dog, subconsciously echoed Qin Chuang. Yes, yes. The white shopkeeper coldly replied, I am a white fox, a member of the celestial fox clan. With that, she exhaled a cloud of white smoke and began to laugh, her giggles reminiscent of a child's innocent laughter. Qin Chuang was alarmed, realizing the gravity of the situation. He held his breath, seized Shi Quan, and retreated several paces, distancing themselves from the smoke. With a leap, he pulled Shi Quan out of the room. Once they reached the courtyard, Qin Chuang released Shi Quan, and they stood back to back, cautiously surveying their surroundings. It was then that he discovered they could not use their divine senses in this peculiar place, sending a chill down his spine. Brother Shi, we cannot utilize our divine senses here. Qin Chuang noted, this place is strange. I have brought misfortune upon you. He drew out his dark iron blade, his internal energy swirling with the heart technique of Tai Prison Sky, ready for a desperate fight. The chubby white fox emerged. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite perceptive. Do you now believe me? If not, shall we test it again? This time, I can surely confuse you both. Shi Quan summoned a gloved artifact, exchanging a glance with Qin Chuang, both understanding the gravity of their predicament. In unfamiliar territory, especially in someone else's domain, the situation was precarious. With no benefit to them, it seemed prudent to seize the initiative. Qin Chuang nodded slightly, preparing for action. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from a distance. White chubby, how audacious of you! How dare you reveal your true form before guests? Before the words had fully settled, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a fiery red dress leaped gracefully from the rooftop, landing effortlessly between Qin Chuang, Shi Quan, and the chubby white fox. She bowed elegantly to the two men. Esteemed guests, please do not be agitated. I am the owner of this trading estate, known as Xianxia. Allow me some time to address this matter, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution, if you would be so kind. Her melodious voice and responsible demeanor slightly eased the tension in Qin Chuang and Shi Quan's hearts. It was then that Qin Chuang took a serious look at the newcomer. Her alluring figure was accentuated by the tight red dress, and her delicate features were captivating. Her expressive eyes sparkled with life, her small, slightly upturned nose added to her charm, and her fiery red lips formed a delightful curve. It was difficult to discern her cultivation level, but she likely possessed a hidden artifact, similar to the chubby white fox. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan clasped their hands in greeting. "Please, Lady Hong, proceed as you see fit." Seeing that Qin Chuang and the others had no objections, she turned back and raised her delicate fingers, pointing at the plump white fox. "Chubby, do you not realize your mistake? Transform back at once." The rotund fox curled its round head and hurriedly shifted into human form, murmuring softly, "Chubby knows it was wrong." With that, it bowed its head and stood quietly, awaiting reprimand from the Red Lady. The Red Lady, exasperated, exclaimed, "You have been serving here for nearly 2 decades without significant error. A few more years, and you could be promoted to a steward. What am I to say about you?" The plump fox raised its head, feeling aggrieved. It was he who demanded I prove that the half-life wood is genuine. After I transformed back, he insulted me, calling me a big fat dog. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan exchanged awkward glances upon hearing this. The Red Lady let out a cold huff. "I'm not easily deceived. If there is a misunderstanding, you should communicate properly. Why resort to using sleeping gas on clients?" The plump fox, exasperated, stamped its foot. "I did not attack them. I released the sleeping gas to prove that I'm a white fox, not a big fat dog. Why must you prove you're a white fox? I recall your duty is merely to facilitate transactions with clients. You only need to prove you are a white fox to validate the half-life wood and proceed with the trade." Upon hearing this, the Red Lady raised her hand to her forehead, rendered speechless. "Regardless of the reason, revealing your true form in front of clients is against the rules. You can no longer stay in Kanglan City. Transfer the transaction at number 32 to Bai Shuang, and I will give you 1 month." "Understood." The plump fox drooped its large head in disappointment. Shi Quan felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they had conducted business for over a decade. And although he had only just learned that the plump fox was a shape-shifting beast, it was evident that it had not genuinely attacked them. He felt uncomfortable about the result, leading to the loss of its position. Looking towards Qin Chuang, he sought his thoughts on the matter. Qin Chuang, surprised that the plump fox had become so obstinate, sensed Shi Quan's gaze and understood his feelings. Well, if the intention is not to harm, perhaps it would be best to let Shi Gu speak on its behalf. He exchanged a knowing glance with Shi Quan and nodded in agreement. Receiving Qin Chuang's support, Shi Quan stepped forward. "Red Lady, this is merely a misunderstanding. My brother and I may have overreacted. It is not solely the fault of Manager Bai. Could we perhaps reconsider the punishment?" The Red Lady listened attentively, and a radiant smile graced her lips. "I appreciate this fellow Taoist's acknowledgement of Chubby. I may rescind the punishment." Just as Shi Quan felt a surge of joy, he heard her melodious voice continue. "However, she cannot remain in Kanglan City. I will arrange for her to manage in another city." The plump fox looked up, eyes filled with hope, as the Red Lady reached out to pat its head. "We will discuss your arrangements later." She turned to Qin Chuang and the others, smiling warmly. "My spirit pet can be quite mischievous. I apologize for the amusement caused." With that, her delicate hand waved, and the half-life wood fell gracefully into her palm. "This piece of wood shall serve as compensation for our trading estate." Qin Chuang remarked with a smile, waving his hands dismissively. "Red Lady, there is no need for formality. I shall purchase this wood. I also wish to acquire technique. If you insist on gifting me the half-life wood, it would be inappropriate for me to haggle on future transactions." Chapter 41. Wine Blade-O. Which type of technique does my friend wish to procure? Allow me to make some recommendations. Qin Chuang considered his Thunderblade of Death and the Tai Return to Origin technique, both of which were powerful, yet consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. The Flame Slash, on the other hand, had a moderate consumption rate while still delivering a commendable strike. The sound-based Heartbreak Roar served as an auxiliary technique, and he also possessed the drum-passing game. Although he had yet to forge the waist drum, gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuang inquired, "Are there any techniques that require minimal spiritual energy yet boast swift attack speed?" The Red Lady did not rush to respond, but instead asked, "May I know your spiritual root attributes?" Without hesitation, Qin Chuang replied, "Metal, fire, and water." He understood that revealing his thunder root was not an option. The Red Lady pondered for a moment before retrieving a book titled Wind Blade from her storage ring, presenting it to Qin Chuang. This book contains the character for wind in its title, relating to the element of wind. But it is not limited to those with a wind spiritual root. Even one with a metal root can practice it. It allows the practitioner to mold metal spiritual energy into a blade, harnessing the surrounding winds to form a wind blade that strikes at enemies. By utilizing external wind forces, it conserves the caster's internal spiritual energy. This technique is simple to learn, as it only requires shaping the blade to launch an attack, and the mental framework is straightforward. The time required for execution is minimal, allowing for dozens of attacks within moments. She tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and continued, of course. With advantages come disadvantages. The drawback is that the individual attack power is relatively weak, and the positioning of the caster must be precise. You see, it relies on the wind's force, so one must stand in the advantageous position against the enemy, unless one possesses a wind spiritual root to manipulate the winds. Qin Chuang nodded, accepting the drawbacks. Very well, I shall take it. How many spirit stones does it cost? The price for this technique was quite reasonable, 1,400 spirit stones. Qin Chuang promptly produced 2,600 spirit stones, levitating them before the Red Lady with his spiritual power. She smiled gently, waving her hand to accept the stones. Stepping forward with grace, she approached Qin Chuang and handed him the half-life wood along with the wind blade book. He accepted them into his storage bag, inwardly cursing. This Red Lady is even more alluring than her spirit pet, the chubby one. Truly enchanting. Unaware of Qin Chuang's thoughts, the Red Lady presented him with a palm-sized red jade array plate. This array plate is reserved for our esteemed guests at the trading estate. I offer you one, hoping you will not refuse this time. It is said that no one can turn down a fairy twice. Sure, Quan stifled a laugh, looking up at the sky, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang awkwardly touched his nose and said, "All right, I accept it. Thank you, Hong Dongjia." Seeing him merely accept it without moving, Xianxia forced it on to Qin Chuang, stifling a chuckle. "Do you know how to use this array disc?" Qin Chuang shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "It has 3 functions. Firstly, in any city where we have a trading point, as long as you take out this array disc and infuse it with a trace of spiritual energy, you only need to wait for a quarter of an hour, and someone will come to fetch you. Secondly, when purchasing items at our trading estate, presenting the array disc to the shopkeeper will grant you a discount of up to 90%. As for the third function, if you are attacked near a city with one of our outposts, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy will summon assistance within 15 minutes. For opponents below the nascent soul stage, the cost will be 10,000 spirit stones for a single engagement. For those above, the price is negotiable." Qin Chuang mused quietly to himself, realizing that this trading estate was quite remarkable. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xianxia. Should I require assistance in the future, I will surely return. Now, please facilitate our departure." Xianxia instructed the plump attendant. "It is essential to see a task through to completion. Please escort your guest back." The attendant complied, leading Qin Chuang and his companion in silence until they reached the center of the estate. They stepped into the array marked with the number 32 and placed 2 spirit stones to activate it. A bright flash enveloped them, and they found themselves back in the storeroom. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan exchanged glances and bowed in unison. "Shopkeeper Bai, I apologize for the trouble you faced. I owe you an apology." The plump attendant, considering Shi Quan's plea for leniency, chose not to pursue the matter further. She waved her hand, saying, "Old Shi, there is no need for such formality. You have supported my business for many years, and besides, it was merely a misunderstanding." Shi Quan laughed heartily. "Sister Bai, you are gracious." As Qin Chuang and Shi Quan departed the shop and made their way to the inn, Qin Chuang remarked, "Elder brother Shi, I've completed the matters I needed to attend to in Kanglan City. What about you? You gifted me a flying sword, and I have no further business to attend to. Then let us rest for the night and set out early tomorrow." Agreed. They returned to the inn and retreated to their respective rooms. Upon unlocking the restrictions, Qin Chuang chose not to sleep, but instead swiftly entered the space within his jade pendant. He retrieved the technique Wind Blade with the intention of mastering it that night. Fortunately, the technique was relatively simple to learn. Hong Shun observed Qin Chuang practicing the Wind Blade from a distance, lost in thought. The night passed as Qin Chuang diligently honed his skills. As dawn broke, he finished his practice and prepared to step outside. "Master! Master!" At that moment, Hong Shun scampered over with her little legs. Qin Chuang paused, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. "What is it, little Hong Shun?" Hong Shun fidgeted, saying, "Master, you haven't let me out since you returned from the secret realm. I have yet to see the outside world." Qin Chuang nodded, realizing the truth in her words. "However, you are quite fragrant. Are you not afraid of attracting the wrong attention?" Seeing that Qin Chuang did not object, Hongshan quickly replied, Master, I possess a divine ability that allows me to conceal my aura, making it undetectable to others. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuang, under the hopeful gaze of the red ginseng, slowly nodded. Come along. When there are many people, you can hide in my sleeve. All right, Master, replied. Leaping into his sleeve, Qin Chuang swiftly exited the dimension, encountering the freshly awakened Shi Quan. Brother Shi, shall we set off? Let's go. The two settled their accommodation fees and strode away. The street bustled with life, teeming with people. Various stalls displayed an array of goods, including elixirs, magical artifacts, robes, materials, and spirit beasts, among others. The red ginseng, overwhelmed by the sights, flushed with excitement, inadvertently peeking out, only to be discreetly pushed back by Qin Chuang. Wow, wow. The ginseng's exclamations echoed fervently in Qin Chuang's mind, causing him a headache, prompting him to revoke its privilege of communicating telepathically. Unaware of the change, the ginseng lifted a corner of the sleeve's fabric to sneak a glimpse of this wondrous world. Qin Chuang, in a good mood, recognized it was the ginseng's first encounter with the outside world and chose not to overly restrict it. Instead, he subtly slowed his pace, allowing the little creature to broaden its horizons. However, unexpectedly, a sleeping old beggar by the roadside suddenly opened his eyes. Startled, he turned his head and glanced around, his gaze landing on Qin Chuang, locking onto him with a piercing intensity. Qin Chuang, enjoying his leisurely stroll, suddenly halted his steps. Chapter 42. The Persistent Old Beggar. Following the beggar's fiery gaze, Qin Chuang noticed the old man, clad in rags, small and emaciated, barefoot with white hair, yet his eyes gleamed with brightness. Qin Chuang recognized him. A few days prior, he had given the man a spirit stone. Could it be that the beggar considered him a benefactor and sought another donation? The old beggar, seeing Qin Chuang stop, hurriedly approached, clasping his hands together. Esteemed friend, may I inquire if you were the one who bestowed a spirit stone upon this old man? Observing the beggar, Qin Chuang noted his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Although this level was not particularly high, one should be able to sustain a modest living. Regardless of how the beggar had fallen to such depths, it would only take a moment to grant him another spirit stone. In his current state, he ranked among the top powers in Dongsheng Prefecture, with most of the higher-level Golden Core practitioners secluding themselves in their respective realms. Those of the Foundation establishment stage wandering outside posed no challenge to him, and he was confident he could defeat any early-stage Golden Core opponent. Having returned from his rebirth, and after more than 2 years of effort, he had unknowingly attained the strength to protect himself. Hence, he felt bold enough to occasionally act with sincerity, extending a helping hand when faced with the suffering of others. His thoughts crystallized in an instant. Qin Chuang offered a respectful gesture to the old beggar, reaching for a storage pouch at his waist, intending to present him with a spirit stone. However, upon noticing his movement, Shi Quan pulled him aside. Qin Chuang, don't waste your efforts. Just give him something to eat. Qin Chuang looked at Shi Quan in surprise. His elder brother had always been compassionate. Even amidst his own struggles, he could not bear to witness the suffering of others. Could it be that the old beggar was of poor character? Perceiving Qin Chuang's expression, Shi Quan quickly clarified, it's not that I am heartless. It's just that this old beggar is notoriously unlucky. You don't frequent Kanglan City, so you may not be aware of his reputation. He is famous for his misfortunes. He could trip on flat ground or nearly choke on a sip of water. Shi Quan's words were loud enough for the old beggar to hear, causing him to nod repeatedly. Ah, so your name is Qin Chuang? The old man will take the liberty of addressing you as such, he said, observing Qin Chuang's reaction. Not detecting any sign of distaste on his face, he continued, my situation is indeed as this kind sir has described. There is no need for you to offer me spirit stones. I'm plagued by bad luck, and no good fortune ever stays with me. The surprise on Qin Chuang's face flickered briefly, and he exchanged the spirit stone for a piece of roasted beast meat, presenting it to the old beggar. Here, old man, take this beast meat to satisfy your hunger. The old beggar chuckled as he accepted the roasted meat, but did not consume it immediately. Instead, he tucked it into his bosom. After sizing up Qin Chuang for a while, he remarked, Qin Chuang, we share a connection. May I inquire where you are headed? Would you be so kind as to take this old man along for a stretch of a journey? Before Qin Chuang could respond, Shi Quan interjected with displeasure, Hey, old man, how can you speak like that? My brother kindly offers you food, and you claim he is fated to be with you? Who is fated with you? Are you trying to repay kindness with malice, passing your misfortune on to my brother? It's not like that. Please listen to me. My misfortune is confined to myself. It cannot be passed to others, the old beggar hastily explained. Shi Quan positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Chuang, blocking the old beggar's approach. Turning to Qin Chuang, he cautioned, Qin Chuang, do not be naive. This old fellow has been in Kanglan City for years, and everything he touches turns to misfortune. I know this for a fact. He must be extraordinarily unfortunate. Strangely enough, the calamities that befall him would be enough to end the lives of 8 ordinary people. Yet he continues to survive. Don't you find that suspicious? No one in Kanglan City dares to get close to him, so don't let your heart soften. Qin Chuang nodded, acknowledging Shi Quan's reasoning. If it were merely a matter of handing out a spirit stone or beast meat, he might have obliged. However, the old beggar's desire to accompany him was troublesome, and he was neither familiar with him nor aware of his true intentions. Thus, Qin Chuang was resolute in his decision not to take him along. He patted Shi Quan on the shoulder and said, Brother Shi, let us depart. With that, he turned away from the old beggar, firmly grasping Shi Quan and leaving. Undeterred, the old beggar followed at a moderate distance behind them. Shi Quan felt a surge of anger. Hey, that old man. I shall deal with him. Qin Chuang swiftly intervened, shaking his head. Let it be. Once we leave the city gates, we shall soar through the skies on our swords. He won't be able to keep up. Shi Quan shot a glare at the old beggar before relenting. At that moment, both Qin Chuang and Shi Quan had lost their desire for leisurely wandering. They hastened out of the city and leapt onto their swords, taking flight. The vast sky was devoid of clouds, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. Shi Quan laughed heartily. What a thrill! This sensation of flying is absolutely exhilarating. Being tangled up with someone is truly unpleasant, especially when it's not even a celestial being. Qin Chuang, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. Brother Shi, do you wish for a celestial being to entangle you? You brat. The two exchanged banter, but suddenly, Qin Chuang's smile faded. Shi Quan noticed the change in Qin Chuang's expression. What is it, Qin Chuang? Brother Shi rejoices too early. Qin Chuang's demeanor grew serious. What do you mean? Before Shi Quan could finish his inquiry, he understood the situation. Turning back, he saw a figure rapidly approaching, riding a flying talisman shaped like a gourd. Shi Quan exclaimed, Damn! Fellow Taoists, wait for this old man. The old beggar's voice boomed like thunder. This old man is not to be underestimated. He possesses a flying talisman. Shi Quan was infuriated. Those below the foundation establishment stage could not fly with swords and often resorted to light body techniques for travel, as flying talismans were quite costly. Yet this old man, who could barely hold onto a spirit stone, actually had a flying talisman. Qin Chuang, there is definitely something off about this old man. Qin Chuang nodded, acknowledging Shi Quan's reasoning. He gestured for Shi Quan to halt. He wanted to see what scheme this old beggar was plotting. If he was not honest, Qin Chuang would not hesitate to send him on his way, sparing him from further suffering in the world. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan controlled their flying swords to descend. In the blink of an eye, the old beggar caught up, riding his gourd talisman. Qin Taoist, you must take me with you. Qin Chuang's expression turned stern, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the old beggar. What is your true intention? Why do you persist in pursuing us? The old beggar panted heavily, yet his eyes revealed a resolute glimmer. Qin Chuang, I understand your doubts, but I bear no ill intentions. Trust me, allowing me to accompany you will benefit us both. Shi Quan glared fiercely. Old man, cease your nonsensical chatter. Why should we trust you? Leave at once, or else do not blame us for our rudeness. The old beggar, undeterred by Shi Quan's hostility, looked earnestly at Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang, I am not inherently cursed with misfortune. I have fallen victim to a certain malevolent spell. From my observations, you too are afflicted by this same curse. As Qin Chuang listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. Upon hearing that he too was under the influence of a malevolent spell, a shiver ran through him as fleeting thoughts raced through his mind. Chapter 43. A Tangled Mystery. Qin Chuang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Please elaborate. The old beggar sighed deeply, lamenting that he was not inherently cursed by misfortune. Once a master alchemist of the Clear Wind Sect, he had attained the nascent golden core stage at the height of his powers. However, a series of unfortunate events had led to his decline, reducing him to the mere 5th level of chi refinement. This tragic downfall stemmed from a malevolent curse cast upon him 30 years prior. By the time he realized the gravity of his situation, he had endured countless setbacks, alienated from friends and family, with no one willing to aid or even believe him. Fortunately, the esteemed master of the Tiangong Pavilion, Gu Ting, had once sought his expertise in concocting seventh-tier elixirs and owed him a debt of gratitude. After overcoming numerous trials to find him, Gu Ting meticulously examined him, even scrutinizing his very soul, yet found nothing amiss. He suggested, though the nature of your curse remains a mystery, perhaps embracing your misfortune as a beggar, devoid of all possessions, might slow the deterioration of your luck. With no alternatives, the beggar accepted this counsel. Gu Ting then cast a divination and revealed a glimmer of hope in the city of Kanglan. This hope resided in two types of individuals: a man who would gently place offerings into his bowl rather than carelessly discard them, and a woman named Luo Qingyao, the enigmatic leader of the Kongshan Hall, whose whereabouts were largely unknown and who was said to be on the cusp of ascension. For years, the beggar had lingered in Kanglan, waiting for the kind soul who would bestow charity upon him with grace. He had anticipated this simple act would be straightforward. However, he chuckled bitterly at the irony of his situation. Once a prodigious talent, he had spent over 3 centuries as a revered alchemist, accustomed to respect and admiration. Little did he foresee that, in his current state as a decrepit beggar, even the smallest morsel of food from a passerby would be considered an act of great kindness. Who would think to grant dignity to an old beggar? Moreover, the tale of his misfortune was common knowledge throughout the city. Sighing in resignation, he expressed his despair, never expecting to finally encounter someone like Qin Chuang. With newfound hope, he gazed at him intently. Having suffered the ravages of this curse for decades, he had developed an acute awareness of phenomena that eluded ordinary perception. Qin Chuang, you possess an aura akin to mine. I too began my descent into misfortune gradually. You are the only individual I have met in Kanglan who has gently placed spirit stones into my bowl. Thus, I deduce that you too have fallen victim to this malevolent sorcery. Gu Ting believes you may be the key to uncovering the identity of the one who cast this curse upon me. Shi Quan listened, astonished, casting a worried glance at Qin Chuang while occasionally glowering at the old beggar. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang fell into deep contemplation, increasingly convinced by the old beggar's claims of being the clear-wind alchemist. He recalled that in his youth, fortune had favored him abundantly. At the tender age of 4, he entered the esteemed sect of the Miaoying Taoist under the tutelage of a master who, despite her indifference and the absence of guidance, allowed him to swiftly harness the vital energy within his body. Even amidst the subtle oppression from several senior sisters, he persevered and ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement. Each time he embarked on a mission, he returned with abundant rewards. However, fortune gradually waned, and the changes, though minuscule, were palpable. With the emergence of Qin Ezhou, a prodigy who entered the sect and began to overshadow him, his luck plummeted further into decline. In a previous life, while imprisoned in an underground chamber by Qin's father, he often reflected on his past, sensing that his existence was shrouded in a layer of dust, as if an unseen force had distorted the trajectory of his life. Before Qin Ezhou joined the sect, before he turned 16, he endured bullying from several senior sisters. Yet his life remained bearable. Following Qin Ezhou's entry into the sect, however, his existence underwent a profound transformation. Once a mere shadow, a target of ridicule and scorn, he found himself besmirched, his reputation within the sect plummeting to the depths of public disdain. His brief life could be encapsulated in a few poignant phrases: a once promising fortune crushed beneath the weight of adversity. In his youth, he yearned for parental affection. As a child, he devoted himself to appeasing his senior sisters. At 16, he was framed, wounded, and punished, his luck obstructed, causing him to miss the opportunity to enter the thunderous secret realm. At 21, a significant opportunity slipped away as he gifted a jade pendant, transferring his fortune elsewhere and inviting further repression. Upon returning from the secret realm at 27, having successfully established his foundation, his nascent good fortune was swiftly extinguished by the cancellation of his engagement with Lan Bingyan. Subsequently, he was expelled from the sect by Miaoying, relegated to the status of an ordinary disciple, as his fortune continued its downward spiral. Struggling to survive until the age of 37, he barely reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Just as he prepared for the next stage of cultivation, he was falsely accused and had his abilities stripped away, leading to his expulsion from the sect, casting his path to immortality into uncertainty. It was at this juncture that doubts regarding Qin's father began to creep into his mind. He refrained from returning home, and by a fortunate twist of fate, discovered a spiritual spring. After restoring his health, he commenced cultivating anew. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Qin's father employed some arcane means to immobilize him from 1,000 miles away, swiftly arriving to reclaim him. Imprisoned by Qin's father for 7 long years in a secret chamber, these years represented a hellish ordeal he wished to forget. He endured the extraction of blood, bone marrow, heart's blood, the excavation of his spiritual roots, the shaving of his bones, the dissection of his heart, and the siphoning of his soul. He could not help but feel that he had been subjected to some sinister sorcery. Thus, he began to place his faith in the old beggar before him. Moreover, in this lifetime, he managed to reclaim his disadvantages in time, avoiding being dragged into the mire of reputation destruction alongside Qin Ijo and others, preserving his fortune intact. There was still time to amend his fate. The old beggar, unaware of the tribulations he had faced in his previous life, was nevertheless able to recount experiences strikingly similar to his own, which contributed to Qin Chuang's decision to trust him. The thought of Qin's father wielding some unknown influence over him, producing such formidable effects from afar, filled him with trepidation. This was also why he refrained from confronting them directly. He needed to prioritize the enhancement of his own power. If he were at the level of the transformation stage now, would he not be able to perceive the methods of a golden core cultivator? As one seeks to enhance their strength, they may also discreetly investigate the underlying conspiracies. Resolutely, Qin Chuang inquired of the old beggar, "Even if I were to place my trust in you and allow you to accompany me, it would not resolve the issues at hand, would it?" Upon hearing this, the old beggar stepped forward eagerly, lowering his voice to reply, "Since my discovery came too late, I have no means of uncovering who cast the malevolent spell upon me. However, you are different. You are still young, your social connections are relatively uncomplicated, and you have yet to make your mark. When they strike, we should be able to sense it. You shall operate in the open, while I remain in the shadows. Once we identify those who have targeted you, we can deliberate on how to dispel the curse. Then, we shall exact our revenge and seize any opportunity for a turnaround." Qin Chuang nodded, finding it plausible. Yet he queried, "How will you operate from the shadows?" The old beggar stroked his withered beard and chuckled. "For instance, when you attend to matters in Kanglan City, I will beg in the same city. We shall keep a communication jade slip to contact one another discreetly." Chapter 44. An attempt at cooperation. "You can sense the aura of the curse upon me, if the same individual is responsible for casting it upon you. How can you ensure that they will not detect your presence?" The old beggar laughed heartily at Qin Chuang's inquiry, removing his tattered garments to reveal a gaunt torso. "Look closely, Qin Chuang." Both Qin Chuang and Shi Quan gasped in astonishment as they beheld the intricate runes etched upon the old beggar's back, pulsating with flickers of spiritual energy. "What is this?" Qin Chuang could not help but ask. "This is a rune that obscures the heavenly secrets, concealing the aura of the curse. It prevents others from locating me through divination or other means of inquiry, and of course, it also serves to mask my presence." A thought struck Qin Chuang. If he were to inscribe such a rune upon his own back, would his father's methods become ineffective? Yet, there was no urgency in this matter. He would first ascertain that the old beggar posed no threat before proceeding. "Do you not even know my name?" The old beggar began to speak slowly. "I am Su Qingfeng, an elder of the Danxiang Sect, known as the alchemist of the gentle breeze. However, until I uncover the identity of my assailant, I cannot reveal my true name. You may call me Old Ghost Su." Qin Chuang nodded. He had heard of the Danxiang Sect, a faction primarily focused on alchemy. He would investigate to see if there was indeed a Su Qingfeng. Shi Quan, perceiving that Qin Chuang had been swayed by Old Ghost Su's words, could not restrain himself from cautioning, "Qin Chuang, this matter is exceedingly bizarre. Do not place your trust in this old man's words too readily. It could very well be a part of his scheme. I have heard that some malevolent practitioners can manipulate their fortunes through certain means. Have you considered that this old man, plagued by misfortune, is the one in dire need of a turnaround? Moreover, how can you be compared to him? Do not allow yourself to be deceived. Your fortunes have always been favorable. Reflect carefully. This man's origins are dubious, and his words may be mere fabrications." Understanding Shi Quan's concerns about being deceived, Qin Chuang swiftly reassured him, "Brother Shi, you make a valid point, but this matter is not insurmountable. We can add a layer of protection." With that, he smiled at Old Ghost Su and suddenly pressed 3 fingers to the center of his brow. Old Ghost Su momentarily appeared dazed. Qin Chuang had achieved his goal and was immensely satisfied. "Su Lao Gui, I cannot rely solely on your word. To ensure our cooperation is secure, may I place a small device within you?" Su Laogai retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What did you just do to me?" Naturally, I have implanted a lethal technique within your mind. It poses no threat under normal circumstances. However, you will need to reinforce this technique with my assistance each month, lest your life be in jeopardy. Moments earlier, he had utilized the heart method of the Tai Thunderfinger, manipulating a small amount of spiritual energy to fashion a diminutive confinement square, enveloped in water spiritual energy, and stealthily inserted it into Su Laogai's consciousness. Upon hearing this, Su Laogai's expression darkened. He hastily delved into his mind and, indeed, beheld a purple square encased in water spiritual energy. The square emanated an aura of danger. He attempted to extricate it, yet regardless of the method he employed, he could not budge an inch. Qin Chuang observed Su Laogai's fluctuating expressions and scoffed. "Save your efforts, Su Laogai. It is who desperately seeks to collaborate with me. In this partnership, you require my assistance, and only I can provide it. The advantage lies with me. As for anyone wishing to harm me, rest assured, I can unearth them without your aid. Thus, your utility to me is limited, and your potential threat remains uncertain. In simpler terms, if you desire my help, you must comply with my terms, or our discussions are at an end." Su Laogai's visage grew increasingly grim. Being held at the mercy of another was indeed uncomfortable, yet Qin Chuang's reasoning held merit. Sensing Su Laogai's indecision, Qin Chuang lost his patience. "If you refuse, I can withdraw that lethal technique, and you may leave. Today, I shall act as if you never sought me out." With that, he pretended to extract the square. With a resigned sigh, Su Laogai acquiesced. "Very well, I agree." Qin Chuang retracted his outstretched hand. "Remember, should you exhibit any suspicious behavior, a mere thought from me could extinguish your life," he warned. Su Laogai shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face, tinged with resignation and self-mockery. "If I truly possessed such cunning, I would not find myself in this predicament, completely unaware of the mastermind behind it all." He sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting profound fatigue and helplessness. Qin Chuang silently empathized. His past self had not fared much better. "All right, Su Laogai, our next destination is the Dark Flood Forest. We shall rendezvous at the Meng family village near the forest." He then presented Su Laogai with a communication jade slip. "Use this jade slip to contact me should any matters arise." Su Laogai accepted it. "Understood. We shall proceed accordingly." After discussing the operational details, the three parted ways. Su Laogai, utilizing his flying gourd artifact, swiftly departed ahead of Qin Chuang and Shi Quan, heading towards Meng family village. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan embarked on their long-term, unlimited task of hunting the two-tailed human-faced scorpions within the Dark Flood Forest. In midair, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan soared side by side, riding their swords. "Qin Chuang, I never anticipated that you would find yourself in such a predicament. Fear not. With Brother Shi by your side, assistance is at hand." Deeply moved, Qin Chuang realized that this matter required patience. He must act covertly. Only after discovering a method to counteract this malevolent sorcery could he confront them. Rash action might provoke a response, and should they use dark arts to ensnare him, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Shi Quan nodded in understanding of the gravity of the situation. One must remain vigilant against that old schemer, Su. Let's first attempt collaboration. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuang spoke. "Brother Shi, I have a favor to ask. Once you complete your task, could you discreetly investigate this Su old ghost at Danxiang Sect?" Shi Quan waved his hand grandly. "Brothers like us don't speak of favors. Leave this matter to me. I assure you, I shall uncover the truth." "Thank you, Brother Shi. By the way, we will soon reach the territory of the sacred artifact Sect, approximately 500 miles ahead. I intend to meet Zhao Yanlai to procure some items. Will you accompany me? Or shall you take flight ahead while I conclude my business and catch up with you?" My task is not urgent. I would prefer to accompany you and broaden my horizons." "Excellent." As they conversed, the two had already arrived above the sacred artifact Sect. Qin Chuang took out a communication jade slip to contact Zhao Yanlai. Shortly, a beam of sword light soared into the sky, and the visitor was none other than Zhao Yanlai. It seems Zhao Yanlai has successfully established his foundation. "Ha, Brother Qin, it has been a long time." Zhao Yanlai greeted with a smile and a clasped fist. "Brother Zhao, I trust you have been well." Qin Chuang returned the gesture with a smile. He then introduced the two. "Brother Shi, this is Zhao Yanlai, the chief disciple of the sacred artifact Sect. Brother Zhao, this is my good friend Shi Quan. A pleasure to meet you." After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Chuang outlined his purpose for visiting. We have come to request a favor from you, Brother Zhao. Oh, please, do not hesitate to speak. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost. Zhao Yanlai responded enthusiastically. Qin Chuang produced the hide of a wailing beast and the wood from a celestial fox. I wish to craft a waist drum and would appreciate your assistance, Brother Zhao. Zhao Yanlai accepted the materials, his eyes widening in surprise. Is this the hide of a wailing beast? And the wood is from a celestial fox? Brother Qin, your generosity knows no bounds. Qin Chuang smiled modestly, stating that it was merely a stroke of luck. Brother Zhao, do you think it can be refined? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yanlai declared, it is certainly feasible. It will take approximately 10 days. No worries. I am in no hurry, Qin Chuang replied. In that case, Brother Qin, you may stay at our sect for a few days while I refine it. Let us three brothers first enjoy a drink together. Zhao Yanlai warmly invited. Brother Zhao, let us not rush into drinking. I have come out on a task. I shall first attend to my duties, and we can drink upon my return. Zhao Yanlai, seeing this, did not press further, saying, very well, you may attend to your business. When you return, I will have the waist drum nearly ready, and you must join me for a hearty drink. Certainly. After bidding farewell to Zhao Yanlai, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan soared through the skies on their swords. 2 days later, upon entering Meng family village, they spotted the old ghost Su begging on the street. Old Su also noticed Qin Chuang and his companions. With a barely perceptible nod, he resumed his beggary. Qin Chuang and his companion made their way to the only inn in the village. Good sirs, will you be dining or lodging? The attendant hastily approached them. Shi Quan pulled out a chair and sat down with a flourish. First, bring us a table of food and drink, and prepare 2 rooms, he instructed. Very well. The attendant promptly set down 2 sets of chopsticks and a pot of tea. Please enjoy some hot tea while I arrange the food. Qin Chuang waved his hand. Focus on your signature dishes and hurry. Understood. The attendant nodded eagerly and dashed off to the kitchen. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan lifted their teacups, sipping slowly, engaging in casual conversation, while casting occasional glances at old Su, who had squatted not far from the inn. At that moment, a group of familiar faces descended from the second floor. Both parties paused for a moment in surprise. Jiang Linglong hurried over to Qin Chuang. 5th junior brother, we finally found you. Come back to the sect with me. 2nd senior sister has fallen ill. Qin Chuang furrowed his brow slightly, setting down his teacup with a cold tone. If she is unwell, let her take medicine. If that fails, she can go to Danfeng. I'm not a healer, so do not bother me. Jiang Linglong's face showed urgency. 5th junior brother, do not be so heartless. 2nd senior sister is truly suffering. Have pity on her. Qin Chuang scoffed. Pity her? Who will pity me? Since I was a mere child of 4, I have been deceived into giving my vital essence every year. Have you ever shown me an ounce of compassion? Zhou Hongling also descended from the upper floor, her expression dark as she gazed at Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. We have offered you kind advice. If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame us for being impolite. Qin Chuang's eyes sharpened. What? Do you intend to make a move? Haven't you had enough? Zhou Hongling recalled the last time Qin Chuang had kicked her, and she felt a chill in her abdomen, instinctively stepping back. Upon further scrutiny, she realized she could not discern his cultivation level. His aura was repressed, yet formidable. Remembering his previous claim of preparing for foundation establishment, could it be? Had he actually succeeded? Unexpectedly, this junior brother, who was more than a decade younger than her, had surpassed her in cultivation. She involuntarily stepped forward, eager to confirm her suspicions. Shi Quan stood up, positioning himself in front of Qin Chuang, glaring at Jiang Linglong and Zhou Hongling. What do you intend to do? If you dare to lay a hand on my brother, you must first pass me. Jiang Linglong, momentarily taken aback, felt shame for her previous actions. Even if Qin Chuang's cultivation temporarily exceeded hers, what of it? She could still manipulate him. Blocked by Shi Quan, Jiang Linglong bit her lip, esteemed friend. This is an internal matter of Miaoying Peak. Do not interfere. Shi Quan snorted. Qin Chuang is my brother. His affairs are my affairs. Do not think that you can bully him just because you have numbers. At that moment, Qin Ezhou also descended from the upper floor, observing the scene before him with secret delight. However, in the blink of an eye, his joy dissipated as he was astonished to discover that Qin Chuang had successfully established his foundation, now possessing the early stages of foundational cultivation. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Qin Ezhou donned a smile and approached him, saying, Elder brother, please return with us. Sister Yin truly requires your assistance. Qin Chuang regarded Qin Ezhou's duplicitous demeanor with utmost disdain. Qin Ezhou, spare me your feigned concern. Is your blood not more effective? Why not offer it up? Qin Ezhou's expression stiffened. Elder brother, I have already given a drop of my blood, but it did not benefit Sister Yan. Qin Chuang had long noticed that Qin Ezhou, who should have advanced to the mid-foundational stage, remained stagnant in the early stage, even regressing since their last encounter. He surmised that, unable to maintain his pride, Qin Ezhou had indeed sacrificed a drop of his blood. A sense of amusement welled up in Qin Chuang's heart. Qin Ezhou, how the tables have turned for you. Returning to the present, Qin Chuang mocked him. Are you not my biological brother? We share the same bloodline and spiritual roots. How is it that what is useful to me is ineffective for you? Could it be that you are an illegitimate child picked up from outside? Qin Hongling interjected angrily. Qin Chuang, do not go too far. Irritated by their antics, Qin Chuang rose from his seat. I shall not return with you. Waiter, is the room ready? Please bring the food and wine to my room. Yes, yes. The waiter replied, cautiously. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan ascended the stairs, and as they passed by Lan Bingyan, Qin Chuang did not even glance her way, simply circumventing her as he ascended the staircase. Seeing Qin Chuang walk by with such indifference, Lan Bingyan felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment. She called out to him, Fifth junior brother, wait. Qin Chuang halted, but unlike before, he did not approach or speak. Instead, he stood on the stairs, looking down at her from above. An unexplainable sense of grievance surged within Lan Bingyan. Even if the matter regarding the golden winged bird was indeed a misunderstanding, had it not already been clarified? Did Qin Chuang still wish for her to apologize? Observing Jiang Linglong's anxious expression and then glancing at Qin Chuang's cold visage, she recalled the task assigned by her master. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and resigned herself. After all, offering an apology for the sake of the second junior sister was not too much to ask. With a hint of humiliation, Lan Bingyan spoke to Qin Chuang, fifth junior brother, regarding the matter of the golden winged bird. It was indeed a misunderstanding on Sister S' part. I apologize. Let's move past this. We shall rest for a day, and then you can accompany me back to the sect. Chapter 46. Do you still think of me as someone easily appeased? Upon witnessing Lan Bingyan's expression, as if acknowledging him would be a great favor, Qin Chuang recalled the past, when every time she condescended to bestow upon him a modicum of attention, he would cast aside his previous pains and eagerly accept her meager kindness. Qin Chuang scoffed, Lan Bingyan, do you still believe I am the same submissive fool from before? Do you think I'm so easily appeased? With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Lan Bingyan in a state of bewilderment. She stood there in a daze, lost in thought for a long while before returning to her senses, at which point a wave of shame and anger surged within her. You. The ample bosom of Lan Bingyan heaved continuously as she pointed at Qin Chuang's departing figure, yet words failed to escape her lips. Beside her, Qin Ezhou hastily supported her, whispering words of comfort. Sister Lan, do not be upset. My elder brother may still be in a fit of rage. Let us persuade him once his anger subsides. Lan Bingyan remained silent, an inexplicable sense of irritation rising within her. Ignoring everyone, she silently retreated to her room, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers, including Qin Ezhou. Zhou Hongling clenched her teeth, casting a fierce glare at the upper floor before turning to the innkeeper and saying, place a restriction on his room to prevent him from escaping. The innkeeper looked at them with a troubled expression and replied, Fairy, you overestimate this humble establishment. We merely seek to earn our lodging fees, and we truly lack such capabilities. Zhou Hongling opened her mouth to protest, but was halted by Jiang Linglong's intervention. Lan Bingyan coldly remarked, Hongling, why trouble an innkeeper? Sensing the tension in the air, Qin Ezhou quickly interjected, Sister Zhou, have you forgotten your own words of willingness to take charge? If you were to bring my elder brother back to the sect in the name of the law enforcement hall, I believe that upon witnessing Sister Yan's suffering, he would surely soften. Jiang Linglong's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Sister San, Ezhou's words hold merit. Let us go apprehend him at once. Zhou Hongling hesitated, feeling a twinge of apprehension regarding the current Qin Chuang. Observing her reluctance, Qin Ezhou gently urged, Sister Zhou, fear not. My elder brother has merely attained the consummation of Qi refinement. With both Lan's sister and myself at the Foundation establishment stage, he shall not bully you any longer. I will protect you, trust me. Zhou Hongling's expression softened as she gazed deeply into Qin Ezhou's eyes. Ezhou, I believe in you. Jiang Linglong, unable to contain her eagerness, stepped forward to grab Zhou Hongling's arm. In that case, let's go capture him. Zhou Hongling, interrupted, frowned and impatiently shook off Jiang Linglong's hand. Yet, upon seeing the encouraging gaze of Qin Yizhou, her desire to quarrel with Jiang Linglong dissipated. She turned and boldly ascended the staircase, storming towards Qin Chuang's room. Meanwhile, within the room on the second floor, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan were dining. Qin Chuang, what kind of life have you been living to attract such a group of ruthless sisters? Qin Chuang took a sip of wine, expressing his helplessness. Is it any wonder I was once a fool? Shi Quan paused his chopsticks, leaning closer to Qin Chuang and lowering his voice. Your brother is quite remarkable. Could it be? He paused momentarily, silencing himself, and merely formed the words with his lips. A practitioner of dark arts? Qin Chuang shook his head. The likelihood is low. He fixed his gaze on Shi Quan's eyes, silently replying, it is more likely his father. Shi Quan's eyes widened, disbelief transforming into profound sympathy. He patted Qin Chuang on the shoulder. Brother, you have endured much. Qin Chuang shook his head bitterly, choosing silence as he downed several cups of liquor, the sharpness burning his throat and filling his heart with sorrow and resentment. Shi Quan silently accompanied him, raising his cup repeatedly. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was forcefully kicked open. Qin Chuang, get out here. The voice preceded the figure. Zhou Hongling stood at the entrance, eyes wide with fury, her expression menacing. Qin Chuang exchanged a glance with Shi Quan, impatience boiling over. Oh, what brings you, my dear, to my bed? Perhaps you're here to entertain us? Shi Quan set down his cup, a false smile plastered on his face. You shameless wretch. Zhou Hongling was infuriated. When had she ever been so brazenly teased? In a fit of rage, she struck out with her palm, aiming directly at Shi Quan. He let out a derisive laugh, sprang to his feet, and met her challenge. Just as their hands were about to clash, Shi Quan transformed his palm into a fist, swinging it fiercely towards Zhou Hongling. At that moment, she felt a surge of fear, realizing she was up against a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, while she herself had only reached the peak of qi refinement. In a critical moment, Qin Yizhou darted in front of Zhou Hongling, intercepting Shi Quan's punch with his hand. A dull thud echoed as Qin Yizhou staggered back 2 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yizhou! Zhou Hongling rushed forward to support him, her face filled with concern. Shi Quan stared at Qin Yizhou in astonishment. He anticipated that this pretender would step in to take his blow, leaving him perplexed by Qin Yizhou's actions. Meanwhile, Lan Bingyan entered quietly, observing the scene with a cold demeanor. Jiang Linglong watched Zhou Hongling, whose vulnerability was evident, feeling a twinge of worry. Would senior sister still be able to bring Qin Chuang back in such a state? Qin Chuang narrowed his eyes. He understood Qin Yizhou all too well, knowing he was not one to act without personal gain. Today, he had taken a hit for Zhou Hongling. What could his motive be? What would he possibly seek from her? It was perplexing, as Zhou Hongling had always been at his beck and call. What could she offer that required Qin Yizhou to elicit her gratitude? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yizhou looked at Qin Chuang, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Brother, even if you are angry, you cannot allow outsiders to harm Sister Zhou. Taking a deep breath, he continued, although there may be misunderstandings between us, we are still blood brothers. And you and the senior sisters are also of the same sect. Surely, we can resolve our issues back at the sect? Qin Chuang scoffed inwardly at Qin Yizhou's words. Ultimately, he was still urging him to return to the sect. Once he did, they would easily extract his blood essence. With Miao Yin Xiangu present, backed by her esteemed status, he would have no chance to refuse, even if he wished to resist. Facing the fully realized Golden Core cultivator, Miao Yin Daoist, he would find himself powerless, merely a lamb to the slaughter. Yet, what benefit did this hold for Qin Yizhou? Why was he so eager? A brilliant idea flashed through Qin Chuang's mind. He suddenly realized that, whether in his past life or this one, Qin Yizhou had never directly harmed him. Initially, he had resorted to covert slander and manipulation, eagerly encouraging others to deal with him. Later, it was Qin's father who inflicted harm upon him, using Qin Yizhou as a tool. He had never lifted a finger himself. Was it true that all of Qin's father's actions were ultimately for his benefit? He was indeed the one reaping the rewards. In the early stages, it appeared that Qin Yizhou took particular delight in Qin Chuang's misfortunes. Indeed, as long as Qin Chuang suffered, Qin Yizhou felt at ease. Qin Chuang grasped the crux of the matter. Such a despicable character as Qin Yizhou was employing those close to him to suppress and persecute him. gradually eroding his fortune step by step. Qin Chuang had attained enlightenment. Seeing that Qin Chuang ignored Qin Ezhou, Zhou Hongling stepped forward, brandishing the law enforcement hall's token. Qin Chuang, I suspect you are colluding with evil cultivators and showing disloyalty to the sect. I must take you back for investigation. I hope you will cooperate. Get lost. Zhou Hongling, either present your evidence or cease your slander. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Qin Chuang's eyes. Having already dealt with the first lackey of Qin Ezhou, Gao Huitian, he now faced another sycophant, Zhou Hongling, a true nuisance. Zhou Hongling, glancing at the blood seeping from the corner of Qin Ezhou's mouth, advanced another step, raising her token and proclaiming loudly, "Disciples of the Tao sect, upon encountering the law enforcement hall's token, must accompany us back to the sect for questioning. Regardless of the circumstances, those who defy this will be regarded as traitors." She paused, her delight evident in her expression. "Qin Chuang, will you betray the sect?" Shi Quan quickly grasped Qin Chuang's arm, whispering urgently, "Qin Chuang, do not be agitated. Do not fall into this woman's verbal trap. Once labeled a traitor, you will be placed on the sect's wanted list, and the entire sect will receive your pursuit order. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Let us acquiesce for now and return with her. I do not believe there is no one in the sect who can administer justice." Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuang's gaze shifted, a plan forming in his mind. Since Zhou Hongling was courting disaster, he would oblige her. Suppressing his rage, he nodded in feigned compliance. Seeing Qin Chuang relent, Zhou Hongling strutted like a victorious rooster, declaring, "We shall rest for a day and depart tomorrow morning." Qin Chuang lowered his eyes, seemingly reverting to his former submissive demeanor. Little did others know that beneath this lowered gaze lay a tempest of murderous intent. Since Zhou Hongling relished being Qin Ezhou's lackey and willingly served as his minion, then she might as well meet her demise. In a calm voice, Qin Chuang spoke. "Third senior sister, I came here on a mission for the sect. Now that I am here, grant me a bit more time. I will hunt the dual-tailed human-faced scorpion in the dark flood forest. Afterward, we can proceed north to the falling Phoenix Mountain Range to complete that mission, and then we shall return to the sect together." Jiang Linglong, upon hearing this, became frantic. Zhou Hongling let out a cold snort, resolutely asserting, "You must embark on the journey with us at dawn tomorrow." Qin Chuang lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Shi Quan, who immediately understood the unspoken message. He patted Qin Chuang's arm and encouraged, "Do not lose heart, Qin Chuang. If it proves too difficult, let us first complete the task in the dark flood forest. The time is still early. Why not set out now? I can assist you in finishing your part, while I remain here to take my time with mine." "It matters not." Qin Chuang nodded in agreement, resigned to the situation. Just as Qin Chuang and Shi Quan were about to exit, Zhou Hongling stepped forward to block their path. "No, you cannot leave. If you attempt to escape now, it would only complicate matters for me." Qin Chuang and Shi Quan exchanged glances. Shi Quan ground his teeth, maintaining his composure as he stated, "In any case, we must fulfill the sect's mission. If we fail, it falls upon you to bear the consequences." Let me think. How about this? Since there are so many of you and you do not trust us, why not send someone along with us?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongling nodded, considering it a viable solution. Jiang Linglong quickly interjected, "I shall keep an eye on them." Zhou Hongling gave Jiang Linglong a disapproving look. "You, a mere qi refinement cultivator, watching over 2 foundation establishment practitioners. Are you certain you can manage that?" Jiang Linglong instinctively glanced at Qin Ezhou for help, taking a step back. Qin Ezhou hesitated before offering, "I will go. Although I am injured, you need not worry. I've already taken a revitalization pill and feel much better. I will go." Lan Bingyan stepped forward, asserting, as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, "I am fully capable of ensuring they do not escape under my watch." Shi Quan waved his hand dismissively. "Anyone will do, as long as you come to an agreement." "Qin Chuang, let's depart." Qin Chuang remained silent, quietly following Shi Quan out, with Lan Bingyan closely trailing behind. The 3 of them filed out, and as they passed by the concerned gaze of old Su at the entrance, Qin Chuang offered him a reassuring glance. Summoning his flying sword, he soared into the sky, with Shi Quan closely following. Lan Bingyan gazed at Qin Chuang's elegant figure as he flew, momentarily entranced. When did this boy, once regarded as merely a little appendage by others, grow up and drift further away from her? Shaking her head, she dismissed these troubling thoughts. She threw her long flute and leaped, lightly stepping onto it, chasing after Qin Chuang with the wind at her back. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan flew side by side. Qin Chuang communicated telepathically with Shi Quan. Brother Shi, Xiao Jin has awakened. Startled by the sudden voice in his mind, Shi Quan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He stared at Qin Chuang in astonishment. Why you? Qin Chuang quickly calmed him with a look, aware of Shi Quan's shock. For only those at the Golden Core stage and above could employ such telepathic communication. Shi Quan swiftly embraced this reality, allowing joy to replace his initial apprehension. Occasionally casting a glance at Dainyu, as if seeking affirmation. Observing this, Qin Chuang conveyed a message. Indeed, Brother Shi, I have achieved the Golden Core. As Shi Quan seemed poised to erupt with excitement, Qin Chuang hastily redirected the conversation to serious matters. Brother Shi, do not be overly agitated. I would like to discuss a plan with you. During our stay at the inn, Xiao Jin has awakened and surely has grown in strength. I intend to secretly teach Zhou Hongling a lesson, while having Xiao Jin impersonate me in a confrontation within the Scorpion Cave. You will provide cover. What do you think? Brother Shi, is this feasible? Shi Quan nodded in agreement, his previous worries for Qin Chuang dissipating upon learning of his newfound power. With strength on their side, what was there to fear? It would be akin to child's play to confront them. The two reached a silent accord and exchanged glances before hastening their pace, widening the distance between themselves and the distant figure of Lan Bingyan. Observing the two hastening away, Lan Bingyan furrowed her brow in disdain, yet quickened her pursuit. Qin Chuang and Shi Quan entered the dark flood forest, swiftly locating a concealed spot to settle. Within a cave, Qin Chuang placed spirit stones at various angles to form a rudimentary concealment array. Unsatisfied, he erected a spirit barrier, sufficient to temporarily obscure their presence from Lan Bingyan. Releasing Xiao Jin from the spirit beast pouch, the creature stood proudly beside them, emanating a formidable aura. Unbeknownst to him, he had already transformed into a formidable presence. Upon seeing the two before him, Xiao Jin instinctively subdued his aura, softening his gaze, nuzzling against Qin Chuang and then Shi Quan in turn. Qin Chuang grasped the exuberant Xiao Jin, quietly outlining the necessary collaboration. Xiao Jin solemnly nodded, as if to assure, leave this matter to me. You need not worry. After returning Xiao Jin to the spirit beast pouch and dismantling the array within the cave, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan ventured forth in search of the dual-tailed human-faced scorpion's lair. Meanwhile, Lan Bingyan, having lost track of Qin Chuang, spotted him and Shi Quan searching various caves for the dual-tailed human-faced scorpion. Manteniendo composed exterior. She inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that she had not lost their trail. Exchanging a glance, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan quickened their pace. Before long, they discovered a cave housing the dual-tailed human-faced scorpion, a creature known for its gregarious nature, aligning perfectly with Qin Chuang's intentions. Outside the cave, a formidable dual-tailed human-faced scorpion, at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, patrolled the vicinity. Its massive form, extending over 4 to 5 zhong, was cloaked in a glossy, dark shell that shimmered ominously. The creature's head bore a grotesque human visage, its twisted features a source of unease, with eyes glowing a menacing crimson. 2 enormous pincers, dark red in hue, waved menacingly in the air, ever vigilant in guarding its head. Its dual tails arched high, displaying sharp, venomous stingers that glimmered with an eerie green light, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. Every venomous stinger appeared to be a lethal weapon, poised to deliver a fatal blow to its adversary at any moment. The two approached the scorpion, with Shi Quan donning his gloved magical artifact and launching a powerful strike. Qin Chuang, relying solely on his physical prowess, advanced directly to engage the scorpion in close combat. He surpassed Shi Quan by a significant realm, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, and positioned himself to intercept the scorpion's attacks before they could reach Shi Quan. With remarkable agility, he evaded the scorpion's swift, lightning-like tail strike aimed at him, sidestepping to deliver a kick to its abdomen. His foot collided with the scorpion's hard exoskeleton, producing a thunderous sound and leaving a deep indentation on its belly. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuang unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. Hissing in pain, the scorpion exhibited remarkable reflexes, rapidly turning to block Qin Chuang's subsequent assault with its tail. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow landing with palpable force, neither willing to yield. In the air, Lan Bingyan observed Qin Chuang with a complex expression. It was her first time witnessing him in battle. The sight was entirely contrary to her previous impressions of him. She had always seen Qin Chuang as a gentle and reserved boy, but now, Watching him barehanded against the double-tailed human-faced scorpion, he appeared tall and formidable. His movements sharp and ruthless. His muscles were taut like iron, each punch imbued with tremendous force, the air whistling as he struck, as if it could be torn asunder. His gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto the scorpion with a wild ferocity that inspired both awe and fear. The intensity of their confrontation set Lan Bingyan's heart racing. Suddenly, the scorpion's pincers lunged at Shi Quan, exposing its vulnerable human face. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuang decisively struck, delivering a powerful kick to the scorpion's head. The scorpion recoiled in pain, its movements slowing. Qin Chuang pressed forward, firmly grasping the scorpion's two massive pincers and exerting his strength. With a resounding crack, the pincers were brutally broken. The scorpion writhed in agony. But Qin Chuang showed no mercy, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to its human face. Ultimately, the scorpion lost its strength and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Qin Chuang, panting heavily, gazed at the fallen creature, a confident and resolute smile etched on his face. Shi Quan, relieved, gave Qin Chuang a thumbs up. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Lan Bingyan's perception of Qin Chuang underwent a subtle transformation. It dawned on her that he was no longer the boy who had clung to her in search of affection. He had matured into a powerful and decisive man. No longer seeking validation, his presence was now impossible to overlook. An inexplicable sense of loss flickered within her. While Qin Chuang had indeed been tiresome in his pursuit of her attention, his current indifference left her feeling unsettled. Shaking her head, she dismissed the absurd thought that Qin Chuang's newfound strength mattered. After all, was he not still a jealous, despicable man who refused to shed even a drop of his blood for his suffering junior sister? Upon reflecting on this, she turned her face aside, deeming him a heartless and unfeeling individual, unworthy of even a fleeting glance from her. Lan Bingyan. Qin Chuang, observing this, could not help but scoff inwardly. The scenery within a radius of several dozen miles was firmly within his awareness, and the subtle shifts in this woman's expression were certainly not beyond his keen perception. How selfish and arrogantly deluded she was. Suddenly, Qin Chuang sensed a formidable presence emerging from the depths of the cave, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Shi Quan, signaling him to prepare for action. Shi Quan nodded slightly. Qin Chuang, keep the carcass of this two-tailed scorpion beast. Alas, your unscrupulous senior sister is eager to drag you back to quench her thirst for your blood. Focus on your task first. Thank you, Brother Shi. Qin Chuang replied silently as he stowed the corpse of the two-tailed human-faced scorpion into his storage pouch. Just as he relaxed, a sudden flash of light surged from the depths of the cave. Lan Bingyan felt a jolt of alarm. A powerful aura was approaching. A quick sweep of her consciousness revealed an even mightier two-tailed human-faced scorpion hastening towards them from the cave's recesses. This creature was significantly larger than the one at the entrance, exuding a far more terrifying presence, evidently at the nascent foundation stage of cultivation. Instinctively, she wanted to warn them, but recalling Qin Chuang's recent demeanor towards her, she hesitated. Hovering in midair, perched upon her long flute, her hands clasped behind her back, she gazed down impassively, curious to see how Qin Chuang and this brash individual would navigate the impending confrontation. How could he comprehend the vastness of the world without experiencing a taste of hardship? Swallowing a chi-replenishing pill and feigning rest, Qin Chuang observed Lan Bingyan's subtle movements. Had he truly been at the nascent foundation stage rather than the golden core realm, he would undoubtedly have been caught off guard by the approaching scorpion beast. Sensing her malice, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Before long, both Qin Chuang and Shi Quan became aware of the emergence of this formidable scorpion, their expressions turning grave. Lan Bingyan noted the shift in their demeanor and mused, this could spell trouble, given their current strength. Dealing with this foundation stage scorpion will likely prove strenuous. Nevertheless, neither Qin Chuang nor Shi Quan displayed any inclination to retreat. Instead, their eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. Brother Shi, let us take the initiative, Qin Chuang called out. All right. The two plunged into the cave. Inside, dust swirled chaotically, and the air was filled with the sound of muffled clashes. Lan Bingyan hovered aloft, her gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance. A complex blend of tension and anticipation flickering within her, emotion she herself was unaware of. Chapter 49. The Golden Cicada's Escape, the Play in Meng Village. Within the cave, dust swirled, obscuring visibility, yet the fervent sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. Concentrating her consciousness, she endeavored to pierce through the mountain's obstruction to discern the unfolding conflict. Occasionally, she caught glimpses of Qin Chuang and Quan moving swiftly within. Qin Chuang's agile form striking fiercely like a beast, relentlessly assaulting the two-tailed human-faced scorpion. Quan, wielding his gloved artifact, unleashed bursts of light with each strike, the collisions resonating with deep, thunderous sounds. The double-tailed human-faced scorpion, still in its foundational stage, exuded an undeniable strength. Its dual tails lashed wildly within the cavern, sending gusts of wind that shattered the surrounding stones. The grotesque visage twisted, emitting a series of piercing shrieks as if to intimidate Qin Chuang and Quan. Lan Bingyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Qin Chuang and his companions. Despite her grievances towards him, she wished for their survival. Should the need arise, she would lend her aid, for her junior sister awaited his rescue. Amidst the swirling dust, Qin Chuang deftly evaded a lethal strike from the scorpion, swiftly maneuvering to its side. His fist glowed with a golden radiance as he struck the creature's body with force. Yet, the scorpion's exoskeleton was remarkably resilient, merely causing it to sway slightly. Observing this, Quan charged forward to divert the scorpion's attention, his gloved weapon radiating brilliant light as it aimed for the creature's head. The scorpion raised its massive pincers in defense, enraged by Quan's assault, its human face exuding a thick plume of smoke. Now, Qin Chuang bellowed, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy while activating a concealment array. This formation, set against the double-tailed, human-faced scorpion, could block spiritual perception while allowing sound to emanate. He nodded at Quan, signaling that all was secure. With a swift motion, he released Jin from his spirit beast pouch, instructing it to remain silent. He communicated telepathically. Jin, watch closely. I will first incapacitate this scorpion, then you shall take my place. With that, Qin Chuang summoned his mysterious iron blade, drawing upon his inner energy to unleash a resounding battle cry. Simultaneously, he leaped into the air, executing a fiery slash towards the scorpion. The creature, taken aback, could not comprehend how the individual it had previously underestimated had suddenly transformed into such a formidable adversary. Its very existence felt threatened. The double-tailed, human-faced scorpion attempted to evade, seeking a glimmer of hope. However, Qin Chuang offered no quarter. With a series of strikes, the scorpion's enormous pincers and stingers were severed. It emitted a painful shriek, thrashing its body in agony, causing debris to scatter as it collided with the cavern walls. Qin Chuang sheathed his mysterious iron blade and communicated with Quan and Jin. The next phase is yours. Quan, still reeling from the ease with which Qin Chuang dispatched the scorpion, gestured for him to proceed with confidence. Without further delay, Qin Chuang activated his concealment belt and employed a breath-concealing technique, racing deeper into the tunnel. As he encountered scorpions at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, or in their foundational phase, he swiftly eliminated them and collected their remains. Utilizing his formidable spiritual awareness, he swiftly located another exit. Summoning his flying sword, he soared into the sky. Glancing back towards Lan Bingyan, he thought, "You wish to monitor me? Alas, you lack the strength to do so." Qin Chuang cast several cleansing spells upon himself and retrieved a fresh set of clothing from his storage pouch. He donned the garments from the storage ring of the man in green attire found within the secret realm, surmising they likely belonged to a certain sect. To further conceal his identity, he adorned himself with a conical hat and a bronze mask before ascending on his sword towards the Meng family stronghold. Meanwhile, in midair, Lan Bingyan furrowed her brows as she observed the chaos below, where stones were being scattered and dust was billowing amidst the sounds of combat. After the dual-tailed, human-faced scorpion emitted a thick cloud of smoke, her spiritual sense could no longer penetrate the cave. Fortunately, the sounds of their struggle continued to resonate, indicating a fierce battle between them. Given that both Qin Chuang and Quan were early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, they should have no trouble dealing with an early-stage scorpion beast. Suppressing her restless spirit, Lan Bingyan focused intently on the cave below. Yet within its depths, there was no sign of Qin Chuang. Jin was relentlessly tormenting the scorpion, which writhed in agony, presumably wishing for a swift demise. Who could this ancestor be to so mercilessly torment a scorpion? Quan, observing the scorpion's pitiful state, clicked his tongue in disapproval, thinking how mischievous this little monkey, Xiao Jin, had become. Without its giant pincers and poisonous tail, could it still be called a scorpion? Shi Quan retrieved a juicy spirit fruit, leaning against the rock wall while leisurely munching on it, occasionally shouting, "Qin Chuang, be careful. Good lad, you've done well." Qin Chuang. Alas, just that little bit more. Oh no. At that moment, Qin Chuang had already arrived above the Meng family stronghold. Upon reaching this location, he had surveyed the surroundings, discovering that the highest cultivation level within several dozen miles was only that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, alleviating any concerns of interference in his actions. To avoid unnecessary complications, he sheathed his flying sword and stood poised in the air. Cultivators in the Golden Core stage were still unable to fly unaided without employing tools like flying swords, yet soaring a few miles briefly was well within reach. He summoned thunderous spiritual energy, transforming it into a force of lightning that enveloped his entire being as he descended slowly. His intention to cloak himself in thunder was twofold. First, to conceal his identity, as only the Black Flood Dragon was aware of his thunderous route. Second, the power of lightning could shield him from spiritual detection, providing an additional layer of concealment atop his hidden belt and breath-concealing techniques. In the air, a crackling figure of purple lightning swiftly captured the attention of the cultivators within Stronghold, inciting widespread panic as they scattered in all directions. At the inn's entrance, a gaunt old beggar looked up, startled into alertness, springing into a sitting position. "Oh dear, how unfortunate I am." He hastily fumbled for his gourd, enlarging it with deft hands before climbing aboard and pressing closely to the ground, making a hasty escape. Qin Chuang, exuding a terrifying pressure from the power of lightning, paid no heed to the fleeing crowd. Instead, he hovered silently above the inn, standing vigil. Hearing the commotion, Qin Izhou and others on the second floor of the inn descended to investigate the situation. When they beheld a figure suspended in midair before the inn, ensconced in swirling purple lightning, they were struck with astonishment. What is this? Is this a nascent soul ancestor? How can this be? Such a formidable presence exists in Dongxing province? We should not venture outside. Let us retreat upstairs. Before they could withdraw, Qin Chuang's formidable consciousness had already locked onto them. Qin Izhou and his companions were horrified to discover they were utterly immobilized. A wave of terror washed over their hearts, struggling to suppress his fear. Qin Izhou spoke. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to your purpose for passing through this place? I am a direct disciple of the Sect master of the Asking Tao sect, and I am willing to offer my services to you." Chapter 50. If what she says holds true, then what does that make her? No sooner had Qin Izhou finished speaking than a thunderous reprimand resounded. "Impudent! Were you granted permission to speak?" Qin Chuang's voice boomed, deep and resonant. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he summoned a massive hand of spiritual energy, hurling it towards Qin Izhou. Witnessing this, Qin Izhou's heart sank, yet he found himself unable to move. The shadow of the enormous hand loomed larger in his vision. With a resounding crash, it sent Qin Izhou flying several meters, crashing into a table, which splintered into a shower of wood shavings. "Izhou!" Zhou Hongling and Jiang Linglong exclaimed in dismay. Qin Izhou coughed up a mouthful of blood and took a moment to stagger to his feet. He realized that the protective bracelet and jade token he wore had been reduced to dust. Before he could lament their loss, he was horrified to discover that the foundation of his Tao within his dantian was on the verge of collapse, with multiple injuries to his meridians. Zhou Hongling gazed at Qin Izhou with concern. "Izhou, are you all right?" Before he could respond, he retrieved a crimson jade vial from his storage ring, containing a Vitality Foundation pill. This was a life-saving elixir bestowed upon him by Feng Zhenghao when he became his disciple. This pill could nurture and heal meridians, stabilizing the foundation of his Tao. After being drained of his essence and blood, he was in a precarious state and had initially intended to consume it to assist in breaking through his bottleneck. However, having provoked this elder today, it seemed he would have to use this precious pill. Qin Chuang also noticed the red jade vial in Qin Izhou's hand, and his brows furrowed slightly. He recognized the contents within. He recalled that in his past life, Qin Izhou had used it to save a prodigy from Zhongwan province, Yin Heng. In gratitude for his life, Yin Heng had later become a significant ally. However, this incident was supposed to occur 10 years later, and Qin Chuang had not anticipated that his rebirth would alter Qin Izhou's life trajectory as well. As Qin Izhou was about to consume the pill, casting a glance at the anxious Zhou Hongling beside him, Qin Chuang's eyes glimmered with cunning. Since he intended to deal with Zhou Hongling, he thought to do it this way. Qin Chuang bellowed, "I shall take action. I do not harm the innocent, only the dead." As his words hung in the air, he summoned the thunderous spiritual energy within him, simultaneously channeling the Tai prison heaven finger technique as the furious lightning crackled around him. Qin Zhou's hand, which had been poised to grasp the elixir, froze in place as he returned the pill to its crimson jade vial. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the fingertips of the purple thunder figure, he hastily prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I implore you, spare my life." Witnessing Qin Zhou's desperate display, Zhou Hongling's eyes flared with fury as she whirled around to glare at Qin Chuang. "You are utterly unreasonable. We have not offended you in any way. Why do you strike without discernment?" Jiang Linglong, taken aback by Zhou Hongling's audacious remarks, was filled with astonishment. She was aware of her senior sister's fiery temperament, yet she had not anticipated her to be so reckless. Panic surged within her, and she silently screamed, "Zhou Hongling, you foolish girl, don't drag me down with you. Did you not see what became of Qin Zhou? He merely uttered a flattering remark and was reduced to such a pitiful state. How dare you question him? If you truly wish for your demise, do not involve me. I am utterly immobilized and cannot even distance myself from this fool." Jiang Linglong's heart raced with desperation, tears welling in her eyes. The storm in her mind passed in an instant. Qin Chuang let out a cold laugh, releasing Zhou Hongling and Jiang Linglong from their restraints. Zhou Hongling, already straining towards Qin Zhou, found herself stumbling forward as the bindings vanished. Realizing she could move, she wasted no time in crawling over to Qin Zhou, lifting him with concern etched on her face. "Zhou, are you injured anywhere?" However, Qin Zhou had no time to respond to Zhou Hongling's inquiries as he fixated in horror on Qin Chuang's hand. At that moment, Qin Chuang's technique for confining his adversaries had taken shape. He chose not to unleash it immediately and instead directed his gaze towards Zhou Hongling, retorting her earlier question. "If no offense was given, does that mean one cannot strike?" Furious, Zhou Hongling, having just assessed Qin Zhou's injuries, replied, "Of course, this is a principle understood by all. My junior brother has not wronged you, yet you have grievously harmed him. Is this not the act of a villain? How does this differ from the wickedness of evil beings?" Qin Chuang, upon hearing her, could not suppress a sneer within. So, Zhou Hongling comprehended reason. Yet for all these years, she had frequently vented her frustrations upon him without cause. What wrong had he committed against her? Simply because she felt discontented. She took it out on him. If her reasoning held true, then what did that make her? A villain? A wicked being? A tumult of resentment surged within Qin Chuang. In his previous life, she had seized his resources for Qin Zhou, falsely accusing and suppressing him, becoming a weapon wielded against him. Her knife striking at the heart of a fifth junior brother who had never wronged her. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuang silently mused, "Very well. Let me see how far you will go for Qin Zhou. Will he even appreciate your efforts?" His voice, cold and devoid of empathy, echoed slowly. "Whether you have offended me is inconsequential. If I am displeased, if I find no joy, I shall take a life. I am a tempestuous soul, uninterested in reason. Young man, prepare to meet your end." As his voice fell, he slowly directed 3 fingers toward Qin Zhou, still hesitating to unleash his wrath. Terrified, Qin Zhou's heart sank, and he pleaded frantically, "Senior, spare my life. I have many secret arts to offer you. Indeed, my family possesses numerous ancestral techniques that I can present to you. I beg you, grant me my life." "Oh, let me see." Qin Chuang expressed a flicker of interest. He too was curious about the secrets hidden within Qin Zhou's family. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Qin Zhou stammered, "The secret arts and beast-skin books are kept by my father. I have nothing on me, senior. My father enjoys associating with heroes from all corners of the world and delights in discussing the Tao. Why not allow me to introduce you to him? Wouldn't it be wonderful to explore these secret arts together?" Qin Chuang scoffed. "All this talk is mere fluff, a tiresome waste of breath. You might as well meet your demise." With that, he hesitated no longer and unleashed the lightning punishment technique from his fingertips. A purple square shot forth from his 3 fingers, hurtling toward Qin Zhou, seemingly destined to strike him. At the critical moment, a flash of red appeared, pushing Qin Zhou aside and standing in front of him. "Ugh!" Zhou Hongling let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from her lips. Within the purple square, she turned to gaze at Qin Zhou, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. As realization dawned, Qin Izhou recognized that it was Zhou Hongling who had risked her life to shield him from the fatal blow. "Sister Zhou," he exclaimed, while Jiang Linglong widened her eyes in disbelief. Chapter 51. The Infatuated Woman and the Heartless Man. Who would have thought this foolish girl would disregard her own life for a man? Within the square, the thunderous power wreaked havoc, and Zhou Hongling cried out in agony as she was struck mercilessly. Qin Izhou watched in horror, a wave of dread washing over him. Qin Chuang cast a disdainful glance at the trembling Qin Izhou, thinking to himself, this selfish individual must be relieved that the blow did not land on him. How could he be so blind to Zhou Hongling's suffering? Qin Chuang was tempted to end Qin Izhou's life right then and there, but it was not yet time. Firstly, he had yet to uncover the secrets buried within their bodies, and he could not act impulsively. Secondly, the torment and inhuman suffering they had inflicted upon him had yet to be repaid. He could not allow them to die so easily. Qin Chuang then turned his gaze back to the anguished Zhou Hongling, a mocking smile creeping across his face. "Huh, what a devoted woman, and a heartless man. You two truly make a perfect pair." His aura surged as he prepared to strike again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongling offered a bitter smile. Did Qin Izhou not realize that he held no place in her heart? She was consumed by thoughts of him, and how could she have missed his subconscious gestures? Yet, despite everything, she remained in love with Qin Izhou, the refined and elegant man who had first acknowledged her and expressed admiration for her fiery spirit and forthright nature. For the first time, someone truly understood and appreciated herself, a remarkable individual of elegance and grace. How could this not bring joy to others? As she observed Qin Chuang preparing for another strike, she gradually closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate. If death were to come, so be it. To save her beloved at the end of her life would be worth it. Yet, recalling the moment when Qin Izhou recoiled at the news of the Purple Thunder figure's impending action, a flicker of unwillingness, coldness, and sadness stirred within her. Qin Chuang, no longer hesitating, pointed with a finger, and in an instant the square shattered, releasing the thunderous punishment that transformed into a purple lightning net, which surged into Zhou Hongling's body. In that moment, her veins bulged, as if countless serpents were writhing beneath her skin. Her expression twisted in agony, and ultimately, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, she collapsed to the ground, twitching intermittently. After a prolonged struggle, Zhou Hongling managed to turn her face towards Qin Izhou. Her eyes filled with helplessness as she emitted indistinct whimpers. Caught in a dilemma, Qin Izhou was reluctant to meet Zhou Hongling's gaze. He cautiously glanced at Qin Chuang, uncertain whether it was fear of provoking his wrath or something else, but he ultimately refrained from approaching Zhou Hongling. Jiang Linglong cast a sympathetic glance at her, hesitating for a moment before turning away, unwilling to witness Zhou Hongling's suffering any longer. Her second senior sister awaited her return. She could not afford to anger the Purple Thunder figure and perish here. She needed to go back to retrieve vital blood for her second senior sister, who relied on her care. Thus, she could not take any risks. Qin Chuang seemed to have discerned their thoughts, his hands clasped behind his back as he declared imperiously, "Enough. You have angered me once, and I have retaliated once. I bear no grudges against those who will endure this strike. Whether it be the lovesick woman or the heartless man, I shall accept whoever bears the consequences. Let this matter be settled. Should you seek revenge, remember that I am the ancestor of thunder." With that, Qin Chuang turned and soared into the air, not straying far, but rather concealing himself to observe the aftermath. The performance was just beginning. Within the inn, the two cautiously confirmed that the ancestor of thunder had departed before daring to approach and assess Zhou Hongling's injuries. "Sister Zhou, are you all right? Let me examine you." "Please bear with it, third sister." Jiang Linglong grasped Zhou Hongling's pulse and slowly infused a thread of spiritual energy into her body for inspection. The results were alarming. "Third sister, how do you feel now? Your meridians are completely severed. Moreover, there remains a pervasive force of thunder within you, occasionally wreaking havoc on your body." Jiang Linglong gazed at Zhou Hongling with sympathy, feeling at a loss for what to do. She retrieved several rejuvenating pills and placed them into her mouth. Sighing, she said, "Third sister, take it easy. When a senior sister returns, we will bring you back to the sect to seek our master. He will surely have a solution." Her anxious expression darted around, hoping for someone to lend a hand, but reality proved disappointing. Those who could flee had already done so, while those who could not were hiding away. The villagers had vanished without a trace. In her moment of despair, She caught sight of the red jade bottle in Qin Zhou's hand, her eyes lighting up with hope. Grabbing his sleeve excitedly, she exclaimed, "Junior brother Zhou, this is wonderful. You still possess the Jin Zhuangji Dan. Quickly administer it to senior sister San. It might preserve her foundation." Upon hearing Jiang Linglong's words, Qin Zhou instinctively concealed the red jade bottle behind him, his gaze flickering as he stammered, This elixir was a gift from our master as a rite of apprenticeship. I have refrained from using it, even for my own breakthrough. Now that I am injured, my dantian is unstable, and my meridians are also damaged. Just look at me." Jiang Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Qin Zhou. "Junior brother Zhou, how can you act like this? Senior sister San has suffered this fate to save you. Are you truly willing to watch her foundation deteriorate, rendering her a cripple?" Qin Zhou's face betrayed his inner turmoil, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I do not wish for this either. But I'm injured too, my foundation compromised. This elixir is of great importance to me as well. Senior sister Zhou, you must understand." He instinctively sought Zhou Hongling's approval, yearning for her to support him as she usually did. Yet he abruptly fell silent upon realizing that it was Zhou Hongling who needed the elixir. A rare moment of embarrassment crossed his face. Zhou Hongling, lying on the ground, listened to their exchange with a heart heavy with sorrow. She managed to muster a faint smile, her voice weak yet brimming with profound disappointment. Enough. My condition is dire as it is. There is no need to squander the elixir on me. Zhou, you should take it and not worry about me." Seeing Zhou Hongling's expression of despair, Jiang Linglong felt a pang in her heart, her anger at Qin Zhou's selfishness boiling over. "Qin Zhou, you are truly disappointing. Senior sister San is gravely injured. If she does not receive timely medication, her path of cultivation will be severed. While your injuries are also significant, they are comparatively lighter, and you can afford to wait a few days. Why can't you first give the elixir to senior sister San to stabilize her condition? Upon returning to the sect, we can seek Master S assistance to find another for you. In the end, you would merely need to invest an additional 2 years in your cultivation. You are saving senior sister San's path to immortality." A flicker of impatience crossed Qin Zhou's eyes, yet under Jiang Linglong's fierce gaze and Zhou Hongling's helpless expression, he struggled to conceal his reluctance and could not outright refuse. He rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. In Chapter 52, it is noted that genuine feelings are rare in this world, yet foolishness is not in short supply. If he were to give the elixir to Zhou Hongling, it would undoubtedly solidify her unwavering devotion to him and earn him the gratitude of the entire Miaoying Peak. The downside, however, was that his own injuries would have to be postponed for treatment until their return to the sect, missing a crucial opportunity. He had originally been poised to reach the mid-foundation stage, but now that prospects seemed distant, he might require a lengthy 2 to 3 years to regain his current level, potentially leaving him with lingering ailments. Having been at the initial foundation stage for nearly 3 years, he observed that Qin Chuang had ascended 5 minor levels in the last 2 years and had now reached the initial foundation stage himself. If he failed to progress soon, it would not be long before Qin Chuang surpassed him. If one were to consume the elixir personally, the advantages are self-evident. One's injuries would heal swiftly, and one's cultivation would ascend to the mid-foundation stage. However, the downside is that Master Miaoying Peak might distance herself from him. The relationship he has nurtured over 3 years could be rendered futile. The schemes to undermine his fortune and disrupt his aura through those close to Qin Chuang would have to be put on hold, and he would need to return to consult his father for alternative strategies. After much deliberation, Qin Zhou ultimately resolved to ingest the elixir himself. He had endeavored to charm the senior sister of Miaoying Peak and had exerted considerable effort to seize fortune. Was it not all in pursuit of elevated cultivation? At this moment, how could he forsake his foundational pursuits for fleeting gains? He approached Zhou Hongling, gently lifting her to lean against him. With tender hands, he brushed aside the disheveled hair from her face, softly uttering, "Sister Zhou, do not worry. I shall consume this elixir first. With my flowing light shuttle, I will set off immediately to the sect to procure medicine for you. Your injuries are severe, and it would be unwise to jostle on the road. Please wait for me here. I will return as swiftly as possible." Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixir from the red jade vial. Jiang Linglong, witnessing this act, was filled with indignation. "Qin Zhou, do you still consider yourself human? My third senior sister is gravely injured because she endeavored to save you. How can you act so callously?" "Sister Jiang, allow me to explain." This decision is made with everyone's welfare in mind. Among the four of us, two are at the foundation stage. Our eldest sister holds the highest cultivation at mid-foundation and is presently monitoring my elder brother, leaving her stretched thin. I am the sole foundation cultivator, accompanying you two peak chi cultivators. If the elixir were given to Sister Zhou, it would only stabilize her condition, not heal her. And we would still need to return to the sect for assistance. Moreover, considering our weakened state, should we encounter any formidable adversaries, how would we defend ourselves? Observing a shift in Jiang Linglong's expression, he continued to elucidate, my injuries are less severe than Sister Zhou's. After consuming the elixir, I would certainly recover. And there is a significant likelihood of advancing to mid-foundation myself. Thus, I am the most suitable candidate to return to the sect for medicine, ensuring a swift and relatively secure journey. Of course, you could also use a communication jade slip to inform Sister Lan of the events and have her return. You have already consumed the elixir, so forget it. Jiang Linglong halted her words, acknowledging that further discussion was futile. She reached for the white patterned storage pouch at her waist and retrieved a communication jade slip. Hesitating, she pondered whether the eldest sister, who was currently monitoring Qin Chuang, would abandon him upon learning of the third senior sister's grave injuries and rush back. If Qin Chuang seized this opportunity to flee, finding him again would pose a challenge. The second senior sister was still waiting for Qin Chuang's blood to alleviate her affliction. She could not take such a risk. Casting a glance at Zhou Hongling, who was enduring excruciating pain while leaning against Qin Izhou, her expression devoid of hope, Jiang Linglong gradually retracted the communication jade slip. Silently reflecting, third senior sister, do not blame me for being heartless. The troubles brought upon by Qin Izhou are yours to bear. This was your choice. Now, as Qin Izhou refuses to let you consume the elixir, you can only blame your inability to discern character. However, I cannot allow your errors to place the second senior sister in jeopardy. Regardless, I have done my utmost. I have fought for you where it mattered and spoken the words that needed to be said. Jiang Linglong adjusted the hem of her pale yellow skirt and stepped forward, drawing Zhou Hongling close to her side. Izhou, my junior brother, the time for hesitation has passed. You must depart now. The pain in Qin Izhou's meridians had subsided significantly, and he felt a wave of joy at Jiang Linglong's change in demeanor. Very well, I leave Zhou's senior sister in your capable hands. He cast a tender glance at Zhou Hongling. Senior sister, wait for me. I shall return swiftly. With that, he no longer lingered, retrieving a 4-foot-long, resplendent flying shuttle and taking a seat upon it. Jiang Linglong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What is this? A radiant shuttle? Indeed, it was bestowed by our master for my escape in times of peril. Unfortunately, it accommodates only one. Otherwise, I could have brought senior sister Zhou back to the sect with me. With senior sister's grave injuries, traveling would be imprudent should we encounter rogue cultivators en route. It would pose even greater danger. Thus, let us remain here in peace and await his return. Very well, I shall go. Qin Izhou's fingers twitched, and he released 10 spirit stones, placing them into the grooves of the shuttle's control array. With a flick of his fingers, the shuttle erupted in a cascade of colorful spiritual light, whooshing away like a shooting star, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Jiang Linglong watched the departing shuttle, a flicker of envy crossing her features. Zhou Hongling stared vacantly in the direction of Qin Izhou's departure, her gaze hollow. Jiang Linglong sighed, supporting Zhou Hongling as they entered the room, assisting her to lie down upon the bed to rest. Senior sister, please rest well. I shall remain here with you. Jiang Linglong spoke softly. Zhou Hongling nodded faintly, her eyes fluttering closed. Jiang Linglong settled cross-legged beside her, commencing her meditative practice. Yet before she could enter a deep state of focus, Zhou Hongling's anguished scream jolted her awake. Surrounding Zhou Hongling was a tempest of purple lightning, crackling violently. Her veins bulged and writhed as if countless worms were squirming within. She continued to wail in agony, cold sweat streaming down her face as she twisted in torment. In mere moments, she fell from the bed, struggling on the ground in excruciating pain. Senior sister, Jiang Linglong rushed forward to examine her, struggling for some time to grasp Zhou Hongling's flailing wrist. Securing her grip, Jiang Linglong infused a thread of spiritual energy to assess the situation. Senior sister, the thunderous power within you is erupting, relentlessly battering your meridians and blood vessels. Jiang Linglong channeled her spiritual energy, attempting to subdue the chaotic lightning force within Zhou Hongling. But the effect was minimal. Her heart raced with urgency. Senior sister, your dantian is in disarray. It is becoming increasingly difficult to preserve your cultivation. I must first stabilize your heart pulse to safeguard your life before addressing anything else. Without hesitation, Jiang Linglong placed her hand on Zhou Hongling's back, guiding her spiritual energy to protect her heart pulse. Moments later, her complexion turned pale, sweat trickling down her cheeks, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Gradually, the tempestuous power of lightning surrounding Zhou Hongling began to subside, and her breath stabilized. Jiang Linglong exhaled deeply, collapsing wearily onto the ground. As she gazed at the unconscious Zhou Hongling, she shook her head. Was it worth it? Alas, true affection is rare in this world, yet foolishness is abundant. With a sigh, Jiang Linglong lifted Zhou Hongling back onto the bed. Chapter 53, Male Fairy, step aside. I shall break your arm and collect some interest first. Upon witnessing this, Qin Chuang let out a cold laugh, turning to pursue the departing Qin Ezhou on his sword. To his surprise, he caught sight of old Su, lounging in the sun and catching lice, not far from Meng's stronghold. Qin Chuang flashed past, paying him no heed. It was imperative to catch up to Qin Ezhou. Although he could not kill him just yet, delivering a good beating was still feasible. Zhou Hongling was certainly destined for ruin, and he could not allow Qin Ezhou to seek medicine to save her. If that were to happen, all his efforts today would be in vain. Accelerating to his utmost speed, Qin Chuang extended his divine sense to track his target. After a cup of tea's time, a swift light shuttle appeared within his divine perception, eliciting a smile from him. Got you. TSK, TSK. Fong Jinghao truly dotes on you, even granting you a self-navigating light shuttle. He discovered Qin Ezhou seated cross-legged inside the shuttle, eyes closed as he advanced through the mid-foundation stage. What a fortuitous moment. Qin Chuang halted, casting a cleansing spell upon himself, then rummaging through his storage bag to don a set of resplendent red and gold embroidered garments, a style he had never before worn. He also unearthed a golden mask from a pile of odds and ends, adorning himself with it. Thereafter, he hastened to catch up with Qin Ezhou's light shuttle. The brisk winds swept against him as Qin Chuang soared on his sword to the rear of the shuttle, positioning himself favorably. With hands forming intricate seals, he invoked a spell, unleashing several golden wind blades that shot forth from his front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden wind blades struck the light shuttle, instantly breaching its defensive array, with residual force impacting Qin Ezhou. Caught unawares, Qin Ezhou was hurled from the shuttle. Qin Chuang deftly seized the runaway shuttle, employing a few spells to bring it to a halt, stowing it within the jade pendant space. He pressed on with his assault, releasing another volley of golden wind blades. Thud, thud, thud. The blade struck his dantian, sending him flying several dozen meters, like a ruptured sack, as he spewed blood uncontrollably. Qin Chuang swept his divine sense over him, feeling a surge of satisfaction. That wretched creature's newly restored foundation was once again on the verge of collapse. The gathered spiritual energy for advancement dissipated. Let this be retribution for your treachery. He landed gracefully, gathering spiritual energy in his palm. Slowly advancing towards Qin Ezhou, he remained silent, halting before him, quietly observing as he toyed with the sphere of energy in his hand. Qin Ezhou struggled to rise, his eyes filled with terror and a hint of suppressed rage. His dream of advancing to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment had shattered once again. Just a minor breakthrough. Yet he had failed twice. Never had he experienced such profound defeat. Now, with his dantian damaged, it seemed that an advancement to the mid-stage was out of the question for at least a year or two. It was all his fault. That butterfly-like calamity cultivator had ruined his prospects. He abruptly lifted his head and glared fiercely at the newcomer. However, upon seeing the terrifying mass of spiritual energy gathering in the opponent's hand, he instantly wilted. Indeed, he had become timid in the face of overwhelming power. He could only humble himself to seek a sliver of survival. How infuriating. Once he returned, he would have to persuade his father to siphon off Qin Chuang's luck, as he needed to elevate his own strength swiftly. He removed his storage ring and raised it high above his head, exclaiming, "Esteemed fellow cultivator, we all seek wealth in this world. I understand the rules. This is all my possessions, offered to you with reverence." Qin Chuang raised his hand, drawing the storage ring into his grasp. He violently probed with his consciousness, forcibly erasing Qin Ijo's imprint to inspect its contents. Suddenly invaded without warning. Qin Ijo let out a muffled groan, blood surging from his mouth, his body curling into a ball as he convulsed on the ground. His gaze dimmed significantly, filled with despair and resentment. Qin Chuang coldly observed him, harboring no trace of pity. He stifled the impulse to dismantle him on the spot, opting instead to teach him a lesson. Often, death is not the most terrifying fate. There are torments far worse than death. And no one understood that feeling of longing for death better than he did. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuang turned to leave, abandoning Qin Ijo to his agony. As Qin Chuang departed, the scene fell into silence. In the sky, he noticed a woman in a green robe emerging from the dense forest. She stood upon a segment of black wood, wielding a dark red gilded spear, her long black hair tied up neatly, exuding an air of agility and grace. "Fairy, save me. I will reward you handsomely." She cast a fleeting glance at the pleading Qin Ijo, her heart softened by the sight of his tearful, doe-like eyes filled with tender hope. "Damn, a beautiful male." The woman in green shivered, hastily veering away and soaring into the distance. "Call me fellow cultivator, and perhaps I might consider saving you, fairy." And here you are, looking at me with those tearful eyes. In the lofty skies on the other side, Qin Chuang observed the scene below, unable to suppress a chuckle, his shoulders shaking with mirth. How amusing it was to behold a woman so impervious to the allure of Qin Ijo's charms. Moments earlier, he had noticed someone flying through the dense forest towards him. Fearing that Qin Ijo might be rescued, he remained to observe. Little did he expect to encounter such an intriguing woman. With a buoyant heart, he turned and soared on his sword toward the dark flood forest. He relished the thought of confronting Zhou Hongling and Qin Ijo. It was a source of great satisfaction and release. Yet, he pondered whether Sherdage and Xiao Jin, trapped in the Scorpion Cave, could endure any longer. In the dark flood forest, within the Scorpion Cave, the dual-tailed, human-faced scorpion lamented its plight. "Can it endure? You ought to worry whether I can endure," it thought, reflecting on the unspeakable wretches left behind. At that moment, bereft of the giant crab and its dual tails, the scorpion collided despondently against the rocky wall. Each time it paused for breath, the golden-furred monkey would deliver a swift kick. Truly, it had no rights. Even a mundane beast laboring for wealthy landowners in the mortal realm fared better than it. The monkey, Xiao Jin, intermittently kicked the scorpion, then merrily hopped away to indulge in delicacies. Meanwhile, Shi Quan, helplessly watching the scene unfold, would occasionally shout, "Qin Chuang, hurry back. If you tarry any longer, this scorpion brother before us may not last much longer." Just then, Xiao Jin seemed to sense something, abruptly ceasing its antics. It warily gazed into the depths of the tunnel, its eyes gleaming with alertness. A special note, the female character introduced here is not the heroine. There is no heroine. As the male lead aspires to remain a solitary bachelor. Thank you all for your understanding. Chapter 54, A Chaotic Encounter. Moments later, a figure approached slowly. It was none other than Qin Chuang, who surveyed the scene before him with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "It appears you have been getting along splendidly," he teased. Shi Quan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Qin Chuang return. The monkey, Xiao Jin, immediately rushed to Qin Chuang's side, bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, the scorpion seized the opportunity to stealthily crawl into a corner, attempting to distance itself from these fearsome beings. However, Qin Chuang had no intention of letting it escape. He unleashed a wind blade, a golden streak that instantaneously pierced the scorpion. With a dull thud, the dual-tailed, human-faced scorpion met its end, its eyes reflecting a fleeting look of relief before gradually dimming. Qin Chuang collected the scorpion's remains and proceeded to inspect the hidden formation he had previously set, ensuring all was well before relaxing a little. Then, he pulled out 2 intact scorpion corpses from his storage bag to present to Shi Quan. "Sherdage, these are the ones I hunted while traversing the cave's passage. They are relatively intact, so I bring them for your task." Shi Quan accepted the 2 scorpion corpses without hesitation, inquiring with concern, "Was everything smooth?" Qin Chuang nodded. "All went well, Sherdage. I owe it to you and Xiao Jin for your cover. I also had some unexpected gains." As he spoke, Qin Chuang retrieved 60 bottles of true essence pills from his storage ring, dividing them into 2 portions and handing them to Shi Quan and Xiao Jin respectively. Shi Quan, taken aback by the sheer quantity of pills, exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed eagerly at Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang gestured for them to accept the gifts, explaining, "These were acquired from robbing Qin Zhou. Brother Shi, with your advancement to the Foundation establishment stage, these pills are perfectly suited for you." Shi Quan gasped in disbelief. "Isn't this a bit excessive? This amounts to quite a fortune. I am currently refining my body, and I seldom consume pills. Besides, the gathering spirit pills suffice during the Foundation establishment period. Using these true essence pills feels rather extravagant." However, Xiao Jin harbored no such reservations, joyfully stowing the pills into the storage pouch hanging around his neck. "Ah!" he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Qin Chuang pressed the pills into Shi Quan's arms, saying, "Brother Shi has aided me greatly. These are merely some pills. There's no need to overthink it. We must bolster our strength to confront the numerous challenges ahead, do we not?" Upon hearing this, Shi Quan ceased his reluctance. "Very well, you rascal. I shall accept your goodwill." 2 years ago, Qin Chuang had been 4 minor realms below him, yet now he had reached the Dan formation stage, surpassing Shi Quan by an entire major realm. If Shi Quan wished to continue assisting this brother, he indeed needed to accelerate his cultivation. Seeing Shi Quan accept the gifts, Qin Chuang smiled with satisfaction. Just as the two were reveling in camaraderie, the red ginseng within the jade pendant space grew distressed, pitifully expressing its desire for some as well. Ever since encountering Old Su, Qin Chuang had discreetly included the red ginseng in the pendant space, allowing it to witness the scenes unfolding outside. At that moment, Qin Chuang regretted this decision. The red ginseng consumed pills as if they were mere candies, yielding no enhancement in cultivation or combat prowess, rendering it a waste. Observing the red ginseng's shiny red form wriggling eagerly in the pendant space, it chirped, I want it. Master, I really want it." Qin Chuang rubbed his forehead in exasperation, lamenting the sight of the ginseng's swaying form, exclaiming, "What an eyesore." He resolved to procure 2 outfits for the ginseng immediately. Ultimately, Qin Chuang found himself a loss, yielding 3 bottles to the ginseng. In the space, the elated ginseng squinted its eyes in bliss, reclining on a large leaf of a spiritual herb, slowly savoring its treat. "Oh, how delightful!" it reveled, oblivious to the spectacle it presented. Qin Chuang, regaining his focus, pondered how he had never realized the ginseng's antics of parading about in its nudity. The matter of acquiring clothing could not be delayed. Qin Chuang. He snapped back to reality, noticing Shi Quan waving his hand in front of him. "Ahem. Brother Shi, I was just contemplating something and lost my train of thought." The audacious youth, "You cannot be so reckless. Dangers lurk outside at every moment. Even those who remain vigilant may still fall prey to peril. It is only because Xiao Jin and I are here that you must not let your guard down when venturing out alone in the future." Qin Chuang nodded earnestly, acknowledging the wisdom of Brother Shi's admonition. He understood that Brother Shi was concerned for his well-being, serving as a timely reminder that perhaps he had grown complacent due to recent fortuitous circumstances. This could not continue. He had yet to uncover the conspiracies surrounding him and avenge his grievances. Thus, he needed to maintain constant vigilance. Shi Quan patted Qin Chuang on the shoulder and said, "I was about to ask you to set off. Let's exit through a different passage. Leave those unscrupulous senior sisters behind and let that blue ice beauty outside gaze upon the empty cave." Qin Chuang shook his head. "Not yet, Brother Shi. After robbing Qin Zhou, I encountered Old Su on my way back. He mentioned sensing that one of my senior sisters is connected to the dark arts. Hence, I must return to investigate. Soon, we will depart together with Blue Ice Beauty back to the inn, while you take a moment to recuperate and complete your next task. I will continue to navigate the situation with them." Shi Quan immediately opposed. "Why complicate matters? If the dark arts are indeed linked to those 3 women, we should capture them and interrogate them one by one. Given our cultivation levels, facing one severely injured and another in mid-foundation stage should be a trivial matter for you and me, both at peak chi refining." Qin Chuang nodded, as he had originally thought along similar lines. However, upon hearing Old Su's words about the dark arts being connected to one of the 3 senior sisters, his fury ignited, and he contemplated killing them on the spot. Yet, he was halted by Old Su. Old Su explained that the individual connected to the dark arts might not be aware of the truth herself. She could very well be a victim of the conspiracy, acting merely as a conduit. It was imperative to follow the trail and discover a way to dispel the dark arts without acting rashly. After sharing Old Su's insights with Shi Quan, A silence fell over them, as the situation had become increasingly complicated. Stroking his chin adorned with short whiskers, Skyrocket reassured Qin Chuang, "Do not rush, Qin Chuang. The closer you get to the truth, the more convoluted it becomes. This complexity indicates that you are nearing a solution to unravel the dark arts. I will accompany you. My assistance may prove beneficial. Let those 3 women go for now. I shall take their lives sooner or later. They must not be allowed to capture you again for your blood essence. Brother Shi, do not fret. I have my own means of escape arranged. You may proceed with your next task without concern. It will not be long before we reunite," Qin Chuang replied hastily. Upon hearing this, Skyrocket ceased to press the matter. He retrieved the celestial silkworm robe that Qin Chuang had lent him, stating, "I have finished using this defensive garment. It is time to return it to you." Qin Chuang gently pushed Skyrocket's hand away, saying, "I have already reached the golden core stage. This robe is of no further use to me. Consider it a gift, Brother Shi. It will provide you with additional protection." Chapter 55. Even walking on the ground feels laborious. Skyrocket, the sturdy man, held the defensive garment in his hands, feeling an unusual sense of bashfulness. "This item is far too precious. I cannot continuously ask for your belongings. I am your elder, so you should call me Brother Shi. I would feel unworthy taking your possessions." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang chuckled softly, while others would eagerly seek to gain more from him. This honest fellow felt a sense of guilt at receiving more. He picked up the celestial silkworm garment and shook it out, draping it over Skyrocket. "Brother Shi, we are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Wear it, and let me see." Skyrocket grinned sheepishly, no longer feeling bashful. He removed his outer garment and donned the celestial silkworm garment, spinning around for display. Qin Chuang and Xiao Jin clapped in encouragement. Feeling a bit shy again, Skyrocket put his outer garment back over the defensive attire. Afraid that Qin Chuang might misunderstand, he explained, "Wearing an outer layer serves 2 purposes, to prevent wear and tear and to avoid attracting unwanted attention." Qin Chuang coaxed Xiao Jin into the spirit pet pouch, then removed the storage ring from his hand. Concealing it within his robe, he tossed it into the jade pendant space. He and Skyrocket stepped out of the cave together. At the entrance, they found Lan Bingyan, who had long descended and was now displaying signs of impatience. Fortunately, she could still hear the commotion inside the cave, which deterred her from entering to investigate. Upon seeing Qin Chuang and Skyrocket emerge, she impatiently exclaimed, "You took so long to kill just 2 scorpion beasts." Qin Chuang remained silent, while Skyrocket responded gruffly, "You shouldn't speak so lightly. That was a mid-foundation dual-tailed scorpion. Could you have dispatched it with just a few words?" "Umph, what a flimsy excuse," Lan Bingyan scoffed, her beautiful eyes shifting to Qin Chuang. "How could you choose such a partner? His words are truly unpleasant. You should enough. Who do you think you are to dictate to me?" Qin Chuang interrupted her sharply. "You dare speak to me like that?" Lan Bingyan was taken aback. No one had ever addressed her in such a manner. Yet, Qin Chuang refused to indulge her any further, bluntly asking, "Are you coming back or not? If not, I shall proceed to the next task location without you." Taking several deep breaths to quell her anger, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine." She shot Qin Chuang a fierce glare before soaring into the air. Qin Chuang and Skyrocket exchanged glances and followed suit on their swords, traveling in silence. Upon returning to Meng family village, they found the bustling village unusually quiet. Lan Bingyan sensed the peculiarity and an unsettling emotion crept into her heart. She hurried to the inn, only to find the place in disarray, her anxiety reaching a peak. In a panic, she shouted, "Izhou, Ongling," as she dashed up the stairs. Qin Chuang and Skyrocket shared a glance, but did not follow her. Instead, they approached the innkeeper. "What is happening here?" As he spoke, he slipped a spirit stone into the innkeeper's hand. The young attendant joyfully accepted the spirit stones, saying, "What you may not know, esteemed guest, is that a formidable figure claiming to be the Thunder Ancestor has recently arrived at our inn. An enchanting maiden residing here unknowingly offended him and was left gravely injured." He sighed deeply after sharing this. Qin Chuang and Skyrocket exchanged glances and pressed on with their inquiry. "Oh, is this Thunder Ancestor a villain then?" The young attendant was startled by the implication and quickly covered Qin Chuang's mouth, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, you mustn't say such things. The Thunder Ancestor has not harmed anyone else. Even though the maiden above may have provoked him, she was merely injured, not mortally wounded. He cannot be deemed a villain. Is that so? Yet why do we see so few people in the village? In truth, everyone has gradually returned, but just to be safe, they are all staying indoors," the attendant explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang waved his hand dismissively, allowing the attendant to attend to his duties. He then turned his gaze toward the upper floor, wondering how the woman was faring. At that moment, a frantic scream echoed from above. "Grant me a swift end. I truly wish to cease existing." The two hurried upstairs, only to find the disheveled Zhou Hongling weeping bitterly while embracing Lan Bingyan. "It is too painful, senior sister. I only wish for a quick demise." Lan Bingyan offered Zhou Hongling a revitalizing pill, then gently tapped her forehead, a soft aura of spiritual light enveloping them. Zhou Hongling gradually calmed, and with the assistance of Jiang Linglong, she was laid down on the bed. Lan Bingyan's gaze swept across the others before finally resting on Jiang Linglong's face. "Now, do tell what transpired." Jiang Linglong refrained from embellishing the tale and recounted the events as they were. Upon hearing that Qin Izhou had returned to the sect to fetch medicine, Lan Bingyan visibly relaxed. "How long has junior brother Izhou been gone?" Jiang Linglong pondered for a moment before answering, "Approximately 3 hours, I believe." Lan Bingyan nodded, approaching the bedside and taking Zhou Hongling's hand to offer comfort. "Hongling, do not worry. Junior brother Izhou travels at remarkable speed aboard the flowing light shuttle. He will be back within a day or two, and soon you shall have the medicine to heal your wounds." Zhou Hongling's face was devoid of vitality as she managed a bitter smile, saying, "I fear I will not live to see his return." Lan Bingyan spoke softly, "Hongling, there is no need for such despair. Although the damage to your foundation and meridians is indeed serious, it is not beyond remedy. There are still many rare herbs and treasures that can aid in your recovery. Rest assured, your senior sister will seek them out for you." Zhou Hongling remained unmoved, retorting, "How absurd! What talk of foundations? Every hour, I am ravaged by countless bolts of lightning within me. I am in such agony that I wish only for a swift end." Lan Bingyan's brows knitted with concern. "Linglong, what is the matter?" Jiang Linglong sighed and spoke slowly. "Third senior sister's injuries are severe. Not only has her dantian and meridians been damaged, but there are also countless strands of lightning energy coursing through her body, erupting every hour, wreaking havoc within her. 3 outbreaks have occurred, and now her body is in utter disarray. Her dantian has been utterly destroyed, her qi dissipated, her meridians severed. It is not merely a challenge to cultivate. Even walking has become an arduous task. I refuse to believe it." Lan Bingyan listened in shock. It had only been 5 short hours since parting with Zhou Hongling. Yet how could it have come to this? Grasping Zhou Hongling's wrist, she sent a thread of her consciousness into her body to investigate. Time passed slowly. Lan Bingyan's expression grew increasingly grave. Hongling's condition was far worse than Linglong had described. Not only had her dantian been obliterated, her qi scattered, and her meridians severed, but her bones had also become brittle, her flesh decayed, and now even her internal organs were showing signs of impending failure. She realized the situation was far more dire than she had imagined. Yet, she could not allow Zhou Hongling to lose hope for life. She comforted her, saying, "Hongling, I will help you suppress the thunderous power within you. Let us wait here for 2 more days. Izhou has gone back to the sect to seek medicine for you. Once he returns with the elixir and you stabilize, we shall return to the sect together to find Master. He will surely have a way to expel the thunderous power from your body." Meanwhile, the promising Qin Izhou was not faring much better. Chapter 56, The Stubborn Meng Xian. Beside the dense forest, Qin Izhou took a moment to catch his breath. Trembling, he reached into his robe, retrieving a storage ring to adorn his finger. Fortunately, he had hidden one away. He took out a rejuvenation pill and swallowed it, the sharp pain in his dantian easing somewhat. Gazing up at the darkening sky, he understood that he needed to leave swiftly. The night near the dense forest was perilous, especially since he was gravely injured and had lost his combat ability. From a storage ring, he extracted a small flying boat, approximately a zhang in length, and struggled to climb aboard. This was a gift from his father, and he had not anticipated its necessity at this moment. He inserted a spirit stone and activated the control disc. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, directing his consciousness to stabilize the disc, setting the course towards the Sect Master's peak, before succumbing to unconsciousness. A faint glow emanated from the control disc, enveloping the entire flying boat. The vessel soon levitated and vanished into the distance. A bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow. Meng family village. On the second floor of the inn, Qin Chuang and Shi Quan sat across from each other, listening to the anguished cries from the adjacent room. Qin Chuang leisurely picked up a piece of roasted meat, chewing at a leisurely pace. Shi Quan smacked his lips, forming words with his mouth. What a damn relief. Qin Chuang smiled faintly, swallowing the morsel. Compared to the torment they had inflicted upon him in his past life, this little pain was nothing. At that time, the aged Shige had also been slain by Shou Hongling. Reflecting on this, Qin Chuang rose to pour a cup of wine for Shi Quan, then filled his own. Go, let us drink. Cheers. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, Qin Chuang spoke. Tomorrow at dawn, you shall set off. Shi Quan paused as he picked up another chopstick of tender greens. Very well. You stay here and take care of everything, he remarked, resuming his meal with a nonchalant demeanor. Qin Chuang removed the spirit pet pouch from his waist and placed it before Shi Quan. Take this with you. It will provide you with additional support. Noticing Shi Quan's hesitation, Qin Chuang quickly added, Brother Shi Quan, consider my current cultivation level. Trust in my abilities. Rest assured, we can communicate via the jade slip at any time. Observing the sly grin on Qin Chuang's face, Shi Quan nodded and secured the pouch containing the small golden creature at his waist. The following dawn, Qin Chuang bid farewell to Shi Quan, accompanying him for over 10 miles beyond the village before finally parting ways. Lan Bingyan gazed at the camaraderie between Qin Chuang and Shi Quan with a complex expression, feeling a sense of discomfort as she realized their growing distance. They were not particularly close, so such a farewell felt exaggerated. A cold voice reached Qin Chuang's ears, prompting him to glance at Lan Bingyan, who had followed him out of fear that he might leave. He felt an overwhelming distaste for her presence and chose to ignore her. Making his way back to the inn, upon returning, he set up a soundproof barrier in his room. Having had his fill of the incessant wailing from Zhou Hongling next door, he sat cross-legged, extending his spiritual awareness to ascertain the whereabouts of Old Su. His awareness spread, enveloping the entire Meng family village and the surrounding area for dozens of miles. However, he could not detect Old Su's presence. Puzzled, he wondered where the old fellow had wandered off to. Just then, he caught sight of a familiar figure at the village's center. Recalling that it was the estate of the Meng family's patriarch, he focused his attention on the disturbance and discovered a young woman in a green robe encircled by a group of men. It was her, the woman with the black wooden staff and the dark red gilded spear. How curious. The men surrounding her clearly lacked her level of cultivation. How could a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment be trapped by several at the late stage of qi refining? Intrigued, Qin Chuang leaned in closer. One of the slightly older middle-aged men declared, Meng Zian, whether you agree or not, you must comply. There is no choice for you. Qin Chuang noted that the woman's name was Meng Zian, a truly beautiful name. In defiance, Meng Zian retorted, I would rather die than consent to marry Elder Zhu. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. This decision comes from the ancestor. Even if you perish, we will deliver your corpse to Elder Zhu for the wedding. As a daughter of the Meng family, you have been nurtured by us for many years. Now is the time for you to contribute to the family. I advise you not to be selfish, lest you be left with regrets. Meng Zian scoffed, I am 18 this year, and since I began cultivating at the age of 5, I have not used a single spirit stone from the Meng family, nor have I consumed a grain of rice from you. Nurture me? With what means? Do you intend to consume your own kin with such a mouth? For the family's sake? Have I not contributed enough for our clan? Meng Ping, speak. How many opportunities have I had forcibly taken from me and given to Meng Zi? How many have I submitted to the clan? As the son of the clan leader, you surely have not sacrificed more than I have. Meng Zian, silence yourself. The middle-aged man named Meng Ping bellowed, pointing a finger at Meng Zian, his voice laden with fury. You uncouth wretch, I am your father, and yet you dare to address me by my name. You are unworthy of being my daughter. What kind of father seizes his daughter's possessions? What kind of father coerces his daughter into marrying a man over 2 centuries her senior, on the brink of demise? This father you have is one who not only robs his daughter of her resources, but now seeks to sell her outright. Meng Ping, are you incompetent, cowardly, or simply born of malice? Meng Ping was enraged, leaning back in his fury. Meng Zian, I am your father. Your life is a gift from me, and you must comply with my wishes. Gripping her spear, Meng Zian circled her adversaries, who retreated in alarm. I will not marry. Should you dare to press me further, do not blame me if it comes to a fight to the death. Qin Chuang watched in delight, relishing the boldness of the confrontation. He noted the presence of another with foundational energy within the Meng family, likely the so-called ancestor of the Meng clan. However, even if she were outmatched, Meng Zian possessed the agility to escape should she choose to flee. As Qin Chuang awaited an exhilarating battle, An elderly voice rang out, "Enough." With the utterance of those words, an aged figure emerged from the depths of the estate, stepping forward with a calculating demeanor. This man, frail and white-haired, commanded immediate respect as the assembled crowd knelt in deference, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Only Meng Xian remained standing, conspicuously defiant amidst the reverence. The Meng clan's ancestor cast a stern gaze over the gathered assembly, ultimately resting his eyes on Meng Xian. A scoff escaped his lips as he unleashed a wave of oppressive energy toward her, convinced that as a peak foundational practitioner, he could easily subdue her, a mere novice. Meng Xian gritted her teeth, striving to withstand the overwhelming pressure, but as a foundational beginner, she soon found her breath constricted and her legs quaking beneath her. Chapter 57. Your partner, my child, I hope you choose wisely. Qin Chuang, observing through his divine sense, felt a deep connection with Meng Xian. He saw reflections of his own struggles within her. Recalling the treachery he faced from the Qin Ezhou father-son duo and the blatant theft by the Miaoing master and disciple, the machinations behind his back remained elusive, and the sensation of having one's fate held in another's grasp was indeed disheartening. With only Brother Shi and the unexpectedly arriving Su Laogui as his allies, he again cast his gaze toward the resolute and unyielding Meng Xian. Perhaps, he contemplated, he could rescue her, turning her into a formidable ally. It was a feasible plan. The Meng clan's ancestor should not be so brazen. I have arrived. With a low curse, Qin Chuang rose and shattered the window, soaring towards the Meng family, while simultaneously using his spiritual awareness to keep a close watch on their movements. Meng Xiuan's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet she stubbornly refused to bow her head. In her heart, she silently vowed that even in death, she would never submit to such tyranny. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated through the air. "Ha ha ha! Why such a commotion, Elder Meng?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a man clad in flowing black robes with intricate patterns, sporting a goat-like beard, flew in on his sword and landed beside the patriarch of the Meng family. Qin Chuang, intending to make a forceful entrance, hesitated and concealed himself among the clouds. He decided to observe the situation further. While rescuing others was noble, he must not jeopardize his own safety. His own life was paramount. Upon seeing the newcomer, the patriarch of the Meng family promptly smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Elder Zhu, what an honor it is to welcome you to my humble abode. I regret not having extended a proper welcome." As he spoke, he withdrew the oppressive aura he had exerted upon Meng Xiuan. High in the sky, Qin Chuang silently observed the unfolding drama below, noticing that Elder Zhu's cultivation was on par with that of the Meng patriarch. Both at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he nodded to himself, recognizing that these two elderly gentlemen would be manageable. Casting a scornful glance at the newcomer, he watched as Elder Zhu hastily returned the gesture, stating, "Forgive my intrusion, Elder Meng. I hope you will overlook my impertinence." The patriarch of the Meng family waved his hand dismissively. "It is an honor for my family to host Elder Zhu. The doors of the Meng family will always be open to you." Elder Zhu laughed heartily, and then turned his gaze towards Meng Xian, who was surrounded by onlookers, and inquired with confusion, "Elder Meng, what is the meaning of this? Does Miss Meng find me unworthy?" "Indeed, I have no interest in you, Elder Zhu. You might as well seek another," Meng Xiuan replied resolutely. At her words, a fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Elder Zhu's face, which slowly transformed into coldness. He turned to the patriarch of the Meng family, cupping his hands. "It appears I am not worthy. I shall take my leave." Meng Ping rushed forward to intercept Elder Zhu, his face awash with sycophancy. "Elder Zhu, please do not be hasty. Her words do not hold the final say. Her marriage will be decided by us." With that, he shot an angry glare at Meng Xiuan. "Wretched girl, you have no say in this matter. Our family consents to your union with Elder Zhu. Prepare for your marriage." Clang! Meng Xiuan pointed her spear directly at Meng Ping, declaring, "Only over my dead body." Meng Ping trembled in fear and shifted closer to the patriarch for protection. This audacious girl truly dared to confront him. As a peak Qi refinement cultivator, he was not willing to take such a risk. Finding a semblance of safety beside the patriarch, he puffed out his chest and shouted, "Wretched girl, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to commit patricide?" With unwavering determination, Meng Xian replied calmly, "If you force me to such extremes, then patricide is not out of the question." Meng Ping was taken aback by the fierce glint in her eyes, realizing that she was indeed serious about killing him. "You, How dare you? I am your father. Seeking a partner for you is indeed for your own good. Elder Zhu possesses formidable strength, esteemed status, and abundant resources. There is no need to elaborate. Furthermore, he is not as old as you claim, standing beside your father. He appears even younger than I. Such an exceptional companion is rare to find. Meng Ziyin, with an expression of disdain, interjected, and he has provided you with numerous benefits, hasn't he? Of course. Meng Ping responded, oblivious to Elder Zhu's slightly awkward demeanor and the increasingly displeased countenance of the Meng family patriarch. In addition to giving us 10 foundation-building pills, he also gifted our ancestor a condensation pill. He continued to speak at length, failing to notice the growing discomfort among those present. Enough. The patriarch of the Meng family interrupted Meng Ping's incessant chatter. As the elder of a lesser clan, nourished by the resources of the entire family, he lacked for low-tier resources. However, items such as this 6th-tier elixir, which aids in forming a core, were beyond his means, even with spiritual stones. In the entire Dongsheng prefecture, only the reclusive Dan Master could concoct such potions. It was said that he seldom opened his furnace, and his success rate was not particularly high. Each time he produced pills, they were swiftly exchanged for rare materials by several prominent sects before they ever reached the market. Such treasures in Dongsheng Prefecture were seldom traded with spiritual stones. The influential factions had formed a small circle wherein good things were directly consumed internally, completing resource exchanges without allowing those like him any opportunity. Why waste words with a mere child? The patriarch waved his hand, and immediately, 2 burly women seized a frail figure, escorting her from the rear courtyard. The woman appeared haggard, her skin taking on a sickly pallor. Upon seeing her, Meng Ziyin's previously stoic demeanor shattered. Mother, she spun around, glaring furiously at the patriarch. You despicable old thief. The patriarch's expression darkened as he ignored Meng Ziyin's outburst and turned to the weak woman being restrained. Pinger's wife, please step forward. It is time for you to meet your future son-in-law. This Elder Zhu is the match I have chosen for your daughter. The woman followed the patriarch's gaze. Before her stood a man clad in black, with a sharp face and a goat-like beard. Although Mencius Yen, engulfed in fury, brandished her weapon, sending 3 adversaries flying. With a swift retreat, she struck down another with the butt of her gun, and before unleashing another shot, she thrust her weapon forward, piercing the throat of a foe, leading to their demise. Only one remained, trembling in fear, hesitant to advance. At that moment, Meng Ping finally grasped the situation. Hastily retreating behind the ancestral figure of the Meng family, stammering, You rebellious girl, do you intend to revolt? Jia Lingyun is my woman, and I have the right to strike. Ignoring Meng Ping, Mencius Yen rushed to support Jia Lingyun. Mother, are you all right? Mencius Yen gazed at her frail mother, her heart aching with compassion, tears streaming down her face as she glared fiercely at the ancestral figure. Jia Lingyun shook her head, her eyes filled with resignation and sorrow. Yana, I am fine. What matters most to me is whether you are well. You have grown now, capable of protecting yourself. Leave the Meng family. Do not concern yourself with me, nor return. Upon hearing this, Mencius Yan's anger intensified. Mother, please do not say that. I will not abandon you in this den of wolves. She turned her icy gaze toward Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu, I shall never marry you. I advise you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Meng family. Elder Zhu's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile. Fair Lady Meng, life is but a grand marketplace of transactions. I, old Zhu, am renowned for my business acumen, possessing boundless resources. Alas, my innate talents are limited. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of foundation establishment for years despite trying various methods and elixirs, yet I have yet to attain the golden core. By mere chance, I acquired a dual cultivation method a year ago and seek to explore it. Fear not, fair Lady Meng. This dual cultivation technique is a harmonious union of yin and yang, remarkably beneficial for both parties. It is not the wicked art of siphoning the essence from one another. I have observed that your journey has not been easy. Should you accompany me, at the very least, ample resources would be at your disposal. With your talents, I am confident you would attain the golden core in no time. Together, we are a match made in heaven. We could even conceive a child of exceptional lineage. And to call ourselves divine companions would not be an exaggeration. Why not give it a thought? Mencius Yen scoffed coldly, vowing to remain no one's plaything nor subordinate. She refrained from further discourse with him and addressed the ancestral figure. Ancestor, no one in the Meng family has surpassed me for generations. currently in the Meng family. Aside from you, I'm the sole one at the foundation level. With my innate talent, I should have been nurtured as a core member of the family. Yet, not only have you denied me resources, but you have also obstructed my cultivation at every turn, repeatedly snatching away opportunities that rightfully belong to me, disrupting my progress at crucial moments. In my youth, you threatened my life to coerce my mother. Now, you use her as leverage against me. Though I am furious, I have never retaliated. I will call you Ancestor one last time. Now, allow us to depart, and I shall remember your kindness. Should the Meng family ever face adversity, I will undoubtedly lend my assistance. Should you continue to use my mother as leverage to coerce me into compliance and marriage, I shall declare an irreconcilable enmity with you. Although I may not stand a chance against you now, I shall not hesitate to slay any member of the Meng family I encounter in the future. Consider this. After all, I am of your bloodline. Having me as an ally is far more advantageous than acquiring another foe. With this declaration, she stood resolutely, gun in hand, awaiting a response from the venerable ancestor of the Meng family. In truth, she understood that her proposal for negotiation would likely be dismissed, or worse, disregarded entirely. They had always regarded her as their property, a mere asset to be exploited for their gain, draining her value until nothing remained. Were it not for the impending demise of the Meng family patriarch and his failed attempt to attain the golden core stage, they would not willingly consider marrying her off. After all, they knew how to choose between a feast and mere sustenance. She observed the varied expressions of the Meng family members and the dark countenance of their patriarch. Despite the slim likelihood of his acquiescence, she felt compelled to pursue even the faintest glimmer of hope. After all, who would willingly bathe their hands in the blood of kin if it could be avoided? In extending an opportunity to the Meng family, she was also granting herself a chance. The plight of women is arduous, and for female cultivators, the struggles are even more pronounced. She did not desire to become a butcher of her own kin, allowing malevolent thoughts to fester and disrupt her path to cultivation. Ultimately, she was merely a woman, not a bloodthirsty deity of death. In that moment, she genuinely hoped the patriarch of the Meng family would spare her and her mother. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to embrace the role of a harbinger of death, even if she were to be wed to Elder Zhu today. Biding her time for a few years, her innate talent would surely allow her to surpass them in no time. That would mark the end of these individuals. Qin Chuang hovered high above, observing the standoff within the manor, his gaze falling upon the resolute and defiant woman, eliciting a sense of admiration within him. Meng Xian's situation differed from his own. Though she was exploited by patriarchal forces, her life remained intact, and her fundamental well-being was unthreatened prior to the decision of her marriage. Thus, Qin Chuang speculated that her prior endurance of the family's injustices stemmed from the fact that their actions had not yet touched upon her core. Perhaps it was for the sake of her mother, or perhaps a desire to enhance her own strength that led her to endure. The conflict of the day arose from the Meng family genuinely encroaching upon her fundamental rights. Previous skirmishes, involving the theft of her resources and disruption of her life, were mere trifles, overshadowed by her greater resolve. Even if she were to leave the Meng family, the ruthless reality of the cultivation world, with a strong prey upon the weak, would remain the norm, and thus she had previously tolerated their misdeeds. However, the demand to marry her off to the patriarch in exchange for resources to advance to the golden core stage was akin to selling her to Elder Zhu, effectively rendering her a subordinate. Her destiny would deviate entirely from her expectations, striking at her very core, compounded by the pressure exerted by the patriarch of the Meng family, who had taken her mother hostage. Qin Chuang doubted that Meng Xian could negotiate effectively. After all, the Meng family had grown accustomed to controlling her, and it was inconceivable they would afford her an equal opportunity for dialogue. Indeed, Qin Chuang's predictions proved accurate. The previously silent patriarch of the Meng family suddenly erupted. An overwhelming aura of pressure surged towards Meng Xian, while simultaneously he formed hand seals, causing a bloodthirsty, demonic vine to rise violently from the ground, writhing as it sought to ensnare her. Meng Xian, determined to confront the patriarch, leaped into the air to evade the bloodthirsty vine. However, the concentrated pressure bearing down upon her rendered her movements sluggish. Her gaze turned icy, and with an air of calm, she raised her hand to cast a spell, pointing towards the patriarch of the Meng family. With a resounding shout, a series of sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, towering high. The patriarch of the Meng family stumbled back, his expression complex, a astonished by the prodigious talent and comprehension displayed by this junior. The attribute of the wood's spiritual root had enabled such devastating attacks. Regrettably, the patriarch's gaze hardened as he commanded the bloodthirsty vine to ensnare Jialangyun, who stood by, anxiously watching her daughter. Suddenly ensnared by the unexpected vine, Jialangyun was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "Mother!" Amidst her struggle against the pressure, Meng Xian unleashed a barrage of wooden spikes, but upon witnessing her mother ensnared, she faltered, losing her focus. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure forced her to the ground. "Old scoundrel of the Meng family, you despicable wretch!" The patriarch of the Meng family regarded Meng Xian with an impassive expression and intoned solemnly, "You will either comply with my arrangements and marry Elder Zhu today, which is an auspicious day for your union," or he turned to Jialangyun, who had ceased her struggles, filled with regret, "or this woman shall become fodder for my bloodthirsty vine." Meng Xian, pinned to the ground, gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with defiance. She struggled to rise, yet succumbed once more, her gaze fixed intently upon the patriarch, her expression as cold as steel. After several attempts, she finally managed to stand, albeit with great effort. In a slow, chilling voice, she declared, "Meng Chonglin, Meng Ping, heed my words. I, Meng Xian, swear, the day you marry me off in exchange for resources shall be the day I repay the Meng family's debt of gratitude. From henceforth, I shall sever all ties with the Meng family, never to be entangled again. Should any member of the Meng family dare to disturb me, I will strike them down without mercy. May the heavens bear witness. I, Meng Xian, shall never look back." As her voice resonated, a mysterious force surged from her being, ascending into the heavens. Suddenly, amidst the clear sky, a deafening thunderclap echoed. The members of the Meng family exchanged astonished glances, shocked to their core. They turned to their patriarch, uncertain whether he would reconsider his stance. The patriarch's complexion darkened considerably. While he had intended to exchange this junior for resources, he had not anticipated severing ties so decisively. As long as he held on to Jialangyun, he could later consider what contributions this junior could offer to the family. He thought he could easily manipulate her. However, he did not anticipate that this stubborn girl would be so resolute. His gaze fell upon Jialangyun. With this woman in his grasp, what was there to fear about her so-called vows? As long as he did not sever ties with her, any future matters could simply be addressed by her. With this thought, the elder of the Meng family chuckled heartily and clasped his hands towards Elder Zhu, saying, "Elder Zhu, I hope you will forgive the spectacle. Today is your joyous occasion. I am here to witness. Do not delay in forming your bond." Elder Zhu, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. With such chaos, he nearly feared that his good fortune would be thwarted. He approached Meng Xian with a beaming smile. "Xian, let's form our bond. Even if you were to sever ties with the Meng family, I shall cherish you." Meng Xian turned her face away in disgust, causing the smile on Elder Zhu's face to instantly fade. He turned his gaze toward the elder of the Meng family, who understood the unspoken message. The elder commanded the bloodthirsty vine to constrict tighter around Jialangyun. With a muffled groan, Jialangyun bit her lip, suppressing her cries of pain. She did not wish to be a burden to her daughter, nor did she want her daughter to compromise for her sake. Seeing this, Meng Xian's eyes brimmed with tears. She cried out urgently, "I will bond. I will bond. Just let my mother go first." Chapter 59. Please accept this, senior. The elder of the Meng family loosened his grip slightly on Jialangyun, but did not release her entirely. "No, Xiyan, do not concern yourself with your mother. You must leave. I know with your strength, you can escape. I would rather die than be a burden to you. You must go." With tears in her eyes, Meng Xian turned her face away, refusing to look at her mother any longer. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Elder Zhu. "If that is the case, let's form our bond." Elder Zhu laughed heartily. "Good. Rest assured, once we become partners, I will look after your mother and ensure she does not suffer in the Meng family." As Meng Xian and Elder Zhu began to seal their bond with gestures, a powerful aura descended from the heavens. An overwhelming pressure flooded the area. Everyone present felt their breath catch, unable to withstand it, and they fell to their knees. Even the elder of the Meng family and Elder Zhu were not exempt, leaving only Meng Xian and Jialangyun standing firm. "Who approaches?" The elder of the Meng family looked up to see a figure descending slowly from the sky atop a sword. Upon recognizing the individual, his expression changed dramatically. "I cannot discern this person's cultivation level." The others, hearing the elder's words, strained to gaze at the newcomer. They beheld a tall, handsome young man gracefully descending into the courtyard. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Meng Xian, too, turned her gaze toward the newcomer. Observing a young man clad in a blue robe, standing tall like a pine, his features sharp yet refined. His sword-like brows slanted into his temples, and his brilliant eyes sparkled with intensity. A high nose and slightly curved lips tempered the fierceness of his expression, adding a touch of gentleness. Qin Chuang glanced at Meng Xian, who appeared undetectable, and nodded slightly. He dispelled the concealment technique, allowing the aura of his nascent soul stage to radiate forth. Turning towards the ancestor of the Meng family, he proclaimed loudly, "Old thief Meng, I intend to take this celestial maiden with me." The Meng family ancestor prostrated himself on the ground, trembling in the face of the terrifying presence before him, yet he could not afford to offend Elder Zhu. As he found himself in a state of utter confusion, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could feign weakness. Elder Zhu was in a state of agitation, watching helplessly as the prize he had almost secured threatened to slip away. He could not allow this to happen. However, the strength of the visitor was overwhelming. Such oppressive force he had only experienced from the Sect master, a true nascent soul cultivator. He turned his gaze toward the Meng family ancestor, hoping that, as Meng Ziyuan's family head, he would stand united with him against the intruder. To his dismay, the ancestor remained prostrate, eyes tightly shut, appearing as though he had fainted. Seeing this, Elder Zhu felt a surge of anger. What a cunning old fox. He wished to offend neither side. Hadn't he gone through great lengths to recommend this young lady to me? How infuriating. What was he to do? Was he to abandon his pride? Moreover, after so long of broadcasting his intent to seek a partner, he was reluctant to let go of Meng Ziyuan, who had captured his heart. He was determined to make another attempt. With great effort, Elder Zhu raised his hand in a fist salute, speaking cautiously. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? To forcibly take a wife is quite inappropriate, is it not?" With a resounding thud, an impact like that of a colossal beast struck him, sending him hurtling back against the wall, blood spurting forth uncontrollably. Qin Chuang slowly retracted his leg and nonchalantly turned to regard him. "And who might you be?" Enduring the excruciating pain, Elder Zhu trembled as he fumbled for a mid-grade revival pill and swallowed it, regaining a modicum of composure. He dared not act brazenly and answered obediently, "I am but a humble elder responsible for the marketplace of the sacred artifacts sect." Qin Chuang nodded slightly, realizing the man before him was from the sacred artifacts sect, which was not far from here, explaining how the Meng family had managed to contact him. Considering upon hearing this, Qin Chuang let out a hearty laugh, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. He released the pressure he had been exerting on the elder and approached with a jovial demeanor to assist Elder Zhu in standing. "Ah, Elder Zhu, how careless of you. At your age, how could you possibly stumble while walking?" Elder Zhu nodded and bowed, offering a sheepish smile. "It is indeed my folly, Elder Zhu, blinded by my own ignorance. I apologize for causing you concern. It was uncalled for. I assure you, I will be more cautious in the future." Qin Chuang was quite satisfied with Elder Zhu's perceptiveness. He nodded appreciatively and cleared his throat. "In that case, let us see your filial offerings." Having recovered from his injuries, Elder Zhu shifted his outer robe to the side, unfastening his black gold storage belt, which he reverently presented to Qin Chuang with both hands raised high. "All of my meager possessions lie within. I implore you to accept them, esteemed elder." "Ah, please do take half for yourself." Qin Chuang accepted the black gold storage belt with a grin, not failing to notice the fleeting look of pain that crossed Elder Zhu's face. His lips curled into a smirk as he released a wisp of spiritual consciousness to probe into the storage belt. The sight that greeted him caused him to gasp in astonishment. The storage belt contained heaps of spirit stones, meticulously arranged, along with a multitude of rare treasures and an abundance of magical artifacts. A rough count indicated that there were over 500,000 spirit stones alone. As a man who had only recently begun to accumulate wealth in the 2 years since his rebirth, Qin Chuang had never encountered such a fortune before. His breath quickened at the realization. He had never owned more than 1,000 spirit stones at any given time. This opportunity was simply too good to pass up. No, he would accept this filial tribute without hesitation. A broad smile spread across his face, as any moment of hesitation would be a disservice to such a bounty. He eagerly began to stuff the piles of spirit stones into his storage bag. However, an awkward predicament arose. His already full storage bag could only accommodate a mere 20,000 spirit stones before reaching its limit. He still had several confiscated storage artifacts, yet his gaze remained fixated on the exquisite black gold belt in his hands. This belt, appearing to be an ordinary accessory to outsiders, was in fact a remarkable storage artifact with ample space, making it a perfect fit for him. Though he possessed a jade pendant for storage, he refrained from using it in public, fearing the covetous eyes it might attract. Chapter 60. The Trial Quota of the Tao-Seeking Tower. It was said that there were no golden core cultivators in the Dongxing Prefecture, but other regions surely had them. There was no telling if some bored ancient monster might pass through this area and discover that he possessed a space akin to a small world. Such a revelation would be catastrophic. Elder Zhu had been observing Qin Chuang intently. Noticing the fervent gaze directed at his storage belt, he felt a sense of foreboding. The rascal seemed to have taken a liking to his storage belt. Yet what could he do? Gritting his teeth, he hesitantly spoke up, "Young one, I see that this belt suits you well. Perhaps you should take it." Qin Chuang raised an eyebrow at the proposition, realizing that this old fox was quite shrewd. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the turn of events. Enough. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish. You may keep your storage belt. I notice that there are quite a number of storage rings within it, so utilize those for your belongings. Elder Zhu, the crowd still prostrate on the ground. Have you not taken enough of what is dear to others? Moments latte. Qin Chuang stuffed the remaining half of the items into Elder Zhu's embrace. He then patted the string of storage rings tied around his waist, producing a melodious clinking sound. Elder Zhu held onto the remainder you offered and replied, "I shall visit the Holy Artifact Sect to see you when time permits." After surreptitiously scanning the remaining contents of the storage belt, Elder Zhu felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, this elder still had some principles, leaving him with a majority. However, just as he relaxed, Qin Chuang's words made his heart race anew. Cautiously, he glanced at Qin Chuang's consciousness, feeling disheartened. It seemed this elder intended to treat him like a mere pig, seeking to prolong their interaction. He stammered, "The Holy Artifact Sect would certainly welcome your esteemed visit. However, I fear I cannot personally attend to you in the coming years. Rest assured, I shall make appropriate arrangements for you." With that, Elder Zhu discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. After admiring the collection of storage rings, his gaze shifted back to Elder Zhu. "Oh." Elder Zhu trembled in fear and hastily explained, "At present, the matter of seeking a partner for dual cultivation is not easily resolved, and given my age, advancing my cultivation cannot be delayed. I must seek alternative methods. Aside from dual cultivation, I have devised a contingency plan for myself." "Oh." Qin Chuang expressed interest. Although he had already formed his core, his brother Shi Quan had not yet done so. Since Shi's foundation establishment was challenging, it would be even more arduous for him to form his core. It would be wise to heed this old fellow's methods for future reference. This elder was indeed a practitioner of core formation. To deter Qin Chuang from coveting his spirit stones further, Elder Zhu was compelled to divulge his plan. The sect of Inquiring Tao possesses a precious artifact, the Inquiring Tao Pagoda, rumored to be a trial tower that can enhance the soul's strength of the cultivators who enter its trials. I intend to utilize the remaining spirit stones to commission someone to acquire trial quota. Qin Chuang nodded. He was familiar with the Inquiring Tao Pagoda, which was the sect's treasured possession, currently overseen by the peak master of the formation peak, Ji Fanpa. Each year, 3 quotas are released, though sometimes not all are filled. It is said that all disciples within the sect are eligible to obtain them, with 2 means of acquisition. One may exchange 200,000 contribution points for a quota, or upon successfully forming their core, the sect rewards 1 opportunity to enter the Inquiring Tao Pagoda for trials. Consequently, this trial pagoda is accessible only to a few high-ranking members within the sect. Currently, there are merely 7 golden core cultivators within the sect. Those capable of amassing 200,000 contribution points must not only diligently undertake tasks, but also live long enough. Only a scant few peak foundation establishment elders can achieve this. The opportunity to enter the trial pagoda is indeed exceedingly stringent. Qin Chuang had yet to embark on this journey. His eyes glimmered as he smiled and inquired of Elder Zhu. "Elder Zhu, are you aware that the sole condition for this opportunity, aside from successfully forming the golden core, is a contribution of 200,000 points? As the elder responsible for the marketplace of the Sacred Artifact Sect, you must surely comprehend the true value of contribution points. Am I correct? This quota is not easily acquired." Elder Zhu stroked his beard and replied, "Indeed, on the surface, 1 contribution point corresponds to 1 spirit stone. However, The resources in the Dongshang province are monopolized by several major sects, rendering the items that can be exchanged for contribution points within the sect invaluable outside, making 200,000 contribution points far more precious than 200,000 spirit stones. Qin Chuang regarded him sidelong, remaining silent. Yet his expression unmistakably conveyed his skepticism regarding the feasibility of Elder Zhu's plan. Elder Zhu chuckled. I possess spirit stones. Behold, I still have 250,000 spirit stones remaining. I merely need to find someone to connect me with the Array Peak S Master G, and offering spirit stones for an opportunity to enter should not pose a challenge. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang felt amusement swell within him. He had yet to disclose his progress in forming the Golden Core, and he had not yet claimed the rewards from the sect. His mind whirled with possibilities. Perhaps he could sell this opportunity to Elder Zhu, negotiating a term of a few years. He had no immediate intention of returning to the sect. He would first enhance his abilities or dispel the malevolent arts before redeeming his rewards. Granting this trial opportunity to Elder Zhu would yield him 250,000 spirit stones, accumulating over 500,000 in total. He would not need to fret over cultivation resources for quite some time, and once his strength was bolstered, securing a trial spot would be a matter of potency, rendering all rules pliable. With this thought, Qin Chuang laughed heartily. Elder Zhu, why seek distant connections when you have someone right before you? Elder Zhu, puzzled, queried. What do you mean, esteemed senior? Qin Chuang cleared his throat lightly, as it happens. I possess a trial quota for the Tower of Treasures. Given our fortuitous connection, I am willing to sell it to you. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhu's anxious heart settled. Indeed, this elder was coveting his spirit stones. Nevertheless, it was preferable to relinquishing his life. As long as he remained alive, there would be opportunities to gather resources. Fortunately, he still possessed half of his other treasures. Trembling, he presented his storage belt, a bitter taste in his mouth. In that case, I shall trouble you, esteemed senior. Qin Chuang, with a cheerful demeanor, swiftly collected the remaining spirit stones from Elder Zhu's storage pouch. Now adorned with additional storage rings, he felt a sense of contentment. He smiled at Elder Zhu. However, the exchange will take some time. I must attend to matters outside before I can finalize this for you. Please be patient and await my return at the Sacred Artifacts Sect. Elder Zhu, resigned, muttered. I knew it. He could have simply taken it by force, but chose to deceive me with words. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuang reassured Elder Zhu, rest assured. I shall see to it within 3 to 5 years at the latest. Elder Zhu, feeling despondent, replied, My heart is weary. Do not disturb me. Elder Zhu bitterly clasped his hands in salute to Qin Chuang, stating, Since it is so, I shall not linger any longer. Farewell. Qin Chuang, grinning broadly with his hands cupped together, reassured Elder Zhu, Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise promptly. Elder Zhu tossed his flying sword and turned to leap into the air. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Meng family patriarch calling after him. Elder Zhu, are you truly departing? Elder Zhu glanced back at the now unmasked Meng patriarch, snorting disdainfully, You approached me. We reached an agreement, and thus I made this trip. Yet, the moment the esteemed one appeared, you resembled a gourd with its mouth sealed, pretending to be a quail. Oof, do not seek me again. With that, he no longer tarried, leaping onto his flying sword and called out cheerfully to Qin Chuang, I take my leave. The sword transformed into a long trail of spiritual energy, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuang turned to face the onlookers, the Meng family members, who had previously gazed upward at Elder Zhu's departure, lowered their heads in fear upon meeting Qin Chuang's gaze, trembling and afraid to make a sound. Only Zhao Lingyun stared at Qin Chuang with eager anticipation. Noticing her gaze, Qin Chuang raised an eyebrow. Although he was unsure of her intentions, he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving Qin Chuang's response, Zhao Lingyun's eyes sparkled with joy. Meanwhile, Meng Zian looked on in confusion, her eyes filled with questions and contemplation. Meng Daoyu, would you care to accompany me? The simplicity of those 3 words instantly alleviated Meng Zian's apprehension and defenses. Surely, one who addressed her as Meng Dao you would not take pride in oppressing women. She glanced back at her mother, adding, If the esteemed one could take my mother along, I would willingly follow you. That is out of the question. I do not consent. Suddenly, Meng Ping, who had been feigning ignorance, interjected. Qin Chuang cast a cold glance in his direction, intensifying the pressure upon him. Meng Ping found himself pressed to the ground by the unexpected force, his arms, which had braced him, snapping under the strain, blood gushing forth. Instinctively, he sought the help of the patriarch, but the Meng family patriarch turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. It dawned on him that his pomp and his ancestor were nothing before this man. As the pressure mounted, his veins bulged, and blood seeped from his eyes. Meng Ping was overtaken by fear, the terror of death gripping his heart. I consent. I consent for Jiao Lungyun to accompany you. Meng Ping shouted, enduring the pain. As the pressure eased, he finally caught his breath, casting a reluctant glance at the elated Jiao Lungyun before diverting his gaze. Qin Chuang let out a derisive laugh and turned to the Meng family patriarch. Meng Daoyu, I intend to take Meng Xian and her mother with me. Do you have any objections? The Meng family patriarch, still pinned to the ground, chuckled amiably. Hee, esteemed one speaks in jest. Since you are destined to be with our girl, it is only fitting that you become partners in the Tao. There is no need for negotiation. The grand covenant ceremony of your family will be personally organized by me, and it shall be a magnificent affair. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied. Qin Chuang let out a cold snort. Do not attempt to deceive me. I shall reiterate. I intend to take Meng Ziyuan and her mother away. From this moment forth, they shall have no further ties with the Meng family. As he spoke, his imposing aura surged forth. The patriarch of the Meng family felt himself overwhelmed by this formidable presence, silently lamenting the terrifying strength of Qin Chuang. He understood that if he did not acquiesce to Qin Chuang's demands, the entire Meng family might face utter destruction. Unlike Elder Zhu, he lacked the background and resources to contend with this individual, who was evidently here for the sake of Meng Ziyuan and her mother. He would not relent until his objectives were achieved. Thus, prioritizing his own life, he resolved, as you wish, Senior. From now on, Meng Ziyuan and her mother shall have no connections with our Meng family. Qin Chuang exchanged a meaningful glance with the patriarch, producing a blank contract and swiftly drafting the severance agreement, which he then handed to the patriarch. Old man Meng, please sign. Once the contract was signed, Meng Ziyuan and her mother would henceforth be free from any association with them, and that includes Meng Ping as well. The patriarch of the Meng family nodded repeatedly in agreement, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to sign. Under the pressure from the patriarch and the clan members, Meng Ping also reluctantly affixed his signature. Observing the overjoyed mother and daughter, Qin Chuang felt a flicker of emotion. You two should sign as well, to sever your ties with them. Come on. Jiao Lingyun did not hesitate, stepping forward to sign her own contract. Meng Ziyuan followed suit, her delicate hand sweeping across the document to complete the signing. Finally, Qin Chuang signed the contract himself, causing it to transform into sparkling motes of light that cascaded down upon the three parties. The contract was sealed. In that instant, Meng Ziyuan and Jiao Lingyun were overcome with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Qin Chuang, too, was filled with profound thoughts. If only in his past life he had encountered someone like this, descending from the heavens to rescue him from the entanglement of conflicting interests. Seeing that the two women, though their eyes were red, had calmed their emotions, he spoke, Friends Meng and Jia, shall we depart? Upon leaving the Meng family, Meng Ziyuan paused and solemnly bowed to Qin Chuang. Senior, thank you for helping us escape from our suffering. However, I wish to understand what price I must pay. Jiao Lingyun also halted, anxiously awaiting Qin Chuang's response. Qin Chuang raised his hand to set up a soundproof barrier. My rescue of you stems from two reasons. First, I admire your resilient character. Second, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration. Meng Ziyuan grew increasingly perplexed. Collaboration? What merit do I possess to engage in a partnership with a golden core cultivator? Senior Qin, you have saved me. I am at your service. Please command me. With that, she gazed earnestly at Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang smiled slightly, appreciating Meng Ziyuan's straightforwardness. Very well, I shall be direct. I am not engaged in charity. Any assistance I provide will certainly seek some form of recompense. I see great potential in your cultivation talent and your approach to tasks. I hope you can assist me with a task for a duration of 20 years. After this period, I shall return your freedom. During these 2 decades, whenever I require your services, you must prioritize my requests. In times of inactivity, you should cultivate your skills or rest as needed. As long as you remain available at my call, you may lead your normal life. Rest assured, the tasks I assign will be within your capabilities, though every endeavor carries its inherent risks. Take your time to consider my proposal before responding. There is no rush. Should you choose to decline, I shall not impose. In exchange for rescuing you and your mother, you may compensate me at the market rate for the services of a golden core cultivator. I understand your current limitations, so I'm willing to extend the repayment period to 10 years. Meng Daoist, is my request unreasonable? Qin Chuang, having learned from past experiences, shall no longer engage in selfless acts without expectation of return, with the exceptions of Xiao Jin and Brother Shi. Upon hearing this, Meng Ziyuan relaxed and responded cheerfully. It is not unreasonable. Given my status and level, it is challenging to find a golden core cultivator at my disposal. In fact, I have only encountered this one golden core expert. For you to help my mother and me escape the oppression of the Meng family, while granting an additional 10 years, is indeed a generous offer. Thus, I choose to serve you. With that, Meng Ziyuan knelt on one knee, clasping her fists in salute. Qin Chuang laughed heartily and extended his hand to help her rise. Very well, Meng Daoist, let's enjoy a fruitful partnership. At this moment, Meng Ziyuan felt a sense of relief. From now on, you may call me Ziyuan or Xiaoyan. Qin Chuang nodded. Xiaoyan, we are merely partners. There is no need for such formalities. Meng Ziyuan did not insist on the matter, but refrained from directly addressing Qin Chuang by name. All right, Senior Qin, where shall we go next? First, we shall rest at an inn for a day before making further arrangements. The trio made their way to the inn, where they encountered the anxious Jiang Linglong. Qin Chuang, where have you been? We searched for you everywhere. Qin Chuang bypassed her, replying curtly, what concern is that of yours? He led Meng Ziyuan and her mother directly to the counter. Innkeeper, please prepare another room for us. Certainly, esteemed guest. Room 3 on the east side of the second floor, right next to yours, the innkeeper replied, instructing a servant to guide Qin Chuang and his companions. The servant immediately bowed and gestured this way, please. As the three ascended the stairs, Jiang Linglong watched Qin Chuang's retreating figure, suppressing her frustration. At least he has returned, albeit with a rather poor attitude. Senior sister is still in dire need of assistance. With Zhou Shiji's current suffering, had Qin Chuang truly chosen to abandon them, they would have been left without options. Taking a deep breath, she refrained from further comment and followed them upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the trio encountered Lan Bingyan, who stood at the entrance of Zhou Hongling's room, arms crossed and a frosty glare directed at Qin Chuang. Qin Chuang, how can you be so callous as to wander about while your third senior sister suffers such grievous injuries, enduring inhuman torment every moment? Do you not possess any compassion? Her suffering is of no concern to me. You need not speak of it. I am indifferent to such matters. Upon concluding his words, Qin Chuang attempted to bypass her and return to his room. This woman is deranged. She expects concern from others while she and her companions harm others without a second thought. Such delusions. Lan Bingyan stepped forward, obstructing Qin Chuang's path. Regardless of your feelings, she is still your third senior sister. How can you utter such heartless words? Even if you cannot empathize, you should at least show some concern. Offering her some spiritual energy to alleviate the pain caused by the inner thunder would be a benevolent gesture. Qin Chuang's expression turned scornful. Empathize. Lan Bingyan. Do not feign ignorance. Do I truly need to empathize with the sensation of pain? Every time I'm beaten by her, Zhou Hongling, to the point of fractures and excruciating agony, enduring in that little wooden cabin. Do not pretend you are unaware. Have you ever treated me? Have you ever offered me spiritual energy to suppress my suffering? I recall that you did not even bother to visit me, and you dare demand that I empathize with Zhou Hongling? The pain I have endured was inflicted by her alone. I experienced it firsthand. How can that possibly be the same? Was that not merely playful banter between siblings? Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Bingyan retorted, her words tumbling forth as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Is that truly the same? Was that not merely playful banter between siblings? Upon uttering these words, she herself was momentarily taken aback. In the narrow corridor, 6 individuals were crammed together, the air thickening with tension. Qin Chuang's expression suddenly sharpened, his gaze slicing through Lan Bingyan like a blade. He bellowed, "Get out of my way!" Lan Bingyan trembled at his reprimand, her eyes widening in shock as she looked up at Qin Chuang, confusion giving way to humiliation and anger, mingled with an emotion she could scarcely comprehend. She had never been scolded before, especially not by him. Qin Chuang had always spoken to her with care and gentleness. She never imagined that one day he would coldly rebuke her. Tears welled in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Chuang, her body trembling with indignation. "You! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am deeply disappointed. When did you become so cold-hearted?" Comparing your childhood quarrels with a life-and-death crisis Zhou Hongling faces now. How can you equate the two? Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Qin Chuang raised his hand and delivered a firm strike across Lan Bingyan's face. Everyone was taken aback. Qin Chuang had struck Lan Bingyan. She stood there, momentarily stunned, instinctively raising her hand to cover her reddened cheek. The fiery sensation on her face constantly reminded the stunned woman that this was no mere illusion. Had Qin Chuang truly struck her? She gazed up, her eyes locking onto his merciless gaze. You actually hit me? She exclaimed in disbelief. It was merely a playful scuffle. Hitting you? It hardly qualifies as such, Qin Chuang's cold voice retorted. Lan Bingyan shook her head in a daze. Her expression one of hurt. You actually struck me? You, who can stand there without a care, claim it to be trivial when the blows have not fallen upon you? Are you truly so magnanimous? Now that I have struck you, let us see your supposed generosity. Qin Chuang scornfully replied. Lan Bingyan's eyes ignited with fury. Qin Chuang, how dare you strike my face? With a resounding crack, Qin Chuang delivered another forceful slap. What of it? It is precisely you, who cannot speak with reason. How could you claim that Zhou Hongling hitting me was mere childhood play? At what age was she when she struck me? Zhou Hongling was 26, and I was merely 4. Childhood play? Was I the only child involved? Was it not Zhou Hongling who unilaterally assaulted my younger self? The only child here was me, bearing the brunt of the blows, while you all are merely a bunch of twisted adults. Qin Chuang, you seek your demise, daring to strike my face. Lan Bingyan seethed, her teeth clenched, as she frantically summoned her spiritual energy to gather in her palm. The onlookers recoiled in fear, with the innkeeper scrambling down the stairs in a panic. For a brief moment, Qin Chuang felt a surge of dread. In his past life, a single blow from Lan Bingyan had left him severely injured, damaging his foundation and rendering his cultivation progress painfully slow, marking the beginning of his misfortunes. At that moment, a verdant wooden shield materialized before Qin Chuang, enveloping him in protection. It was the defensive shield conjured by Meng Zian. With a booming shout, Qin Chuang declared break. In an instant, the ground trembled, and the inn shook, producing a thunderous sound that echoed in the ears of all present, sending their spirits reeling. Lan Bingyan emitted a muffled groan as the spiritual energy she had gathered in her palm dissipated in an instant. The chaotic backlash of energy forced a metallic taste into her mouth. She pressed her lips together, desperately stifling the urge to vomit blood. Staring incredulously at Qin Chuang, she questioned how it was possible for her, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, to be overwhelmed by him, a mere early-stage cultivator, with a single shout. A wave of pent-up energy surged from Qin Chuang's chest, bringing him immense relief. His mind cleared, realizing that this lifetime had already undergone transformation, and the events of his past life would not repeat. The fear instilled in him by Lan Bingyan, who had always been stronger, had now completely dissipated. As he had surpassed her, Qin Chuang regarded Lan Bingyan with an impassive expression. Remember this, Lan Bingyan, between you and me, Qin Chuang, there exists no affection, only hatred, animosity, and resentment. Do not dare to come before me again with your trivialities. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to strike. With those words, he circumvented her and proceeded to his chamber. Upon hearing Qin Chuang's words, Lan Bingyan could no longer contain herself and let out a mouthful of fresh blood. She lacked the strength to consider her disheveled appearance, as the chaotic energy within her surged, causing excruciating pain in her chest, ultimately leading to her heart throbbing in agony. With a muffled groan, she clutched her chest, bending weakly and curling into a shrimp-like shape, murmuring to herself, no affection, only hatred, animosity, and resentment. No affection. It has all vanished. Qin Chuang halted momentarily, instinctively placing a hand over his own chest, furrowing his brow in confusion. What was happening? Why did his heart ache and sink with hers? He did not turn to look back, yet he could sense Lan Bingyan's distress. What was afflicting her? The heart-shattering roar he had unleashed should only have shattered her gathered energy, allowing her to recover with a mere internal injury. Yet it should not have harmed her heart. Even more perplexing was the fact that his own heart was aching in tandem with hers, although his discomfort was not as severe as Lan Bingyan's. It sent chills down his spine. Qin Chuang was certain that his feelings for Lan Bingyan had long since dissipated. Her betrayal in his previous life had plunged him into despair, and the torment he had endured had extinguished any lingering affection. He pressed his hand against his heart, pondering the source of the faint pain. Could it be that the very place they had conspired against him was his heart? Had Qin's father and Lan Bingyan colluded to cast a sinister spell upon him? This dark sorcery rendered him a mere puppet, with Lan Bingyan as the puppeteer? Such an explanation was difficult to dismiss, given the circumstances. Maintaining his composure, Qin Chuang entered his room, followed closely by Meng Ziyan and her daughter. As he closed the door, the room's protective barriers activated. Jiang Linglong hurriedly approached, assisting the dazed Lan Bingyan. "Senior sister, are you all right?" She infused a trace of energy into Lan Bingyan, sensing the turmoil within her. Jiang Linglong's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Truly, troubles seemed to arise one after another. Chapter 63. The ill-fated Su Laogui, Jiang Linglong, discovered that the chaotic energy within Lan Bingyan was not the gravest issue. The true danger lay in the inexplicable clash of two forces at her heart. She quickly helped Lan Bingyan back to her room, laying her on the bed, and attempted to channel her energy to soothe her. For a moment, silence enveloped the corridor. In another room, Zhou Hongling lay in bed, her eyes aflame with fury. She had overheard the commotion outside. How could Qin Chuang, that wretched scoundrel, hold a grudge for merely a few scoldings from a childhood? How dare he harbor such resentment? No, he has harbored animosity towards her all along. How had he not realized it before? No. It had already manifested on that occasion. When he sought out Qin Chuang to reclaim the heavenly silkworm garment, he had begun to retaliate. Despite being at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had actually kicked himself away. Zhou Hongling blinked, recalling that she had already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement at that time. Remarkably, she had not given it much thought. When had Qin Chuang's strength suddenly become formidable? In that moment, she was oblivious to what she was thinking, failing to notice this fact. Was it after returning from the Storm Valley? Had he perhaps gained some fortuitous opportunity there? No, if he had acquired something valuable, he would have surely presented it to the senior sister. At this thought, Zhou Hongling suddenly halted. How long had it been since Qin Chuang had ceased to cling to the senior sister, showering her with affection? Now he was even willing to strike her across the face. It dawned on her that Qin Chuang had completely transformed. He was no longer submissive, no longer compliant, and no longer attached to the senior sister. Furthermore, his strength had surged rapidly. Just 2 years ago, when they embarked on the secret realm journey, he had been 3 minor realms below her. And now, he had already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, while she remained at the peak of Qi refinement, planning to enter seclusion for foundation establishment right after exiting the secret realm. However, due to the second senior sister's sudden illness and the master's fury, the senior sister was dispatched to find Qin Chuang, and in her desire to draw closer to Qin Ezhou, she had followed along. She let out a silent, bitter laugh. As a result, Qin Ezhou had provoked a passing great cultivator, and she had taken a blow meant for him, ending up in her current state of helplessness. She closed her eyes, a tear sliding down her cheek. "Ezhou, it seems, it was all one-sided on my part." After a long while, she murmured to herself, "Was it truly my unrequited love, or was it that I did not love you deeply enough? Each time the thunder rages, I find myself regretting it anew. With each passing hour, I am battered by the might of the thunder, suffering more than death itself. Even with the spiritual energy bestowed by the senior sister to suppress it, I still find myself in unbearable pain." The mere thought of that sensation sent a shiver down her spine. It must have been nearly an hour since the last thunderstorm passed. With this thought, she could not help but open her eyes. The anguish. Inside Qin Chuang's room, a series of increasingly loud wails interrupted the conversation of the 3 individuals. Jiao Lingyun's face contorted in fear. Is someone being killed? Should we leave this inn? Find another place to stay? Meng Ziyan quickly reassured her mother. "Mother, it's nothing to worry about. I have used my divine sense to probe the situation. There has been no fighting, merely a cultivator suffering from a poison affliction." Jiao Lingyun murmured softly in response. "What kind of poison could be so severe? It sounds quite terrifying." "Mother, your cultivation is only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and your strength is limited. Remember, we must not let our curiosity lead us into danger while we are outside," Meng Ziyan urged gently. Jiao Lingyun quickly regained her composure, earnestly assuring Meng Ziyan, "Rest assured, Ziyan, I will not overestimate my abilities and meddle in affairs that do not concern me. I will heed your every word." Meng Ziyan smiled and nodded, then turned to Qin Chuang. "Brother Qin, please continue." As Qin Chuang gazed out the window, he noticed that night had fallen. He spoke. "I must step out for a moment. You all should settle into the inn. We shall discuss our next course of action upon my return. He carefully stored the communication jade slip, instructing them to notify him if any matters arose. Very well. Rest assured, Brother Qin. With that, Qin Chuang leaped from the window. He urgently needed to find Su Laogu. The unusual anomaly he had just experienced with his heart was exceedingly strange. Despite thoroughly examining himself multiple times, he could discern nothing amiss. It seemed to him that some malevolent sorcery was at play. This affliction, unlike a wound or poisoning, was elusive and left him deeply unsettled. He unfurled his consciousness and soared on his sword, exploring various directions in search of Su Laogui's presence. Yet, he found no trace of the old man. Where could he have gone? The communication jade slip remained silent, and he could not locate him in the vicinity. Taking a deep breath to quell his anxious heart, Qin Chuang closed his eyes, attempting to sense his own essence through the small thunder trap embedded within Su Laogui, hoping to pinpoint his location. Focusing intently, he concentrated on the connection with the thunder trap. After a brief moment, a faint, elusive sensation emerged in his consciousness. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement in his gaze, and immediately directed his sword towards the source of the sensation. Meanwhile, Jiang Linglong was tirelessly working to guide the chaotic spiritual energy within Lan Bingyan. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet she dared not relax even for an instant. Lan Bingyan's complexion remained pale, and the conflict of powers surrounding her heart intensified, filling Jiang Linglong with mounting anxiety. The anguished cries emanating from Zhou Hongling's room, tormented by the power of thunder, only heightened Jiang Linglong's agitation. With one unstable breath, the fluctuating spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. Lan Bingyan let out a mournful cry and fainted. Zhou Hongling, startled, hurried to check on Lan Bingyan's condition. Gradually, she exhaled in relief. By a stroke of luck, during the tumultuous disruption of energy, the two conflicting forces at Lan Bingyan's heart had settled, and the erratic spiritual energy within her began to flow orderly into her dantian. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Jiang Linglong collapsed onto the ground. Hearing Zhou Hongling's continued cries of anguish, and sensing the dwindling spiritual energy left in her dantian, she raised her hand to activate the soundproofing array in the room. Sitting cross-legged, she commenced her meditation. Zhou Hongling felt utterly despondent. Her bones felt as if they had shattered, leaving her unable even to contemplate suicide. She was unaware of how much longer she could endure. Just as she sank into her agonizing thoughts, another wave of thunderous fury struck. Ah! Zhou Hongling screamed in torment, her body trembling uncontrollably. Following the faint sensation, Qin Chuang sped forth and finally detected a familiar aura near a cliff on the outskirts of the city. Cautiously approaching, he discerned a prominent ledge about 10 zhang square, revealing a massive nest. Rather than recklessly flying in, Qin Chuang released his consciousness to investigate. Inside the nest, he spotted a white gale eagle pecking at the flesh of Su Laogui's thigh, feeding it to a small eaglet. The great eagle possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, while the 3 little eagles are at the 1st level. Su Laogui lies in the nest. Covered in blood, his breath faint. Qin Chuang kicks the toothy one and exclaims, alas! Su Laogui truly is unfortunate. Shaking his head, he does not linger any longer and unleashes his imposing aura towards the fierce wind eagle. The formidable pressure of the golden core stage descends, causing the 3 little eagles to immediately crouch down, struggling to breathe. Initially, the great eagle contemplates resistance, but is rendered immobile by the overwhelming pressure. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, it eventually prostrates itself on the ground, slowly lowering its head. Qin Chuang soars forward on his sword, swiftly seizing Su Laogui and flying away. Sensing Su Laogui's weakening vitality, Qin Chuang grows anxious and extends his spiritual sense to locate a concealed cave. In a swift motion, he flies towards it, casting out several spirit stones to simply arrange a defensive formation. He hastily examines Su Laogui's condition. Fortunately, it is merely surface wounds. Glancing at the thigh, which is missing a significant amount of flesh, Qin Chuang scratches his nose, acknowledging it as merely a flesh wound. He retrieves a rejuvenation pill and places it into Su Laogui's mouth. For cultivators, superficial injuries are not considered grave. Once the rejuvenation pill is ingested, recovery will occur within a day. After a brief interval, Su Laogui slowly opens his eyes and, upon seeing Qin Chuang, tears flowed down his face. Qin Chuang, is it you who saved me? Woe is me. I nearly met my end in the belly of a bird. Once Su Laogui's emotions stabilize, Qin Chuang inquires, weren't we supposed to cooperate closely? Why did you not stay at the Meng family's stronghold, but instead become food for the little bird? Su Laogui, upon hearing Qin Chuang's teasing, does not take offense. As I mentioned before, a terrifying ancestor of thunder has appeared in the city. I thought to hide outside the city for a day before returning, but unexpectedly, that great eagle captured me as a snack. Qin Chuang nods, understanding the situation. How do your wounds feel now? Are they improving? Su Laogui waves his hand dismissively, no harm done. But why the urgency in seeking me? Qin Chuang explains his heartache over Lan Bingyan and how it affects him, succinctly narrating the events while introducing his connection to Lan Bingyan. Su Laogui, what do you make of this? After pondering for a long while, Su Laogui responds, from what I have gathered regarding the use of this dark art, Lan Bingyan must serve as the medium, a conduit through which the unseen forces siphon your fortune. Yet, she may be unaware of it. We must investigate how they are extracting it. Qin Chuang, overwhelmed by confusion, asks Su Laogui, what about you? What medium are they using for you? In what manner? I have no clarity on that either. However, based on their approach towards you, it appears that my medium could be my sworn brother. We became acquainted in our youth, studying alchemy under the same master and cultivating together. That period was the most joyous and blissful time of my life. It was merely a century ago when my master ventured out in search of a mystical herb. Unbeknownst to us all, an unforeseen calamity befell him, and he never returned. The position of sect leader has remained vacant since then. Approximately 60 years ago, the elders of the sect convened and unanimously elected my sworn brother as the new leader. He, accepting the weighty responsibility, became ensnared in an endless array of sect affairs, leaving me with little of his companionship. About 30 years hence, my fortunes began to wane, plunging me into one conflict after another, leading to estrangement and betrayal. In the end, even my sworn brother severed ties with me. Old Su's countenance bore a sorrowful expression as he sank into reminiscence. It seemed he too harbored such sentiments. Qin Chuang fell into deep contemplation. For a moment, the cave was enveloped in profound silence. After an indeterminate span, Su regained his composure and sheepishly remarked, I apologize for burdening you with my melancholic tale. With a hint of awkwardness lingering in his demeanor, he continued, if my sworn brother is indeed the medium, then everything aligns perfectly. Oh, Qin Chuang responded, retrieving 2 cushions from his storage bag and tossing them onto the ground, gesturing for Su to sit and elaborate. Once seated, Su began slowly, according to my research. This malevolent art is known as transferring blossoms and connecting roots, also referred to as borrowing luck. It is a unique secret technique of the evading calamity clan. The chosen medium in this dark art must wield significant influence over the one whose fortune is being siphoned, such as a master, a father, or a mentor. To my astonishment, I never once considered my sworn brother in this light. I always believed we were equals. Since discovering this sinister technique, I have pondered the identity of the medium, never suspecting it could be him. Wiping the tears from his face with his sleeve, Su grasped Qin Chuang's sleeve tightly. I must return to find him. Once this dark art drains the fortune, the medium will also gradually lose their vitality, albeit at a slower pace than I. I must save him. Qin Chuang, speechless, pulled Su back. How do you intend to rescue him? With what means? You cannot even defeat a mere gale eagle at present. Su's spirit deflated instantly. What then could be done? Qin Chuang rolled his eyes. Speak to me about the medium. Once you ascertain who it is, how do we break the spell? Su furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. If the medium is identified, there are 2 methods of breaking the spell. I only know of one. Severing the communicative influence between the medium and the one whose fortune has been stolen. For instance, the annulment of your engagement with your senior sister may have inadvertently disrupted this connection. Wait, that cannot be. You have not entirely dispelled the dark art, have you? Qin Chuang, recount the circumstances following the dissolution of the engagement. Nodding slightly, Qin Chuang succinctly recounted the events regarding himself and Lan Bingyan. Upon hearing this, Su mused. Your engagement appears to be merely one aspect of it. Could there still be lingering feelings between you? After the annulment, perhaps you simply lost your affection for her. While she might perceive your actions as mere sulking, if she has not severed her feelings, then the dark art remains intact. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang reflected on the past and found that Su Laogui's analysis held some truth. Since this dark sorcery is the exclusive secret art of the Avoidance clan. Perhaps we can investigate them. Do you know where this clan resides? A flicker of disdain crossed Su Laogui's eyes as he responded. The Avoidance clan has always been shrouded in mystery, their whereabouts elusive. After extensive inquiries, I discovered that this group excels in various sinister arts. It seems they offended someone. For over a century ago, they were annihilated by a mysterious figure. Qin Chuang rose to his feet, pacing thoughtfully. If that is the case, how did their forbidden techniques come to affect us both? Su Laogui also stood, suggesting there may be survivors. I shall accompany you to observe your senior sister, to see how she reacts upon realizing that you have truly severed ties with her. Qin Chuang interjected, "Hold on, do not be hasty. You have yet to fully recover from your injuries. Let us rest here for another night. Once you regain your strength, we shall set out at dawn." Su Laogui nodded in resignation, conceding to this plan. The cave once again fell into silence as both men became lost in contemplation, pondering their next course of action. Qin Chuang sat cross-legged, beginning his meditation. The following morning, as Su Laogui's wounds had nearly healed, the two emerged from the cave. Qin Chuang used his sword to carry him safely down the cliff and into the wilderness, setting him down a dozen miles from Mengjia village. Let us proceed separately. Chapter 65. The truth begins to unfold. In Mengjia village, Lan Bingyan stirred awake, her eyes clouded with confusion for a moment until memories of her recent unconsciousness flooded back. A sense of heaviness settled in her chest as she pondered how she and Qin Chuang had arrived at such a juncture. Many questions plagued her mind. Yet, recalling the dangers of yesterday and the peculiar sensation in her heart, she quickly focused inward to investigate. However, her body felt entirely normal, and the two forces that had troubled her heart had vanished. How strange. Senior sister, you are awake. How do you feel? Jiang Linglong, who had been meditating in Lan Bingyan's room, noticed her awakening and hurried over with concern. All is well. Thank you for your care yesterday, Lan Bingyan replied nonchalantly. I am relieved. You frightened me yesterday. Who would have thought that the usually mild-mannered Qin Chuang could become so irritable? He even dared to lay hands on you. Lan Bingyan clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, deliberately avoiding the topic of Qin Chuang's heartless actions. The memory of his cold gaze left her breathless. She took a deep breath and shifted the conversation, asking, "What about Hongling?" Without my spirit energy to alleviate her pain throughout the night, how did she endure the constant thunderous torment every hour? Jiang Linglong, upon hearing Lan Bingyan mention Zhou Hongling, instinctively averted her gaze. Ah, senior sister, you were in such peril yesterday that I could hardly attend to third senior sister. I spent the entire night watching over you. Lan Bingyan noticed that Jiang Linglong's gaze was evasive and, upon hearing her words, felt a sense of foreboding. She hurriedly rose and made her way to Zhou Hongling's room. As she opened the door, a foul stench assailed her senses, causing her to wrinkle her nose, while Jiang Linglong, following closely behind, instinctively covered her mouth and nose. Peering into the room, the sight was utterly horrific. Zhou Hongling lay on the floor, her disheveled hair cascading around her like a heap of decaying flesh. Her body was a grotesque amalgamation of blood and tissue, with charred patches juxtaposed against pallid areas, rendering her almost unrecognizable. The filth stretched from the bed to the floor, indicating that Zhou Hongling had lost control of her bodily functions. Lan Bingyan cast several cleansing spells upon Zhou Hongling before approaching to assess her condition. After a long moment, she shook her head, despairing that Hongling was beyond saving, likely rendered a complete invalid. Jiang Linglong was taken aback. How could this be? Hadn't she been somewhat controlled? With the thunder force no longer ravaging her body? It was only one night. How could it have come to this? 6 episodes in a single night. It was unbearable. Lan Bingyan used her spiritual energy to lift the unconscious Zhou Hongling onto the bed and administered a rejuvenation pill before stepping back, shaking her head. She turned to Jiang Linglong, asking, "Is Qin Chuang still at the inn?" Jiang Linglong, realizing she had overlooked Qin Chuang, responded, "I'm not sure, senior sister. You should investigate." Lan Bingyan furrowed her brow, remaining silent. She had likely already sent out her spiritual sense to inquire, only to be thwarted by a barrier that prevented her from gaining any information, which prompted her question. "You should return. I will search for him," she instructed. Jiang Linglong, feeling anxious, insisted, "I will accompany you." Meanwhile, Qin Chuang had returned to the inn, where he encountered Su Laogui lounging not far from the entrance. He inwardly sighed, recognizing that this old fellow's gourd was indeed a treasure. The two exchanged glances, after which Qin Chuang averted his gaze and stepped into the inn. The inn was quite desolate in the morning. Instead of going upstairs, Qin Chuang chose a conspicuous spot in the lobby to sit down. "Waiter, please bring me breakfast," he called out. "Certainly, esteemed guest," the waiter promptly replied, darting off to the kitchen. On the second floor, the two individuals were preparing to head out. But Qin Chuang had already taken note of them. He intentionally dined in a prominent location on the first floor to draw Lan Bingyan down, allowing Su Laogai, stationed not far from the entrance, to observe Lan Bingyan's current state. As expected, just as the waiter set the meal before him, Lan Bingyan and Jiang Linglong descended from upstairs. Lan Bingyan approached the table beside Qin Chuang, turning to face him with a complex expression. Her hesitance to speak amused Qin Chuang. When he had been subservient to her, she had hardly acknowledged his presence, yet now she donned the guise of a wronged woman. Qin Chuang chose to ignore her and continued to enjoy his breakfast. Although Jiang Linglong was anxious, she dared not speak up. Yesterday's Qin Chuang had been terrifying. Qin Chuang kept a keen eye on Su Laogai's expression and noticed that Su seemed to have suddenly come to a realization. He set down his chopsticks, slowly rising to his feet, preparing to depart for the location they had discussed to meet Su. The prospect of breaking the malevolent spell that had ensnared him filled Qin Chuang with an undeniable urgency. "Where are you going?" "I will accompany you," Lan Bingyan called out, straightforwardly inquiring, as if the previous day's humiliation at Qin Chuang's hands had never occurred. Qin Chuang appraised her with a dismissive gaze, scoffing. "Accompany me? Or are you here to spy?" "Lan Bingyan, it appears you do not grasp the situation, do you?" "Humph. Step aside." He attempted to stride past her, but Lan Bingyan rose to obstruct his path. Suddenly, a long, dark wooden beam flew down from the second floor with a resounding crash, blocking her way. Undeterred, Qin Chuang continued on, a charming smirk playing on his lips. This Mingxian was truly a remarkable individual. He strode out of the inn, soaring into the air on his sword. Inside the inn, Lan Bingyan found herself halted by the imposing beam, her expression turning icy in an instant. She turned her piercing gaze towards the second floor, where a woman clad in a green robe leaned leisurely against the railing, watching the scene below with a composed demeanor. At that moment, the two women's eyes locked, and an intense aura of hostility erupted. Their hair billowed as if caught in a tempest, their garments rustling fiercely in the air. Jiang Linglong was overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. On this outing, she had brought along one cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment, one in the early stage, and two at the peak of Qi refinement. This formidable lineup should have easily dispatched a minor sect and returned with Qin Chuang without a hitch. Yet, the events had taken a bizarre turn. First, the third senior sister had been grievously injured, with the power of thunder forced into her body, subjecting her to daily torment from lightning strikes. The first senior sister had inexplicably received 2 slaps from Qin Chuang yesterday, leading to a heartache that rendered her unconscious. With the first senior sister incapacitated and unable to suppress the internal thunder with her spiritual energy, the situation had become dire, leaving her as good as useless. Would Qin Ezhou, who had gone back to the sect in search of medicine, be able to return today? Now, only the first senior sister remained capable of fighting. Yet she was burdened with an additional liability and was on the verge of clashing with an unrelated individual. Should anything go awry, would she and Zhou Hongling be left at the mercy of others? In a flash of insight, Jiang Linglong hurried forward to dissuade her. First senior sister. The third senior sister is still upstairs resting. Please do not act impulsively. We are all counting on you. Chapter 66. So that is how it is. Despite Jiang Linglong's earnest plea, Lan Bingyan remained unmoved, her gaze fixated on the woman upstairs. She had noticed this woman accompanying Qin Chuang the previous day and intended to inquire about her identity. However, in the heat of the moment, they had quarreled, leaving her question unvoiced. Who was she? What was her relationship with Qin Chuang? Why had she returned with him? Lan Bingyan recalled that her 5th junior brother, Qin Chuang, seemed to interact primarily with their senior sisters, rarely engaging with others. Since Qin Chuang severed his engagement with her, he has grown increasingly distant from his senior sisters. No, it would be more accurate to say he harbors animosity towards them. What could have prompted such a drastic transformation in Qin Chuang? Could it possibly be due to the presence of the woman before him? Sensing the early-stage foundation-building cultivation of her counterpart, Lan Bingyan became ever more convinced of her assessment. The appearance of this woman yesterday had dramatically shifted the balance of power, which had previously favored Qin Chuang. What was once an effortless task of monitoring him was now rendered impossible. Furthermore, the audacity Qin Chuang displayed in confronting her might very well stem from this woman's influence. Indeed, a mere early-stage foundation cultivator like Qin Chuang would hesitate to act recklessly against her mid-stage prowess. But with this woman by his side, who could say? As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of inexplicable fury surged within Lan Bingyan. She raised her hand to summon a long flute, delicately positioning it before her lips, while her surrounding spiritual energy surged. The patrons in the inn's hall were taken aback, hastily fleeing. In the chaos, no one noticed the old beggar, who slipped away quite nimbly among the crowd. The last to escape, the waiter cursed under his breath, lamenting the incessant troubles brought by these women. This job was perilously dangerous. Observing the innkeeper ahead of him as he ran, he contemplated whether he should seek employment elsewhere. Jiang Linglong was utterly speechless. Why had her senior sister become increasingly insistent despite her attempts to dissuade her? She had not been like this before. Although usually frosty, her senior sister was composed, fair, and possessed a grand vision, having effectively managed Miaoyin Peak in her master's stead, maintaining order throughout. Both inner and outer disciples, as well as the miscellaneous workers, praised her highly. What had changed today? The outside world was fraught with peril, and of the four of them, only she and her senior sister remained unscathed. The situation was already quite dire. Jiang Linglong could not fathom why her senior sister sought to stir the waters further. Without time for contemplation, she hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to restrain the tempestuous aura emanating from Lan Bingyan. Senior sister, enough. Let's not stoop to her level. Qin Chuang should not be far. We should pursue him first. Lan Bingyan, already brimming with ire, found Jiang Linglong's intervention only fueled her flames. She turned her cold gaze upon Jiang Linglong. Linglong, I suddenly realize your concern lies solely with your second senior sister. I recall Qin Chuang mentioning something on a flying boat. Were it not for your gender, I would suspect more. Though Lan Bingyan had fainted yesterday, she vividly remembered that the unknown force within her had dissipated just before her loss of consciousness, leaving behind a chaotic spiritual energy that posed little threat to her mid-stage cultivation. Why hadn't this fourth junior sister gone to suppress Hong Ling's thunderous might? Yet whenever matters concerning Yinyu arose, she was exceedingly proactive, even more so than regarding her own affairs. Lan Bingyan scrutinized her fourth junior sister with a piercing gaze. Small and delicate in stature, with a gentle appearance and graceful demeanor, the soft yellow dress she wore accentuated her beauty. She was still the same person. Yet Lan Bingyan could not shake the feeling of estrangement. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Lan Bingyan, Jiang Linglong found herself both amused and exasperated. She wished she could peer into the mind of her senior sister, pondering why, at such a critical juncture, she was still lost in thought. With a sharp tone, she remarked, "Have you forgotten the purpose of our visit? Are we not here for our second sister? Is it wrong for me to focus on our objective? If I possessed your level of cultivation, I would have pursued it myself without needing to remind you. Why is it that your cultivation level is now inferior to Qin Chuang's? You have clearly reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Why have you not established your foundation? And yet, you blame others for your shortcomings?" Lan Bingyan reprimanded her. Jiang Linglong was rendered speechless. She should have entered seclusion to establish her foundation upon exiting the secret realm. However, with her second sister's illness, her mind was elsewhere. Turning her face away, she fell silent. On the second floor, Meng Zian watched with keen interest as the scene unfolded. How could someone like Qin Chuang have such peculiar senior sisters? She was curious why Lan Bingyan had revealed her magical artifact. Shouldn't they be prepared for a confrontation? How could these two quarrel so nonchalantly? Perhaps she was merely intent on stopping Jiang Linglong from pursuing Qin Chuang, not wishing to harm them. Otherwise, when that petite female cultivator confronted Lan Bingyan, she would have already summoned the nearby black wooden staff to strike her down, rather than remaining to observe the spectacle peacefully. Unbeknownst to Qin Chuang, who had already left the Meng family stronghold for the rendezvous with the old ghost Su, a farce had unfolded in the inn after his departure. Shortly after Qin Chuang arrived at the designated location, Su Laogui galloped in on his gourd, hastening to meet him. Qin Chuang rushed forward to inquire, "Su Laogui, what have you discerned?" Su Laogui, panting heavily, replied, "Do not rush me. Let me catch my breath." After a brief moment, his voice regained its lightness as he stated, "Qin Chuang, I have confirmed that your senior sister is indeed the medium through which your fortune was siphoned. This dark art is based on the bond of your emotions." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang's anxiety intensified. How can we break this? Su Laogui stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, I have some speculations, but I need to examine your body to confirm. Extend your hand. A fleeting hesitation crossed Qin Chuang's mind. This old fellow's life was in his hands. What harm could it do to trust him once? He extended his hand towards Su Laogui, who placed his gnarled, branch-like fingers on Qin Chuang's pulse. The former lethargy vanished, replaced by an air of seriousness and composure. As Qin Chuang observed Su Laogui's transformation, he felt an instant of bewilderment, as if before him stood not a mere beggar, but a highly skilled physician. A gentle stream of with spiritual energy flowed into his body, pulling Qin Chuang's thoughts back to the present. This old ghost was indeed capable. After a long while, Su Laogui withdrew his hand. Qin Chuang asked, his voice steady, what is the prognosis? Is there a way to resolve this? Su Laogui pondered for a moment, hesitating before responding. The problem has been identified, and I can confirm that this method of breaking the spell remains somewhat uncertain to me. I suggest you ponder whether to attempt this approach. Qin Chuang urged impatiently. Enough of the trivialities, speak plainly. Su Laogui, no longer withholding, revealed. The individual who has cast this malevolent spell upon you is exceptionally skilled. He has inscribed a certain incantation upon you, inciting feelings of affection towards your esteemed senior sister. Simultaneously, he has cast a similar spell upon her, compelling her to harbor feelings for the one who bears your fortune. Chapter 67. Could it be that the alchemist who has fallen from grace is none other than your sworn brother? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang mused to himself. So that is the case. No wonder in my past life I was such a sycophant. Su Laogui, he inquired, does this mean I've been afflicted by a spell of infatuation? Su Laogui shook his head. Not at all. It cannot possibly be a spell of infatuation. If it were, you would have been powerless to act upon your senior sister. I observe your gaze towards her is clear, devoid of any signs of infatuation. What then? Is it? Qin Chuang asked in confusion. The spell you bear is not as absolute as a spell of infatuation. It is less severe in nature. Its essence is akin to an enchantment that draws you towards her. Understanding began to dawn upon Qin Chuang. No wonder I was so eager to be near her and to please her. It turns out I was under a spell. Su Laogui, with an air of enlightenment, remarked disdainfully, from my observations, this spell must be predicated on your pre-existing lack of aversion towards your senior sister, which is why she was chosen as your conduit. Your previous sycophantic behavior was merely a reflection of your inner sentiments. The spell has merely amplified this emotion in your life, rendering you more focused on this matter. Although I do not comprehend how you have come to such a profound realization, I must admit I am quite impressed. Nevertheless, you cannot deny that you once held affection for her. However, even though your feelings for Lan Bingyan have dissipated, the enchantment has already taken root. Your lack of emotion will not hinder the operation of the fortune-borrowing technique. Su Laogui's words left Qin Chuang in contemplative silence. Perhaps I did love her, but that is a distant memory, separated by 2 lifetimes and over a century as a sole entity. Su Laogui patted Qin Chuang on the arm, chuckling, this is inconsequential. Consider it as the ramblings of an old man, for matters of the heart elude my understanding. Qin Chuang rolled his eyes in response. I see you understand quite well. Despite your claims of brotherhood. Ahem. That matter is in the past. Let us return to the main topic. Su Laogui awkwardly cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. The individual behind this has intricately woven you, your senior sister, and the beneficiary together with a nearly undetectable attraction spell. Utilizing this connection, he has enacted the fortune-borrowing technique upon you all. To dismantle this malevolent sorcery, we might consider employing a strategy of cutting off the source. Qin Chuang nodded in agreement. Oh, how do we go about this? Su Laogui, with fingers akin to ancient trees, gently tapped Qin Chuang's chest, stating that they would first dismantle the bridge connecting to the curse that ensnared him, thereby eliminating the medium of that malevolent sorcery. Qin Chuang, this is the method I have devised to break the spell. I wonder if it will prove effective? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuang's heart soared with delight. Your analysis is astute. I am willing to give it a try. Su Laogui, stroking his beard, emphasized, let me clarify that under this dark art, I am unequivocally a failure, possessing merely a rudimentary understanding and no successful experience. Should your attempt falter, I will join you in seeking alternative solutions. But you must not recklessly end my life. Qin Chuang chuckled lightly, reassured him, fear not, I am not a man devoid of reason. Su Laogui, glancing at Qin Chuang, spoke somewhat bashfully. If this method proves effective, I shall return to employ it on myself and my sworn brother, thereby ridding myself of my misfortunes and demonstrating to him that I am not as he perceives. Ah, excellent. Qin Chuang responded heartily before turning his head away, stifling a laugh. What a curious old fellow Su Laogui was, still concerned about his sworn brother at such a time. Su Laogui pulled Qin Chuang closer, his expression solemn. There are two methods to break the curse upon you. The first is to use a corresponding dispelling technique, which is difficult to ascertain unless performed by the original caster. Thus, we shall disregard this option. The second method involves taking the heart's blood of Lan Bingyan, enveloping it in spiritual energy, and delivering it to your heart. This drop of blood will draw out the cursed blood within you, allowing both to be destroyed simultaneously. After listening, Qin Chuang deemed this feasible. He paced in circles, recalling the torment he had suffered at the hands of this malevolent sorcery, and now he was filled with excitement. He wiped his face with his hand and asked, "Are there any precautions I should be aware of? Please enlighten me. I must prepare before taking action." Su Laogui, elated at Qin Chuang's willingness to try, quickly replied, "Indeed, there are. First, the extraction of heart blood is no trivial matter. You will need to consume heart-protecting pills beforehand, 2 of them. Secondly, should you successfully dispel the curse, the sorcery will likely collapse instantly, resulting in a backlash for both the beneficiary and the caster. And it will occur twice, once from the emotional binding curse and once from the luck-stealing sorcery. It is also possible that the beneficiary and the caster are one and the same, which would amplify the backlash. This means that both parties will immediately realize their scheme has been uncovered. If the caster is stronger than you may find yourself transitioning from being stealthily attacked to facing overt hostility. Keep in mind that you will be in a weakened state after the heart extraction, and your power will be significantly limited." Qin Chuang nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Su Laogui hastily suggested, "The heart-protecting pills are 5th-tier elixirs. You should visit the Danxiang Sect to procure them from Danshi Buxing, who will refine them for you." At this, Qin Chuang raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that Danshi Buxing was the highest-ranked alchemist in the Dongxiang province, a 6th-tier alchemist, and the sect leader of Danxiang Sect. Qin Chuang pondered thoughtfully as he circled around the old ghost Su, scrutinizing him from head to toe while nodding. Su, feeling bewildered by Qin's behavior, questioned, "What are you doing? This esteemed alchemist, could he truly be your contract brother?" Qin fixed his gaze upon Su's eyes and inquired, "Is that so?" Su evaded Qin's penetrating stare, responding vaguely, "Yes, and what of it? It won't hinder you from procuring your elixirs." However, Qin held a contrary opinion. He suspected that the vessel from which his fortune had been stolen was none other than Qin Izhou, as indicated by numerous incidents from his previous life. Su's contract brother bore a striking resemblance to the character of Qin Izhou. More tellingly, while Su was in a state of misfortune, his contract brother enjoyed a stellar reputation, being a top-tier figure in both cultivation and skill, serving as the authority within the prestigious Danxiang Sect. Qin recalled Su mentioning having refined 7th-tier elixirs for the head of the Tiangong Pavilion, suggesting that he was no lesser than the esteemed alchemist. Yet, in the Dongxing Prefecture, only one renowned alchemist was known, while the existence of a competent Qingfeng alchemist remained obscured. Clearly, there was an underlying mystery. The esteemed alchemist must have some hidden agenda. Noticing the hopeful glimmer in Su's eyes, Qin surmised that the old fellow possibly wished to seize the opportunity to return and check on matters. After some contemplation, he resolutely declined, stating, "No, I have my own means to procure elixirs. Besides, time is of the essence. I shall not venture so far for medicine." Su, slightly disappointed, feigned indifference, replying, "As long as you have a means, that's sufficient." "Very well. I shall make preparations, and we shall reconvene here later. Farewell." Disregarding Su's momentary despondency, Qin bid him farewell and set off towards the nearest city, Baifeng City. He intended to utilize the red jade plate gifted by Hong Nyangzi to ascertain whether there were any trading houses within the city. Chapter 68. The elegant man in white outside the gates of Baifeng City. Qin hovered in midair on his sword. A ripple emanated from his storage bag, prompting him to tap it and retrieve a communication jade slip. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Shi Quan. A smile involuntarily graced Qin's lips as he scanned the slip with his consciousness, allowing Shi Quan's rugged voice to resonate in his mind. Qin Chuang. I have completed the sect mission and am now en route to the Danxiang sect to investigate that old man's background. Upon hearing this, Qin felt a warmth in his heart. His elder brother Shi was indeed considerate. He infused the jade slip with details of Su's recent past, while also advising, "Elder brother Shi, this is what Su has recently recounted to me. Once you arrive, please verify it. Moreover, I suspect that the master of the Danxiang sect, the esteemed alchemist, may be problematic. Exercise caution and prioritize your safety." Shortly after sending a message, Qin received a reassuring reply from Shi Quan. So much had transpired recently, particularly with Su's emergence, which had hastened his investigation into the sinister aspects surrounding Su. It turned out that the medium was none other than Lan Bingyan. She truly deserved condemnation. In the past, I devoted myself entirely to Lan Bingyan, economizing and sacrificing my own resources and opportunities for her sake. It dawned on me that the burden of my misfortune was borne by her. Qin Chuang's eyes seethed with hatred. This woman must be eliminated. If the medium was Lan Bingyan, then the beneficiary ought to be Qin Izhou. The sorcerer behind this was Qin Jiaowen. When was this curse cast upon me? Ever since I ascended the mountain at the age of 4, I had not seen this so-called father again. Qin Ziadun, Qin Zidu, Lan Bingyan, and I were all present when Qin Jiaowen took me to the Miaoying Peak to pay respects to my master. I vaguely remembered whether Qin Izhou accompanied us back then. A distant memory surfaced. I recalled that day vividly, feeling elated as my father expressed concern for me for the first time, telling me he had found a master for me. He was to take me to pay homage, and I would henceforth remain on the mountain to cultivate alongside my master. I looked longingly at my indifferent mother, who was tenderly coaxing the 2-year-old Qin Izhou. I felt a mix of envy and reluctance. Yet I received not a single glance from her. Qin Jiaowen led me, and it seemed my mother had also boarded the flying vessel with Qin Izhou in her arms. Indeed, Qin Izhou was present. It turned out that this curse and the borrowing of fortune had been placed upon me when I was just 4 years old. How malicious their hearts were. It seems my master was also one of the instigators. But what of Lan Bingyan? Was she aware of this? I recalled after bowing to Miaoying Daoist for apprenticeship, she introduced her 4 senior sisters to me, asking whom I wished to follow in my cultivation. I scrutinized each sister, and upon seeing Lan Bingyan's cold demeanor, reminiscent of my mother, I chose her. Miaoying and Qin Jiaowen laughed heartily, proclaiming that I was fated with Lan Bingyan, and they immediately arranged our betrothal. Then I lost consciousness. It appears that Lan Bingyan was likely unaware and was the one I had chosen. Once I am prepared, I shall capture her to break the enchantment of desire and grant her a swift end, realizing I could not afford any missteps. Qin Chuang took out the communication jade slip given to him by Meng Ziyuan and sent her a message. "Xiaoyan, is Lan Bingyan still at the inn?" "Yes. She is currently alleviating Zhou Hongling's pain. Keep a close watch on her and message me immediately if anything arises." "Understood. I will ensure she is monitored closely." Satisfied, Qin Chuang stored the jade slip in his spatial bag. He then retrieved the scales given to him by the black flood dragon, contemplated for a moment, and waved his hand to establish a barrier of spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a cocoon that isolated him from external sights and sounds. He infused a thread of spiritual energy into the scales. Instantly, they radiated a brilliant light, filling the confined space of the barrier with celestial hues. Qin Chuang silently rejoiced at having created this isolating shield. This old dragon, I had not anticipated such extravagance. A communication scale that, upon activation, would be so resplendent. Before he could voice his disdain for the black dragon, his gaze was captivated by the mesmerizing scene before him. A shimmering reflection formed a square water mirror, a yard in size. Within this aqueous realm, the black dragon regarded Qin Chuang with a playful glint in his eyes. "Ah, what do you think, you little rascal? Isn't the spectacle I've created rather splendid?" Qin Chuang, regaining his composure, offered a wry smile. "Ah, esteemed elder black dragon, I never imagined you possessed the heart of a little fairy. So dazzling." The black dragon laughed heartily, and what of it? Who among us does not relish a touch of sparkle? Just tell me, do you find it impressive? Am I not quite splendid? "Indeed splendid." Qin Chuang chuckled in agreement. "However, elder, you've made quite a commotion. Fortunately, I was astute enough to create a protective barrier. Otherwise, the radiant light would have soared to the heavens. Others might think a treasure of unparalleled value has emerged here." Upon hearing this, the black dragon burst into laughter, swimming a circle in the pool before settling down. "Youth should be bold and unabashed, splendid indeed. With your current cultivation, few in the Dongxing prefecture would dare to lay claim to your treasures. Now, speak, What brings you to seek my assistance? Qin Chuang replied with a mischievous grin. I wish to dispel the dark sorcery afflicting me. I need to extract the heart's blood that harbors the malevolent spell, rendering me weakened and vulnerable. I fear I may encounter peril and require your protection. The black dragon's expression grew serious. You have been cursed? Who is the perpetrator? I shall vanquish them. Instinctively, Qin Chuang raised a hand to stop him, and upon touching the water mirror, he quickly added, Elder Black Dragon, do not rush. I wish to avenge myself personally. I must slay them with my own hands. I only require your safeguarding. Might you be available? The Black Dragon chuckled. Had you waited a few more days to summon me, I would have been unavailable. But now, certainly, I can assist. Qin Chuang was overjoyed. Excellent. The location is just outside the village in the Dark Flood Forest. The Black Dragon interrupted him with a haughty tone. Simply infuse your spirit energy into my scales, and in 3 days, I shall know your whereabouts. Await my arrival. I will be before you in 2 hours. As the water mirror vanished, Qin Chuang carefully stored the dark scales in his pouch, feeling a surge of gratitude for the comprehensive assistance from the Black Dragon. Reflecting on his journey, he descended into the White Phoenix City. Upon reaching a secluded alley, he retrieved a red jade plate and infused it with spirit energy to activate its powers. After a brief wait, a refined young man approached, holding a folding fan. Qin Chuang scrutinized the man, noting his elegant white attire and tall stature. His striking features were artfully arranged upon a fair complexion, and his graceful demeanor made one momentarily overlook his enchanting appearance, a true marvel. Like the rotund gentleman, this newcomer's cultivation remained inscrutable. As the man met Qin Chuang's gaze, a warm smile spread across his face. Esteemed guest of the Red Jade, please follow me. Chapter 69, by Wuqing and Qi Pe. Qin Chuang followed the man in white through a labyrinth of alleys until they arrived at a modest but tidy robe shop. The walls were adorned with neatly arranged robes and armor of various colors. It was rather peculiar. This establishment was remarkably orderly, a stark contrast to the shabby stall of the plump vendor. After Qin Chuang took in his surroundings, the man in white spoke, esteemed guest, please follow me to a private room. Qin Chuang nodded and followed him to a tea room in the back courtyard. The man gently inquired, would you care to enjoy some tea before we discuss business? Qin Chuang waved his hand dismissively, producing 2 spirit stones and placing them on the tea table. No, let us address the matters at hand directly. The man did not hesitate, stepping forward to take the 2 spirit stones and placing them into a recess on the wall. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, accompanied by a familiar sensation of dizziness. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuang found himself back at the familiar trading estate. Observing the well-known trading grounds brought him a sense of relief. At that moment, the man in white introduced himself. I am Bai Wuqing, the proprietor of Room 17. A pleasure to meet you. Qin Chuang cupped his hands in greeting. The two proceeded to Room 17, which was a grand hall resembling the bustling Room 32 of the plump vendor, filled with a dazzling array of treasures that overwhelmed the senses. Qin Chuang couldn't help but feel curious about the formidable strength of the owner, Red Matchmaker, who managed to open establishments in various cities and acquire such an extensive collection of treasures. Do you seek to sell something, or are you in search of a purchase? Bai Wuqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning to Bai Wuqing, Qin Chuang replied, I require a heart-guarding pill. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuqing moved to the herbal display case, retrieving an order slip to review. After a brief moment, he shook his head. I do not have the heart-guarding pill in stock. If you place an order for it to be refined, it will take approximately 7 days for delivery, priced at 2,000 spirit stones, with half required as a deposit. Alternatively, I can inquire with other trading rooms for available stock, but the price would be 200 spirit stones. What would you prefer, esteemed guest? Shall we place an order, or would you like me to make inquiries? Considering the urgency of his situation and wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications, Qin Chuang promptly decided to expend additional spirit stones to acquire the pill immediately. Please, Bai Wuqing, assist me in checking with the other trading rooms. Certainly, please hold on. Bai Wuqing turned and approached a formation platform in the center of the room. He opened a folding fan and gently waved it, channeling spiritual energy into the platform. Instantly, the platform shimmered with spiritual light, manifesting a luminous surface that flickered with various numbers. Bai Wuqing executed a hand gesture and pointed at the surface. The numbers flickering on the surface gradually faded away, leaving a solitary 6. Turning back with a smile, Bai Wuqing announced, there is stock available in Room 6. Let us proceed there now. Qin Chuang's spirits soared at this news. Excellent. Bai Wuqing, let us go at once. The two crossed a pond to arrive at room 6. At the entrance, a hunchbacked old woman stood waiting. Upon seeing Qin Chuang and his companion arrive, she smiled and clasped her hands together. Ah, you must be the esteemed friend seeking the heart-protecting pill. Bai Wuqing nodded and stepped forward, turning to introduce Qin Chuang. This is the proprietor of room 6, Aunt Qi. Allow me to present Qin Chuang, a distinguished guest who possesses the coveted red jade plate. In my century of service as a shopkeeper, I have encountered only a handful of patrons bearing such a prestigious token. Oh, Aunt Qi exclaimed, her surprise evident. She looked Qin Chuang over, suddenly feeling ill at ease, and quickly lowered her gaze. With a gesture of invitation, she said, "Please, esteemed guest, come inside." Upon entering room 6, Qin Chuang observed that it bore a striking resemblance to the trading rooms of Bai Pang Pang and Bai Wuqing. It seemed that the layout of the trading rooms within this estate was quite uniform. Without further ado, Aunt Qi summoned a white jade box from afar with a flick of her hand. She presented it to Qin Chuang, saying, "Esteemed guest, please examine the goods." Cautiously, Qin Chuang opened the box, and an intense fragrance of elixir wafted toward him. Sensing the vibrant life force within the pill, he nodded approvingly. "I would like 2, please." Aunt Qi was taken aback and exchanged glances with Bai Wuqing. Bai Wuqing chuckled. Such a rare elixir might only have one in stock, even if we have it on hand. "What do you think, esteemed guest?" Realizing the implication, Qin Chuang replied, "Then let it be 1." He summoned 200 spirit stones to place on the counter. Aunt Qi said, "Let me tally it." She returned 220 spirit stones and accepted the remainder. "As our top-tier guest, you enjoy a 10% discount." "Thank you, Aunt Qi," Qin Chuang replied, retrieving the 220 spirit stones back into his storage pouch. He turned to Bai Wuqing and asked, "Shall we return then?" After bidding farewell to Aunt Qi, they returned to room 17. Bai Wuqing smiled and inquired, "Is there anything else you require? Do you have any cloaks for children that can mask their presence? Preferably ones that can adjust in size." Qin Chuang gestured with his hand to indicate the dimensions he had in mind. Bai Wuqing responded with a grin, "When it comes to cloaks, I am the most knowledgeable." He activated his storage ring and produced several vibrant little cloaks, explaining their features to Qin Chuang. Ultimately, Qin Chuang selected a red cloak, which was designed to conceal one's presence, enhance speed, and provide a certain level of defense effective against cultivators below the nascent soul stage. The price was not insignificant, costing Qin Chuang over 3,000 spirit stones. Exiting Bai Feng City, Qin Chuang stored the red cloak in his jade pendant space and sent a message to Hong Shun. "Little Red, this garment is for you." In the earth, Hong Shun received Qin Chuang's message, his eyes suddenly widening. He burst forth from the soil, bouncing joyfully to the stone tablet, where he beheld the red cloak, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Thank you, master." Hong Shun picked up the cloak and lovingly caressed it. The red ginseng eagerly donned the robe, which instantly conformed to its form, fitting perfectly. As its thoughts stirred, the robe began to transform, expanding and contracting with remarkable agility. Observing the excitement radiating from the red ginseng, Qin Chuang couldn't help but smile slightly. "Ah, splendid. This robe suits you remarkably well. With it, you can join our escapades." The red ginseng nodded repeatedly, its eyes brimming with anticipation. "Thank you, master. I long to venture outside." "Not just yet. I have some matters to attend to." Recalling the recent shared vision, the red ginseng refrained from pressing further and cheerfully set about tending to the medicinal fields. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled through the forest where Qin Chuang stood, leaves whispering softly. He gazed into the distance, contemplating his next course of action. The heart-guarding pill was secured, Lan Bingyan was under Meng Xian's watchful eye, and the Black Flood Dragon was en route. Thus, his immediate priority was to swiftly locate a safe haven, a sanctuary where he could freely perform the heart-cleaving ritual. Chapter 70. Advancement in cultivation may prove difficult. After much deliberation, Qin Chuang resolved to seek a concealed cave within the dark flood forest as the venue for dispelling the emotional binding spell. He soared through the skies on his sword towards the forest, intending to make preliminary arrangements. At the Meng family inn, Lan Bingyan had just finished channeling spiritual energy into Zhou Hongling and, exhausted, sank into a chair. Jiang Linglong promptly offered her a chi-replenishing pill. "Elder sister, you must take a moment to recuperate." Lan Bingyan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Linglong, but ultimately accepted the pill, swallowing it. Observing this, Jiang Linglong hurriedly proffered a cup of tea, shyly saying, Elder sister, I was wrong just now. Please do not hold it against me. With a sigh, Lan Bingyan accepted the tea. I too have my faults. There has been too much happening these past few days, and I find myself rather anxious. Relieved that Lan Bingyan was no longer dwelling on the earlier incident, Jiang Linglong felt a pang of sympathy for her. Lan Bingyan had tirelessly bestowed spiritual energy upon the third senior sister, while also monitoring Qin Chuang, leaving her visibly worn. Taking a sip of the spiritual tea, Lan Bingyan remarked, Linglong, do not blame me for not pursuing Qin Chuang earlier. After last night, I realized his strength surpasses mine significantly. Moreover, he appears to be utterly disillusioned with us, and I fear that pursuing him would only lead to humiliation. Jiang Linglong fell silent, well aware that Qin Chuang had entirely severed ties with them. His current pretense of civility likely stemmed from some consideration. The heart-cleaving roar was a technique mastered by all disciples of Miaoying Peak, a fundamental skill even the lowest-ranked servants possessed. Yet, Qin Chuang's roar yesterday had effortlessly breached the defenses of the elder sister, inflicting severe injury upon her, and even she, at a distance, had sustained considerable harm. Jiang Linglong instinctively touched her chest, still feeling a dull ache. She looked up in confusion at Lan Bingyan. What shall we do about Qin Chuang now? Lan Bingyan rubbed her temples, calculating the days. Ezhou, my junior brother, should be returning with the medicine soon. At that time, I will join forces with him to capture Qin Chuang, thus preventing any further delay in returning to the Sect to report to Master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linglong felt a sense of relief. However, unbeknownst to Lan Bingyan, while she regarded Qin Chuang as prey, Qin Chuang was simultaneously ensnaring her in a trap. The highly anticipated Qin Ezhou was only just being brought back to the main peak by a small flying boat. The small boat, carrying the still unconscious Qin Ezhou, passed through the gates of the Windazong without pause, heading straight for the main peak. Halt! Enemy attack! The gate-guarding disciples were startled, hastily deploying their magical artifacts in pursuit, while simultaneously activating signal flares. Disciples encountered along the way, bewildered, brandished their own artifacts, unleashing a barrage of skills against the small flying boat. Thief, take this! Who dares to wreak havoc in Windazong? Master Zhang from the law enforcement hall suddenly opened his eyes, leaping into action towards the direction of the flying boat. Fang Zhenghao, meditating in the main hall of the peak, sensed Qin Ezhou's presence under attack from numerous low-ranking disciples and swiftly made his way towards the small boat. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Master Zhang. When Fang Zhenghao arrived at the small boat, it had already been knocked to the ground. Noticing that the protective spiritual barrier around the boat still remained, he breathed a sigh of relief. Exchanging a glance with Master Zhang, who immediately understood the situation, he called out, "This is not an enemy attack. Everyone disperse." Although the crowd was puzzled and curious, they could only obey Master Zhang's command, reluctantly departing. After all, he was a powerful hall master with two subordinates as formidable as Elder Yang, who could command respect. However, at that moment, Master Zhang did not exude the imposing presence the disciples imagined. He raised a hand to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "How could these blind fools lay hands on the Sect Master's beloved disciple? TSK, TSK, TSK. If it's a sparring session, it should be conducted in the training grounds." Truly lacking in decorum. Watching Fang Zhenghao, whose face was darkened as he carried Qin Ezhou away, Master Zhang felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Fang Zhenghao returned to the main hall, with Qin Ezhou probing his condition with a strand of divine sense. His expression grew increasingly grim. How could Ezhou sustain such severe injuries? His dantian was damaged, and his meridians severed. He hastily retrieved a Yijing Zhuangji pill, pried open Qin Ezhou's mouth, and placed it inside. Fang Zhenghao sat cross-legged, gradually channeling spiritual energy into Qin Ezhou's body to help him mend his meridians. After a time sufficient for a cup of tea, Fang Zhenghao rose, exhaling a long breath. There is still hope. As long as there is hope. He conjured a communication talisman, his fingertip twitching slightly, igniting the talisman, which transformed into a luminous crane, spiraling away towards the pill peak. The master alchemist Kong Qing, having just completed a batch of elixirs, found herself in a delightful mood. With a graceful wave of her hand, she arranged a tea set to brew a pot of tea, seeking a moment of relaxation. Dressed in a flowing, pale beige robe with wide sleeves, her hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, secured with a cerulean wooden hairpin. Her delicate, lily-white hands moved gracefully as she prepared the tea, her expression serene and content, with a hint of tranquility in her eyes. However, Tranquility was abruptly shattered when a luminous spirit crane arrived, disrupting her peaceful moment. With a frown of displeasure, she exhaled a breath of wood spirit energy to activate the crane. The crane flapped its wings, and the voice of Fong Jinghao resonated from within. Kong Qing, come to the main peak at once. As soon as the words were spoken, the crane transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. What does that old rascal want now? Kong Qing thought impatiently as she rose and stepped onto a tulip, soaring toward the main peak. Upon her arrival, she spotted Mei Fu, Fong Jinghao's chief disciple, waiting at the entrance. Mei Fu welcomed Kong Qing into the grand hall, where Fong Jinghao hurried to greet her. Gong Qing, you must come see my young disciple, Yizhou. Fong Jinghao pulled Kong Qing to Yizhou's side, but she disdainfully brushed off his hand, responding with reluctance. Master, do not rush me. Let me investigate first. Kong Qing released a wisp of wood spirit energy, probing into Qin Yizhou's body. After a brief moment, she withdrew her energy and frowned, saying, how can you call yourself a master? This disciple has sustained damage to his dantian, and after taking the appropriate elixir, you allowed him to neglect his recovery? How could you let him be injured in his dantian once more? This is troublesome, with his foundation damaged. His cultivation may be stunted for good. Fong Jinghao's anxiety was palpable. Are you saying Yizhou's dantian has suffered 2 severe blows? His progress in cultivation will be halted? Kong Qing cast him a sidelong glance and nodded slightly in affirmation. Fong Jinghao grasped her arm with urgency. Kong Qing, you must have a solution, right? Kong Qing appraised him and inquired. I recall that our sect's treasury holds a 6 harmonies palace guarding pill. Could that save him? Fong Jinghao's eyes brightened at her words. But soon his expression fell. Realistically, the treasures in the treasury were obtained at the cost of predecessors' lives, accumulated over millennia, the very foundation of our sect. To be honest, despite my position as sect leader, I do not have the final say over the treasury's contents. It requires the consent of the 3 senior elders. Moreover, our spirit master elder is still traveling abroad. Kong Qing, do you have any other methods? Fong Jinghao gazed at her with hopeful eyes, searching for a glimmer of hope in her refined features. Yet, disappointment washed over him as Kong Qing's unyielding words emerged. Unless you gather the 6 primary spirit herbs for the 6 harmonies palace guarding pill and find a 6th grade alchemist to refine another. I have no other recourse. You discovered that he consumed the strengthening essence pill. Aside from taking the 6 harmonies palace guarding pill, this is already the best course of action. The Yijin's Wangjin can momentarily protect his dantian and preserve his current cultivation level. If he can consume the Luhua Beigongdan within 10 days, he may yet recover to his former state. Otherwise, his current cultivation will reach its zenith. Fong Jinghao, in a state of agitation, paced back and forth, contemplating the predicament. How could this be resolved? Yizhou, with his extraordinary talent, is merely a 14-year-old foundational cultivator, a promising prospect. He cannot be allowed to be rendered incapable. Suddenly halting in his tracks, he seemed to have made a resolute decision. I shall seek the approval of the esteemed elder. Since Master Yuling is away, I shall assume he consents. As long as I can persuade the other 2 esteemed elders, it shall be deemed a success. Kong Qing shall remain here to watch over Yizhou, while I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Kong Qing raised her delicate hand, obstructing Fong Jinghao's path. I see that your cherished disciple is about to awaken. Why not inquire how he sustained his injuries before approaching the esteemed elder? Fong Jinghao, upon reflection, realized the wisdom in her words and shifted his gaze to Qin Yizhou. Kong Qing's assertion proved accurate, as Qin Yizhou's eyelashes fluttered and he slowly regained consciousness. Fong Jinghao hurriedly approached, softly asking, Yizhou, how do you feel? With a gradually clarifying gaze, Qin Yizhou struggled to speak. Master. His voice was hoarse and parched. The unfilial disciple has returned. Fong Jinghao raised his hand to halt him, urging him not to speak hastily. He produced a vial of spirit liquid and administered it to Qin Yizhou. As the refreshing liquid coursed through him, he felt revitalized, his throat parched like a drought-stricken land. Quickly recovering. At that moment, Fong Jinghao inquired, Yizhou, please tell me, who has brought you to this state? Just as Qin Yizhou was about to formulate a response, a shrill voice echoed from outside the hall. Nephew Yizhou, I heard you have returned to the sect. Why did my wayward disciples not accompany you? No sooner had the words left her lips than Miaoyin, exuding an imposing presence, descended into the hall, her gaze fixed upon the still reclining Qin Yizhou. Her expression a mask of inquiry. Fang Zhenghao's countenance darkened in an instant as he strode to the main seat, casting a cold glare at Miaoying. Standing beside him, Conqing momentarily displayed a look of surprise, not anticipating that Miaoying, despite her age, remained so oblivious to social niceties. Facing Miaoying's aggressive demeanor, Qin Zhou's previously humble expression began to crack. Peak Master Miaoying, both Zhou Hongling and I suffered grave injuries. I left Sister Jiang to care for her while I risked my life to return for assistance. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghao furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when Miaoying interjected sharply. With you and Bingyan, both foundational cultivators, present, what manner of malevolent cultivator could inflict such harm upon you? Fang Zhenghao retorted sharply, Miaoying. How dare you say such a thing? He glared at her, unreservedly chastising. Were it not for your forceful extraction of Zhou's essence blood, his cultivation would have long since ascended to the mid-foundational stage. He then turned to glare at Qin Zhou. I told you to refrain from involving yourself in Miaoying Peak's affairs. You disregarded my warning and insisted on seeking my consent to accompany them on some fool's errand to find Qin Chuang. Look at you now. You nearly lost your life. Had I known today would unfold as it has, I would have confined you, resolutely refusing to show any leniency. At that time, Qin Zhou approached me, pleading to accompany several senior sisters for some experiential training, promising to retreat for meditation upon his return as a form of punishment. I, feeling sympathetic towards my disciple, acquiesced. If I had not granted permission then, sighing, I lamented the futility of what-ifs. Fang Zhenghao turned to glare at Miaoying, exclaiming, And you, Miaoying, there are merely 5 direct disciples, yet look at the chaos you have caused. Lately, disciples within the sect have been rumoring that your Miaoying Peak is a den of malevolence, revolving entirely around that half-damaged Yanyu. Moreover, it is unacceptable that you demand the blood essence of Qin Chuang annually. Surely you, the fair Miaoying, are excessively partial, for the sake of such an unremarkable second disciple. You jeopardize the cultivation prospects of your promising pupil, now, just because of your half-alive second disciple. All the direct disciples from Miaoying Peak are mobilized to seize the youngest disciple's blood essence at a critical juncture of their advancement. Miaoying, you truly are misguided. I fear that even with the entire resources and manpower of your peak, that Yanyu cannot be salvaged. If all else fails, let her go. Do not squander precious resources on her, lest you hinder others. Miaoying lowered her gaze, her hands clenched tightly within her flowing purple sleeves, remaining silent. Observing Miaoying's demeanor, Fang Zhenghao's dissatisfaction grew, and his tone sharpened. I recall, when Qin Chuang was brought to us, his aptitude was assessed, though he shares the same tri-elemental roots of gold, fire, and water as Zhou, his root quality is of the utmost grade. Such a promising seedling, yet you neglect to nurture him at Miaoying Peak, allowing his exceptional talents to languish. Is this how you fulfill your duties as a master? Consider your disciple with similar aptitude and roots, who successfully established his foundation at the age of 14. If not for the oppression from your Miaoying Peak, how could it be that he has yet to establish his foundation? Your choice of disciples has truly misled them. At this moment, Miaoying sensed the sect leader's discontent and instinctively took a seat, remaining mute. Seeing Miaoying quiet, Fang Zhenghao inquired of Qin Zhou with deliberate calmness. Zhou, please elaborate. Qin Zhou nodded gently and recounted. While waiting in the inn for my elder brother and sister Lan, we encountered a malevolent cultivator claiming to be the Thunder Ancestor, which gravely injured both myself and Sister Zhou. I left Sister Jiang to care for Sister Zhou and risked returning to the sect for help. On my way, I was ambushed by a bandit who attacked my already injured Dantian, nearly causing its collapse. After managing to set the route for my flying vessel, I lost consciousness. Fang Zhenghao pressed for details regarding the Thunder Ancestor and the bandit, to which Qin Zhou responded in kind. He further inquired about Qin Chuang and the 3 senior sisters, to which Qin Zhou selectively divulged information advantageous to himself. Upon hearing that Qin Chuang had successfully established his foundation, Fang Zhenghao's expression conveyed a sense of inevitability. Directing a glare at Miaoying, the entirety of her expression conveyed a message. Look, I told you so. You failed to cherish such an exceptional disciple, and you squander your good fortune. Miaoying disregarded Fang Zhenghao's scorn, her demeanor shifting rapidly. Suddenly, she rose decisively. Master, circumstances have changed. I must visit the Meng family stronghold. Chapter 72. The hunt. Order. Miaoying turned and departed with haste. Fang Zhenghao watched as she vanished into the horizon. Her feet gliding atop a seven-string zither, his expression darkening. This Miao Yin was increasingly becoming unrecognizable. Over 30 years ago, she had succumbed to madness once. And observing her current state, it seems she is on the brink of madness yet again. Standing nearby, Kong Qing silently concurred with Fang Zhenghao's sentiments. Though she refrained from voicing her agreement, she detested disparaging others behind their backs. Even if she found Miao Yin disagreeable, she preferred to express her thoughts openly, allowing her to witness the immediate reaction on Miao Yin's face, thus satisfying her own heart. Clearing her throat lightly, she redirected the conversation. Master, since you have administered the strengthening essence pill to disciple Izhou, I estimate he will regain mobility in a couple of days. Aside from his inability to cultivate, he will be no different from an ordinary person. However, to continue his training, he must consume the 6 Harmonies Preservation pill within 10 days. Otherwise, his path to immortality will be severed. The decision lies with you, Master. Upon hearing this, Qin Izhou felt as if struck by lightning. A wave of despair and reluctance engulfed him. He looked helplessly at his master. It was better not to look, for seeing only deepened his sense of hopelessness. The usually calm Fang Zhenghao now wore a furrowed brow, his face etched with worry. This is it. It's over. What is this 6 Harmonies Preservation pill? Is it so difficult to obtain? His gaze rigidly shifted to Kong Qing, the 5th-grade alchemist. Surely such a formidable alchemist could concoct it. Could she not? Kong Qing understood the despair reflected in Qin Izhou's eyes. Not wishing to bear the brunt of his complaints, she explained. The 6 Harmonies Preservation pill requires a 6th-grade alchemist to produce. I do not possess that capability. Moreover, the 6 primary medicinal ingredients needed for this pill are treasures that countless individuals would vie for. With only 10 days at our disposal, it will be quite challenging to gather them. Seeing the look of despair on Qin Izhou's face, Fang Zhenghao felt a pang of sympathy and gently reassured him. Izhou, do not fret. Focus on your recovery. Our sect's treasury holds one of these pills. I will strive to procure it for you. Furthermore, I shall not let those 2 cultivators who harmed you escape unpunished. Reflecting on his disciple's account, he deduced that the malevolent cultivators were likely at the mid-foundation stage, while that Thunder ancestor was presumably a Golden Core practitioner. After contemplating a suitable strategy, Fang Zhenghao sent a message to his eldest disciple, Mei Fu. At that moment, Mei Fu was occupied with sect affairs in a side hall. Upon receiving his master's summons, he hastily set aside his tasks, adjusted his attire, and promptly made his way to the main hall. I pay my respects to you, master. Rise, Fang Zhenghao replied, nodding as he regarded his diligent first disciple clad in the sect's formal attire, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He is indeed the successor cultivated by the sect for the position of the sect leader. Once Mei Fu matures, the position will be passed down to him, allowing time for the elder to strive towards even greater realms. Master, have you summoned your disciple for a particular matter? Mei Fu inquired respectfully upon rising. Fang Zhenghao regained his focus and, with a wave of his hand, sent forth a recording stone that floated before Mei Fu. Your junior brother has been severely injured. This stone contains his account of the incident. Take it to the head of the law enforcement hall, Master Zhang, for his examination. The next bounty order should be issued, directing him to lead a team alongside the head of the battle hall to eradicate this threat. Upon concluding his words, a sect leader's token soared towards Mei Fu. He promptly caught it, lowering his gaze to conceal a hint of discontent, then pondered momentarily before bowing and asking, May I inquire, Master, if there are any specific requirements or limitations regarding the number and cultivation level of the personnel to be brought by the 2 hall masters? This bounty order is an urgent task. How many contribution points should I assign when issuing the mission? Fang Zhenghao contemplated for a moment. Both hall masters are at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and they are combat-oriented practitioners. Each hall should bring an additional 10 foundation establishment cultivators. No one below that level should be included. The contribution points will be set in 2 tiers. The first tier is for participation, where a Golden Core cultivator earns 20,000 points and a foundation establishment cultivator earns 2,000, regardless of the outcome. The second tier is based on the completion of objectives. Capturing earns 100,000, killing earns 50,000, and uncovering target information earns 10,000. Upon hearing this, Mei Fu was taken aback. This arrangement was the most formidable one short of declaring war. His junior brother was indeed favored. Casting a concerned glance at Qin Izhou, he then prepared to take his leave. Naturally, He would not dare to display dissatisfaction or schadenfreude openly, especially in the presence of two golden core masters, whose senses were keen and whose spiritual awareness was profound. He had diligently managed the sect for so many years for his master and would not tarnish his reputation for the sake of a mere novice. Just as he was about to retreat halfway, he suddenly halted and respectfully inquired, "Does Master have any additional instructions?" "Yes. Have the two hall masters keep an eye on Master Miaoying and ensure she does not." Fang Jinghao paused, finding it difficult to articulate the misdeeds of that madwoman, particularly in front of his upright and principled eldest disciple. He cleared his throat and continued, "Make sure she does not repeat the disgraceful incidents from over 30 years ago. Just convey this to Master Zhang. He will understand." With that, Fang Jinghao waved his hand, signaling Mei Fu to withdraw. Although Mei Fu did not fully comprehend this directive, it would not hinder him from executing his master's orders. Though he might not grasp the entirety, he would follow every word precisely, such as the decorum expected of the foremost disciple of the sect of inquiry. Watching Mei Fu depart to arrange the bounty order, Fang Jinghao was satisfied as he withdrew his gaze. "Your eldest disciple is truly impressive, reminiscent of your former elegance." Kong Qing remarqued honestly. Fang Jinghao smiled, wholeheartedly agreeing with Kong Qing's sentiment. Turning his head, Fang Jinghao observed his junior disciple, who was immersed in his own sorrows. He rose and declared, "I shall venture to the forbidden grounds and seek the intercession of the two esteemed elders." Upon witnessing this, Kong Qing summoned a tulip, stating, "There is no further need for my presence here. I shall return to Danfeng and remain on standby. Should the sect leader require me, I, Kong Qing, will be at his beck and call." The two departed from the grand hall, soaring in opposite directions, leaving behind the brooding Qin Yizhou. In the depths of the dark flood forest, Qin Chuang discovered a concealed cave, preparing to set up an array. Just as he was about to commence, he sensed a familiar aura approaching, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. He looked up to see the black dragon soaring through the sky. You little rascal, am I not timely?" Qin Chuang hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Senior Black Dragon, not only are you timely, but your speed is among the finest in the East Sheng region. Were I to travel from Ming Shui Yuan to this location, even without rest day and night, it would take me at least 2 days. Yet you have arrived in just 2 hours." The Black Dragon chuckled, "Of course. Do you not see who I am?" Qin Chuang nodded in admiration, secretly contemplating when he might ride a dragon and experience the exhilarating rush of the winds. The Black Dragon observed the increasingly peculiar smile on Qin Chuang's face. "What manner of expression is that, Qin Chuang? It appears rather disconcerting. Are we not here to extract a heart? Let's commence." Chapter 73. Your flamboyance does not suggest an intent to rob. Senior Black Dragon, please wait a moment while I set up the formation. The Black Dragon nodded its massive head, its tail swishing as it ascended into the clouds. After considerable effort, Qin Chuang successfully arranged the formation. He glanced upward at the encroaching night and resolved to discreetly procure Lan Bingyan. He cast a cleansing spell upon himself and donned a splendid red robe adorned with golden patterns, securing a golden mask upon his face. The Black Dragon tilted its head, observing Qin Chuang's attire with curiosity. "You are dressed so ostentatiously. It does not seem like an outfit for robbery, but rather for seduction." Qin Chuang rolled his eyes, disinterested in engaging with the Black Dragon on that topic. He clasped his hands in farewell. "Senior Black Dragon, please remain here for a moment. I shall return shortly." The Black Dragon waved its tail. "Go on then, you little rascal. Off to flirt." With a flourish, Qin Chuang stepped onto his sword and vanished into the horizon. He had already contacted the old ghost Su to convene outside Meng family village, intending to capture Lan Bingyan and venture into the dark flood forest together. Soaring back to the inn above Meng family village, he hovered in the air, first dispersing his spiritual sense widely to ensure there were no unfamiliar auras in the village and its surroundings. Only after confirming this did he concentrate his senses, probing into Lan Bingyan's location. The moonlight flowed like water, streaming through the window to illuminate the tranquil room. Lan Bingyan reclined against an intricately carved bench, her snow-white gown cascading gracefully. In her hand, she held a delicate wine glass, the clear liquid gently rippling within. Her gaze bore a hint of languor, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows under the moonlight. She slightly tilted her head, bringing the cup of wine to her lips, taking a delicate sip. The rich aroma of the wine spread within her mouth, yet it failed to dissipate the faint trace of sorrow that adorned her features. Beneath the moonlight, Lan Bingyan lay languidly, immersed in her own world, exuding a subtle melancholy as she sipped her drink. Qin Chuang once again surveyed the other rooms, observing the various individuals either meditating or resting. Only Jiang Linglong appeared troubled, her small hand clutching a communication jade slip, seemingly entangled in her thoughts. After confirming that no one was around, Qin Chuang concealed his presence and descended slowly. His hands swiftly arranged a simple isolation formation. Although it would be effortless for him to silently abduct Lan Bingyan, he opted for caution and set up the formation for security. Having completed these tasks, he stealthily entered Lan Bingyan's chamber. However, the once nonchalant drinker abruptly opened her eyes, instantly locking her gaze onto Qin Chuang. Startled, she hastily summoned her flute. Yet, Qin Chuang was swifter. He raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, swiftly rendering Lan Bingyan unconscious. She collapsed onto the floor, her flute slipping from her grasp with a delicate clatter. Qin Chuang stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the cool jade flute, which was as frigid as its owner. He stowed the flute in his storage pouch and hoisted Lan Bingyan over his shoulder like a sack. With a nimble leap, he exited through the window and summoned his flying sword, soaring into the sky. Exiting the Meng family stronghold, he spotted Su Laogui anxiously awaiting him on his gourd. From a distance, he noticed a butterfly-like figure approaching through the air. Initially startled, he soon recognized the familiar aura. He patted his chest reassuringly. "You finally arrived. How'd it go? Smooth?" Qin Chuang chuckled, patting the slumbering Lan Bingyan on the back. "Rest easy, she's right here. Let us be off." Watching Qin Chuang's bold slap on Lan Bingyan's rear, Su Laogui could only shake his head in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. One could only wonder how a man devoid of affection could disregard a celestial maiden so casually. Ignoring Su Laogui's disdainful expression, Qin Chuang commanded, "Keep up with me," and took flight on his sword. Su Laogui leisurely flew beside him, occasionally casting glances at Qin Chuang. "Your taste seems rather commendable today," he remarked. Qin Chuang retorted, "Which good person speaks such words? A normal person wouldn't say that, right?" He shot a suspicious glance at Su Laogui, secretly deciding to keep his distance from the old fellow. Before Su Laogui could voice his complaints about Qin Chuang, the two had already arrived at the cave that Qin Chuang had prepared in advance. He landed and unceremoniously dropped Lan Bingyan onto the ground, eliciting another grimace from Su Laogui. Qin Chuang indeed possessed no regard for the delicate. He showed no tenderness whatsoever. Just as Su Laogui was internally lamenting Qin Chuang's behavior, a deep voice echoed from the sky. "You little rascal. Is this how you treat females? Be careful, or you may find it difficult to find a partner in the future." Su Laogui glanced around in terror, exclaiming, Who is there speaking? Qin Chuang, is it you? Have you found other allies?" Qin Chuang nodded slightly. Indeed, having multiple allies provides an additional layer of security. Su Laogui felt somewhat reassured and clasped his fists. Addressing the air, "In that case, I implore my esteemed friend to reveal themselves, so we may discuss the details." Qin Chuang exchanged a knowing glance with the Black Flood Dragon before pulling Su Laogui aside. "I think it best we refrain from that, my venerable elder. My companion is here solely as a precaution, and he does not wish to show himself lightly." Su Laogui, skeptical, cast a sideways glance at Qin Chuang, then smiled and proclaimed, "Ah, this place is deserted, and since our guest has arrived, why not invite him down for a conversation? I would relish the opportunity to witness your esteemed presence." With a hearty laugh, the Black Flood Dragon descended majestically from the sky. Its massive form was cloaked in lustrous scales, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. The dragon's head was held high, its whiskers fluttering, and its claws, sharp as blades, stirred the air, conjuring gusts of wind. Su Laogui's eyes widened in shock as he gazed upon the Black Flood Dragon, instinctively retreating a few steps. "What? Is there truly a dragon clan in Qingyuan continent?" The dragon glanced at Su Laogui, raising its head slightly, a glint of pride in its eyes. "There is not just one of me." The dragon's enormous head moved closer to Su Laogui. "Elder, did you not wish to converse with me? Now that I have descended, let's chat." Su Laogui recoiled repeatedly, unsure whether from fear or being caught off guard, and found himself squatting abruptly on the ground. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he took a deep breath, realizing Qin Chuang was indeed correct. More individuals meant greater security. The Black Flood Dragon was displeased by Su Laogui's reaction. Noticing this, Qin Chuang swiftly intervened to smooth things over. Elder, this is Su Laogui, the one assisting me in breaking the malevolent spell. Su Laogui, this is the esteemed Black Dragon, a being of extraordinary power. Su Laogui regained his composure and hurriedly bowed in respect. I am honored to meet you, esteemed Black Dragon. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. The Black Flood Dragon huffed, remaining silent. Qin Chuang gestured toward the unconscious Lan Bingyan on the ground. Elder, we are prepared to proceed immediately. I kindly ask for your continued protection. The Black Flood Dragon nodded, flicking its tail. Rest assured, with me here, you may proceed with confidence. Chapter 74. Even if you can articulate just one matter. Qin Chuang and Su Laogui exchanged glances and nodded. Qin Chuang hoisted Lan Bingyan once more and, alongside Su Laogui, stepped into the cave. The Black Flood Dragon soared back into the clouds, becoming elusive once more. Inside the cave, Su Laogui remained in awe, occasionally casting sidelong glances at Qin Chuang, as though reassessing the young man before him. Qin Chuang selected a relatively flat section of the rock wall, retrieving 4 dark iron rods from his storage bag. With a flick of his wrist, the rods swiftly embedded themselves into the rock face. He sealed Lan Bingyan's dantian with his spiritual power, simultaneously forming a hand seal and pointing with his fingers to immobilize her body. From his storage pouch, he retrieved several long tendons from demon beasts, securely binding Lan Bingyan's limbs to the dark iron rod. Upon witnessing Lan Bingyan's restrained form, Su Laogui gritted his teeth and shook his head repeatedly. His expression toward Qin Chuang truly difficult to articulate. Qin Chuang, however, was too exhilarated to pay Su Laogui any mind. The curse of his past life was finally within his grasp to shatter. No longer would he endure their unreasonable demands, nor would he have to feign politeness. Finally, he could confront Qin Ezhou and his son to seek revenge. He brandished a dagger, its cold gleam reflecting off Qin Chuang's fierce visage. He aimed the blade at Lan Bingyan's heart, preparing to plunge it down. Wait. Su Laogui hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Qin Chuang. Noticing the confusion in Qin Chuang's eyes, he cautioned, "You have yet to administer the heart-protecting pill." Qin Chuang's gaze flickered slightly. "No need. Once I break the evil spell, her existence will no longer hold significance. Thus there's no reason to waste a precious pill. That may not be prudent. Qin Chuang, I have previously mentioned that this method is merely my speculation, lacking absolute certainty. It would be wise to spare her life for now, after a few years. Once you can confirm she bears no aftereffects, then you may end her life without hesitation." Seeing Qin Chuang hesitate, Su Laogui continued to persuade him, "Moreover, with your strength, eliminating her would be as effortless as flipping a hand." After contemplating for a moment, Qin Chuang nodded. "Very well, I shall grant her a few more days of life. She caused me immense suffering in my past life. To simply kill her would be too lenient. Instead, I shall take this opportunity to torment her. As for the heart-protecting pill, she need not even dream of it. I have expended considerable resources to acquire, but a single one. How could I possibly allow her to consume it? As for her pain, she shall simply endure." Qin Chuang cast a cleansing spell upon Lan Bingyan then, with a swift motion of the dagger, accurately pierced her heart. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped her lips as Lan Bingyan suddenly awoke. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, her eyes widening in shock. Looking down, she saw the dagger embedded in her che. "Pray tell, how had you cared for me?" questioned Qin Chuang, his voice laced with skepticism. Blue Icien Pan, if you can recount even a single instance, I shall concede. Blue Icien, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "When you arrived at Miaoying Peak at the tender age of 4, it was I who facilitated your accommodation, nourishment, and training." As she spoke, her voice trailed off, for deep inside, she felt that as the eldest disciple, she had meticulously organized every detail for the students at Miaoying Peak, demonstrating both affection and loyalty. Yet, how was it that she had done so little for her 5th junior brother, Qin Chuang? This seemed inconceivable. With her master's guidance, she could not possibly have been so negligent. Reflecting on her past actions, she found herself at a loss. Qin Chuang's gaze grew ever colder, and he interjected, "Enough. Your so-called care consisted solely of instructing me to practice the techniques bestowed by our master, providing me with a drafty little wooden hut, and directing me to the dining hall. These are merely trivialities, essentially the rudiments of joining the sect. Is this what you deem as care?" Blue Ician's complexion paled, and she feebly countered, "That was for your own good. At the very least teaching you independence. Her words faltered as clarity dawned upon her. Why had she been so indifferent towards this fifth junior brother? Since Qin Chuang had joined Miaoyin Peak and become her junior brother, he had also become her betrothed. Accepting a fiancé, a full decade her junior, was a notion she struggled to embrace. Yet she dared not defy her master's wishes and could only acquiesce reluctantly. Soon thereafter, her master entered seclusion, leaving Qin Chuang in her care. After imparting some basic knowledge about the peak, she had little desire to engage further with him. To her surprise, the young boy persistently sought her company, becoming a source of constant annoyance. Thereafter, the young Qin Chuang, with limbs as stout as they were long, would approach her with enthusiasm. Elder sister, I can now draw the little light points from the air into my body. Does that count as absorption? Blue-Eyed Yin replied. Yes, elder sister, today I received my stipend. I noticed you often utilize it, so I wish to gift it to you. Just leave it there, elder sister. During my mission, I obtained a piece of Millennium Ice Jade. Let me craft a jade flute for you. It should be of a longer length, elder sister. I have acquired an egg from a flying fish demon beast. I hope it brings you some amusement. How troublesome. Take it away, it's no bother at all. Elder sister. Look, I bought you a pet bag that can autonomously hatch creatures. Just place spirit stones into it at regular intervals, and they shall emerge. It can alleviate your solitude. I have even prepared the spirit stones for feeding. Very well. Keep it. Memories flickered through blue ice, Yin's mind like lightning, causing her heart to ache. Unsure whether it was the pain of an old wound or the hurt of her heart. Hearing her reminiscences, Qin Chuang erupted into laughter, his voice dripping with sarcasm. For my benefit? How utterly ludicrous! You have never done a single thing for me. You have given me nothing. So how can you speak of nurturing me into adulthood? Lan Bingyan, unwilling to concede, retorted. Yes, you have always treated me well, investing considerable effort and energy on my behalf. However, dear fifth junior brother, over the past decade, my companionship has been genuine. It is merely my cold demeanor that has led to my neglect of you. You cannot critique my character. Qin Chuang laughed with a hint of anger, his gaze suddenly turning icy as he unsheathed his dagger. Chapter 75. The enchantment of emotion shattered. The art of borrowing fortune. Dispelled. Qin Chuang chuckled. I see you are merely indifferent towards me. Words are futile. Today, I shall claim your heart's blood. His eyes turned cold once more, and he swiftly drew his dagger. With a sharp thrust, crimson gushed from the wound. A piercing cry escaped her lips. Lan Bingyan's pupils constricted violently, the searing pain in her heart causing her to tremble involuntarily. Her complexion paled, her body weakened, yet bound as she was, she could not lie down, rendering her utterly helpless. The sharp pangs in her heart made her break into a cold sweat, her body feeling as if it were submerged in water. The once ethereal light green silk gown now clung tightly to her figure, losing its usual delicacy, while the dark red stain at her chest rendered her strikingly alluring. Her heaving bosom bore a gruesome wound, continuing to bleed profusely. Defiantly, she lifted her gaze to Qin Chuang, her pale face revealing a complex mix of sorrow and rage, intertwined with a thread of unwillingness and confusion. After a long moment, her lashes fluttered slightly before she lowered her eyes, conceding defeat, ultimately resting her gaze upon the glinting dagger. In that instant, Lan Bingyan comprehended fully. The Qin Chuang who had clung to her since childhood was lost to her now. The one who always thought of her first, who possessed all good things, would never turn back again. Suddenly, a fierce wave of heartache surged within her, her eyes fluttering shut as tears streamed down her cheeks. He gazed at the scene before him, his expression devoid of emotion, his heart a tranquil sea, devoid of the slightest shred of pity. No matter her plight, it stirred not the faintest ripple within him. As Lan Bingyan's blood flowed more abundantly, Qin Chuang raised his hand, guiding his spiritual energy to envelop and refine it, gradually forming a drop of dark red blood. Astonished by the blood floating quietly in the air, Qin Chuang marveled. Is this the heart's blood that carries the enchantment of emotion? Su Laogui, who had been cowering in silence, finally dared to speak. Indeed, although I have not witnessed it firsthand, many ancient texts I have perused have documented such phenomena. To counteract enchantments like the emotion spell, the obsession spell, and the severance spell, this is the method employed. Fortunately, the mastermind utilized such spells as a medium for the art of borrowing fortune. I possess some knowledge of these spells. Had they chosen a different medium, our success might not have been so assured. Qin Chuang nodded gently upon hearing this. He sensed an unusual allure emanating from the dark droplet of blood, as if something within his heart was yearning to burst forth. He recognized it to be the seductive spell concealed within his very being, an intangible essence anchored in the sanguine core of his heart. Without further hesitation, he reached for the storage pouch at his waist, retrieving the heart-protecting elixir and placing it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, its pure medicinal potency swiftly coursing toward Qin Chuang's heart. In an instant, a vast surge of vitality and blood energy began to permeate his entire being. Old Su stepped forward, softly inquiring, "Shall this old man assist you with the heart extraction?" "No need for such trouble," Qin Chuang replied resolutely, plunging the dagger toward his own heart. A muffled groan escaped his clenched teeth as he suddenly crouched down, a fleeting expression of agonizing endurance flickering across his face. Old Su hastily recoiled a step, wary of being splattered by blood. "Goodness," he muttered, narrowing his eyes and giving Qin Chuang a thumbs up. "Qin Chuang, you are truly a fierce individual." The agonizing cry caught the attention of Lan Bingyan, who, nearly fainting, managed to lift her head to behold Qin Chuang in the act of self-harm. A look of astonishment crossed her features, confusion and bewilderment swirling in her beautiful eyes. She had heard the old man's earlier words, yet their meaning eluded her. This matter seemed to pertain to her as well. What was it? Was there truly sorcery involved? Or some form of cursed technique? Was this not the work of a malevolent practitioner? A sudden realization struck her heart. Could it be? Qin Chuang's recent peculiar behavior was the result of cultivating some nefarious art? Why could this boy not choose a righteous path? At that moment, Qin Chuang was too preoccupied with the throbbing pain piercing his heart to consider Lan Bingyan's bewilderment. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony. The elixir's potency rapidly converged at the wound in his heart, hastily clotting and healing. Simultaneously, his body's tempering technique activated autonomously, striving to mend the injury. He was acutely aware that this was the self-protective response of the body he had forged over 2 years of rigorous training. After a brief interval, Qin Chuang's breathing gradually steadied, indicating that the heart-protecting elixir was indeed effective. He withdrew the dagger, yet unlike Lan Bingyan, blood did not spurt forth. He gazed down at his chest, where the wound was visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Hastily, he released his spiritual energy enveloping the dark droplet, gently lifting it toward the wound in his heart. At that moment, a mysterious force surged from within him. Qin Chuang closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the flow of this power. He knew that the moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. Slowly, a stream of dark blood began to flow from Qin Chuang's heart, drifting toward the dark droplet belonging to Lan Bingyan. He sensed a residual presence at his heart. While his wound was nearly healed, trembling, he raised his hand once more to strike at the apex of his heart. The cold light sliced through flesh, the side blade of the dagger piercing deep, plunging into the chest, and once again tearing into the heart. Hiss! Su Lao Gui, witnessing this, instinctively recoiled, drawing a sharp breath of cold air. Truly a ruthless individual. As the heart was carved open once more, beads of sweat emerged on Qin Chuang's forehead, his visage contorting in evident agony. A thread of black blood slowly drifted out from within him, merging with the earlier flow to form a sizable drop of black blood. This black blood seemed to possess a life of its own, gradually gravitating towards the drop of crimson-black heart's blood belonging to Lan Bingyan. He felt an intense surge of power pulsating within both droplets, as if they were destined to be one. Closer, closer, until they finally fused together. With a thunderous boom, the amalgamated blood ignited instantaneously, erupting into black flames that shimmered with an oily sheen, eerily captivating. Simultaneously, the essence within Qin Chuang wholly detached itself, transforming into a wisp of black-red smoke that vanished into the flames, dissipating in an instant. An unprecedented sensation of relief washed over him, prompting Qin Chuang to exhale a contented sigh. Liberated, exhilarated, it felt as though he had broken free from some heavy shackles, with spiritual energy surging within him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Reaching for his storage bag, he retrieved a true essence pill and swiftly placed it in his mouth. With no time to spare, he swiftly sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, initiating the Tai return to origin technique. Simultaneously, Lan Bingyan experienced a similar transformation, the only distinction being the erratic fluctuations of spiritual energy within her, as her cultivation appeared to plummet. Concurrently, In two other distant locations, two individuals suddenly erupted with blood, collapsing unconscious. Chapter 76. I believe you understand. In a secluded chamber within a courtyard, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man was diligently cultivating. Suddenly, without warning, he let out a cry, spewing forth blood uncontrollably. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and he endured the excruciating pain as he struggled towards the wall. Leaning against it, he gasped for breath, his gaze fixed into the distance, as if peering through the wall to a far-off place. This is bad. How could this be? After a moment of struggle, he tremblingly retrieved a pitch-black ancient coin from his bosom, clutching it tightly. The coin emitted a faint glow, seemingly harboring mysterious power. As the light intensified, a resolute expression emerged on the middle-aged man's face. With his last vestige of strength, he pressed the coin against his chest, murmuring an arcane incantation before collapsing into unconsciousness. Subsequently, the coin transformed into a streak of light, merging into the middle-aged man's body. Meanwhile, Qin Chuang, who had just regained the ability to stand, was reassuring Fang Zhenghao, "Master, there's no need for concern. This time, I failed to persuade the elder, and I can no longer trouble my master to seek a favorable outcome. I shall personally go and kneel in supplication, if necessary. I will remain on my knees until I can no longer rise. I believe that upon witnessing my earnestness, the two elders will bestow upon me the Liuhe Baogong Dan." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghao felt a wave of comfort. This child, Izhou, is truly considerate, and it would be prudent to let him make the attempt. However, "Izhou, what your health?" Qin Chuang patted his chest reassuringly, saying, "Master, rest assured. The medicinal power of the Yijin Zhuangji Dan you provided me has been fully absorbed. Aside from being unable to advance further in my cultivation, I am no different from an ordinary person." Fang Zhenghao nodded in agreement. "Then go and kneel in supplication. Time is of the essence. If there is no outcome within 7 days, I shall." He paused, leaving the thought unspoken. Both he and Qin Chuang understood that if the elder's consent could not be obtained, Fang Zhenghao intended to use his authority as sect leader to forcibly procure the elixir for Qin Chuang. By then, once the elixir was consumed, the matter would be settled, and the elders would only be angered at him. He could then bring Qin Chuang to apologize, but above all, he could not allow Izhou's path to immortality to be severed. With his master's resolute attitude, Qin Chuang felt reassured and was about to take his leave when he suddenly halted, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. "Izhou!" Fang Zhenghao swiftly moved to his side, witnessing him spitting blood in great quantities, his mouth and nose obstructed by the crimson fluid, causing his eyes to bulge alarmingly. Fang Zhenghao quickly turned him onto his side and delved a strand of spiritual consciousness into Qin Chuang's body to investigate. The more he probed, the more horrified he became. What is happening? He discovered that the spiritual energy within Qin Chuang was in chaos, and his cultivation level was visibly plummeting. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuang's realm had fallen from foundation establishment to the peak of qi refinement, and it showed no signs of stopping. Even more terrifying was the sensation that his heart was being crushed by an invisible hand, contorting his expression as if it were on the verge of rupture. Fang Zhenghao was alarmed and shouted, "Mei Fu! Mei Fu!" Quickly summoned Master Kong Qing. In the adjacent side hall, Mei Fu sprang to his feet and hurried toward the main hall. "Master, what has happened?" Having been in the sect for decades, he had never encountered a situation where his master was in such distress. The master, esteemed as the sect leader, was always composed and wise. Mei Fu rushed into the great hall to find his junior brother lying motionless on the ground, drenched in blood. The master, in a state of great anxiety, was channeling spiritual energy to him. Seeing that the master was unharmed, Mei Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon noticing Mei Fu's arrival, Fang Zhenghao urgently instructed, "Quickly go to the Pill Peak and summon Master Kong Qing. Hurry, we must be swift." Mei Fu complied with a bow, glancing at Qin Chuang before turning to leave. Confused, he pondered how his junior brother, who had been steadily improving, could suddenly be in such perilous circumstances. Nevertheless, he resolved to heed the heaven's best arrangements and proceeded to seek out Master Kong Qing. With a swift motion akin to a sword, I traversed towards Dan Peak, guided by the esteemed disciple Chen Weilong. "Senior brother Mei, please wait here. I shall seek the Master's counsel," I conveyed, to which Mei nodded silently, patiently awaiting outside. The poised Kong Qing prepared to brew a cup of spiritual tea, her tranquility disrupted by the announcement of her senior disciple's summons to the sect leader. A hint of irritation grazed her exquisite features. That rascal Fong Jinghao, always stirring up trouble. It was evident that the continual interruptions during her tea time vexed her greatly. Taking a deep breath, she tidied the tea set and gracefully exited, soaring towards the main peak alongside Mei. Upon entering the grand hall, a heavy stench of blood assaulted the senses. Fong Jinghao, upon spotting Kong Qing, beckoned urgently, "Kong Qing, come quickly. You must see Yizhou." Discovering Qin Yizhou sprawled in a pool of blood, Kong Qing furrowed her delicate brows, exclaiming, "How can it be him again? Wasn't he already stabilized?" Despite her confusion, she approached, grasping Qin Yizhou's pulse and channeling a thread of with spirit energy for examination. Time dragged on, to the point that Fong Jinghao grew impatient, until Kong Qing finally spoke. "Strange. It is neither an outbreak of old injuries from his dantian, nor is he poisoned, nor has he sustained any new wounds." She withdrew her hand, scrutinizing Fong Jinghao. Fong Jinghao, feeling perplexed under her gaze, urged, "Kong Qing, do enlighten me." Taking a deep breath, she replied solemnly, "This condition of Yizhou resembles a curse." She paused, carefully selecting her words. "It appears to be a backlash from some form of sorcery or dark magic. Who has cast such malevolent arts upon him? I shall annihilate them." Fong Jinghao exclaimed vehemently. Kong Qing regarded him quietly, remaining silent until he regained his composure. Only then did she articulate, "I mentioned backlash, sect leader. I trust you comprehend what that implies." Fong Jinghao shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to accept the notion. Mei Fu, standing quietly to the side, revealed a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. This junior brother seemed to be rendered ineffective, securing his sect leader position. Kong Qing cast a meaningful glance at Qin Yizhou and Fong Jinghao. As Fong Jinghao regained his focus, he waved his hand dismissively. "Kong Qing, let's not dwell on the cause for now. Please save this child. His cultivation has already plummeted to the 7th level of qi refinement. His heart is contorted and behaving erratically." Kong Qing pondered for a moment, producing a 5th-grade Peiyuan pill and placing it into Qin Yizhou's mouth, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy to assist in its absorption. After a tea's worth of time, she gradually retracted her hand. "Sect leader, I have temporarily stabilized his realm. The irregularities in his heart have subsided. However, this does not reverse the decline. His heart has sustained hidden injuries, which may lead to lingering repercussions, causing intermittent pain. Furthermore, his realm may continue to fall. My abilities are limited. I can only accomplish so much. For deeper issues, we must seek a more skilled practitioner." Chapter 77. The Awakening of Consciousness in the Azure Ice Beauty. Fong Jinghao exhaled slowly, his gaze sweeping over Mei Fu before settling on Kong Qing. "This matter is peculiar. Refrain from making it public until I have investigated thoroughly. I trust Yizhou. He is likely a victim of someone's schemes." Mei Fu lowered his head, responding softly. Kong Qing, however, turned her face away in silence. She had heard rumors about Qin Yizhou betraying his brother, entangling himself with his future sister-in-law, and conspiring with others to coerce his brother into sacrificing his essence. Even this incident occurred while capturing his brother. She could not believe that such a person was innocent. She thought Fong Jinghao had lost his senses this time. With a sigh, Fong Jinghao recognized that although Kong Qing was displeased with his stance, she would ultimately heed his orders, as she always had. "Kong Qing, when will Yizhou awaken?" As he spoke, he performed a cleansing spell on Qin Yizhou, then lifted him and laid him on a nearby soft couch. Once these tasks were completed, he turned to Kong Qing, awaiting her response. "He should regain consciousness by tomorrow. He will be able to move, albeit somewhat weaker than usual. There is a lingering ailment in his heart, which may cause periodic pain." Kong Qing answered indifferently. "What about his cultivation?" Fong Jinghao inquired urgently. This incident did not affect his dantian, so, as long as he consumes the 6 Harmonies preservation pill within 10 days, he can continue his cultivation. The fallen realm must be rebuilt. As for the fluctuation of his realm, I cannot discern it. It may not recur after this episode, or it may happen sporadically. The triggers for such fluctuations remain beyond my understanding. Fong Jinghao breathed a sigh of relief. If he can take the 6 Harmonies preservation pill, there remains a possibility for him to continue cultivating and elevate his realm. That is good news. With a respectful bow, Kong Qing took her leave. Mei Fu also wished to depart gracefully, but he could not. He stepped forward and asked, "Master, is there anything else you wish to instruct your disciple?" Fong Jinghao waved his hand, signaling Mei Fu to withdraw, He needed solitude to watch over Qin Ezhou and await his awakening. Mei Fu bowed respectfully and slowly exited. Within the cavern of the Anong forest, Qin Chuang sat cross-legged, his aura steadily rising. Meanwhile, on the adjacent rock wall, Lan Bingyan's realm plummeted, having fallen from a mid-foundation stage to the peak of the Qi refining stage. The blood on her body had congealed, and the wound on her chest was slowly healing. Her pale face bore a few tremors of her eyelashes before she gradually regained consciousness. Her vision remained somewhat blurred, and she felt utterly drained, as if her life force had been siphoned away. Instinctively, she surveyed her surroundings. Upon seeing the meditating Qin Chuang, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, she realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. A mixture of emotions surged within her as past memories flooded her mind. She could not comprehend how events had spiraled to this point. Attempting to move her body, she discovered her limbs bound. After struggling in vain for a while, she ultimately surrendered, her strength depleted. The cave was enveloped in silence, the wretched old beggar having vanished without a trace. Only the sound of spiritual energy surging as Qin Chuang cultivated echoed within the stillness. Lan Bingyan gazed at the bloodstain on her chest, now congealed, her heart heavy with desolation. However, she soon realized a more terrifying truth. Her cultivation had inexplicably plummeted to the peak of Qi refinement. Lan Bingyan widened her eyes, unable to fathom the reality before her. She strained to recall the events that had transpired, seeking the cause of her regression. Given her constitution at the foundation establishment stage, it was inconceivable that a single heart-penetrating incident could precipitate such a fall. Suddenly, she remembered hearing the conversation between Qin Chuang and that old beggar while her consciousness was fading after being stabbed by Qin Chuang. They spoke of curses and techniques for borrowing luck. What could this mean? As she felt Qin Chuang's aura continuously rising, Lan Bingyan's gaze darkened with uncertainty. Could it be that Qin Chuang had employed some sinister sorcery? Had he siphoned her fortune for his own ascent? Her heart brimmed with confusion and despair. She could not comprehend why Qin Chuang would treat her in such a manner. Just as she instinctively placed the blame upon him, a sudden realization struck her. No, something was amiss. Details she had previously overlooked surged back into her consciousness. Lan Bingyan recalled a vague figure that had frequently appeared in her memories over the years. This figure had offered her hints and guidance at crucial moments, only to vanish just as swiftly. She endeavored to grasp the essence of that silhouette, striving to unveil its true identity. As her thoughts deepened, a splitting headache began to assail her, and the past became increasingly vivid. Whenever Qin Chuang had gifted her something that resonated with her heart, she had initially felt joy and contentment. Yet, an inexplicable force had overshadowed those emotions, replacing them with aversion and impatience. Moreover, Qin Chuang had never possessed the time or opportunity to cast a spell upon her, especially one that would affect her heart and its blood. He had arrived at the mountain at the tender age of 4, a mere child devoid of any skills. It could not have been his doing. In that moment, she subconsciously sought to blame him. But what of her daily interactions? Had she ever wronged him in those instances? Now reflecting upon it, Lan Bingyan chastised herself for her carelessness. There had been numerous flaws and inconsistencies that she had disregarded. How had she managed to overlook them? How had she remained blind to what was right before her? Much of what she had ignored was related to Qin Chuang and had been beneficial to him. This indicated that she had been under the influence of some force, often neglecting matters advantageous to Qin Chuang while magnifying those that were detrimental. As this realization dawned upon her, Lan Bingyan could not help but break into a cold sweat. The implications were chilling. All evidence suggested that Qin Chuang was an utterly innocent victim, even the target of this insidious scheme. Everything revolved around Qin Chuang. She very well may have become a weapon in the hands of another, a dagger aimed squarely at Qin Chuang. A suffocating sensation enveloped her. She could not accept such a version of herself, having betrayed the boy who cherished her with all his heart and soul, becoming the foremost cause of Qin Chuang's suffering. The sorrow in Lan Bingyan's eyes gradually transformed into a chilling coldness. So, who was responsible for all of this? She could not help but recall the moment Qin Chuang first arrived at Miaoying Peak. At that time, after Qin Chuang's father brought him to seek guidance, the master had inquired whom he favored, and he pointed to himself. Shortly thereafter, the master and his father had arranged their betrothal. What transpired thereafter? How did she return to her dwelling? She remembered awakening to find a fair-skinned child sleeping beside her. In that instant, An inexplicable wave of aversion surged within her. Yet, in retrospect, she still found the small Qin Chuang rather endearing, especially when he was in deep slumber. However, despite Qin Chuang having done nothing to provoke her, she harbored an extreme loathing for him. Lan Bingyan had occasionally pondered this enigma, even if she were dissatisfied with her engagement to Qin Chuang. It should not have led to such intense animosity. Thus, the issue lay in the void of memory between the betrothal and her awakening. Chapter 78, Fortune Returns. I am myself. What had occurred during that blank period? She suppressed the headache and recalled with precision. She remembered hearing a sound of zither music, and then she fell into a deep slumber. Realization struck her, and her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "It was the master. The master's zither music." Indeed, it was she who had played, possessing a mesmerizing hypnotic effect. As a peak Golden Dan expert, she had lulled her own nascent self into a stupor with her enchanting melodies. It was no wonder she had lost consciousness. Then, was the mastermind her master? No, there was more than just the master involved. There was another individual of concern. She recalled that Qin Chuang's father, Qin Chuang, had also been present. His cultivation was on par with that of the master. Had he not been an accomplice, he would never have stood idly by while harm befell his son. Two peak Golden Dan experts had orchestrated such a malicious scheme against a child who knew nothing, and a fledgling version of herself. It was evident that the plot was not directed at Lan Bingyan. She was merely a pawn in their game, all aimed at Qin Chuang. But for what reason? Was it for Qin Chuang's extraordinary fortune? Even if Qin Chuang's luck was boundless, what benefit could it possibly confer upon his father, Qin Chuang, as father and son? The son's fortune should also aid him. Could it be? Was it for his younger son, Qin Izhou? Yes, Lan Bingyan Su De Li Zigang. Among those present at the time, there had been a discreet pair, a mother and child, who had quietly stood in the shadows. A young woman cradling a child. It was Qin's mother and Qin Izhou. On that fateful day, when Qin Chuang ascended the mountain to pay homage to his master and become betrothed, it turned out to be a conspiracy woven with curses and dark arts. What, then, was the purpose of her esteemed master? As the pinnacle warrior of the Dongxing region and the leader of the Windasong sect, she possessed strength, status, and resources aplenty. Yet, she still undertook such a perilous endeavor. Did she not fear the backlash of the dark arts? Did she not fear the wrath of the heavens? Did she not dread the emergence of inner demons? What could possibly entice her to take such risks? Was it merely the fortune of Qin Chuang? Could it be that she intended to siphon his fortune to benefit both herself and another? Was Qin Chuang the favored child of destiny? How could he, with his fortune drained for their use, still thrive and cultivate? She was acutely aware of Qin Chuang's remarkable luck. Each mission he undertook often yielded unforeseen rewards, which invariably found their way into her possession. It seemed she was also a beneficiary of this sinister plot. No, her master could not have done this for her own gain. On the surface, she might appear to gain some advantages, but in reality, she was merely a repository, a vessel for Qin Izhou's fortune. The fortune extracted from Qin Chuang was merely stored within her, awaiting retrieval by Qin Izhou. As long as Qin Chuang's fortune remained unexhausted, she would not perceive the gravity of the situation. However, once his fortune was depleted, the remnants within her would likely be siphoned as well. Lan Bingyan had always understood her position in her master's heart. She was hardly more than a mere steward, subordinate even to her second junior sister. Yes, the second junior sister, Yanyu. The affection her master bestowed upon Yanyu was evident to all within the sect. Together, the four of them could not compare to Yanyu. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Lan Bingyan as she gazed at the meditating Qin Chuang. Was it his essence she coveted? Indeed, during his years at Miaoying Peak, not a single year had passed without him being drained of his essence. It was only after being punished to guard the Storm Valley that he ceased to be close to them, no longer allowing Jiang Linglong to draw blood from him. Jiang Linglong had searched for him several times in the Storm Valley, yet to no avail. In fact, their current venture was solely to harvest Qin Chuang's essence. Lan Bingyan was filled with regret, lamenting her own actions. How could she have forced him to such an extent? No wonder Qin Chuang had undergone such a drastic transformation afterward. Perhaps he had sensed something amiss. But why had he not confided in her? Lan Bingyan shook her head in anguish. Perhaps Qin Chuang believed her to be part of the conspiracy against him. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. Her indifferent master had not only entrusted her with managing the affairs of Miaoying Peak, but also with guiding disciples and handling the comings and goings of others. All these years of diligent service had merely been in service to her master. How could her master, the revered Miaoying fairy, be so heartless as to betray her? Why? The bitterness coursed through her veins. How could Miaoying treat her in such a manner? She recalled, after more than 30 years, that Miaoying had inexplicably gone mad, slaughtering over 800 souls in an ordinary village. Without attending to the aftermath, she returned to the sect, appearing quite deranged and insistent on seeking something related to a white face. It fell upon her to manage the aftermath for Miaoying. How heavy a burden of karma had she borne from Miaoying? Yet, what had she received in return? A seething hatred from Lan Bingyan. She could not resign herself to this fate. She had devoted herself entirely to Miaoying, only to be left with nothing but despair. Her eyes reddened, and she was engulfed by a tumult of anger and resentment. At that moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Chuang swelled increasingly, forming a colossal vortex that surged into his being. Outside the cave, Su Laoge suddenly opened his eyes. Had Qin Chuang taken another step forward? The old man from the Tianji pavilion had indeed been correct. In the skies above, the black flood dragon sensed the anomaly of the spiritual energy and descended, using its power to lift a collection of spirit stones into the cave, shattering them. Instantly, the cave was filled with a hazy mist of spiritual energy. Qin Chuang absorbed it with great satisfaction, the abundant energy flooding into his body, circulating through his meridians as the Tai Guanju was set in motion, spinning in circles. Over and over again, he soon entered a state of profound mystery. Qin Chuang felt an overwhelming comfort as the spiritual energy surged within him like a rushing river, both tumultuous and orderly. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from his dantian, and the energy within the cave frantically converged towards the source of that radiance. With his eyes tightly shut, his expression remained serene as he immersed himself in this enigmatic moment. As the spiritual energy continued to pour into his dantian, the golden elixir, initially at the early stage, began to transform. The patterns on the golden elixir deepened, its hue growing ever more resplendent as it expanded and compressed under the onslaught of powerful energy. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and the light gradually receded. The golden elixir had reached the mid-stage. Qin Chuang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He felt the overwhelming power coursing through him, the doubled awareness, the significantly larger golden elixir, and an even deeper affinity with the natural world. A sensation of unprecedented ease and comfort enveloped him. He raised his head to the heavens and howled with joy. Qin Chuang had finally broken free. From this moment on, the sky was high enough for birds to soar, the sea vast enough for fish to leap. The foul and the corrupt, your days of fortune have come to an end. Qin Chuang rose and stepped into the morning light as he emerged from the cave. Outside, the dawn was resplendent, and the sky was clear. He spread his arms wide, embracing the warmth and acceptance of this world, his heart swelling with boundless ambition. In this life, no one shall dictate my path. My life is mine to command, regardless of whether Qin Chuang is truly my father, or who my biological father may be. From this day forth, fate shall be restored, and I shall be myself. Chapter 79. Anyone may forgive her, but I cannot. Qin Chuang gazed greedily upon this vibrant world. Everything was so beautiful. This time he would truly live. As his gaze fell upon the shadowy black dragon concealed within the clouds, Qin Chuang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing slightly. Thank you, esteemed black dragon, for your assistance. The black dragon nodded, spiraled once around, and then vanished into the clouds. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the visibly excited Su Laoge. Congratulations, Qin Chuang. You have not only dispelled the malevolent magic, but have also advanced in your cultivation. Qin Chuang returned the gesture, solemnly bowing to Su Laoge. It is thanks to your guidance, Senior Su, that I was able to break free from the enchantment. Su Laoge, taken aback by Qin Chuang's earnestness, displayed a rare expression of shyness on his gaunt face. He hurriedly helped Qin Chuang to his feet, waving his hands in modesty. I too have my own motives. I was also seeking to rid myself of the curse. Such deference is unwarranted. Qin Chuang replied earnestly, rest assured, I will assist you in overcoming your affliction as well. With that, he turned his attention towards the cave. Now let's address her. Qin Chuang stepped into the cave, approaching Lan Bingyan. She, still reeling from the shock of realizing that Qin Chuang had become a formidable golden core warrior, instinctively forced a smile upon his arrival. Unfazed by her expression, Qin Chuang unsheathed his mysterious iron blade with a swift motion, raising it high. Wait, hold on. Su Laogui urgently pulled Qin Chuang back. Do not act in haste. How do you feel now? Is the curse completely lifted? If you kill her now, what if we need her later? Senior Su, I feel perfectly well. This person is of no use to us. It would be better to end her swiftly. Qin Chuang slightly shifted his stance, raising the iron blade once more. Lan Bingyan, still shaken, sensed Qin Chuang's resolve to end her life, and, panicked and fearful, quickly defended herself. Qin Chuang, I now see the full picture. Like you, I was a victim in this. I was unaware of any of this. The conspiracy was orchestrated by Miao Yin and your father, with Qin Ezhou as the ultimate beneficiary. If you seek vengeance, pursue them. You cannot take your anger out on me. I too am a victim. Qin Chuang shook his blade, responding coldly. And if I do you think I would raise my weapon against you for no reason? If it weren't for your unfortunate circumstances, would I grant you such a swift end? One stroke, and you may find peace in your next life. Remember to keep your eyes wide open and not become a pawn again. As for Miao Yin and the others, I will indeed seek them out for retribution, but they shall not have the chance to reincarnate. Su Laogui glanced between Lan Bingyan and Qin Chuang, attempting to persuade him. Qin Chuang, what she just said holds some merit. She likely was not aware of her role in this. No one willingly becomes a vessel for evil, siphoning others' fortunes. Su Laogui paused, keenly observing Qin Chuang's expression. Noticing his impassive demeanor, he felt uncertain about his ability to sway him. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued to plead. Moreover, her oppression of you in daily life was influenced by that malevolent spell, guided by others to inflict numerous injuries upon you. Alas, she is also a victim in this scenario. Why not consider forgiving her once, sparing her life, and entrusting her to? Qin Chuang turned his gaze towards Su Laogui, his eyes reflecting scrutiny and a coldness that lacked the approval Su Laogui so desperately sought. Su Laogui was taken aback and awkwardly fell silent, his heart sinking deeper into despair. It was over. He had aroused this young man's suspicions. With that thought, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Qin Chuang cast a glance at Lan Bingyan before fixing his unwavering gaze back upon Su Laogui, speaking slowly. Anyone can claim her innocence. Anyone can forgive her due to her ignorance. But I alone cannot. For whatever the reason, whatever the excuse, it is I who have been wronged. If I were to forgive her, it would be a betrayal of myself. What the suffering I have endured over the years because of her. When I was falsely accused, she could dismiss my plight with a mere word, condemning me to endure 3 years in the Storm Valley. How could I possibly let her off the hook now, simply because she claims ignorance? Do you know the disdain she expressed at that time? Do you know what she said? She declared, since you cannot clear your name, I shall sentence you to 3 years in the Storm Valley, which should suffice as an explanation to the main peak. What need is there for an explanation to the main peak? What is there to account for? It is merely an attempt to please Qin Ezhou. Countless instances like this abound. Each event either caused me to miss out on opportunities or left me humiliated and drained of luck. Just consider that sentence to the Storm Valley. Had I not uncovered the truth on my own, what would have transpired? At best, I would have wasted 3 years and lost the chance to enter the Thunder Secret Realm, and to seek another opportunity, I would have to wait a decade. Not to mention the countless opportunities one forfeited. Regarding the competition for my fortune, with each punishment I endured, I was scorned by many. Meanwhile, he was recognized, granted entry into the secret realm, gained opportunities, and enhanced his cultivation, revealing his brilliance. In this ebb and flow, what consequences do you think would arise? I believe you understand better than I do, for you have experienced it firsthand, have you not? In this cycle of gain and loss, my fortune would swiftly flow towards him. Su Laogui, I ask you, who possesses the audacity to expect me to forgive her? Let me be clear, Senior Su. You have aided me in dispelling malevolent sorcery, and I, Qin Chuang, acknowledge this favor. I will repay you. You may request compensation, 100,000 spirit stones. Is that sufficient? If it is inadequate, I can offer 200,000. Just name your sum, and I, Qin Chuang, shall earn it back for you. You may also request my assistance in dispelling malevolent sorcery, which I presume is your intention in approaching me, and I shall treat it as my own affair. Of course, you may propose other demands as well. However, you cannot ask me to relinquish my hatred, for you have no idea what I have endured, what torment they have inflicted upon her. If you were to speak candidly, allowing me to spare her life for a year before her demise, or to confine her for a decade before her execution, I would acquiesce without hesitation. Yet, old Su, what have you uttered? She is innocent. Grant her forgiveness, will you? I reiterate, her life. I shall undoubtedly take it. Qin Chuang's voice was as frigid as tempered ice, each word a precious gem. His gaze was fixed upon old Su. Filled with shame, old Su lowered his head. Previously, the Tiangong Pavilion had mentioned the existence of someone with a similar fateful calamity, who had experienced a remarkable turnaround. They urged him to seek this individual, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Deep down, he understood that even without his assistance, Qin Chuang could dispel the malevolent sorcery. It was merely a matter of time. His interference was merely an attempt to expedite the process, hoping that with his aid, future requests from Qin Chuang will be considerably easier. In essence, he was selfishly seeking to secure a favor. The recent shift in Qin Chuang's demeanor towards him served as a clear indication of this. Qin Chuang was one who valued gratitude and reciprocity. Logically, he ought to have reserved this favor for matters concerning the dispelling of sorcery and the alleviation of misfortune. However, as a fellow medium, he wished to preserve the life of this female cultivator for a few more days of observation, neglecting to prioritize Qin Chuang's sentiments. If this issue was not addressed with the appropriate stance, it seemed that once this karmic debt was settled, any ties of favor between him and Qin Chuang would dissolve. Old Su raised his head, resolved to abandon his ulterior motives.